You are right, it is a feast, but not for you, I said, suddenly opening my eyes. Ah, my voice seemed to have startled it so much that it let out a loud noise. Seeing my eyes couldn't help but pop up in surprise. Those who reach tyrant level have great control over themselves, while they may get surprised but never let out such sounds, which is very unbecoming of tyrant. Hell, even Emperor did not let out such noise. Human, you were acting. It asked back. No, I was playing dead. I replied in deadpan expression before cracking a laugh at its obvious question. My laugh seemed to have angered it quite much, as the expression of rage had appeared on its face. Human bastard, you will pay the price to disrespect this lady, it roared, and a powerful aura blasted off its body. A regal phantom of its bloodline progenitor appeared behind it, and at the same time, a thin sword appeared in its hand as it moved to attack me. I remained on my spot, watching it with quite an amusement, not caring slightest about powerful aura and coming attack. Human, what have you done to me? The violet scale snakeman asked in horror. As when it tried to move to attack me, it found out it could not. Its body is bound in its place, unable to move even an inch. I have trapped you, you idiot, I said as I got up, and at the same time, thin icy threads appeared on its body, biting nearly every part of it. I moved them to bind, even its mouth, so it could not ask any more of the stupid questions. I could have killed it with my strength. It would have been a lot quicker than setting up an elaborate trap, but I want to furnish my trapping skills. In my battle with Jonah and Alina, I used my wonderful vines to determine their location, which is much harder than it sounds. I used the same method to trap this snakeman, but doing it much easier compared to Joanna. The moment it had entered the 1 mile radius of me, my thinner than hair vines started to climb on its body, binding it without it noticing. Ice dome, I muttered, and ice dun appeared around us before it burrowed us under the ground, effectively blocking every fluctuation of soul and power. Putch, putch, putch. Inside the dome, my strings begin to pierce through the snakeman and begin spreading inside it. It is an extremely painful process, but due to its lips being shut, it could not bring any loud sound out. A few seconds later, the silver and green runes came out of me and began to spread into the vines, and soon they have covered every inch of vine present in the grim monster. A second after thing, thick violet color bloodline essence came inside me. A portion of it went to my vines, which absorbed it like it is some kind of the nectar. The essence of bloodline is no less than powerful nectar, which strengthens my runes and provides the other benefits. Buzz. Soon, my runes have finished absorbing all the bloodline essence, and a second later, released a huge amount of the strengthening energy, instantly filling every part of my body, making me feel quite bloated. The feeling had only lasted for a second, as cells of honeycomb begin to absorb it and merging with my body. Each second, thousands of cells of honeycomb would get filled, and little more than a minute later, all the energy present inside me vanished, filling nearly 120,000 hexagonal cells of honeycomb. If it had been an original honeycomb, it would have been able to fill about 420,000 cells of it, which is 3.5 times higher. Increasing their size even further would be a tough challenge. I could feel how my body was resisting the strengthening of honeycomb. At max, I would be able to increase the size of cells to 4 times that of the original. Increasing further than that would be impossible, even things like a diamond. Still, reaching that size would be extremely helpful, and for that I am trying my all to create the 4th diamond seal. I am confident that it will take me there or close to it. D-Hub. With the strengthening energy absorbed, I moved my eyes at the husk of the snakeman. As I touched it, its husk collapsed, revealing beautiful violet rose. The essence rose is really beautiful, and I would have liked to keep it, but unfortunately I am not keeping it. I took the rose in my hand. As I did, its violet energies covered me and began to seep inside me. Nero begins absorbing the energies, and within a minute, he had consumed the essence of Tyrant completely before regaining his original size. I looked at the egg, and when I saw the purple and white mark became bigger, a bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Since the egg had taken the diamond energy, the purple and white mark had appeared on the egg, and when I fed the essence rose just now, the marks have expanded on the egg. This is the first time something like this happened to the egg, and I am thinking it is a good sign, and from now on, I would feed the egg every other essence rose I got from the grim monster. I hope that when those purple and white marks cover the whole egg, it will hatch and Nero would finally come out. Soon I reached the Lawrence Hill, killing 3 grim monsters on the way. All of them were not killed by me. Only one is killed by me, while the other 2 were killed by Ashlyn. They were grim monsters without bloodlines. Lawrence Hills is a beautiful place with verdant hills and small creeks that could be seen everywhere. If there hadn't been the grim monsters here, it would have surely become a popular destination for vacations. Currently, this place looked quite serene, but Ashlyn had already spotted 1 grim monster, and I am sure there are more in this place hiding, wanting to catch the humans that came here off guard. Choo-choo. I was enjoying the scenic view of the hills when Ashlyn chirped in my mind, and soon different view appeared in front of my eyes. There I saw a human and grim monster fighting, the human woman who seemed to be in her late 30s being attacked by a lightning bullman. This is no ordinary battle, but the battle among the elites. Both of them are elites, and the human elite seem to be in quite a trouble. She is fighting against a lightning bullman, who is not only fast as lightning, but also powerful as the mountain. Interesting, suddenly I noticed something, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The human elite is not helpless as she seemed in the battle. At first glance, the grim monster seemed to know that, which is why it is attacking her so intensely. Within few minutes, the battle became even more intense, but the result did not change at all. It even turned into the favor of the human. I did not know this art of Wisdom Tower could be used like this, I said, and tried to remember all the details I know about this art, and the woman who is using it in such a unique way that it had utterly frustrated the grim monster. This art is not special. It is one of the most common arts that any member of Wisdom Tower could take. There is no restriction on it, but if the people of the Wisdom Tower get to know about such unique way to use this art, they might really restrict this art to important members. This art is called Rainbow Bubble Art. It helps one release bubbles. It only had one function. As one comprehend it more, the bubble became more powerful, and they started to gain few abilities. This is nothing noteworthy. Many arts do that. From what I read and heard earlier, this lady is barely considered an elite, but seeing her fight, I couldn't help but shook my head. It looks like this lady had hidden her strength for whatever reason, and people come to know about it, they will surely be shocked. Not only became she is using the art that is said to be mundane such as unique, but also because I am gaining so much inspiration from her. I wonder why Wisdom Tower had not noticed her. Seeing their state, they should cherish and train such talents with all the resources they have. An hour passed when the sudden change occurred in the battle. Thousands of small bubbles came out of the bullman, shocking the hell out of it. These bubbles are not rainbow-colored bubbles that this lady is fighting with before, but blood red. One look is enough for me to know these bubbles are made of blood, and the grim monster seemed to understand it, and horror appeared on its face. It quickly covered itself in thick lightning and began to destroy these bubbles, which are made of its own blood. It is injuring itself by destroying the bubbles made of its own blood, but it did not seem to care about that fact. It kept destroying them as it could feel something bad would happen if it was not able to get rid of those bubbles quickly as possible. I had just thought that when those blood-red bubbles begin to shine, turning an angry red color and shaking intensely. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, the bubbles begin to explode one after another. Each mini explosion would take a large chunk of its flesh that by the time all the bubbles finished exploding, there was not a single piece of grim monster that is longer than 5 inches. She is more gruesome than me, I said as I looked at the lady who is looking at Grim Monster with an expressionless face. There seemed to be no joy in her face as she looked at the mess she had made of the bullman. The disc had lighted up and started converting the pieces of Grim Monsters into the high-grade mana crystals. The disc is top of its grade, and it had finished converting all flesh and blood of the Grim Monster in few minutes. As all the flesh disappeared and converted into the crystals, the lady put the disc back into her storage, collected the stuff of the Grim Monster, which is also cleaned off of any part of Grim Monster by her bubbles. After she was done, she did not stay there a moment longer and disappeared. I have become quite curious about the bubbles. They seem to do a lot more things than stated in the intelligence. The intelligence of our academy had started this art as a common one, the same distinction Wisdom Tower had given it, but they are obviously wrong. I first thought this lady had a unique way of using this rainbow bubble art, but as I observed the whole fight, I realized I was wrong. It is not just that she is unique to use it, it's just that she had comprehended the right way to use it, and others have never realized that part. If I am not wrong, then Wisdom Tower has the 4th grand art in its possession, and this shocking conjecture is not only based on my observation, but also based on the facts I had read in the library of Hermes. It took me a while and an hour into my inheritance space to came out of the thoughts of the 4th grand art. This is world-shocking news. It would especially shock the Wisdom Tower, which had been treating this precious art like common art that everything in the Wisdom Tower could take with few merit points. It is due to being a grand art it had not been discovered. Grand arts could not be practiced by anyone. One needs to have an affinity with them, otherwise there would not be only 1 or 2 people every century learning them. I shook my head off the thoughts of art. I have already made the notes about my observation, and I will study them in leisure. Now I should focus on my mission, which is patrolling the area I am assigned, killing the grim monsters I have found, and see if there is something strange going on. If there is, immediately inform the higher-ups. With that thought in my mind, I became a blur and started patrolling. I have no interest in dealing with the grim monster that Ashlyn found. If it came my way, I would ask Ashlyn to deal with it. I will mostly handle the grim monsters with bloodline, while the rest could be dealt with by Ashlyn. I moved through the hills with swift speed, looking at everything, searching for the grim monsters and strange things, and with the help of Ashlyn, I've even found 2, but both of those grim monsters turned out to be normal. I'm not disappointed. The Lawrence Hills is a small, big area, and I will find the grim monster with bloodline eventually. If I did not find it, I would move to another area for a while, and seeing the number of grim monsters present in this Scorse's valley, I would not have a problem finding the grim monster with bloodline. 9 hours passed by, and I have come across 5 grim monsters, all of them without a bloodline. Of the 5, I ended up asking Ashlyn to kill the 2. Both of them were passing through Lawrence Hills. Killing them would not attract much suspicion. I really get scared when I thought about it. My strength is nothing when compared to the elite, and there are a freaking leader-class tyrants here. They have methods that could kill me, and talismans I won't be able to do anything against it. Choo-choo. Time passed by, and another 4 hours passed when suddenly Ashlyn chirped inside my mind, informing me about her finally finding the grim monster. Choo-choo-choo. I was about to move toward it when she chirped rapidly in my mind, informing few more facts about it. The first and most important fact is that she said that it will be quite a tough enemy for me to kill. Ashlyn is not the one to mince her words, and if she said it will be a tough enemy to kill, and then it sure will be a tough enemy, it might be even strong enough to make me run away, seeing Ashlyn's nature of underestimating my enemies. There is one other part she had informed me with. This grim monster is Poison Blade. A unique Grim Monster is a blend of fighter Grim Monster and special profession Grim Monster. In the Devil's Gate, I had come across the cursed blade I was not able to fight, despite wanting to, as it was way above what I could handle. These fusion-type Grim Monsters are very tricky to deal with. They are quite powerful, and their abilities are quite terrifying that even I am apprehensive about them. It will be a challenge, I said with a laugh after some time, and begin to move toward the Grim Monster. I have come to this place to harvest the essence of Grim Monster and find enemies which could force me to use every ounce of my life. The Poison Blade Grim Monster is quite a distance away from me, and seeing it is moving at quite a fast speed, I needed about 40 minutes to catch up to it. As I entered its 5-mile radius, it sensed me, and just as it did, it immediately stopped and came toward me at blurring speed. Its wings moved at such speed that it made it completely blur to the regular tyrants. The only thing they will be able to see is streaking blur. Within a few seconds, I could see it in front of me, and unlike other grim monsters who would stop, this one did not stop. Instead, it kept coming at me and even increased its speed as it came at me, seeing that my expressions couldn't help but change. First boost. Seeing it is coming at me with full force, I did not waste any time and activated the first boost and moved toward it. I even activated my ocular methods and got a quite good look at the grim monster coming at me. It is Flower Streak Bugman. Its name has streak because of its speed that made it look like a streak when it moved, and flower due to design on its carapace, looked like the flowers. It is a very rare kind of bug-type grim monster that is known for its speed and powerful defense, which make them one of the best killers. The Bugman is 7 meters tall and has a thick carapace which is enhanced by a powerful bloodline armor, and in its hand, it had a 7 meters long black halberd, which seemed to have a wicked sharp edge. I have to be very careful of this thing. 9 cleavings of Lord Eusi, it said. Hearing its voice immediately made me frown as there was a hint of piousness in its tone, and there seemed to be something off about its expressions. That made me uncomfortable for some reason which I could not pinpoint, but it is enough to make me extra careful, and I had harnessed even more power from the first boost. To defend against its attack, I moved my sword fast. This sword is not my regular great sword but a long sword, though it held the same weight as the long sword and gave me a feeling of comfortableness. My sword attacked, bearing bone-chilling coldness, following the path of the halberd, which had faint black-green energy covering itself. It is a poison without a doubt, but there is also something else which feels strangely familiar, like something I had felt before but not able to put my mind on it. I put it back in my mind and focused on my attack, which is moving toward the attack of Grim Monster. When its halberd reached halfway, it had abruptly tried to change the direction, but I followed it without a problem. It is one of the advantages of being small. The Bugman and its weapon are about 4 times my size. Any movement they make it quite visible, and as long as I have power and speed, I would be able to follow them without any problem. Clang! Finally, our weapons clashed with a deafening sound and huge shockwave. The attack was powerful, but I was ready for it and bore it perfectly. I had just thought that when suddenly a change occurred in my face. Its energy hit my armor and immediately separated and filtered into thousands of little streams before going into my runes. It does not matter if it is special energy or regular energy, all the energies behave the same way when they enter the claws of my armor. But this time something different has happened. 99 energy foreign energy behaved as it usually does, but one energy somehow slipped past hundreds of defenses of my armor and strike of my body. This is a very different kind of energy. It is different from normal special energies, even bloodline energies. It is something different but very powerful and poison in nature that had now struck my body and soul. As it struck me, I felt sharp, torturous pain inside me, like it is melting my internals, and it started doing that, but that same moment, a couple of formations inside me lit up and attacked that energy with pinpoint accuracy, and my inheritance runes also acted and applied a huge amount of pressure on it to suck it. That energy was very resilient and was able to bear the first barrage, but it was still broken into pieces by the second barrage, which is much stronger and immediately sucked away by the runes, which seemed very happy taking this energy. While it seemed like a lot of time had passed, not even a second had passed. Everything had happened within a fraction of seconds. After the first attack, it smoothly took back its halberd without a word and attacked again. It is a similar attack that is much faster and strong, which double the amount of poison energy on its blade. Seeing the attack, my expressions couldn't help but tightened a little. It is a continuous attack. I had guessed it when it shouted its attack's name, but seeing the second attack, I am becoming sure of it. Continuous attacks are hard to deal with as they get stronger and stronger with each attack, but they have also had weaknesses. They are kind of rigid, could be broken through with enough force and ingenuity, and I am currently moving my sword to break this attack. As I moved my sword to break its attack, it's also moved its halberd, and it moved in such a way that it completely countered its movements, not letting my sword hit the spot it wanted to hit, and it is doing that in very eerie way. Clang. I failed to crack its move, and its halberd struck against mine, attacking me with a huge amount of energy. 99 of it got immediately dealt with, but one of it was still able to enter inside me. But unlike last time, it was not able to do any damage as it got attacked and broken before being sucked into my runes. Clang, clang, clang. Another 5 attacks stuck me one after another, with each one being powerful than the other. The strange one poison energy is getting stronger with each attack that I had to use more every time to break it. The most frustrating thing is that my armor is not able to stop this strange energy. While it may not look like it, but I'm modifying my armor so it could stop that energy. All the changes I had made have been unable to stop the energy from directly slipping inside me. I have to do something to stop it. It is extremely dangerous that earlier it had damaged my internal organs, and the damage it's done is harder to heal than that of the normal injuries. It creates quite a scary prospect as this is just the beginning of the battle, and as battle lingers on, that strange energy would get stronger. Strong enough that I would not be to break it in a single attack, so I have to find a way to stop it and break it before it entered inside me. Clang, another powerful attack clashed against my sword, sending out a huge amount of energy, especially that streak of powerful, strange energy, which is forcing me to use quite the efforts to crush. It had been less than 10 seconds since the battle had begun, and it had already launched the 8 powerful attacks. The attacks of it are simple but strange. Any other emperor would have been in my place turned to core long ago. Like it had done much time before, it smoothly took back its halberd in an almost eerie way before attacking me again, and this time the attack is different. It is much more powerful than all previous attacks. It shows that it is the last attack of continuous attack move, and it is powerful. Seeing the power of the attack, I did not hold back either and harnessed all the power which first could give me. It had been quite a while since I had used the full power of first boost. Even Alina and Jonah had not forced me to use the full power of the first boost in my fight against them. With such huge power, I moved at incredible speed, and for the first time I saw the emotions in the bugman's eyes. Those emotions disappeared as they appeared, but I know I had not imagined what I had seen. With the flash of emotions, its attacks have become even smoother, which did not affect me much. I have vast experience and was prepared for many scenarios, including the burst of huge power in mid-attack. Clang, finally our weapons clashed, and they clashed with such a force that it left me shocking, not only in mind but also in the body. I am shaking all over, and if not for me holding my sword in the steel-like grip, it would have flown away from my hand. Still, this shock is nothing in front of the shock I had got when that strange energy passed through my armor and started poisoning my internals. Till now, except for the first time, this strange energy was always broken by the first counterattack. But this time, I needed to attack it 3 times before it got broken and sucked away. By then, it had already done the serious damage to my body as well as my soul. 2 formations lit up inside me, and my bloodline energy flowed into it before transforming into the seals, which contained the poison to its place before healing energies started to heal the injuries. I know that my armor could not defend against all the things, and for that, I had prepared for emergencies. In the last upgrade, I had added emergencies for everything, even optimized the use of my bloodline energy after I found out how good it is at sealing things. I did not expect you would be able to handle the sacred poison. Most humans became powerless against it in a minute. It said suddenly, surprising the hell out of it, but soon I caught the word, and my eyes lit up in understanding as all the lines have connected in my mind. Divine energy. No wonder it was so hard to deal with. This bastard's bloodline energy contains a wisp of divine energy. Though divine energy is not necessarily stronger than bloodline energy or any type of energy, it is a most versatile one. To create an even wisp of divine energy, one needs to have faith, but even then one has to be at the peak of the primary stage. As those who are not at the peak of the primary stage, they can produce divine energy too. Even a person who does not practice could also divine energy, but they need to have strong faith at the fanatic level. To be able to connect with the will of its bloodline progenitor and produce divine energy, this bastard is surely fanatic. Your strong, I am sure, will of my lord will surely love it if I sacrifice you to him, he said with a calm tone and smile. Seeing fanatism in its eyes, I couldn't help but shudder. It looked like I had underestimated the strangeness of this battle. I have to be more careful than before. You fanatic really have some words, I said mockingly, wanting to make it angry, but all I saw was a smile getting bigger on its bug face. Human, you don't know what it is like to bask in the glory of the Lord, but you will soon, as I will soon send you to him, he said with a peaceful smile, and its aura rose starkly, but there is no explosiveness in it. Second boost. I activated second boost immediately. I do not want to take any chances with this fanatic. I also begin to take greater chances with my other strategy, this fanatic making my danger sense tingle all over. The soon I finished it, the better. Human, be ready to enter the kingdom of God, temple of EUC. It said powerful energies released from me, and a beautiful but dangerous domain appeared around me. The forest around me had disappeared, and now I found myself in a huge temple. Seeing such a realistic domain and feeling its powerful suppression, I couldn't help but pour even more bloodline energy and rule-bending power into my other strategy. It looks like I really have to deal with this fanatic bastard as soon as possible before it could pull the even stranger thing out. Ice domain, I said, and 9 beautiful palm-size ice crystals released from me and spread into the temple before releasing the icy energy. But as it did, it immediately got suppressed that I could be feel any cold at all. Seeing that look of shock couldn't help but appear on my face. Human, in the temple of my lord, all your tricks are useless, it said with a calm voice and peaceful smile. There was not the slightest hint of anger detected from its face. Mercy of God, it said, and divine hallow appeared behind it, and it flapped its thin wings just as it did. It appeared in front of me and attack. It is so fast that even I got shocked despite expecting its fast attack. The speed of it is too great. Still, I did not let my shock slow me down. I attacked the moment it came in front of me. My sword moved at lightning speed, having every intention to stop the attack of the halberd. CLANNG. Our weapons clashed and deafening sounds came out, but there was any shockwave. Even the sound was quickly absorbed by the temple. The raw power of the attack was huge that it shook me, even when I am harnessing the strength of second boost. But still, nothing compares to the energy attack that came with the clash. The powerful energy attack came at me in a fury, like a tide bearing both force and power. It crashed through my armor. 99 of it immediately spread through my armor, got crushed before being KD by my runes. The poisoned divine energy, on the other hand, started to slip through my defense, but this time its journey was not smooth at all. While most of the defenses did not affect it, some of it able to affect it and reduce its power despite it being more powerful than before. Now that I know what type of energy I am dealing with, I am able to defend against it better next time. My defense would be even better. Even with the suppression of domain, I will be able to handle it. Still, I will have to hurry in killing it. I fear that I will not be able to handle it when it used its full power. CLANG. Right after the first attack, the second attack came and then the third, with each attack being more powerful than before. And the strange thing is, the power of its domain is increasing with each of its attacks. I had to pour more energy into my domain just to maintain its existence so it would not crumble under its domain. Even though it's not doing anything for me, it needs to be there. It is very important for my plan. With the power of its attacks, the strength of divine energy poison had also increased. Still, each time I would tighten my defenses, leaning from every attempt that now my defenses were able to lower the power of divine energy so much that it would always get destroyed the moment it entered me, and I would not have to use too much force to do it. Minutes passed by, and attacks continued for the first few minutes. There was that peaceful smile on its face, but as more time passed, I continued defending against its attacks. Those peaceful expressions begin to slip away. Traces of anger begin to appear in its eyes. With anger burning, its attacks became more and more powerful, that to defend against each attack, I had to harness more power from the second boost. Few more minutes passed, and now, every trace of a peaceful smile vanished from its eyes, and all that remained is anger in which it is attacking me. Suddenly, it stopped. Its actions were so sudden that it took my mind for fractions of a second more to catch up. It also made me very cautious that I had readied myself for everything. Until now, I had been merciful against you, human, but since you are resisting the Lord's mercy, then I will show you his wrath, it said, and a powerful torrent of aura shot through it. It is so powerful that it had lighted up the whole temple in my domain, reached the breaking point in the instant. Wrath of God. It shouted, and a divine halo lighted upon every part of its body, from its carapace to its wings, everything lit up divine halo. It looked like a grand priest with a deep devotion to its lord. The halo did not give any explosive feeling of power, but every hair on my body stood up, sensing it. Everwings. I did waste any time and activated the Everwing on top of first boost and second boost. I do not want to take chances with such strength radiating from it. Die human. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't help but popped up before I harnessed all the power I could and moved my sword in front of me in defense. CLANNNG, its halberd's blade struck against my sword, and the blow shook every cell of my body before sending me flying like a rocket. If that was not enough, then its bloodline energy attacked me in powerful force, and with suppression of temple, its attack is ferocious. This time, the divine energy acted differently than before. Instead of streaking inside me, it merged with the rest of the bloodline energy and attacked my armor. As the tide of energy attacked, it shook my armor, and if it had been my previous armor, it would have been broken by pieces already, but it is not my old armor. It is made from my vines, the most powerful thing my inheritance could produce. A huge amount of bloodline energy entered inside my armor. A couple of formations lit up, which divided huge tides of energy in thousands of streams and moved to crush them. Still, unlike before, this time, there is divine energy mix in the bloodline energy. It is not acting separately. The merging of divine energy had made the bloodline energy even stronger, and it wanted to tear through my vines, but my vines are not some weak attack that they could tear through. Multiple formations had acted and torn through the thousands of streams of energy before my runes Su-K-D it up all. It would have been better if the divine energy acted alone instead of merging with the bloodline energy. That way, it would have been able to pass through my defense, but merging with bloodline energy, even if it had enhanced its strength, it has no chance. Bam. My runes had just finished absorbing the energy when I crashed on the walls of the temple, puking few mouthfuls of blood due to the intense physical shock. I did not even wipe the blood off my lips and focused on the bugman coming at me with slow steps, looking at me with amazement and shock. What are you, human? With the strength of sacred energy merged with Lord's bloodline energy, it is strong enough to poison 10 humans with similar strength as you within a second, but it had not done anything to you. It said with clear shock. What can I say? I am special, I replied with a smile, and to my surprise, a smile appeared on its shocked, angry face. You are special indeed, and my lord will surely love if I sacrificed you to his temple, it said and attacked. This time the attack is very powerful that I used every bit of the strength I have to move my sword fast enough that I would not be cut into two by its halberd. CLANNNG. Its attack had clashed against my sword again and sent me flying, but this time Bugman did not remain on its spot and flapped its wings and appeared in front of me before attacking me again, and all I could do is move my sword and defend while bracing for the impact. Bam, CLANNNG. Its halberd came down on my sword, smashing me against the wall at bone-breaking force. The force was so huge that some part of the temple caved in. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. I wanted to access the damage I had suffered, but rage burned in Bugman's eyes as it launched another powerful attack swiftly, not giving me any chance to do anything. It was the most powerful attack I had suffered. It broke my bones from top to bottom, and it was just a beginning. The fanatic begins to launch the attacks, and it attacked with such intensity that I could lie defend myself with my back against the wall. I'm getting completely dominated in the battle, capable of only lie defending. If I had confidence, I would have burned my blood to finish it, but I did not. I have a feeling that it is hiding even greater strength, and I should not force it to use it until I am ready. To be honest, the gap between us is huge. If I did not have confidence in my other method, I would not have dared to fight it. The powerful bloodline and divine energy make it quite powerful. It is my luck that this bastard is a prideful fanatic. If it had been a smart, grim monster, like the one I had fought in Mist City in ruins, and used all its strength, I would have been forced to use my final card and run away. I don't want to select that option. I can still feel I could defeat this bastard. Even though I do not have the raw strength to defeat it, I could defeat it with my strategy. Until now, it is working fine. I would need some more time before I could defeat it. Till then, I would have to be careful and take its beating. Second passed by, and it continued to attack me. Our weapons moved at the blurring speed. It's to attack while mine to defend. I am using minimal movement strategy to defend, seeing I don't have half the power and speed against it, and if not for armor to dealing with the biggest problem, I wouldn't have lasted this long. Still, it is not easy. Dealing with its attacks is a challenge itself. I could feel that I would not be able to hold any longer. There is a clear struggle in its eyes. It wants to use the more powerful move to kill me, but the fanatic ego of it resisting that thought. Its ego does not think I worth using such an attack, but every second I survive, its ego loses and impatience gain the ground, and soon there would be time its impatience would win, and it would use the powerful move to finish me off. Hopefully, by that time I would be ready. Time passed when suddenly the bugman stopped mid-attack. its sword-inch away from crashing into my sword. It looked at me with rage I had ever seen in any grim monster I had fought before that. Seeing it, I couldn't help but shudder unconsciously. "Human, you dare to blaspheme the temple of my god with such underhanded means." The bugman roared, and a powerful aura blasted out of it. The force contained in the aura is enough to force me back a step. I would have taken another step if not for the wall hitting my back. "You will suffer for this blasphemy." It roared in rage and used its hand toward its H-scent to fling away something that stuck to its H-scent. It looked like it discovered it, I said with a sigh, seeing its action, and my thin vines materialized all over the temple and its body. The vines are spread all over the temple. They have also covered its body about 30. I wanted to cover it by at least 50 before showing them, but this bastard had discovered them before that could happen. It moved its hand to remove the vine of its body, but as it tried, it found out it could. The thin vines would always slip away from its finger. It was lie able to touch them before they slipped out from its finger, and that is making it very, very angry. I closed off my domain since there is no use to it. I mainly used it to cover my vines. Without it, my vines would have been discovered long ago. With a lot of energy freeing, I focused it all on my vines. The 30 is not enough, though my vines are consuming the energy from it. It is a slow process due to the suppression of the domain, so I am using my own energy to make them grow. Suddenly, the bugman stopped struggling against the vines and let out a huge, angry, frustrated roar before it turned its focus at me. Seeing those blazing eyes, I couldn't help but shudder. "Human, die." It said each word with gritted teeth and came at me. That moment, I commanded all my vines to bind it with their full force. They have already covered it by 33 for most grim monsters. It is enough to bind tight enough that they could twitch their finger, but against this powerful bastard, it is far from enough. It came at me with rage and exploding aura, resisting the power of binds. While I have not been able to restrict all its movements, they have still suppressed it, and that is enough for me. Clang, my sword clashed against its halberd, and for the first time the bugman shook. I could see how great a surprise it is for it. If I had defended this attack without the interference of my vines, it would have made me crash against the wall with hundreds of my bones breaking. While my vines were able to restrict more than 50 of physical power, they are able to take only 30 off the energy attack, which left huge energy for me to deal with. The tsunami of bloodline energy came, mixed with the divine energy, which had made it even more powerful. It entered my armor, before getting divided into the hundreds of streams, which are then broken into specks before getting absorbed into my runes. "Fanatic, you have to do better," I said with a laugh. "With my vines binding it partially, I do not have to fear this bastard anymore. The vines are unbreakable. They have been baptized by many powerful bloodlines, diamond energy, and even cosmic energy. Only elite could break my current vines, and they too would have to spend quite a lot of effort to do it. You heathen." It roared and came at me again, and this time, instead of staying at my spot, I went at it. 3 minutes later, I stopped fighting as my vines covered it 50, and 2 minutes after that, it stopped moving as it got covered by my vines by 70. My vines have restricted all its movements that now it could be, lie twitch the fingers. "Any last words before I finished you off?" I asked when vines covered 90 of it and made them pierce inside it, which is quite harder compared to normal grim monsters, seeing its whole body is covered in the thick carapace. It did not give me a good feeling, and I poured all the energy into my vines, helping them penetrate its carapace and grow inside it so the harvest process would start as soon as possible. My existence in the materialistic world is over, and now I could enter the kingdom of God without any remorse, it said with peaceful, fanatic expression. If there had been a normal grim monster in its place, they would be screaming madly, seeing my vines are growing crazily inside them. "My lord would be pleased to see me, and also you, human," it said suddenly, bringing a huge change in my face. I was shocked by not only its words, but also because I sensed great danger from which I wanted me to run away. "Sacred sacrifice." A bright dive halo covered it, muttered those words, and the next moment it begins to burn, not only it but also a whole temple, trapping me inside. The burning had shocked me as I did not something like it is even possible. The grim monster is burning every part of it, its body, energy, core, flesh, blood, bloodline, and even soul is burning, and the one burning it all is divine energy. It is something unreal. I did not think this could be possible, and the worst thing is it wants to take me with it. The divine flames covering it, and the temple is getting stronger and stronger. I am fine due to my armor, but I won't be soon. I could feel the divine flames started affecting my vines that are into its body, and if these divine flames' power kept increasing, then it will start to damage my vines. This divine energy is very harmful to me. The slightest touch would turn me into ashes. I cannot let that happen. I have to get out of here as soon as possible, and for it, even if I have to burn my blood, I will do it. Buzz, I was about to burn my blood and use everything I have to get out of this domain when suddenly, a familiar buzz rang out inside me. Next second, green and silver came out of my body. These runes first spread over me before they started spreading over my vines, which are connected to the bugman, before entering inside it through the vines. Human, what it is? It asked as an uncomfortable look appeared on its pious face. Your doom, I replied with one word. Human, nothing could douse off the sacred flames of my lord's faith. Even elites would not be able to stop it once they started burning, it said. But next second, a huge change had occurred in its expressions which almost looked comic to me. Buzz, the runes spread, and harvest begins soon. Thick, powerful bloodline energy would come my way. This bloodline energy would be very strong. I am sure it will be able to fill at least 150,000 cells of my honeycomb. Hun. Soon the energy came, not one energy but two. One is familiar thick bloodline energy, and the other is purified divine flame which looked milky bright. It looked beautiful, but looking at gave me a very uncomfortable feeling. I had just had that thought when the divine came inside me and spread through my body and soul like wildfire before it started burning me. I screamed out loud in pain. Unlike the fanatic in front of me, I am screaming my lungs out due to this soul-burning pain. This flame is literally burning my soul. I wanted to move away from this flame and dipped myself in ice-cold water, but I found this purified divine flame made me incapable of doing that. Under this pain, I could only flay my arms and legs like dying fish, completely incapable of formatting a coherent thought or movement. The only coherent thing I did was begin circulating. It had become an instinctive action to me that whenever I am in the soul-binding pain, I would circulate supreme combat exercise. Time passed by as divine flames burning me. It burned every part of me, from the body, soul to my runes and honeycomb. I could feel the egg of Nero is also burning under this fire, but I could not sense any pain from him. The egg is saving him from this soul-burning flame. It is a good thing. I do not want Nero to suffer the pain I am suffering right now. The diving flame kept burning me, and over time I felt it getting stronger. It is doing something to me, but the soul-burning pain is making it hard to know what it is doing. I will get to know it only when this torturous flame is finished doing its job. Time passed as divine flame kept burning me. Sometimes it feels like minutes have passed, sometimes it feels like hours, but most of the time it felt like days had passed, and this pain will continue for longer until it used all its power or burn into ashes. I don't know how long the pain had lasted, but I couldn't help but became happier when I saw it fading and found it capable of having complete thoughts again. The pain of divine fire is gone as it took lie a few seconds to disappear, but I needed more than a minute to collect myself. Gasp, I had just recovered myself when I noticed something which made me shocked. I reverted back to my original appearance, and there is a ceramic mask on my face, and when I looked at myself, I found myself even more shocked. My skin had become even more radiant, and when I summoned the mirror and removed the mask, I found my features are even more aligned than before, that now I could be said to be above average in appearance, even handsome seeing how radiant my eyes and skin is. That is not the biggest shock I had received. The biggest shock is when I looked inside me. The change had occurred in my runes, and the honeycomb, the runes have become brighter and vibrating with even greater power. I could feel the change in my bloodline. When I looked at honeycomb and made calculations, I found out the bloodline energy of the bugman had filled 190,000 hexagonal cells, bringing the merged cells to nearly 2,200,000. I have received a huge increase in my strength. Even I could not imagine how powerful I have become. It is not just cells, but also due to baptism of the pure divine flame. I am not only the only one who is changed by a baptism of divine fire. Nero had also changed, or rather his egg. There is luster on the egg and a faint radiant shine that was not on it before. It is a positive change. I could feel it. I checked everything before looking at the husk of grim monster, and there I noticed something surprised or notice an important thing. There is no essence rose. I looked around but found nothing. It took me a while to realize the truth, and it kind of shocked me as it had never happened before. The essence rose had not been produced during the harvesting. Instead, the runes let the bugman burned with divine fire and purified that divine fire to baptize me, and I am glad it did, though it was painful, and I shudder at the thoughts of going through such pain again. The benefits I had received through it are obvious. They are beyond amazing that I would be burned through the fire again to get them. I just hoped that I would not face repercussions for what just happened. The divine energy's serious business, and it produced from the faith to super powerful being. If that being noticed, it would not be any problem for it to kill me even with such vast distance. The methods that exist in such powerhouses' hands are incomprehensible for people like me. My body is really resisting, I said as I activate one of the mask functions after I changed my appearance. The mask does not only help in changing appearance, one could also see every part of one's body through it. In this function, it is slightly better than Riverbed. Regretfully, only the user could see it as it cannot to projected. I could see every part of my body and could tell what baptism of divine fire had done, and it is amazing. Currently, only something like divine fire and diamond seal could help me with advancement, other regular resources would be no use to me. This resistance is one of the reasons why the emperors could not match the tyrants in power. They have to become tyrants to do that. This resistance will keep increasing till even the resources like Diamond Seal and Divine Fire won't be able to help. I had reached very close to that stage. One more Diamond Seal, and I won't be able to increase the limit. Still, it is fine by me. The baptism of Divine Fire had increased the limit of my body and also of Honeycomb, which now could fill nearly 4 times more energy than the original. One more Diamond Seal or Divine Fire baptism, and the size will 4 times, which is my target. I have to create the 4th Diamond Seal as soon as possible that time. Cells of Honeycomb will widen it enough that I will have a hope of getting the power of Elite Tyrant while still being an Emperor. The Fanatic was quite powerful. It had brought me to my knees. If not for my vines, I would have to take the last option, and that would have meant running away and giving up on the Fanatic, which had such juicy bloodline and Divine Fire. I am very glad it had not come to that, otherwise I would not have received such amazing benefits. Now, with my strength further increased, it is time to hunt another Grim Monster. It would be great if I find Grim Monster with a juicy bloodline like Bugman. Better if I am able to find someone with an even more powerful bloodline. With such positive thoughts, I begin to scour through the Lawrence Hills, search for the Grim Monsters with a powerful bloodline. First, I was quite excited, but as time passed, my excitement began to deflect, and by the time the 10th hour rolled on, frustration was clear on my face. It had been 11 hours since I had killed the Bugman, but I had not found the single Grim Monster with bloodline. I wanted to go out of Lawrence Hills to hunt them, but I did not. It is my mission, and even though I love to fill my honeycomb as soon as possible, I will not discard my mission for it. There may be no Grim Monster with bloodline present at the Lawrence Hills right now, but some will soon come, and I will fight them. Till then, I will have to continue with my mission and hope for the best. An hour later, I had stopped the reason is Grim Monster, but not bloodline Grim Monster. It is an above-average Grim Monster looking by its aura. It seemed to be slightly weaker than the Bugman I had fought a few hours ago. I moved toward the werewolf, and when I entered its range, it stopped and came at me with blinding speed before stopping in front of me. A human finally, it exclaimed with joy. It had been nearly 2 days since I had entered this forest, but I had not found a single one of you. For a moment, I thought if you guys have run away, it said while its lips while looking at me. How can we run away till we wiped each and every one of you? I said back. Feisty, I like it. I hope you will have the same feistiness when I eat you piece by piece, it said. We will see if you have the capabilities for it, I said back with a smile. You don't have to worry about my capabilities, I will show them to you soon, it said, and a powerful aura blasted off it, and it came at me at blurring speed. Claws of Smygen, it roared and attacked. 2 huge brown phantoms of claws surrounded its huge claws. Forget tearing me apart, these claws would crush me to pulp by their sheer size. If this bastard uses this attack in the middle of the battlefield, it could easily clear tens of powerhouses by a second. Unfortunately, it would not get that chance. I did not move from my spot, nor did I take out my sword as it came at me. I remained on my spot with a smile on my face. Seeing me weirdly behaving, an uncomfortable look appeared on the werewolf's face, and I could see the struggle on its face to stop the attack, but that thought had failed to move it as it continued with its attack. It is quite unfortunate that he did not go with that thought. If it had, it would have been able to live a couple of seconds longer. Die human. It roared as it appeared in front of me and swung its giant phantom claws at me. They looked quite scary, by the way. Suddenly, the claws stopped when they were a meter away from me, and my vines appeared, covering 1/4 of its body. I released my vines before I even saw it, and all those seconds I had wasted talking it because I wanted to bind it. The vines have covered 25 of its body, which is enough. My vines are heavily baptized by the divine fire, more than my body and soul, as they were the carrier for it. Their strength and binding power had multiplied, that now, even covering 1/4 of Grim Monster powerful as this werewolf enough to bind it tightly that it won't even able twitch its fingers. 4 days passed since I had entered the forest, and now I am going back to the valley. In these 4 days I had not taken even a wisp of sleep, but I am not feeling tired at all. These 4 days were amazing. I had killed a total of 7 Grim Monsters in total, 3 with bloodline and 4 without, which is amazing. I rarely have such haul. Killing 3 bloodline Grim Monsters in 4 days is amazing, seeing how rare they are. The most amazing thing about all this, I will be able to maintain such a score. There are so many Grim Monsters here that even if those with bloodlines are rare, I will be able to get 3 to 4 of them every week. If I continue to get such a score, I won't need 6 months to fill my honeycomb. Hell, I might not even need 3 months. This had put quite a pressure on me. I have to create Diamond Seal before I have at least 2 million empty hexagonal cells, and also I have to focus more on my inheritance. The war is approaching fast. I had planned to kill only Bloodline Grim Monster, but seeing how rapidly my trapping skills are improving, I decided to kill the regular Grim Monster too, and I have to say, my trapping skill has made a huge improvement. Now I always kept the vines out they are around me, undetected by anyone. These vines help me kill the opponents that are much above my grade. The flowery streak birdman with raw strength, I would have had run away from it. Using them is no simple thing. First and foremost, they need a large amount of energy. Not only the inheritance energy, but also bloodline energy and rule-bending power, and another thing they need is control. Moving these fine strings across the body of Tyrant is no simple thing. Forget soul sense, which is strongest around the body of the powerhouse armors themselves, are designed to detect the faintest level of the force around them. Keeping my vines undetected is no simple task. It was all due to me furnishing many aspects of my strength that I am capable of doing something like it. Strength is not everything. One needs to have wit and intelligence with it to use that strength as its maximum. I have already crossed half of the forest in 1 to 2 hours. I will reach the valley. I just hope that on the way, I come across the grim monster with bloodline. I want to hunt another one before I went back to the valley. But Ashlyn did not find any technically. She had found one about an hour ago, but it was out of my league. It was almost at the elite stage. Fighting it, I would not even be able to run away, much less put up any resistance. Not for long, though. The way I am filing my honeycomb, it won't be long before I gain the strength to fight the powerhouses such as that. Jojo. Half an hour passed when Ashlyn chirped in my mind, and a moment later, a fighting scene appeared in front of my eyes for a few seconds before it had disappeared. Seeing the scene, I stopped and changed my direction. Usually, Ashlyn transmits scenes of battle to me. If they need help, I asked Ashlyn to help out with her invisible fireball this time. I would done that if not for I wanted to try something, and it is also the person I know. Thea is fighting, and she seemed to be in a bad state. Saying the bad state would be an understatement seeing how she wanted to run away, but Snakeman she is fighting against, not letting her do that. As I reached closer to their fight, I activated a couple of formations that cloaked myself from the soul sense before finding a safe spot and hiding. Though these two are powerful, they will not be able to find me as long as I remained in my spot. In the minute it took me to find a spot, big change had occurred in the fight, and now Thea stopped running, seeing it is useless and began fighting back with all her strength, and she's doing pretty good. Only when people are pushed to their limit do they dug out their real potential. Still, I released my strings, and a minute later, they began to climb up from the foot of the snakeman totally undetected. Time passed by, and more vines covered the snakeman before half of its body covered in them. When that had happened stopped, I will not interfere till I need to while Thea is still on the losing end. She is fighting back. The battle went on, and 10 minutes passed when a sudden change occurred in the battle. Thea burst out with incredible power and attacked with all she had. I could tell by the power of her attack and expression that it is her final attack. Its power is so great that it looked like it was able to block the attack without any problem. Seeing that, I finally started to manipulate the string. My manipulation is faint, but it alarmed it as when its sword was half a meter away from clashing against Thea's rapier, its momentum slowed down faintly. It was all the chance that Thea had needed as her rapier smoothly avoided its sword and sliced its head off. It had happened so quickly that it literally shocked Thea. I know from the look on her eyes, she had caught a change in momentum in Grim Monster's sword, but could not see the result for it. She even expected her soul sense but did not find anyone, seeing that she shook her head before cleaning the battlefield before disappearing. When she moved away far enough, I came out of my hiding spot and continued my journey toward the fortress. An hour later, I saw the heavily fortified valley in front of me. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I flew toward the fortress. Man, that grim bastard was really idiot. It kept talking and talking while fighting. I conversed with that bigmoth as I charged my powerful attack sneakily and hit it at perfect timing. The dumb bastard was so off guard by it that it had not been able to form a proper defense and got killed instantly, Williams said to the group of tyrants sitting around him in the lounge. Williams is the youngest tyrant here, and one of the most powerful in the unranked. She is just a step away from reaching the tyrant stage. The younger the tyrant is, the more powerful he would be. At least their chances of reaching the elite tyrant stage would be higher. Especially of those who broke through the tyrant stage before they are 30, these people are a small minority, but receive great resources from their organization. Williams is just one example. She had leveled up to the tyrant stage when she was 29 about 2 years ago, and she is already stronger than most people here. Jordan, I heard you have slain 5 grim bastards in your mission. It is a pretty good score, Williams said suddenly. It is still 3 less than you, I replied back. She had been in the valley for 2 months, and everyone comes to understand how competitive she is. She would keep track of everyone who had come close to her. You can only dream of catching up to me, she replied with a snort before she went on to describe another of her kill. I sat silently listening to the conversations around me. They are fun, and a lot of information flows out from there, not to mention it is a great way to spend the time. I had come back yesterday from my mission after 8 hours of sleep and some work on my inheritance. I came here to spend some time among my peers. I never been one to mix with the crowd. I always preferred to stay in my room and train, but the teacher said that I have to work on my people's skills if I want to lead the academy at my best. She had made it clear that as soon as I leveled up to Tyrant, she will hand over the reins of the academy to me. Not all things are fun, though. While most things about killing grim monsters, some are about mourning own. We are also losing people daily. The grim monsters have more than 5 times the numbers than us. Losing few members is an inevitable harsh reality. Today is someone else, tomorrow it could be me. Like I had said before, even with my strength, I do not have the full confidence that I will be able to leave this place alive. I stayed in the lounge for another hour before I went back to my quarters. My inheritance requires an immense amount of work. There is too much to do, especially since I am creating the core, which had given me huge space to work on my things. In this inheritance, I realized the ideas I had years before. Once upon a time, I had thought actualizing them is impossible, but with me creating the core, I could actualize those ideas. Still, it would not be easy to reach the Tyrant stage, not to forget the creation of the inheritance, but also reaching the Tyrant stage. There is a quite high chance that I will not be able to bear the core and explode mid-level up. It is one of the reasons why I want to reach the absolute limit with a stronger body and soul. I will be in a better position to bear the power of the core. I worked for 11 hours before getting up from the bed and cooking for myself. Ashlyn had decided to stay in the forest, which is not surprising, seeing she had done that before in the Devil's Forest. I hope she would not get bored in the forest. In the Devil Forest, there are lots of things she could do, and many strange fruits and herbs were present to eat, but Scorse's Valley is normal and did not hold many resources for the tyrants. The only thing that could interest Ashlyn is killing grim monsters. She is doing that, and I am not stopping her. Her killing grim monsters would distract the commander, and she would not suspect me since I am in the fortress. After I finished eating, I opened the tome and practiced the recipe inside it. I have never stopped learning new recipes from the tome, not only because I love to eat delicious food, but also because these recipes help improve my control. This tome is the biggest reason why I have such phenomenal control over my energy. Teacher had worked hard for decades to gain such control, while I had got it in just a few years. There are still about 150 recipes that had remained, and these recipes are hard, requiring skills and needs decades, even centuries of hard practice needed to gain. It is good to think I could practice inside the tome for decades here. 1 second is equal to the 1 hour I had already practiced here for decades. If not such immense practice, how could I have such great control? This control was not gained through talent, but through sheer hard work. After spending 1.5 hours with the tome, I slept. I will need my rest. I am sure I will be given another assignment soon, and I need to be ready for it both physically and mentally. The humans are fighting back more aggressively than we have thought, especially in the past 3 weeks, said the Hyenaman sitting in the head seat of the table, looking at the numbers flashing in front of it. Our huge numbers seem to have forced them to fight back intensely, as till now, they have not received any huge reinforcements, said the leopardman on the left, whose eyes are dark as clouds in which lightning is flashing. I wish that higher-ups stopped hesitating and declare the war already with our numbers and artifacts. It would take us half a day at most to breach the fortress and kill all the humans inside, said Hogman on the right, which had dark scarlet-colored tusks which are now glowing like a skewer in the furnace. Patient, my kin, said the Hyenaman in the middle, and both grim monsters around it fell silent. The council is taking their time because this war will be the final one. We will conquer this world completely, and no one would be able to stop us, said the Hyenaman with confidence as it pressed its hand hard on the table. The other two nodded with a smile and started to talk about the day's agenda that they usually do. Managing the huge army of kings, emperors, and tyrants is no joke. Shake, shake, shake. They discussed the allocation of tyrants by legion from the data they had when suddenly all 3 of them looked outside and hills outside their fortress shaking. Earthquake? Asked Leopardman. No, it's not an earthquake, said Hyenaman with serious expression before disappearing from its spot. Hogman and Leopardman also looked at each other before both of them also disappeared from its spot. 3 million. I said with a sigh as the last bit of strengthening energy disappeared into the last hexagonal cell which had merged into me. I had just harvested the bloodline of the bullman, which took filled hexagonal cells to 3,010,000. Now, I have less than 2 million empty cells, and I pondered whether I should stop harvesting till I finished creating the 4th diamond seal and reached my absolute limit. That thing is to be quite far away, as I am 4 ruby seals away from creating a 4th diamond seal. I had only created 6 ruby seals, and creating the other 4 is going to be quite a task that would take as little as a month or months. Shake, shake, shake. I was having quite a headache at that thought and massaging my temple when suddenly ground beneath me started to shake, and at the same time, Ashlyn had warned me of the huge earthquake which is coming from the south. I quickly took the essence rose off the husk of Grim Monster and also collected its stuff before cleaning up the battlefield. With that done, I floated and closed my eyes and watched everything through Ashlyn's eyes. This is a huge earthquake, and those who do not practice could not survive as, for us, the scale of the earthquake does not matter, we could easily avoid it by flying. Still, the scale of an earthquake is huge that even a top leader class tyrant would struggle to create something like it. I saw tens of tyrants flying in the air, watching the destruction. The battles have been stopped. Both humans and grim monsters started to gather toward their groups. While the group is gathering, nobody is moving toward the center of the. Both sides are maintaining a healthy distance from it, and I can't blame them. Strange energies are releasing from the center of the earthquake. These energies did not feel dangerous, but they give out a strange feeling that nobody dares to go close to them. Not to forget, there are also leader-class tyrants who ordered everyone else to stay back. I was quite surprised to see that aside from Lady Camphor, there is another leader-class tyrant beside her. It is a bald man of the same age as her, and looking at the badge at his H, since he is from Silverstone Academy, I had read about him, and if I am wrong, his name is Herman Ackles. Few miles in front of them are three grim monsters. The middle one is Shadow-Striped Hyenaman, on the left is Lightning Leopardman, and on the right is Scarlet Tusk Hogman. All three of them are leader-class tyrants. Both groups are maintaining a healthy distance from each other, and looking at the storm on energy that is brewing on the ground between them. Ashlyn did not dare to get closer due to the presence of so many leader-class tyrants, so I could not see what is happening. I'm very curious about it though. Something that could create such disturbance could not be simple. Soon I saw a small group of people flying in my direction, and I flew toward them. Sanders, Thea, and Old Man Ed said as I went toward them. There are three people, Thea, Old Ed, and the lady whom I saw using rainbow bubble art, which I very much suspect is grand art. Danielle, Thea, Old Ed, I greeted. Do you guys what is happening? I asked them. No, I was patrolling through the area I had been assigned when I felt the earthquake. Old Ed replied me, too, Thea added. Danielle did not say anything, but it did not seem to be strange, seeing how both Thea and Old Man Ed seemed unfazed by her silence. Let's go toward them. Some of them might have an idea of what is happening, Thea said as she gazed toward the bigger group of humans. We don't know what is happening like you guys. Everyone sensed the earthquake and came here, William said when we asked her about the earthquake. Not only her, anyone in a big group of humans doesn't have any great idea about it. I thought Scorsese's Valley is the normal place, but abnormal things continue to happen around it, Old Ed muttered and took a sip out of his hip flask. Everyone couldn't help but think about what he said for a moment. Scorsese's Valley is supposed to be a normal place. It does not have a special environment, nor is it a piece of any ruin. There was not even a famous battle had happened here, so something like this happening seemed quite strange. Maybe our access is too low to know about whatever was hidden. Commander might know something about it, Thea added. The commander and other leader-class tyrants are still observing the earthquake that is still going on, and the fluctuations of strange energy are getting intense by second. All of them are nobody is going too close to the center while the energies are still churning. Time passed by, and soon 50 minutes passed. The energies have become even more intense, that even from a distance, we could feel them clearly, and even see them. The faint star-like energy looked amazing. Astral energies, Danielle said suddenly. Danielle, do you know about these energies? Thea asked. I had once found something which had similar energy signature. These energies. The appraiser of our tower identified it as astral energy, Danielle explained. Astral energy, I had read about this type of energy and came in contact few things, but their level was too low compared to this energy. There are few astral inheritances in Sky Saber, Hawthorne Seal, and 3 tyrant-grade organizations. I wonder if they will call those people. I wish I had read about it in the library. There are too many things for me to do that I had a chance to study the selective things. There are many things I wanted to read about, but did not get a chance due to the constraints of the time. I know very few things about astral energy, and like everyone else, I begin to scan every book I have to find every bit about it. We have also discussed it among ourselves, but I did not gain much from it. Whether people genuinely don't know anything about it or just keeping it to themselves, it is hard to tell. Another 10 minutes passed when everything stopped. The earthquake had stopped, and so is astral energy. It could not be sensed anymore, nor is it visible. The leader-class tyrants looked down before they flew forward. Both of the group's speeds are about the same. They continued flying before stopping when there was 50 meters distance between them before looking down. The way they are looking down, there seemed to be something below, and it seemed to be quite interesting if their expression were any proof. After nearly 15 minutes, both groups stopped talking, and both of them turned toward the group of elites. Few seconds later, one person walked out of each group of elites. The grim monsters have 3 times more elites than us, a total of 15. Still, a number of elites we have surprised me, as the intelligence I had received said there are 3 elites, but instead there are 5. The existence of the 2 elites has been kept secret, just like the existence of another leader-class tyrants. Both elites appeared next to their leaders before going down a few seconds later. They disappeared from my view. There is something down below that I could see from the position. It is likely the source of the earthquake in those fluctuations. Time passed, and soon an hour passed, but the 2 elites did not come out, and leaders are not happy to see that. Few more minutes have passed since, and both groups said something to each other, and this time the discussion only lasted for 5 minutes before both of the groups have reached the conjecture. "Everyone, please come." Commander's orders rang out in our ears, and we moved toward the commander. I have been curious to see what had caused such commotion, and when I reached close to the commander, I was able to see it, and it is unlike anything I have seen before. Below me, a small lake of dense starry energy seemed to have form, and while it looked like a lake, it is not. It is a gate. Those dense spatial runes covering the edge of the lake are clear proof of that, and the strange thing is, this gate is broken. The runes covering the edge of this starry gate are not in perfect condition. Many have damaged and broken, which is why now and then some part of it would disappear. I had spoken with Pyramid, and they have no idea about the existence of this thing, the commander stated. It sent a shock to the hearts of all of us. The Pyramid had complete historical records that are older than 10,000 years. Thousands of years ago, the pact was signed between all the organizations. Through this pact, all the organizations would hand over copies of all the historical records. They have it is done that to keep an eye on everything known and unknown. So one could imagine how old the records within the Pyramid are, which means even Pyramid doesn't have any idea about it. Means this thing is at least 10 to 20,000 years old, and nobody had a idea what it contains. For all we know, the 2 elites that entered this broken starry gate might have already been dead. You all must have noticed the space runes on the lake, and already had made your assumption about it being a gate, which we think 90 is true, Commander said. And since it is a gate, there are opportunities in it and also danger seeing its current condition. She said before stopping for a second as she looked at all of us. I will not stop you from going inside as it represents an opportunity, but note that there is a very high chance of death. The elite tyrant we have sent earlier inside might be alive or dead, so we will wait for 3 hours. In these 3 hours, you can decide whether you want to enter or not, the commander said before turning back to the broken starry gate. The grim monster seemed to have to give the same lecture to around 500 grim monsters. These 5 grim monsters are tyrants. The sheer number of them is amazing. Pyramid could not allocate such numbers of tyrants to such place like Scorse's Valley. Time passed by and everyone is thinking about whether to go or not. If it had been a complete gate, many people would not have thought so hard about entering inside, but this gate is broken, and there is a huge chance that people who entered inside it would get ripped apart by space tears. Soon, 3 hours passed, and both leader-class tyrant has turned toward us. Those who want to enter walk toward the broken gate with a second difference, Commander said directly, without wasting any words. I'll go first, a familiar voice said the moment Commander is finished, and an old man wearing blue armor came forward and flew toward the broken starry gate. As old Ed left his place, 3 grim monsters also left there. There seemed to be no surprise in the commander's face, so it seemed the deal of entrance had already been negotiated by the leaders. After the old Ed and 3 grim monsters entered the broken starry lake, another group of 1 human and grim monster entered inside, and this time it is elite group. Not only humans are elite, but 3 grim monsters that entered with him were also elite. In the next 6 seconds, 6 humans entered one after another. Before I finally took a step, as I did, I felt the heavy gaze of the commander. I met her gaze with a calm smile and continued to fly toward the broken gate with 3 grim monsters, one of which is elite. Seeing that, my expressions couldn't help but tighten up a little, but I am not scared as I should be. In the past 3 weeks, I had made huge advancements, filled little over 1,100,000 hexagonal cells, which had space nearly 4 times that of the original honeycomb cells. It had transformed my strength that now I am just a step away from reaching the elite stage, but that is too wide to cross. The gap is huge, and the 2 million empty cells I have might not even able to bridge it, which is why I need to widen my body in these cells to their absolute limit before I fill these cells. That way I will have a sure chance gain the strength of elite tyrant while being an emperor. Soon, I approached the layer of the starry lake, where astral energy is so dense that it had liquefied. This astral energy is part of the formation, and would not affect the body. I would have said it with even more confidence if not for it the formation being broken. I did not stop and directly entered the starry lake with a deep breath. As I entered the starry lake, I felt the intense cold salting me. This is cold completely different than the normal cold that I even doubt whether I am being salted by the cold or something else. This frozen energy that is. Salting me is definitely astral energy, and its salt is powerful. If it continued for a few more seconds, it would be able to pass through the defense of my armor, and I would turn into the popsicle. Seconds passed by, and I have seemed to be stuck into some sort of restricted space which is beyond my comprehension. If the gate had been working as it used to be, I would not have been stuck in this place. Assaulted by the astral energy which is trying to freeze me to my soul, and I am powerless against it, and if something did not happen, I would die here. Seeing my condition, a mirthless smile couldn't help but appear on my face. When I entered the starry gate, I had not expected I would be stuck in such a predicament. At worst, I thought I would be torn into pieces, but never thought I would be trapped in place, like this slowly being frozen by astral energy. As the seconds passed, the assault of astral energy became greater and greater, till few specks of it were able to infiltrate my armor and enter my body. See, I took a sharp break as the specks of astral energy hit me, and they froze everything they stuck. It is worse than the frostbite, and seeing that horror couldn't help but appear on my face. It is my luck that I have something like inheritance runes, which is dealing with the astral energy. Otherwise, the damage I had been receiving would have been much intense. Still, the runes would only prolong my death, they will not save me. Bam. Thud, I crashed on the ground. It was not smooth ground, but something made of hard and spiky things which had turned to ashes just as my body crashed into them. Fuck, I cursed loudly as I opened my eyes while coughing as a lot of dust had entered my mouth when I had opened it to breathe. But the next moment, I saw something which instantly stopped my coughs and made my eyes shot up in horror. What the hell is this place? I asked myself in shock when I saw myself in a field of bones. There are bones everywhere as far as I could see. Some of the bones are tall as a mountain. They seem to be from a huge monster. Seeing such huge monsters' bones, my eyes couldn't help but light up in wonder. My heart couldn't help but shudder to see this mausoleum of bones, and seeing their shapes, all these are seemed to be from the monsters. There must be tens of thousands of monsters' bones here, and the thing is, these monsters are not normal. Though all the energies have been drained away from this bone using some method, I could still see some signs of their former strength on these bones that couldn't help but made me shudder. Each and every bone here is from the monster which holds the power to slaughter our whole world. These belong to the monsters that are above the tyrant stage, but through some method, they have been drained of their whole life force and other elements. There are hundreds of monsters' skeletons that are here are in complete shapes. It is clear they have been brought here alive for some purpose before being drained alive. Runes lit up across my body, and they moved before covering the injuries before started to infuse healing energy into them in a systemic way. The astral energy has frozen my cells, pouring healing energy over them would not heal them. If I want to save those parts of my body injured by then, I would have to do it with precious and technique, and that thankfully I have them. The runes covered the injuries before applying healing energy to them, slowly revitalizing the parts which had been frozen by the astral energy. The process is not slow, but it is also not fast. It needs deep concentration and precise control. Thud, time passed, and my injuries kept getting healed, and soon I had reached the last phase when suddenly my concentration is broken by my huge sound and powerful presence, which made me open my eyes immediately. Thank God I have that protective treasure, otherwise I would have been frozen by that terrifying astral energy, said a croaky voice of the grim monster before it got to shut up and looked at me in alarm, but a moment later, a smile appeared on its face, feeling my weak aura. Hee, I had not expected to come across humans right after getting out dangerous space, the frogman said, and jumped at me without wasting any second. It had two long forked weapons in its hands which are wickedly sharp. I don't think it needs any weapons with that huge tongue that could capture any human. Die, human. It shouted midair and began to open its mouth wide to let its huge tongue out when it finds it could not open its mouth wide at all. Not only its mouth that is closing, but also its hands and legs binding to each other. With its position changed, it immediately started falling to the ground. Thud, the grim monster fell on the ground, and vines binding it to have become visible. This frogman is quite weak. I would have been able to defeat it on my first day in Scorsea's Valley, much less now, when I had merged with over 1,000,000 cells of the honeycomb. I only needed a second to bind this bastard with string, and the rest is history. Killing tyrants like it have become easy as slaughtering the chicken for me. I had never imagined I would have such strength when I am in the Emperor stage. You might be the reason I am alive, but I cannot spare you. You have killed too much of my brethren for that, I said, and pierced my vines into its body. This frogman was likely a thing that had crashed into me in that strange place, so it could be said to be the reason for me being alive. If it had been my human enemy, I would have spared their lives, but I could not spare this one. Not only would I not spare this one's life, but I will harvest an essence rose from it. Each grim tyrant had killed thousands of humans to reach where they are. Their sins against my race are too big for me to ignore, even if it had accidentally saved my life. As my vines finished spreading inside it, I began the harvesting process, and a few minutes later, the whole frogman had turned into the husk, revealing the essence rose. I picked the essence rose off my vines, and the next second its energies covered me and began to seep inside me as Nero started to consume the essence rose. This is Nero's 37th essence rose, and patterns have already covered more than half of its egg. It won't be long before the whole egg got covered in those beautiful patterns. Still, it kind of shocked the number of essences Rose Nero had consumed. He had consumed the life force of more than 40 tyrants already if I count all the essence roses I had fed him, but it is still not enough to bring him out of its egg. I wonder how many essence roses and other things I will have to feed him before he is able to crack open that egg. I looked around me and saw only bones. This space is vast, and I could see no useful thing here. I had decided to choose one direction and move toward it if I find anything good in this place. I will search for more otherwise. I will focus on finding the exit. With that thought in mind, I took up the air and flew toward the north. My speed is not fast, but it is not slow either still. With this speed, I could look at everything around me more clearly. Minutes have passed, and all I could see was the bones. I did not find a single useful thing here. It would have been great if these bones have some of their leftover power. Even a small trace of it would have been great fortune to me. But this place and time had every useful thing this place has. Seeing that, I did not waste any more time looking for useful things and increased my speed. I now need to find the exit. This place might not have something. That does not mean other places don't have it. It took me nearly 10 minutes to fly at my greatest speed before I was able to see the boundary and reach it. Its vastness had shocked me, and what shocked me even more is the formation carved in huge runes when I reached the boundary. If I am not wrong, the place I am in is a dome. A huge, huge dome, which might be the size of a fingernail from outside for all I know. The spatial laws had been used in the creation of this place, though they are beyond my reach. I still could sense their faint power. The runes carved on it have the dome shocking their harvesting room, and seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but light up like the blazing sun, and I forget everything about harvesting. I sent a string of my soul sense into my inheritance space and started to record the formation. The harvest formation is unlike anything I had seen before. It is 100 times better than mine, and now I want it. Studying it and incorporating its elements in my inheritance would give me a bountiful result. I begin to record the formation, and the more I record, the more amazed I became with it. Whoever designed this formation must be above the Grandmaster. I could understand the formation, but would not be able to create something like it due to the limit of my knowledge. I pity the monsters who suffered under this formation when this formation activated. It would be such every bit of essence the monster had, not only essential but other useful things too, not leaving even a speck, which makes it an extremely torturous process. It took me an hour to record the whole formation carved on the dome before I moved toward what seemed like an exit. I had seen it half an hour ago when I was recording the formation. It is a huge gate, almost 20 meters tall and littered with runes. These runes should have been invisible like harvesting runes on the dome, but fortunately, due ravage of time and some other problems, they have become visible. The formation of the door is quite complicated beyond what I could create, but break it is within my capabilities. But before I studied it and started to break it, I want to use the simple way. I want to waste hours doing something which could be finished within few seconds. So I took out my sword and started to hit it with all the strength I have. I stopped after a few seconds. My attacks are not making a crack on it. While I had expected something like it to happen, I still want to make sure so I would not waste hours. I had studied the formation for more than a day inside my inheritance space, but only a few hours had passed outside when I opened my eyes. The first thing I did is take out the runic ink and begin to paint over the runes. The runes have completely drained of the energy. I will have to charge them. A few minutes later, I finished painting the runes and started drawing different runes. These are breaking runes that will help me break the formation. Soon, I finished drawing up runes. I put back the brush and activated the formation. As I did, the runes begin to light up. Zap! The next second, a zapping sound rang out, and a 20-meter huge gate slid away instantly, giving me a look at the huge stairs. I did not waste any time and walked through the gate. The formation would not be able to hold the gate open for long. Wasting even a second is not allowed. Zap! It is a good thing. I did not. A second after I crossed the gate, it closed on its own. If I had not come on time, I would have to waste precious time in formation ink. After taking one last look at the closed door, I looked at the huge stairs in front of me. They are going up. I activated all my ocular methods to see if there are any traps hidden on it, and when I did not sense any, I took tentative steps on it. I don't know what this place is. That huge graveyard of bones already gave me creeps about this place, and I hope I would not encounter such a place again. Aside from the runic formation, I had not found anything worthwhile in that place, and I had come to this place for resources, especially for the chance to reach an absolute limit. If I am able to achieve that, then I wouldn't mind if I did not receive fine resources here. I stepped on the last stair, and what seemed to be a circular hallway appeared in front of me. It is huge with 7 big runic doors and 3 sets of stairs that go up. There is no one in the hallway. It is completely dark and empty of any person. I could hear the faint noises of fighting, but they are coming from the above floors. I have no intentions to go there before I checked what is inside these runic doors. I entered the hallway and looked at the doors of 7 doors. Runes are visible on the 4 doors while invisible on the 3. I checked one door after another, especially runic doors. 2 runic doors did not have a complete runic design on them, one of them even half broken. I am not going to waste my time on them. I have survived one broken gate. I do not want to take chances with others as long as it is not necessary. The 2 complete runic doors have a completely different runic design, so I will not be able to use the same method twice on them. The fighting above has become even more intense, but I did not focus on that. Instead, I record the runic diagram before going into my inheritance space to solve them. Of course, I did not keep myself unprotected. I set up a runic field around me. This field is powerful enough that it will be able to take an attack of elite. It took me 3 hours and 10 minutes to study and devise the method to break the formation. 1.5 hours less than what I needed in the graveyard of bone. I opened my eyes and dissolved the runic field around me before taking out ink and started repainting them before drawing out new runes over them. While what I am doing may seem simple, it is far from it. There are very few people in the world who could do what I am doing at such a fast speed without the use of any calibrating artifact. Though it is also a fact that whatever this place is, it is running on minimum power, otherwise I would have needed far greater resources to break the formations than a simple Emperor-grade runic ink. Zip, after I finished repainting and drawing new runes, I activated the formation. As it did, the formation light up, and the door opened. I directly went inside after getting a glance of what's inside, and a second later, the door closed behind me just like before. In front of me is a forest. The forest would be the wrong word for it. It is a big garden which hadn't been taken care of for thousands of years. I was about to take a step toward this overgrown garden when I suddenly stopped and closed my eyes. There is a feeling of hunger from my runes, and it is not from one thing. There are 3 things which my runes are hungering for. Seeing that, a big bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. My runes have started reacting. There are few things in this place that are beneficial to my runes. The seal of this place is truly strong that my runes are unable to sense it till I had entered inside. I was able to sense that treasure in a ghost city the moment I entered it. Choo-choo. Ashlyn came out of me finally when I was in the boneyard. She did not come. She had felt that place is boring. Now as soon as I had come to this place, she had not wasted any time in coming out. Ashlyn had come inside me few minutes before the commander had called us to her, the time when we unranked elited discussing things among ourselves. She had come inside me without anyone noticing her by coating herself in her invisible fire, which did not produce any heat or energy signature. Don't eat things that I need, I said out loud when I saw her flying away from me. She did not reply, but I know she heard it and won't eat what I need. With me giving warning to Ashlyn, I entered the unkempt garden with great hopes in my eyes. Kriezara, I stopped as I shouted. A minute later I saw a small tree of 7 yellow flowers on it. There seemed to be nothing special about this plant, except for the faint unique aura and twin-colored step it has. The stem is useless. The only use it has to identify the flower. This flower is a pretty rare tyrant-grade resource. While I do not need it, I could exchange it with the resources I need. I picked the flowers, careful not to damage the tree, which is quite delicate despite its grade. Thankfully, I have great control and am able to harvest all the flowers without damaging the trees in the slightest. After I am done with the flowers, I picked up fistfuls of soil and smelled them before them. When I did, my eyes couldn't help but shot open. No wonder it could grow something like Kriezara, I said with a smile. The soil is very good. Saying very good would be an understatement. It is the most nutritious soil I had ever come across, and I am going to take loads of it with me. After seeing the garden of Lord Al, I wanted to create something like, but creating something like that is not simple. The resources required for it are immense, and I do not have the time and energy to create something like it, seeing how every second of mine is dedicated to leveling up to the tyrant stage. I am going to take some of this soil with me, so if I have time and decided to create a garden of dreams, then I would have all the resources I needed to create something like that. A minute after I collected Kriezara, I found another rare tyrant-grade herb, and few minutes after that, another. I am not surprised by these finds. The quality of soul and astral energy here is more than enough to grow such rare and precious plants, and I am very happy to receive such a haul. I need a humongous amount of resources for my breakthrough, and these resources would help me a lot. About 20 minutes later, after finding 5 tyrant-level herbs, I had finally stopped. I have come across the first thing my runes want, and it is a fruit tree. I don't know the exact name of this plant tree, but it looked like a mango fruit tree and have 3 mango-like fruits glowing lightly in starry red light. I wanted to pluck these delicious-looking fruits, but I could not. These trees are encased in the formation. I will have to break the formation to reach the tree. I did not waste any and started hitting the formation with my sword, but this time too, the raw power did not seem very useful against it. The better words would be that I do not have enough strength to break its raw power. From what I could concur, only leader-class tyrant powerhouses have any chances of breaking it with raw power. So I recorded the formation before I started to study the ways to solve it. It took me nearly an half hour to find the method to break the formation. This time the formation ink will not work as a formation is not inscribed on the solid surface. It did not affect me much. Hell, it will make things easier for me. Hundreds of vines appeared in front of me and started to morph into thousands of runes, and within a second, a formation made of thousands of morphed vines appeared. As it did, I stuck it on the formation field covering the tree. D-Hub. As my vine's formation stuck against the formation field, it begins to lit up, and it lit up so brightly that it would feel like it would explode, and I even few steps back as careful. But all my worries are for naught as next second, the runic field collapsed in one fell swoop. With the runic field collapsing, I walked toward the fruit tree and carefully plucked the mango like blazing fruit, and brought it close to me to observe it fully. A few seconds later, a different expression dawned on my face. The most common one is of surprise. There are multiple things that had surprised me. First is this is astral elemental fruit, though not pure astral. More than half of it is flame elemental. If I am right, then this fruit is originally in flame elemental fire fruit, but through the thousands of years of contact with astral energy, it had gained astral properties. There is another surprising thing about it, which is that this plant is not of the tyrant grade, but a peak primary grade 1, but due to suppression of world and lack of resources, it had been devolved to tyrant grade, which means it much better than most tyrant grade plants. I did not touch the tree itself, I let it there. In years, it will bore the fruit, which will be useful to someone. With fruits collected, I moved forward, and 10 minutes later, I found another tyrant grade rare herb, which I carefully stored in a crystal box. Another half an hour had passed, and I picked up another precious flower. I had just picked that when I had sensed something. It is a very faint feeling, and if I had not kept my senses active, I was not able to sense it, but I did. I investigated what I sensed, and a minute later, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I did not do anything and continued picking plants, and as such half an hour had passed when I came across the second plant that my runes were sensing. Blood-scarred peas. It is a pea plant that is half of my size. It had crystalline blood-red peas. These blood-scarred peas are very rare and dangerous things. If any tyrant ate these peas without any protection, they would be consumed by bloodlust. I would be fine eating a few of them, as I have a natural defense against them through my killing intent, but if I ate too many of them, I would also be consumed by bloodlust. I carefully plucked those peas off the plants and stored them in special boxes before moving forward. I wanted to destroy the plant, seeing people might consume them without knowing what they are, but I did not. Instead, I planted a sign: this pea plant is too precious for one to destroy. With these two plants, there is only one plant that remained to be picked. There are 3 plants being sensed by my runes. 2 I had already picked up, only a third had remained, and this third one giving off the most intense feeling of 3, I can't get it. 15 minutes later, I once again come across a plant which is encased in the formation, and this one is not DSRD by my runes, but a rare tyrant grade plant nonetheless. The rarest plant I had seen since I began picking things, and for it, I spent 2.5 hours breaking it. I had just picked up the lunar frost lilies when suddenly, I sensed something below me. The thing released a very faint presence that if I was not actively tracking it, I would not be able to sense. So you have finally made your move. Let me what you have got, I said in my mind to the thing that is coming at me. D-hull, D-hull, D-hull. The earth erupted around me, and 7 huge thorny vines broke out of the ground. These 7 long vines were purple in color and have long, huge spiky mouths with green teeth like an earthworm, and now all of them are coming at me. Every mouth of the vine is big enough to gobble me whole, and they are coming at fast. They are coming at me so fast that normal tyrants would not be able to dodge them at all, not to forget it had spread in all the directions, making it hard for one to weigh out. I have no DSR to escape from it, and I even waited so long for them to come out. I remained on my spot and waited for them to come to me. This distance should be enough, I said to myself as all the 7 vines reached a 3-meter distance from me. As I had made my mind, I acted, and all the stopped. It is like they have frozen. They are not frozen, they are just bound. When I had sensed it earlier, I had sent my vines down. They have completely bound it without it realizing. This place might not have monsters, but it is still a dangerous place. Let me take a look at you, I said as I flew up and pulled the monster up. The vines are not its full form. It is just a branch of it. Its main body is hiding inside the ground, safe from all the predators that might attack it. The form of the plant begins to come up, and finally, a minute later, its huge form is hanging in the air by my vines. It is a huge carnivorous plant which had a huge cactus-like body, which is wide open, and inside its mouth are thousands of wriggly little things that just looking at it make me wanna vomit. Still, I controlled my emotions and sent vines inside it and took out its core. Just as I did, it died, and I let its body fall on the ground. In few years, the seed of this plant will bud, and a new carnivorous plant will appear here. I looked at the fist-sized green color core in my hand, and it is releasing dense green energies. It is an optimum healing material. The healing potion crafted from it would be very powerful that it would be helpful to someone like even an old monster. After storing it, all the feelings from my runes have vanished. I have acquired all the things my runes were hungering for, but I would not get out yet. There are still quite a lot of rare and precious plants in this place. I would not get out of here before I got them. 5 minutes later, I found another plant, and this one is pure astral type. I immediately collected it before moving toward another plant. Fuck, half an hour later, I cursed loudly when an herb turned itself to dust. I have come across an unknown type of herb which needs a specific method to harvest, which I do not know. My energy delicately plucks the stalks and used different methods, I know, but all the 6 stalks of it turned to dust. I hate it when I come across such plants whose harvesting method I do not know. I ended up destroying such resources. Shaking my head, seeing the waste, I moved toward another plant. Half the flowers of this plant had been eaten by Ashlyn. It is a good thing she had left some for me. These are very rare flowers, especially to those who practice the wind elemental energies. They will pay a high price for it. It took me 2 hours to break through, half an hour less than what it usually took me. Till now, I had broken a total of 6 formations, and I am learning quite a lot from them and also breaking them faster. I will have to use these formations as practice, so when I make any attempt at the library, I will be able to solve all the challenges that came at me. After collecting the last plant, I cleared one spot and set up an abode. I would not have taken the rest if I had not been awake for 5 days already. Before coming here, I was already awake for 4 days. Though I am not feeling tired, I like to be prepared. There are hundreds of grim monsters that have entered this place. Some of them I am not a match of. I need to be at my peak to face them. The first thing I did after entering the abode is to shower. I wanted to do it since I had entered that graveyard of bones. I wanted to wipe off the thousands of years old bone dust off my body, and now I finally had got a chance to do that. After I showered, I went to the kitchen and began to cook mean for Ashlyn and me. I used many of the locally sourced material. This garden not only had tyrant stage plants, but was also filled with emperor stage and king stage plants. I have collected many things. An hour later, I finished cooking the meal, and it was so delicious that we have licked the pot clean. After eating, I directly slept on my bed and woke up 5 hours later. I freshened up and cooked before going into my inheritance space to solve the runes of the second door. I had already recorded them and could solve it here safely, so when I go out, I would only need few minutes to break open the formation and enter. It's time to go out, I said, and started to draw the formation on the gate. The formation on the inside and outside is the same, so I won't have to worry about breaking it twice. There is one more thing I found about this place. It has more than one entrance. There is another entrance on the opposite side. It is similar to the other entrance, but I decided to back the way I had come from. I do not want to come across any surprises. A few minutes later, I finished drawing the runes and activated the formation, and the next second the door opened with zip. Bringing a powerful aura to my senses, I analyzed the aura for a fraction of a second before stepping out, and just as I did, the door is closed behind me. As I stepped out, I found myself under the gaze of 2 grim monsters who were crazily attacking one of the broken gates. Humans, seeing how you have come, you must have a way to break the doors, said the werewolf. You must have a high-quality calibrator. Only those artifacts are capable of breaking these doors, added the houndman beside it and looked at me greedily. Human, hand over the calibrator, and we will give you swift death. Otherwise, don't blame us if we torture you, the werewolf said. It looked at me threateningly. Little wolf and little dog, you should have run away after seeing that way. You should have been able to save your life. Now, even an elite would not be able to save you, I said. Hearing that, their auras shot through the roof, and they came at me with rage burning their eyes. Human, die, both shouted loudly as they came at me. Their reaction is quite surprising. While I had expected their anger by the insult I had made, I did not expect them to attack me this quickly. Well, it did not matter. They are already late the moment they have wasted precious few seconds talking. The auras of 2 grim monsters have been explored further as they appeared next to me before swing or swiping, if one considers the metallic claws of the werewolf at me. Ice dome, I said, and in an instant, an ice dome covered grim monsters and me, who got frozen in their place the moment ice dome covered us with horror in their eyes. As I had said, you should have run away the moment you saw me, I said to them as my vines revealed themselves around their body. A few minutes later, the ice dome disappeared with only me, and I revealed myself. There are no grim monsters around me. One could not even see their signs. Both of them had turned into the essence roses, and one, the essence rose, had even got eaten by Nero. Zip. With grim monsters dead, I took out formation ink and quickly began to draw the formation, and a few minutes later the door opened with zip, and I stepped inside it. Just as I entered, my runes reacted again, but this time instead of focusing on the feeling my runes are giving me, I focused on the sound I am hearing. I flew up and looked forward, only to see a grim monster is assaulting the gate of the other side, the gate which is broken. I flew toward it, and soon I was just a few meters away from the Crockman, which is attacking the broken door crazily with its saw blade. It did not seem to see me from the door, but I could see it and sense its powerful aura. Seeing that, my expressions couldn't help but become serious. I am not leaving this place, so the battle is unavoidable, but before the battle started, I have to collect as many plants as possible, especially the two which are being DSRD by my runes. Ashlyn, help me collect the plants, I said to her. Choo, choo. Invisible Ashlyn chirped before she flew out of my shoulder. While I closed my eyes and felt the direction of the plants my runes are desiring, I have to collect as many plants as possible. It will be hard to control the attack, and it will inevitably end up destroying some plants, which is unacceptable seeing how precious these plants are. A few seconds later, I opened my eyes and flew, and a minute later, I stopped in front of blue wine, which tiny white fruits seemed to be light around them. Light-sucking fruits, I said happily before I started to pick one fruit after another. There's a total of 13 fruits on the vine. I picked them all before I moved toward the other plant my vines are sensing, but when I reached there, a look of slight disappointment couldn't help but appear on my face. The plant is encased in the formation. While it made me a little disappointed, I am not sad as I know it will be protected, even if both grim bastard and I attacked it with all our strength. I did not waste any time and started picking the other precious plants. I wanted to pick as much as possible before the Crockman broke through the door. I hoped that some mechanism of the door would activate and blast the bastard up. It would buy me some more time to collect more precious plants, but that did not seem to be happening. I will have to collect as many of them with the little time I have. Bang, human, it said in surprise as it saw me looking at it before a crooked smile appeared on its face. It did not have to speak what it wants to say. Its smile said it all. Human, hand over all the resources you have collected, and I will give you a swift death, the Crockman said, and a weird look appeared on my face, which say I don't know whether I should laugh or cry hearing it. Do you guys get a memo of something about these lines? Just a while ago, I had come across two bastards who said the same line, I asked, and there was no mocking in my voice but genuine curiosity. Hearing that, a look of confusion appeared on its scaly face, but soon it cleared as it seemed to understand what I mean to say, and anger couldn't help but appear on its face, and dense thunder begins crackling in its eyes. It seemed like there is no playing nice with you, only death will teach you a lesson, it said, and a powerful aura blasted of it, and streaks of thunder appeared around it. Wait. I said suddenly, now you want to take my offer. It is too late, human. You will die a torturous death, it said in a cruel smile. Nothing like that. I was just hoping we could fight above fighting on the ground will damage too many of the plants, I said. Hearing that, Crockman got stumped for a moment before looking around. I will accept your request, though this one does not think it will take more than a few seconds to kill you. Still, this one does not want to damage any of his resources, it said with entitlement and began to fly up. I followed behind it, and while I donned that, I began to observe this Crockman. This is the first Thunder Crockman I have come across. They are quite rare in the Crockman tribe. Though their number is small, they make up with power. Their thunder is many times powerful than the lightning that powerhouses of the same level have. The Thunder Crockman is 8.5 meters tall with white and blue shining scales. These scales are quite defensive, both against the physical attack and energy attacks, and now they are being reinforced by its inheritance armor. It is a good thing it does not have a bloodline, otherwise I would not be able to control myself from harvesting it, which I do not want to, at least not before I find a way to reach the absolute limit here. Ready to die, human? It asked when we reached the sufficient height. Are you? I asked back cheekily, which has angered it even more. Good, I hope you will be able to maintain this attitude till I kill you, it said, and its aura rose so much that air around it begins to crackle. Thunder Razor. It roared and swung its sword at me. Its whole saw blade is covered in the blue thunder arcs. It is a very powerful attack, and seeing it using it from the start, I did not waste any time and activated the first boost. As it swung its sword at me, a huge arc of thunder came at me, and that is just a beginning, as right after the first swung, it swung again and then again. One after another, over 10-meter-long arcs of thunder came at me like a punishment, and their size has covered a huge area that no matter where I go, I would always have to face them. So I did not even think about dodging them. My sword appeared in my hand, and I powered it up with both sharpness and heaviness before swinging at the first thunder arc that came at me. Kai, my sword cut through the arc of thunder. When my sword touched it, it wanted to surround my sword and attack me, but the energy covering my sword repelled it as it cut it into two. Still, a load of power thunder energies came at me, but it was swiftly dealt by my armor and runes. The first thunder arc was just the beginning, and the tens of arcs came at me right after it. I harnessed more power from the first boost, and my sword became a blur as it cut through one thunder arc after another. If anyone seeing the fight from outside, they would see me, covered in huge thundering arcs which be cut and destroyed every second. I was cutting through the arcs when suddenly, I sensed the movement of Thunder Crockman. I immediately harvested all the power of the first boost and ripped through all the thunder arcs covering me before swinging my sword at my back without breaking momentum. Clang! My sword clashed against the huge black saw blade of the Thunder Crockman, who was trying to launch the sneak attack on me. Well, he had not succeeded despite attacking at the best possible moment when I saw covered in its thunder arcs. You should have made better preparations before your sneak attack. It was very obvious, I said with a cheeky smile. I have been keeping track of it even before it broke the door. Even while dealing with those thunder arcs, most of my attention was concentrated on it. One should always be cautious dealing with powerful opponents such as this one, who could do great damage if one were to be hit directly by their attack. Yes, it was a sloppy attempt. My style is more direct, it said, greatly surprised me with its truthful admission. Grim monsters rarely do that. Thunderous strikes, it thundered and attacked me with lightning speed. I reacted instantly as I had activated the second boost and attacked back. I am not going to remain all passive in this fight, especially against such an exciting enemy. Clang! Its 7 meters long black-toothed sword hit against my tiny sword, stopping it on the track while crushing the long thunderbolts which tried to climb on my sword to attack me. I have refined my fighting style a lot after fighting tens of tyrants and created defenses that could guard against any sneak treat like the thunderbolts. If it wants to catch me off guard, it would have to do something original, otherwise all its tricks would fail. Snort. It let out a loud snort seeing I was defending its attack easily and attacked me with an even more powerful attack. Clang, clang, clang. It begins to rain powerful attacks at me, and I am defending each one of them. Our fights had spread all over the dome, and it looked like heavenly gods are angry at the mortals, and that is making the clouds angry as they are drowning in thunder. Any of these lightning bolts churning in the sky is enough to vaporize the mortal cities. While it might look like I am having an easy time defending against its attacks, what I am doing is far from easy. I am using all my ocular abilities to track every movement of it, every movement of its sword, and every lightning bolt is under my gaze, and analyzing all, I am using an optimum method to deal with. It is getting angry seeing each of its attacks is easily defended by me, and thus making its attacks stronger and stronger, and I had to harness more power from the second boost to deal with it, while being careful of any insidious attacks. I had found my fighting style had changed a lot during this past month, with a new fighting style that I had developed, which made me kill much stronger opponents than me. It filled me the confidence that I never had. It could not be said confidence, but is a belief itself. The past month helped me develop a belief in myself that I had never felt, and it changed me for the better, which itself brought a change in my fighting style and transformed my strength that I could fight against such powerful enemies. Human, it looked like I had underestimated you, the Crockman said as it suddenly stopped attacking me. Well done, you have done a great job admitting it, I said sarcastically, tired of hearing this line hundreds of times. My sarcasm did not seem to anger it as I had expected. Instead, it had brought a smile to its face, which made me slightly uncomfortable. I will now attack you with my most powerful attack. Survive if you can, it said with a smile. There is unhidden confidence in its tone, which made me extremely uncomfortable. We have been fighting for more than 10 minutes, and it should not have such confidence, but it had and is scaring me a little. Human, welcome my 7 thunder snakes. It said gently, but with confidence it said it made me feel like it had roared those words. For a moment nothing had happened, but soon its aura exploded like never before, and 7 thick streams of thunder came out of its body. Shar, shar, shar. These even blue thunder snakes are huge, about 30 meters long, and have a mouth that is huge enough to chomp down several humans. The scariest things about them are that they felt real. They are connected to Crockman in such a way they feel like an extension of it. I understood what this method is. It is known as conscious and energy projection, simply animated projection. An extremely hard method for Tyrant to learn. It is said that only 20 of elites are able to learn this method. The reason animated projections are so hard is because of its extremely hard requirement. First and foremost is impeccable control over energy, the ability to project soul into one's energy, and the last is having powerful energy. This Crockman somehow mastered the basics of it, which more than half elites are incapable of, and it is not even an elite. So one can imagine how talented this bastard is, which made me want to kill it even more as this bastard had a bright future. Becoming an elite is just a matter of time for it, and it has high hopes to become a leader-class tyrants that will make another big thorn against us humans. Human die, the Crockman said as it pointed its sword at me, and snakes attacked. Animated projection is hard, it is very powerful, which is why many people try to learn it. Everwings, I activated the Everwings, and even activated the ocular ability, which I had specially created to deal with animated projections, but never got a chance to use it until now. While I am slightly scared seeing such a powerful attack, but I am also excited to test my strength against it. One rarely gets much chance to experience this move before they have become an elite, as elite would not use this method on anyone who is not elite. They do not need to with their strength. Come on. I shouted as they thundered at me, let them bring what they have, and I will show them what I have by destroying them. SHAR, SHAR, SHAR. They screamed at me thunderously as they surrounded me before 4 of them released a flood of thunder at me, and while 3 came directly through the thunder, 4 snakes released at me. I did not move from my spot even after a flood of thunder came at me. This will be a test for my armor's defense while I will handle the snakes themselves. Boom, boom, boom. A flood of thunder hit me from all the sides. Its thick bolts surrounded me and wanting to tear through my armor. My armor did not stop them. It let the thunder in before diving it into thousands of streams and crushing it before filtering it into the raw energy. In the past 3 weeks, I was able to fill over 1 million hexagonal cells of honeycomb, not to forget the divine fire baptism I had gone through. It had made me a whole lot stronger. My vines have made a huge improvement that now they could defend against such attacks head-on. I let my armor do its job of defending. While I waiting for the snakes, I harnessed all the power I could, not daring to leave behind even the slightest. I will need everything I could do to deal with the snakes. SHAR, SHAR, SHAR. The 3 thunder snakes have finally arrived, and I swung my sword. My sword moved at lightning-fast speed, powered with the enchantment of sharpness, and weight it cut and crushed through the thunder surrounding me before striking the snake that is closest to me. CLANNNG. My sword clashed against the huge head of the thunder snake. It felt like my sword is not crashed against the energy, which it could easily crush and slice through it, but a very strong metal that my sword can't pierce through. This is one of the most frustrating things about the animated projection methods. They have the defense even stronger than their creator. If this full power attack of mine had landed on the Crockman, it would have pierced through it, but my sword was able to make a scratch against these snakes. If I wanted to leave the snakes and attack the Crockman, which had become quite weak after launching the attack, but these snakes are fast. Even if I burned my blood, I would not be able to reach close to it before these damn snakes caught up to me. Well, it's not like I need to attack it directly to finish it off. I had been at it ever since it took a step inside the dome. I just need to fight these snakes for a while without getting eaten by them. There's quite a possibility that might happen. SHAR, SHAR. CLANNNG, CLANNNG. 2 loud clanging sounds rang out as these icy chain swords clashed against the snakes. I have also not come out of this clash unscathed either. Summoning those 2 chains, vines had put a lot of pressure on me, and made blood came out of my eyes and nose. This hammering pressure is no simple thing, but I bore it. The enemy is very strong that I have used my all to defeat it. The slightest laxness and hesitation would result in my end. SHAR, SHAR, SHAR. The 3 thunder snakes roared loudly and came at me with even more force. I did not back down either and went to meet them with my 3 swords while keeping an eye on the other 4 snakes, which are still pouring more and more thunder at me that now it looks like I am surrounded in a pool of thunder. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Attack after attack came at me. These snakes are persistent, not taking even the slightest break. I am fine with that and even happy. While animated projections methods are powerful, they have weaknesses, or this one had the weakness. Crockman had comprehended the basics, so it could not provide its animations unrestricted power. If what I had observed till now is right, then, after summoning them, it had not provided them with any energy. As long as I whittle away all their energy, they are bound to disappear. The Crockman seemed to understand as well, which is why the expression on its face getting worse and worse every minute. SHAR, SHAR, SHAR. A minute had passed and a change had occurred in the battle. The 4 snakes who were spewing thunder at me stopped and came at me. There was no surprise in me, seeing that I had kind of expected it would happen, and it will be no use to grim monsters. All 7 monsters are huge that only 4 could attack me at the time. I had to strain myself even more to produce 1 more icy chain sword. Doing that, even my ears started to bleed, and some veins of my head had popped up. I bore it all. It is getting desperate, and I just have to hang on for a little time, and I would be finished with my preparations, and that time, these snakes on would not be any danger to me. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Time passed by, and soon 4 minutes passed by, and finally, a smile appeared on my face. I had finished with my preparations. This bastard had pressured me a lot. I would have finished with my preparation much sooner if not for fear of it damaging the plants below in its retribution. That would have been bad, since there are still quite many rare and precious tyrant-grade plants that I hadn't collected yet. Stop, I said loudly and with a little flare of my hand, and 7 snakes that were attacking me had stopped on their tracks, shocking the hell out of Crockman. What? It said in shock. What did you do? It asked. It is completely and utterly shocked by what I did. I had stopped its animated projections, which are very powerful and hard to control, but I had stopped them somehow. Then now they can't even twitch their tails properly. It's a little trick I have, I replied as I turned to smile. I have performed it on you also, I said without breaking the smile on my face. Hearing that, a look of shock appeared on its huge face, and it tried to move its mouth to abscond it but found out that it could not move its mouth at all. Not only its mouth but also its hands and feet. It became incapable of making any movements. A stark horror appeared in its eyes, but the next moment it got replaced with cruel anger. The next second I saw huge lightning snakes lightening up as if trying to explode. They would create quite a destruction if these snakes were to explode. They would not explode, I said, and the next moment, air around the snakes began to crackle, and the light of snakes began to dim up with their size reducing by second. They looked like a balloon whose air had been inflating. I am doing exactly that my invisible vines are kn. The energy in releasing it outside it controlled manner that would not affect any plants below. It is time for you to die as well, I said to it as my vines covered 90 of it. The vines started to pierce through it. In its last attempt, it did what most other grim monster does in its condition, tried to self-destruct, and Tyrant's core burn at a much faster speed than the Emperor's and below, and this one's is burning at an even faster speed. Still, it is nothing to worry about. My vines are perfectly capable of taking all these energies to refine the essence rose. Hell, it had made the process quite faster, saved my vines from kn, the energy from their core, which is the hardest part to take the energy from. In less than 5 minutes it had turned to husk, and I got blue essence rose, which had the faint thunder streaking across its petals. It is beautiful, and I had observed it for a minute before feeding it to Nero. It had further increased the marks on the eggs. Fuck. A curse rang out through my mouth a minute later. It is not of the bad news, but of the good news. I had just looked inside its ring, and seeing the stuff I couldn't help but curse out loud, especially seeing those plants packed in special boxes. This bastard had explored in one room before coming here. It might have directly appeared in that room as I had appeared in the boneyard. When I brought out all the plants, there are 4 that had been sensed by my vines. This is the best kind of news. It is even better than finding hundreds of rare and precious plants. These plants I need will be extremely helpful to me in reaching the tyrant stage. After going through all its things, I again begin to collect the plants. Most of the plants have remained undamaged, but some of them had been damaged. They are struck by some sparks of thunder, turning to ashes directly. After collecting all the unprotected plants with the help of Ashlyn, I started to break the formations of protected plants. I want to collect them as soon as possible, in case another grim monster came inside. Though the broken gate had been restored a few seconds after the Thunder Crockman entered inside, there is no telling another powerful grim monster or human would not try again. Some weak grim monster and humans had tried their hands on it when I was fighting the Thunder Crockman. It won't be long before someone powerful as the Thunder Crockman or even elite would try to barge in, and that would make things a little difficult for me. It is a good thing I am getting better at breaking this formation. Each formation is taking less time than the previous, and within 10 hours, I was able to break through the 6 formations and took out 6 very precious plants from it. Let's get out of here, I said after I finished collecting all the herbs present in this dome. I again took out the formation ink and drew the formation, and a few minutes later, I was out of the room in an empty hallway, but I could still hear the sound of fighting from above. I looked at the hallway. There are only 2 doors with a complete visible rune. I had been through both of them, while the other 5 is beyond me. Of the 5, 2 of them are broken gates against which I do not wish to waste time. They might take an hour to break or 10 hours. I do not want to go into uncertainty till I have no choice. The other 3 are complete gates. There was not even a single rune that is visible. The only way I could open them is by having a pass, but I do not have it. There is another way which could bring out the runes, but it is very time-consuming that I want to choose it unless there is something very important inside it. With nothing for me to do on this floor, I looked at 3 sets of stairs. Each one seemed to lead to a different place, but wherever they take me, I would not have an easier time as I had on this floor. I could hear the faint sounds of fighting from above, and it is not coming from one set of stairs but all 3 stairs. People are fighting wherever these 3 stains lead, so I will be going to see the fight whenever I got, seeing that I chose the first stairs that. I reached the stairs and began to climb them cautiously, ready to deal with any attack that would come in my way. Taking one step after another, I went closer and closer to the upper floor, and with it, the sounds of fights got louder and louder, and the energies I am sensing became denser and denser. Soon, I reached the upper floor and saw intense fights being fought between the 2 groups. There are 2 humans fighting against the 4 grim monsters, and these 2 humans did not seem to need any help. They are dealing with 4 grim monsters just fine. I know the 2 humans, though I had never talked to them. I had seen them in the Tyrant's Lounge and in the forest during the missions. These 2 groups seem to be fighting for one broken gate. There are 3 broken gates on this floor, while 3 complete gates and 1 gate with complete visible runes. Human, it is N. The lead Rhinoman was saying something when it had suddenly stopped, as it started to freeze with the other 3 grim monsters. They are not frozen really, they are just bound by my vines and icy energy over them to look like they are bound. I had not expected you would be this powerful, Jordan, said Lara. It is nothing, I said while waving my hand. You guys should take the stuff of Grim Monster, I said and moved the two Grim Monsters ahead of them. Hearing that, a smile appeared on the face of Lara and her friend who went for the two frozen Grim Monsters, who they think are dead but they are, in fact, alive. My vines are just pierced through them and even harvesting them for essence roses, without them realizing. You want to join us for this door? Lara asked, motioning toward the door, which is nearly broken by them. No, you guys go inside, I will try my hand on the other one, I said, motioning toward the other broken gate. Seeing that smile on their faces couldn't help but widen up. Best of luck then, both of them said in unison, and attacked the broken gate with all their strength, and broke it completely within a couple of seconds before entering inside. Ice Dome, I said and covered myself and four Grim Monsters, and continued with the harvest process. While these two did not discover it, that does not mean others would not. Anyone with sufficient power would be able to discover what I am doing. 12 minutes later, I was finished with harvesting, and I have 4 essence roses in storage of 2 Grim Monsters, which have a good amount of tyrant-grade rare and precious plants. Seeing how killing I am making after killing the Grim Monsters, I want to stop breaking the doors and just kill the Grim Monsters and collect the stuff they have. It is a lot more efficient than me breaking the doors and collecting the resources inside. While killing is more efficient, it does not guarantee I will receive all the plants. Especially those within the formations, these plants are more precious than those outside, and I needed them, not only for my runes but also to sell and exchange. After I was done with Grim Monsters, I looked at the single door with all the runes shining on it. I recorded before I closed myself in formation, which keeping Ashlyn guard before entering my inheritance space to break the gate. The runic design of this gate is level harder than what I had seen on the 2 gates below, but I am confident in solving it. Time passed, and by the time 2 hours and 13 minutes have passed, I had successfully broken the formation. Has anyone came? I asked Ashlyn. Choo choo, she replied, saying several humans and Grim Monsters have come. She had finished up the Grim Monsters, so I did not have to worry about it. Good girl, I praised her by patting her shoulder before removing the formation. After getting out of the formation, I did not waste any time and take out the formation ink and started to draw the runic formation. I have to be quick, I don't want to be known by anyone that I could break the runic formations on the door, at least for now. Zip. Soon, I finished drawing the formation and activated it. A few seconds later, the door opened with zip, and I went inside without wasting a single second. Just as I entered it, my runes burst out with hunger. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I need a humongous amount of resources for my breakthrough, and the more I collect, the lesser the burden I would have. My plan is simple. Reach the absolute limit of Emperor Stage, fill every hexagonal cell of honeycomb, and gain the power of Elite Tyrant. This power will help me scour up tens of dangerous runes for the precious resources I need. The resources I am finding making things easier and easier for me, though I would still have to scour the ruins. Still, the pressure on me would not be as great as I felt before I entered this place. I did not waste any time and started collecting the plants. Ashlyn had already flown up from my shoulder, and if I don't want to let her eat too many precious plants, I better be fast collecting them. Choo choo. I had just collected my first precious plant when I heard the chirp from Ashlyn. It stopped me on my spot before I became a blur. Ashlyn had said she had found something which I might find interesting, and when used, interesting, the thing always is. This I said as I looked at the interesting thing she had found. It is a skeleton which is in a very decayed state. Most of its clothes have already been decayed, and the same could be said for its bone. I am sure that if I touched the bone, the ones that had not been turned into the dust would also be turned to dust. Still, this is a great find. It is the first humanoid skeleton I had found. In the boneyard, there was no humanoid skeleton. All the skeletons were of the beasts. This skeleton is not of humans. The skull and palm that had survived the erosion of time and thick astral energy tell. It is of the species almost 4 meters tall. No wonder the gates here are all so big. The different race is not a surprising fact. In the vast cosmos, thousands of races exist, and more than half of the ruins floats around our world are from them. I scanned the skeleton with my soul sense and found a couple of things, seeing that my face couldn't help but light up, and I sent a couple of my thick vines at the skeleton, turning into dust and removing 3 things from it. Aside from bone dust and decayed claws, there are 3 things on the skeleton. There is a damaged dagger, a bracelet that looked fine, and a crystal disc. I looked at the damaged dagger. It is completely black in color with silvery runes carved on it. These runes are damaged like the dagger. From what I could observe, the grade of the dagger is quite high, above the tyrant grade at the least. I moved the dagger further with my vines, and when about 50 meters away from me, I sent a sliver of energy inside it. As I did that, the silver runes of dagger lighted up, and they vibrated with powerful fluctuation, which had shaken my body and made me take my armor's defenses at its highest. The powerful fluctuation lasted only for a second, but they have created quite an effect on me. I did not insert any energy inside the dagger again. That volatile burst of energy is enough to let me know that it is a very dangerous weapon in its broken state, and I should not use it. After a minute of observing, I saw no change in the dagger, seeing that I had brought it back to me and stored it carefully in the sealed box before storing it in my storage. After dealing with the dagger, I looked at the bracelet. It is the most important artifact, and I very much hope that it turns out to be fine. If that happens, I will receive the amazing riches of my dreams. This bracelet is, without doubt, a space storage artifact, but the question is whether it is working or not. Like all artifacts, the space storage artifacts have a life, and it would be even said they have much less life compared to the other artifacts. The space inside the artifact is stabilized with the help of runic formation, but as time passed, that formation loses its power and space started to become unstable, and when that instability reached the limit, the space collapsed, taking everything with it. I used my vines to move the bracelet away, just like the dagger. The bracelet may be fine, but it may not be fine. I do not want to take a needless risk by standing too close to it. When my vines reached 50 meters away, I stopped and sent my energy inside the bracelet with an excited heartbeat, and I got nothing in return. My energy just got swallowed by it without getting any response. I waited for a couple of seconds before sending another streak of energy at it, but the result was the same: no result. Seeing that, I sent another streak of energy, and then another before sending a continuous stream of energies at it, but the bracelet kept swallowing it all without giving it a result. I still continued, and only stopped when I saw no result after 5 minutes. It will be an understatement if I say I am very disappointed to see the result. I had put up lots of hopes on the bracelet, thinking it will give me great treasures. This skeleton was above tyrant stage without a doubt. It means even simple things inside it will hold immense value to me. It took me a while to get out of my disappointed mood, and I was able to focus on the last thing. It is a simple crystal disc. There is nothing written on it, except for having a faded emblem, which I had seen many times in this place, including on the doors. I moved the crystal disc away from me, and when it was 50 meters away from me, I sent my energy inside it, and the thing that happened after that had shocked the hell out of me. The faded logo of the map lighted up, and a moment later it had disappeared, and in its place a projection of a silver cylindrical tower appeared, and on the tower there is something written in the silver text. Fortunately, it is written in the universal language, and I could read it. Astral Garden Tower, I read out loud. It only takes a second for me to realize what it is, and I bring the crystal disc to me and begin to fiddle with the projection. The more I study the map, the happier I become, and how could I not, as I have found a freaking map of this place. The name of this place I am in is Astral Garden Tower, and it is 59 stories long with over 1,000 herbal stations, and currently I am on the northeastern side of the second floor. There are not only herbal stations here, but also offices of Tower Master and 5 Vice Tower Master. There are also 22 rooms that are noted as the training facilities. I wonder what kind of training facilities they are. There might be something in those training facilities that might help me reach the absolute limit. The office of Tower Master is on the top floor, and training rooms are also on the upper 20 floors. Reaching there would be quite a problem, seeing how many grim monsters there are. That is why I am planned to go for the office of Vice Tower Master. There are 5 offices of the Vice Tower Masters, and they are spread all over the tower. There is one on the 6th floor. I might be able to find something there. Hopefully a pass. The pass would make a lot of things very easy in this tower. The pass would enable me to open all the restrictions. There would be no herb dome that I won't be able to access. I shook my head to get out of those fantasies and focused on realities. Reaching the 6th floor would be a dangerous affair. I might come across elites, even masters whom I am no match off. There are other difficulties as well, like if the runes are visible on the door, and how hard it would be breaking it if it would be visible. I thought about these things for a while before I put away the map and focused on the place I am. Since I had worked hard to break the door of this place, it is a brainer that I would collect everything I need here. There are very precious plants here. After making a decision, I did not waste any time. I started collecting the plants. I first collected the plants I need before I went on to collect the others. It is a slow process. While the unprotected plants could be harvested within a second, those protected would need more than an hour to break. Even though my speed of breaking the formation is increasing, I still need more than an hour to break the formation. It is worth it though. The protected plants are more precious than those unprotected ones and could easily be sold higher. It took me 13 hours to collect all the plants, both restricted and unrestricted. I wanted to go out right now, but I am both hungry and slightly tired, so I erected my abode and went inside. 8 hours later, I got out of my abode and took out the formation ink to open the door. In the 8 hours I ate and also took 5 hours long sleep, which had refreshed me from my core, and now I am ready to do anything. Zip, a few minutes later, I finished carving up the runes and activated them. A second after that, I walked out and saw several attacks coming at me. It turned out I had unknowingly walked into the middle of the fight. Bang, bang, bang. Several of the attacks landed on me. These attacks are quite powerful, and I have no defensive method activated when they crashed on me. I could see the horror appear on the face of the sole human who was fighting against the three grim monsters before I got swallowed by the attack. You guys should really be careful of your attacks, I said as I waved my hand, swept away all the attacking energies, revealing myself totally unscathed. This utterly shocked the human and the three grim monsters. Ice dome. I said and surrounded the three grim monsters and myself in an ice dome. 10 minutes later, I walked out and saw the human in a much better state than 10 minutes ago. He seemed to have recovered from some of his injuries. You would have done the same for me, Neil, I replied with a smile before disappearing from my spot. I had seen the gears turning in his eyes. I am sure he would have suggested we work together, and rejecting him would have been awkward. I have a clear target in my mind, and that is the east wing of the 6th floor. Fortunately, it could be reached from the place I am. Hoping the journey would be smooth is too much. I hope everything I encounter would be within my powers to deal with. I did not encounter a powerful elite or a leader-class tyrant. Encountering that would be the end of me. I walked carefully toward the 3rd floor, and when I reached there, I saw a scene that very rarely happened. I saw grim monsters and humans targeting their own doors. There is no fighting them. On the way to the stairs, I had sensed the presence of both humans and grim monsters, and had been slightly confused, but seeing the scene, the confusion in my mind had vanished. Seeing me coming out of the stairs, both humans and grim monsters looked at me. I flashed a smile to some of my acquaintances, and leveled the stairs to the grim monsters, and walked fearlessly toward the stairs that will take me toward the 4th floor. The grim monsters did not attack me. I reached the stairs to the 4th floor before started to climb them. I did not let my guard down and even make preparations to kill several of these bastards if a single one of them tried to attack me. They did not, and soon they disappeared from my view, and I focused on the 4th floor. I could sense the fluctuations of intense energy, and I know people are fighting there. Seeing that, I have become even more careful. Soon I reached the 4th floor and found the battle is raging there between two people, and these two people are shockingly strong. They both are elite. A human man is one of the hidden elite of Scorse's Valley, while the elite of Grim Monster is a werewolf. They are fighting in the center of the hallway and blocking the way for anyone who wants to reach the other side of the valley. There are people on both sides watching the battle, having heavy emotions on their faces. The side which wins is going wipe out the other side. The lives of these people are literally hanging by threads of this battle. The same could not be said for me. While I am not a match of these elites, but my defensive abilities are strong enough that I will be able to survive against them, which is why I am thinking of crossing the hallway which they are fighting. Having this thought is like wanting to walk into the fire that will kill you, but I did not have a choice. Both of these elites are evenly matched, and seeing the state of the battle, I do not have much choice. It could take hours for them to finish the fight. Though I want to cross it, I will not hurry. It is a dangerous affair, and the more careful I am about it, the better. I activated my ocular abilities and began to observe the battle, watching their patterns, seeing the attack they prefer. I watched the fight for half an hour before I finally decided to go. I had chartered my way, and as long as I am careful, I will be able to get out of the situation without any scratches. First boost plus second boost plus Everwings. I activated all my boosters and moved toward the fight. My actions immediately attracted the attention of all the people who were watching, including the two who were fighting. I would see the lips of some people moving and calling me crazy, and in some sense I am acting like crazy, but it is not due to my nature but necessity. I entered the space between the two fights and was immediately assaulted by the powerful energies of the two elites, and if that was not enough. The eyes of the werewolf elites twinkled, and it launched the powerful attack of thousands of phantom claws, with some of the clearly aiming for me. I heard a loud idiot from the human tyrant behind me, and I sensed him attacking the grim monster by summoning the thousands of spheres. They moved toward the claws, especially focusing on the claws that are moving toward me. While the spears he had launched are powerful, they are not going to help me against the claws. They will be fractions of seconds too late. By the times they will clash against the claws had already torn through me. When crossing the field between two elite, I had only used half of my strength to give a false impression that I am using all my strength. So, if it attacks, I will have a little something to rely on to save my life. I used all my strength, everything I had been holding back, and flapped my wings. My speed increased suddenly, and I started to fly around the claws that had come to hit me, surprising both humans and the grim monster. The surprise turned to anger, and grim monster moved to attack me. This werewolf is really an idiot. It is known wisdom that on the battlefield, your main focus should be your enemy, not small fries that create the small disturbance. Seeing it focusing on me, the human launched a powerful attack. Seeing that, expressions of the werewolf changed, and it hastily summoned defensive method, completely forgetting about me who it was going to attack. While it tried to defend against the attack of the human elite, I dodged through all its claws and got out of their fighting field, seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Though I am happy, I did not waste any time reach the stairs before started to climb them. I could feel the soul sense of the werewolf tracking me like a shadow, and it had tracked me till I had climbed half of the stairs before it went back. From what I could sense, the fights between the two seemed to have become even more intense. They both seemed to have taken out their big guns good for them. Within a few seconds, I climbed the rest of the stairs and reached the 5th floor. The scene I had saw there had shocked the hell out of me. All the 7 doors inside it are opened. There is not a single one that is broken or which's runes are hidden. All of them are open. I could not believe it, but the proof is in front of me. I don't know whether they were such as from the beginning or someone had opened them somehow. It is quite shocking. I wanted to check them, look if the protected plants had been broken or not, but I did not. I am 1 floor below that of the 6th floor, and I don't want to stop, even for the precious plants. Once I got my hands on something like the pass, I would be able to get as many as precious plants I want. When I saw the 6th floor, the scene I saw there was no less shocking than the one I had seen on the floor below. There are 33 people here, 21 of them are grim monsters, and 11 are humans. Nearly all of them are attacking the gates they have chosen. All the 7 gates here are open. 3 are being attacked by humans, while 4 are being attacked by the grim monster. There is 1 elite grim monster here and 8 who are just a step away from reaching the elite. There is 1 more elite here, but most people don't know she is an elite. Danielle is here. She and the elite grim monster are just standing few meters from each other, looking at the complete runic gate. This gate is different from the other 7 broken gates. This is a little smaller, but the design is more elaborate. The most amazing thing about it is its runic formation. It is mesmerizing, the most beautiful formation I have seen in this place. It is also equally hard. If I were to try to solve it, I would at least need 2 days, and that is outside time, not a time I will need inside my inheritance space. It seemed like opening the gate of the Vice Tower Master's office will be quite hard, not only in a runic way, but also in another way. There are 2 elites are trying to open the gates with their high-end calibrators and runic projector. Both Danielle and Bullman are trying. Even if I solved the formation, it would be very hard for me to enter it with these 2 blocking the way. If I want to enter, I will have to take help from one of them, and there is no way I could take help from Grim Monster. I could only ask Danielle, but the thing is, she is known to be a loner unless it is sanctioned group mission. She will work alone. There are many benefits of working with her, not only protection from the Grim Monster, but also that wonderful calibrator. It will make things extremely easy for me. It will be a matter of few hours solving that formation, not a few days. Making my mind, I walked toward Danielle. I don't know whether I will succeed or not, but I will have to try it. They both saw me coming toward them but did not say anything, though they have become slightly careful. Even though I kept my aura like that of a mid-level unranked tyrant, they have still become careful seeing me approaching, especially Danielle, who is ready to attack me if I tried something nasty. Danielle, would you mind giving me a calibrator for a few minutes? I asked, greatly surprising her, though that surprise had vanished within a second, and she looked at me with a leveled stare as if wanting to see what my real thoughts are. I met her stare with a calm smile and clear confidence. I happily took the calibrator in my hand. The calibrator is black in color with palm-length hand, and dark energy disk is top of that. It is sending out rays of projection, which not only act as the scanner but also transformed into runes, with it no need to draw the runes to break the door. Till both Grim Monster and Danielle, using the breaking formation stored in the calibrator, but that had been useless. I had no intention to use the breaking formation stored inside it. I am pretty sure they would not be a help against this formation. I plan to use the original function of the calibrator to calibrate runes. It will save tons of time. Without wasting time, I activated the calibrator function, and the next moment it started to calibrate, and a few seconds later it finished with that, and now in front of me, a completely new formation. I began to solve it, and as I did, the calibrator did its job in parallel, making the formation easier for me to solve. This artifact is magical. It is solving the menial parts of formation in seconds, which would have wasted my hours, and presenting me with the real cores of formation. To solve it made the process of solving the formation extremely fast. I will be able to solve the formation in 3 hours. Please make preparations, I said telepathically without looking up from the screen in front of me. If I had looked at her, I would have seen her shocked look that appeared on her face for a fraction of seconds before it had disappeared. I did not get any response from her, nor I had expected to get it. I just hoped by the time I had finished solving the formation, she would be ready with her preparations. I only want her and me to go inside. Others should not be allowed to come inside. This is the office and abode of the Vice Tower Master. There ought to be some precious things inside. The people there are to share, the better. I am pretty sure both Grim Elite and Danielle know the truth about the door. Not only them, but also some unranked tyrants on the floor also know about it. I felt their inquisitive gazes on it every few minutes. It is not surprising. If I could find a map, others also could. 2 hours and 40 minutes passed, and I solved the formation. The only thing I had to do now, projects the runes, and the door will be opened. I have solved the formation, you can make your move, I said to Danielle telepathically. Second passed by, but I did not get any reply from her. I thought she's too shocked to reply and was about to talk to her again telepathically when her voice came to my mind. Are you sure? She asked. There was a hint of shock, but also a thread of warning in her voice which clearly told me she would not be happy if this turned out to be a joke or mistake due to my overconfidence. I have solved the formation. You can make your move, I said again, and this time with a greater hint of confidence. I am proud of my abilities and I don't like anyone questioning them. Hun, project the runes with my signal, she said, and the next moment her signal arrived. All of a sudden, a wall of bubbles formed behind us, enveloping us in the door, completely blocking the grim elite out. Bam, bam, bam. Seeing that, I did not waste any time and projected the runes as I did. I heard a loud, angry sound behind me, and the wall of bubbles started to shake heavily. It is clear that Grim Monster has got really angry and now is trying its all to destroy the bubble wall. Nor Danielle or I focused on the Grim Monsters, or its attack. Both of us are looking at the runes on the door, which is shining brightly. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appeared on Danielle's expressionless face. 3 seconds later, the door opened with zip, and both of us sped toward it without wasting even a moment. For a second, I thought Danielle might stop me, and she has the power to do it, but she did not, and both of us went in, and a second later, the door is closed behind us. Who are you really? She asked in shock as she appeared in front of me. Even in our tower, there are not more than 10 people who could solve the formation this fast, and almost all of them are old monsters, she added as she stared down at me. Madame Danielle, everybody has their secrets, I said, addressing her by her formal title. She had not reached the elite by the standard of body, soul, and energy, but her comprehension in her grand art already reached the degree that she could wield the elite's power. She looked even more shocked by my address to her. There is even a faint trace of fear that appeared on her face before it had disappeared. Madame Danielle, instead of focusing on the other things, we should focus on the things in front of us. I am sure we will be able to find the things we would need here, I said, and stepping out of her gaze and looking at the place we have entered. This is definitely an office with the desk and chairs in front of me, and an interesting thing. There is not a single thing that had been decayed here. Everything is preserved perfectly. It is due to the formation that is covering the whole office. The office is big, but it looked like someone looted it. Not looted. The original owner seemed to have taken all that was important and left the useless things like furniture, lamps, and other things. My gaze fell on the bookshelves. There are large bookshelves in the office which had emptied nearly 80. One thing that attracted both of us is the lone book on the huge table. That book is thick and has the silver design of a tower on it. Like the map, the title of the book also said the Astral Garden Tower. Danielle approached the book and flipped its cover. Inside, it is the table of content from the most bottom floor to the top floor of Tower Master's office. A second later, Danielle flipped the page again, and the title of Hall of Harvest appeared. Hall of Harvest is Boneyard, and when I read about it, I couldn't help but shudder. Danielle flicked page after page. Every page is showing detail of the toward. The tower had 49 floors, and there are a total of 1,252 herb halls, which are mainly used to grow the astral elemental plants. The book had a detailed record of which herb hall used to grow what herb. It seemed to be a guidebook and mostly useless, as it had a record slightly more detailed than the map. Hun, I was considering this book useless when we reached the last few pages and found hand-scribbled notes. Reading them, both of our eyes widened, and a smile couldn't help but appear on the face of Danielle and mine. Before we go there, we should clean up this office first, I said, and Danielle nodded, and next few minutes, after a short discussion, all furniture and other things have disappeared, divided among ourselves. The only things that had remained are the bookshelves. We did not take them as they are protected by the formation. We will have to break the formations on the bookshelves before taking the books out. I have something that will copy the books in few seconds as long as they are not protected, Danielle said as I started to break the formation on the bookshelf. Hearing that, smile on my face had brightened up even more. There are 6 bookshelves in the office, each containing hundred-some books. There would have been over 1,000 books here, but now there lie over 1,000, and most of them containing the information of the herbs. While these books may be useless to the person who had left them here, they are very precious to people like me. It is not protected, Danielle said, looking at the door. This is the door mentioned in words scribbled behind the book. Behind the door is a room, that teleportation formation, which could take us to any room in the tower. From the herb halls to the training room, the only places it could not take in the office of the master of this tower. Click, I opened the door, and it opened with a click, and on the other side is a small room in which the spatial formation is carved. The formation is undamaged and could be used, but scribbled notes on the book said that it could be used by one person only one time. Other people would also be able to use it only once. If they tried to use it again, the formation would not be activated. I wanted to shout at the bastard who had made this arrangement and would have modified it if it is within my powers, but the spatial formations are within my reach, and the ink that is needed for it is at a completely different level. You are also for training room 13, right? I asked, despite knowing the answer. Yes, she replied. Every training room served a different purpose here. Training room 13 also served a special purpose, and that is enhancing the Constitution. Both of us very much need that thing. It will take me to the absolute limit of the Emperor stage. Free up every little space my body has, while for Danielle, it will help her reach the elite stage formally. By enhancing her constitution, she wants that as much as I want to reach the absolute limit. I only hope that training room 13 is intact and still does the work it ought to do. Even small changes in a delicate place like that could change a lot of things. We don't have a choice. It is our only chance to make a leap in the shortest time. With her answer, I adjusted the control of the formation to the training room 13th, and a second after that, formation shone, and we disappeared from our spot. Fuck, I cursed loudly as wild energies assaulted me. They took a second lie to pass through my defenses and attacked my body. The energies of the training room are unlike what I had read about earlier. These energies would be special astral energies that have been purified before being concentrated, and then treated in special formation that mellowed them, so anyone could absorb them without feeling the slightest pain. They even said to give the Sir. The energies now are not as mellow as mentioned in the book. They are ragingly wild and powerful, that they took only a moment to pass through the defense of my armor and attack my body. I am not surprised to see the state of the training room. There were high chances that we could encounter something like it. It had been tense for thousands of years since this tower came out of the world, and I don't know how long it had floated in the cosmos. It is already a wonder the tower is in shape, but it is still quite saddening. I have really hoped to reach the absolute limit with the help of this place, seeing the powerful assault of energy. I circulated my inheritance energy and healing energy at full force, while activating a couple of formations to aid in blocking and healing the damage done by these energies before I moved to find an exit. I must find an exit as soon as possible. I could feel the assault of energies getting stronger and stronger by second. I do not want to be in this place when the assault of this wild energy became greater. I had just taken a step when Ashlyn had come out of me. She is completely invisible with her invisible flames and flew toward the place where this energy is densest. I did not stop her. There are many things that could kill a regular tyrant that is beneficial to Ashlyn. It did not take me long to find an exit, and to my luck, the runes are visible and complete on it. A smile had just appeared on my face when it froze away, when I saw how difficult it would be to break this formation. Though 5 hours would be difficult to manage, I think I could survive for that much if I take out my formation mat. There are some formations there that could help me lessen the burden of this wild energy. I was about to ask Danielle for the calibrator when Danielle spoke herself, greatly surprised me with her words. This energy is dangerous but also quite beneficial. If we are able to purify and mellow it further, we might be able to gain what we have come to gain for this energy, Danielle said. Really? I asked back before looking inside. First, I only noticed the injuries, but as I looked deeper into those injuries, I found they are helping. You have noticed it right. It is regrettable that this energy is too wild and is not pure enough otherwise. It would have really been able to help us, Danielle said with a sigh, and calibrator appeared in her, which she threw at me. I caught the calibrator, but did not use it. Instead, I began to think something. There might be some hope, I said before looked at Danielle. Show me the most powerful energy crystal you have, I asked. For what I am going to do next, I need a huge amount of powerful energy. I have many types of energy crystals, but they are far from enough to power the formation that could purify this wild energy. I need something powerful, very powerful, to power up those formations. Will this work? Danielle said, and she took out a first-size purple crystal encased in special transparent runic crystal. Seeing the crystal, my eyes couldn't pop up, and I unconsciously took a step back before stopping myself. Purple sunstorm crystal, I muttered. This thing is extremely powerful and dangerous. It is a class 4 contraband item. There are very few things banned by the pyramid, and this one is one of them. Only elite tyrants have permission to carry something like it. This thing contains an immense amount of power, but it is extremely volatile. This first-size crystal in her hand is a walking bomb. If exploded, it would easily vaporize her and me. Even leader-class tyrant would get heavily injured by it. It would work, I said happily after I got my emotions under control before carefully taking that crystal box from her hand. I would not have dared to use the volatile thing such as purple sunstone crystal if I did not have the treasure like formation mat. There is formation there which could safely harness the energy from it. I took out the mat and expanded it till it covered the 30-meter radius before choosing the formation which could harness the power of purple sunstorm crystal. As that formation appeared in around a 5-meter radius in the corner of the formation disc, I opened the crystal and gently placed the crystal on the formation. Before I had opened the box, I had created a vacuum of energy. If these astral energies had touched it even a bit, it would have exploded, taking Danielle and me with it. As I placed the crystal in the center of the formation, it lit up, and runes began to float and covered the crystal hole. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appeared on my face. That is not the only reason I am smiling. I am also smiling due to the energy unit, which is shown this crystal would be enough to power up the 2 formations I planned for use. With the crystal in its place, I opened the panel again and selected the 2 formations, which appeared one after another. One formation will purify this wild energy, while the other would mellow it. With these 2 formations, the energy not only would be easier to absorb, but also much less dangerous. You can sit here, I said while motioning at the space beside me. A second later, Danielle arrived and sat beside me. Will it work? She asked, looking at the doubts flashing in her eyes. She did not have full confidence in its working. Yes, it will, I said with confidence and activated the formation. The formation covering the whole mat lit up and began to suck the energy. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. We even lost contact with wild energy around us as it had been absorbed by the formation. Gasp. Approximately 9 seconds later, formation released a very pure, gentle energy. The moment it touched our body, we couldn't help but gasp. It is very pure and gentle that we would not have guessed it would do what it did a second later. Fuck. A second later, when the energy came inside our body and spread, it burned. Not burned, but gave us the burning sensation that both of us let out loud cry pain. If it not for it is not injuring us, and being just a feeling, we both would have flown out of formation. Not to mention, this pure energy brought an amazing effect on our bodies and soul. I could see its effect from the first second, and seeing such effect, I am ready to bear the 10 times more pain. Danielle seemed to be in more pain than me. She is absorbing the energy in 3 times more speed than me. Her body is literally KN, the energy, while I have to hammer every speck of it into me. Still, I am confident that I will be able to reach the absolute limit with the help of this energy, and also it won't be a problem for Danielle to cross the hurdle and become an elite with it. If what I read in the books is right, then what we are using is not even one of the original energy, which used to flow here when this tower was at its peak. It is a good thing it is not at its best, no matter how gentle the energy was here before. If we had taken an even breath of it, we would have exploded like a balloon. It would have been too powerful for us to absorb. A few seconds passed by, and we got used to the pain this energy is giving us. I started circulating Supreme Combat method to manage the pain. I don't know what she is using, but she is using some method, as I could not hear the slightest chatter of her lips. Hun. The circulation of the Supreme Combat method seemed to help me efficiently circulate this energy into my body. Not only that, I am digesting the energy faster, which is making stage of my constitution rise higher, seeing that I started to circuit the method as fast as I could. Though it is very painful, the pain is worth it, seeing the progress. If I continued making such progress, then in 4 to 5 hours, I will be able to reach the absolute limit, the stage which will give me a surefire chance of gaining the power of elite tyrant while still being an emperor. I had dreamed about it many times, and now I will be able to get it. Once I got it, I will start harvesting the bloodline grim monsters again, and not leave them be, as I am doing that for the past couple of days. Nearly 6 hours had passed, and I reached the absolute limit. As that happened, strange changes began to happen to me. These changes are not painful, but they are very uncomfortable. I feel like I had become a dough that is being continuously pushed and pulled by a strange force, and I don't know whatever is happening to me is good or bad, as somehow I had lost control over my soul sense. Not only my soul sense, but I had also lost control over all my physical senses. I am floating in limbo, feeling all kinds of uncomfortable sensations that, if I had some semblance of control over my body, I would have puked the shit out of me. I had many times reached the absolute limit, but something like that never happened before. It might be due to thing time I had let the things go too far. First, I reached the limit of the Emperor stage, but then I had expanded that limit artificially by honeycomb and put many fillers insides like the ones I got from Lord Owl, the cosmic elemental energies I had got from twins, the divine baptism, diamond energy, and now this processed special astral energy. Each of these things is extremely rare, and they have expanded and stabilized the limit of my constitution, and now I am having some sort of reaction. I don't know what this reaction is. I just hope I came out of this fine without any problems. I had worked too hard to reach the stage I am, and I don't want to waste all my efforts in some strange reaction. I wonder how Danielle is doing. She had reached extremely close to breaking into the boundary of an elite. There was only hairbreadth of distance away from reaching the elite stage. I hope if something bad is happening to me, Danielle will help. Time passed by, but I don't know how much. With my senses jumbled, I have lost a complete sense of time. Sometimes it felt like only an hour had passed. Sometimes it felt like days. It is very difficult to predict time in my strange state. Some more times passed when I felt uncomfortable sensations fading, and I am getting control of my body back. Half a minute later, I got full control of my body back, and when I opened my eyes, I found my body is shining in coppery light. Seeing that many questions couldn't help but popped into my mind, I have never read about or heard about such a phenomenon before. A few seconds later, the shine begins to diminish and my body returned to normal. Seeing that spread my soul sense inside me and found no change inside it, but I felt something strange. It had made me believe that something big had happened, but I could not understand what it is. I have insufficient knowledge about it, and due to that, I am not able to find what had happened to me. I did not think about it any longer and focused on Danielle, who is at an important juncture. Unlike the other stages, it is quite hard to sense the level of tyrants. Tyrants are mostly known by grades of their power like unranked, elite, leader, and so on. Danielle could say to have a bright future seeing she was able to become an elite while still being at mid-stage. I observed her for a minute more before I walked out of the formation. I appeared before the door and took the calibrator out before beginning to solve the formation on the door. With me reaching the absolute limit, there is no need to waste any more time. Now, I want to spend every minute hunting for bloodline grim monsters and resources. The book had given me complete details of the tower, and I know a place where I want to go. There is one place in the tower that grows a special types of plants. I want those plants. A single plant of that type will make my core stable and a lot stronger and provide me with an affinity for that element. For those plants, I would leave my top-grade resources found on top floors. A little more than an hour passed by, and I continued solving the formation with the help of the calibrator when I sensed a rising aura behind me. I stopped for a second and looked back and saw the aura of Danielle rising explosively. There is also a single 7-colored bubble that appeared above her, which bathed her in rainbow light. Arts helped in practice. It is a known fact, but one has to gain a very high comprehension of it. The same goes for grand art, but online regular art. Even basic comprehension of it helps a lot in practice. This phenomenon lasted for less than a minute before it disappeared, and her aura stabilized before she opened her eyes. Congratulations on formally becoming an elite, Madame Danielle. I said. She seemed a little surprised, but that surprise vanished, and a small smile appeared on her face. The crystal contains an immense amount of volatile energy that could vaporize hundreds of elites instantly, but the formation nearly K.D. in whole in less than 8 hours. If anyone from outside were to saw this, they would not believe it. How much time will it take to break through the formation? She asked. About 4 hours, I replied and went back to breaking the formation. Few seconds have passed since I replied and went back to work when spatial fluctuations disturbed me. When I looked at the direction of the fluctuations, I saw 3 huge bodies of grim monster appeared in that place, and the thing is, all 3 of them are elites. You too will pay for what you did earlier, the Scarlet Bullman in the middle said as he looked at Danielle and me. It is the same Bullman that Danielle had blocked with her bubble wall when I broke open the door. Human, this time you will not get away, said Werewolf on the left. It is the same elite werewolf that attacked me with its claws on the 4th floor. There are 3 grim monsters that have appeared. One is Scarlet Bullman, a werewolf, and the last lighting Cheetaman. All 3 of them are elites, and 2 of them are very angry at me. If there had been any other elite besides me, I would have been very scared. I am also scared right now, but not as much as I should be, seeing these 3 elites. I looked at Danielle with the corner of my eyes and saw her looking at 3 grim monsters impassively. There is no fear in her eyes, there is even slight excitement. We should finish these ants as quickly as possible. I feel like this wild energy is very useful to us, said the Cheetaman as it took a deep breath and wild astral energy around it funneled into its nose and a look of sir, appeared on its hand. You two go deal with that bitch. I will finish this bastard and join you, said the werewolf. The other 2 grim monsters nodded, and all 3 of them disappeared from the spot. They had just crossed half a distance between us, and the bubbles of multiple colors appeared and moved toward the 3 grim monsters. Be careful, these bubbles are stronger than they look, Bullman shouted as a powerful aura exploded out of its body, and it swung its huge axe at the bubbles that appeared in front of it. The werewolf and lightning Cheetaman also attacked the bubbles at the same time. The bubbles exploded with the concentrated blasts of energy. These blasts were so powerful that they have stopped all 3 elites on their tracks. Bitch, you have really done it now, Bullman shouted, and his aura exploded further as it attacked Danielle with Cheetaman while the werewolf came at me. This time the grim monsters have exploded with fearsome power that they crashed through the bubbles before coming to the other side. Who will save you now, human? The werewolf said with a wolfish smile and attacked me with 2 dark claws made of concentrated bloodline energy. These dark claws are much more dangerous than the hundreds of claws it had attacked me on the 4th floor. Seeing those claws, my eyes couldn't help but get serious. It is dangerous to attack to dodge. I will have to use considerable strength and be very cautious. This werewolf is very crafty and hated me a lot since I was able to fool it and dodged its attack. Zap zap. I had already activated first boost plus second boost plus Everwings the moment I had noticed their entrance. When I did, I felt some sort of change in them, but I could not understand what it is. I understood it as soon I flapped my wings. I moved with much faster speed than I was capable of before. I did not feel my strength had increased. I just feel that I am light as a feather, and moving is a lot easier than before. Sups. I dodged its claws, and when it was about to launch another attack, when it swiftly moved back and cut apart the hundreds of bubbles that came at it. Unlike earlier bubbles, these bubbles did not explode. Instead, they stuck to its claws and tried to seep inside it. Fuck, the werewolf screamed, and soon dark fire covered its claws and started to burn those bubbles. I did not take this chance to attack, nor I created much distance between werewolf and me. There is no need. This place is small that the elite would need nearly the same time whenever they want to go in here. It is a dangerous thing for me. Any one of the grim monsters could attack me whenever they wanted, but the small space could already work in my favor, and I could say it is already working in my favor. You too, what the hell are you doing? That bitch is attacking me, even when two are handling her, the werewolf said angrily to two of its friends who are busy dealing with Danielle, or her bubbles, as they are everywhere. The perfect combo of speed and power fell completely useless in front of those rainbow bubbles, which would attack them from all angles and with all kinds of strange abilities. It's just a few seconds and they have already got frustrated by bubbles which are coming toward them from all the direction, not giving them even a single chance to attack. Looks like those bastards won't be finished soon, the werewolf muttered as it looked at me. Human, feel lucky that I am giving you a quick death, it said, and phantom black claws disappeared, and a dark fire started covering its 5 meters long metallic blue claws. I couldn't help gulp my saliva seeing that black fire. Just one look at it is enough for me to know it is a dangerous thing. I would pay the price if that fire hit me. Unholy claws, the werewolf shouted and came at me with fiery claws. I harnessed all the power I could from my boost and flapped my wings to get away from its attacks. Die human. It shouted as it appeared next to me and swung its fiery claws, seeing that I flapped my wings and disappeared from my spot, creating tense afterimages at my wake. Seeing that my eyes couldn't help but popped out, I had never been able to create such an effect of stacked afterimages. Snort, the werewolf let out a snort and came at me again with its fiery claws. This time it is even faster and dark fire burning in its claws got denser. I could tell how angry it is by its inability to kill me in a single attack. An elite like it could not kill a non-elite in a single attack. Even on top of that, it could not even catch me. It made it angry at itself as it made it angry at me, not to forget the shame. Die, you bastard. It screamed as it swiped its huge claws at me, and all I did was flapped my wings and dodged the attack while leaving behind tens of afterimages. Sup, sup, sup. I dodged the attack, but that did not stop it from chasing my afterimage attack me, but it could not. I would always dodge the attack, and that would make it even angrier, and it would chase me at higher speed but never be able to catch me. I could not believe I am making an elite chase me like it, though I have the confidence of surviving the might of the elite, but that confidence stemmed from my defensive abilities, never in my speed. I had not believed my speed is good enough that I would outrun an elite. Now with the strange turn of events, it is happening, and I couldn't help but enjoy it, even when I running for my life from this werewolf. Seeing such a drastic change in my speed, I wonder if my defensive abilities also had a chance, but I am in no hurry to find out. It looks like you have some tricks, hun. Let's see how you dodge this, the werewolf shouted in an extremely angry voice, and the next moment, the dark fire on its claws blazed before covering its whole body, and now other than its ranging eyes, its whole body covered in dark fire. The phantom of regal werewolf sitting on the throne of dark fire appeared behind it before it merged with werewolf, making the aura of fire taking it to a completely different level. Dark tide. It roared and moved its claws at me, and all fire then covering it moved at me very fast speed, swallowing everything that came in its way. Seeing the tide of dark fire coming at me, my expressions couldn't help but become serious, and I flapped my wings as fast as I could to get far away from this dark fire as possible, but I don't know whether I would be able to do that or not. This fire is very powerful. Hun. The rainbow bubbles came speedily and burrowed into themselves into the tide of dark fire. As they did, they began to suck the dark fire greedily, and seeing that smile on my face couldn't help but brightened up, but soon, that smile froze when I saw the expression on Werewolf's face. There is no change in its face. I could even see the hidden smile under its face. It seemed to have expected something like it, and I became sure of it, and when I fist-sized dark fireball flew out of receding tide with 3 times more speed than the tide itself. D-hub, the fireball crashed into me before I could stop it, and it covered my body whole. I forget everything and focused on the dark fire, which is much more dangerous than I had first realized. As it covered, it tried to burn my armor apart. I could feel its terrifying power, which simply could not be described as fire. This fire involved much higher principles than the simple burn, and the strange thing is, my armor is resisting it all. The resistance is not surprising. What is surprising is how well it is resisting. The fire is able to do anything against my strings, which made my armor. Hun. I am very happy seeing it, but it seemed like I got happy too early, as this fire is far from simple. When this fire is unable to burn me, it had transformed itself into thousands of little micro-tendrils and started to infiltrate my body. These tendrils are so slippery that they were able to slip inside without much resistance. Seeing that, I activated a couple of formations. Many formations lit up across my body and took these thousands of tendrils. Whenever any foreign energy entered inside it, it is first broken into thousands of pieces and whittled away before it was sent to my wonderful runes. Since this fire already broke itself on its own, I will take these tendrils and whittle them away before my wonderful runes eat it up. Human, you can forget coming out alive. My dark fire is so mighty that it could burn an elite to ashes, much less an unranked bastard like you, it said giddily before it summoned a powerful move and attacked Danielle without moving from its spot. It is right about its fire. It is extremely dangerous. Even after being filtered, when it entered inside me to be eaten by runes, it started to burn me. It is due to the strange change and powerful healing energy I have that I am countering its effect. Otherwise, I would have been in the worse state than I am now. Still, that does not make this process any less painful, and in this pain, it is extremely hard to divert a large amount of my focus for the other thing. That thing is very important. Until now, the bastard had not discovered it. Means I have a chance, and since I have a chance, I will use it to its fullest to kill this bastard, even if it is an elite. Dark fire is still covering me, and it had become extremely painful as it began its final assault. I have been having a very hard time maintaining my focus under such pain, but I am doing it. Once I lose focus, things will appear in the open. I don't want that to happen before it is ready. The werewolf is currently helping its friends in suppressing Danielle, who is beating the shit out of them, and if not for the timely help from the werewolf, they would have been in a very bad state. It is due to being werewolf trying to save its friends that it had not attacked me further, though I could feel it is tracking me through its soul sense and growing frustrated by the inability of its fire to kill me instantly. I am sure, as soon as it gets the chance, it will attack me to finish the job. I had asked Danielle to keep all 3 grim monsters busy, especially the werewolf. They should not get even a second to attack me. I'm very close to reaching my goal. Until then, the busier the grim monsters are, the better. A minute had passed, and finally the dark fire disappeared from my body. It was a very painful affair that is finally over. The werewolf had seen me coming out of its dark fire unscathed, and I could tell how shocked it is, but currently it had no time to attack me. The 3 grim monsters have launched the powerful assault on Danielle. They want to finish her off first when they are done with her. Killing me would not be a problem for them, but killing Danielle is harder than they have thought. She's resisting the assault of all 3 tyrants without any problem, though she is not getting a chance to attack them like before. She's defending just fine with thousands of rainbow bubbles around her. I did not interfere with the battle, nor did I want to. With my strength, it would be akin to suicide. I stayed on my spot and continued with my preparations. As soon as I finished with it, I will deal with werewolf bastard, and even being elite would not be able to save it. Fucking grand arts, why are they such pain to deal with? The bullman cursed loudly as it again attacked Danielle to be blocked by her bubbles. Danielle is quite weak, while she may seem strong seeing her handling 3 grim monsters without problem, but she is quite weak. Her comprehension is very basic, it could be said. She had only taken a small step in understanding it. There are reasons why Danielle had such a low comprehension of her art. While grand art is hard to comprehend, and extremely few people could comprehend it, there are few things that could make the comprehension of earlier. One of the things is legacies. The comprehension is written down by the predecessors. It is extremely helpful. Sometimes one is stuck, and these legacies help clear the roadblock that could take months to years to understand by one's own efforts. There exist some specific ways that help in comprehending the grand arts. These ways are extremely rare, and they rarely passed on. I had specifically spent few hours reading these ways for a mother to help her comprehend her empire of mist to a greater degree. I am going to remove the poison of her, and when I do, she will be able to show the real power of her grand art again. If Danielle had these things, her comprehension of her grand art would have been much greater, and these 3 grim monsters would not have been that challenging to her. 12 more minutes passed by, and shit is going crazy. The grim monsters are now attacking Danielle with all their strength, and all she's doing right now is hide behind the bubble. But it is not she that is in a desperate state, but the grim monsters themselves. Despite attacking her with all their strength, there was not a single scratch her. She's completely fine under bubbles, and seeing her aura, it is not taking much for her to maintain her defensive stance while energy reserved for grim monsters. They are not on their end yet and still could continue such intense assault for a couple of more hours, but Danielle would not give them that much time. The way she is defending, it is clear that she is already getting used to the assault of the grim monsters, and it won't take more than an hour before she begins her counterattack. And now, I am going to make it happen sooner with little push. Danielle, please keep the two in control. I am going to deal with this little wolf, I said, and shock appeared on all their faces, not only of the grim monsters but also of Danielle. They all are so shocked that they had stopped fighting. Little bastard, it looks like you have grown some courage watching the battle from sidelines, the werewolf said, without turning back at me, all its focus on Danielle, whom it considered the greatest threat. You know it is rude to talk without looking at people, I said with a smile and moved the fingers of my right hand. The next second, the huge body of werewolf was frozen on its spot before its head moves back toward me, like a puppet. Alda looked at me with utter shock as I manipulated the werewolf like a puppet, and the one that most shocked is werewolf itself. I had manipulated it without it knowing how. Little wolf, come, I said, and the rest of the body of the werewolf moved toward me before it floated toward my direction. The werewolf is so shocked that it did not offer any resistance till it appeared directly in front of me. Fucking bastard, you will pay for it. The werewolf said with the gritted teeth as it could be lie able to open its mouth. Oh, I like to see what you can do, I replied with a smile before moved my fingers a little, sewing shut its mouth with my invisible strings, which made it even angrier. A powerful aura burst out of it, and dark fire begins to cover it. This time, the dark fire that covered it is even more powerful than before, but I do not fear it. Before I even reached the absolute limit, my vines were already capable of binding an elite, and now after that strange change, they have become even more powerful. So powerful that this bastard could forget about escaping the string, which has covered 80 of it and now slowly covering me. You bastard, let go of Ort, the lightning Cheetaman said and came at me with amazing speed. A speed I am currently incapable of, even with new changes that had happened. My expression couldn't help but change for the worse, seeing that, if any grim monster I fear among the three, then it is a lightning Cheetaman. Its speed is too much for me to deal with. I was upping my defenses and started activating my defensive method as an extra layer to deal with when suddenly, a wall of bubbles appeared in front of the lightning Cheetaman, seeing that it changed the direction, but it found out. The wall of bubbles is growing faster than it could run, and soon it found it enveloped itself in a dome of rainbow bubbles. It is not the only one. It found Bullman also got enveloped in a bubble dome, and the one who created it is also in it, smiling at them like a devil. Ice dome, I said inside me, and enveloped myself in the werewolf in an ice dome. Though Danielle had enveloped herself and the two grim monsters as ice dome, I still need greater privacy for what I am doing. I cannot risk her find out who I am. Now that we are alone, let's get to the main business, I said to Werewolf, which is looking at me with rage. My vines have finally become visible, and now they are covering more than 90 of it. Only parts like its ranging eyes are visible. I looked at its eyes and dark fire that is burning all over its body before I moved my fingers. As I did, many vines' ends broke themselves and sharpened before solidifying. Seeing that, I moved my fingers again, and those fine sharp ends begin to pierce inside the werewolf. I do not have to move my fingers to make my vines do my bidding, but doing that feels so cool that I could not resist it. The vine ends pierced through its body, feeling quite a resistance. If these vine ends had not been this fine, they would not have been able to pierce through it. As the vines pierced through it, I started to feed them energy to make them grow inside the werewolf. The inside of werewolf is like a fortress, the bloodline energy lie letting take anything to make my vine grow. If I make my vines grow themselves, I will need more than an hour before they spread enough inside it that I could begin the harvest process. So I am using my own energy to do that. It's a little slow compared to when my vines have free reign to grow inside the grim monsters' bodies, but I have no choice. I hope this bastard would burn its core. That will make the process fast, but regretfully it would not happen anytime soon, seeing the emotions in its eyes. This bastard will not give up on itself soon, and burn its core. It is still fighting, trying to burn my vines with its dark fire despite the pain it is feeling due to my vines spreading inside it. Time passed by, and soon 21 minutes had passed when I finally finished spreading my vines inside the werewolf and started the harvest process. Nothing much happened, and I did not expect it to. The power of the bloodline of this bastard too strong for me to harvest anything from it. I just began the harvesting process, so the real big guns would come out in front of them. The resistance of its bloodline would shatter like pieces. The werewolf seemed to understand something from my expressions, and its efforts have become more frantic that it finally burned its core to take me with, but unfortunately, it's too late already. Buzz, gasp, the purified bloodline energy came inside me, and it is so thick and powerful that I had never seen before and couldn't help but gasp seeing it. The dark crystals glittered with power at every breath. It is completely mesmerizing. I don't know how many hexagonal cells of honeycomb I would be able to fill with this energy, but it would sure be more than double any grim monster's bloodline essence I had got. I'm very sure it would fill over 500,000 cells easily, and these cells would be the ones that have slightly more than 4 times space than the original. Very soon, I am going to receive the biggest power boost of my life. It took a total of 4.5 minutes to harvest bloodline essence from the werewolf usually. It only takes half a minute to minute. The thick, powerful bloodline essence had been absorbed by my runes, bringing a profound change to them. Inside me, they are glittering like the stars with the power they never had. It is not just runes that have become powerful, but also pseudo-bloodline energy it had produced. It is swirling around the runes, humming with power. Seeing all these changes to my runes, I became too excited about the strengthening energy that will come any second. Buzz, I had just thought about the strengthening energy when my runes buzzed, and the next second, strengthening energy like never before filled my body. It took all but an instant to fill it, and it is not the end of it. The energy is not only vast but also very thick and powerful, much different than other bloodlines I have consumed before. For a bloodline host to reach the elite stage, one needs to take one's bloodline to a certain level before one could harness the power of the elite from it. The werewolf had advanced its bloodline to a high level, and that is why its bloodline is such crazy powerful. If it had been me alone, I would not have been able to defeat the werewolf at all. I would be running for my life. It is only due to the help of Danielle and the wild astral energies of this place that helped me cloak my vines perfectly to bound it and defeat the bastard. It did not take long for the honeycomb to start filling its cells, and it is a good thing it begins immediately, otherwise, all this energy would have made me explode. Cells of honeycombs lighted up and started filling themselves before merging with me, which is making my strength rise at rocket speed. I can't believe the speed at which my strength is rising. It had completely blown my mind. While I am shocked by it, I am also understood why it is happening. First is the size of honeycomb cells, which is now increased to slightly more than 4 times of original. I had thought when I will reach the absolute limit, they will increase to 4 times original, but they had increased more than that. The other reason is the quality and quantity of the bloodline. It is KN. Amazing, something I had never encountered before. Every second thousand of cells of honeycomb will get filled, but despite that, I saw no signs of energy lessening. There seemed to be unlimited energy that keeps filling the cells without the end. If I factor in the increased size of cells and quality of energy, then it is above much more, but I do not want to think any of that. I am currently too busy to be shocked by the colossal increase in strength I have received. I had thought I would need to fill all the remaining cells to gain the strength of elite, but I had gained it, but harnessing just one elite, I muttered to myself. Though my defense and speed were closer to elite, I do not have the raw strength, which is why I had not even bothered to attack the werewolf, but now with this upgrade, I have finally got the strength of the elite. It took me a whole minute to control my emotions. When I did, I took essence rose and stuff of werewolf before vaporing the husk of werewolf, leaving not a single speck of it. After I finished wiping all the traces of the harvest process, I looked at the storage of werewolf, and an extra bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The storage of elite is really amazing. It had so much stuff that made my eyes go round, and all this stuff is very precious. The one that made me really happy is a calibrator. I instantly took the gray calibrator and started to fiddle with it, and the more I did, the brighter my smile would become. It is the same grade as one of Danielle, which means now I won't have to depend on Danielle's calibrator. I wanted to check the storage of werewolf more thoroughly, but I did not want to keep Danielle waiting for too long. So I removed the ice dome and saw her reading the book. It is one of the books that we have found in the library. I hope you will keep what you have noticed secret, Danielle asked. Sure, I replied. Her grand art is big secret that even people of her organizations did not know about it. I am sure she must have had her own reason not telling her organization about the grand art, despite the colossal benefits that came with it. We did not talk much. I took out the calibrator and resumed breaking the door. This calibrator is of Danielle and not the one I had got from the werewolf. Zip, 3 hours passed by when finally I was able to solve the formation and projected the runes, and a second later, the door opened with Zip. I gave the practice room 13 one last look before stepping out. I will always remember practice room 13. It is the place where I made my life's greatest progress. It had been etched in my memory forever. Where are you going next? I asked a few seconds after we walked out the door. Training room 16, she replied. That place would be a great opportunity for you to comprehend your rules. They're quite behind from what I had sensed, she added. Training room 16, I could understand why she wants to go there. It is one of the best options for her, that training room made of special material that helps in comprehending things. That place is the best option for her to comprehend her art. If she is able to comprehend some important aspect of her art, it would be extremely helpful to her. I would have loved to come with you, but I have to go to the 31st floor. There is something I need from there, I said. I could see the faint trace of disappointment appearing in her eyes before it had disappeared. You should keep the calibrator, then it will be helping you on the 31st floor, she said, giving me back the calibrator that I had handed to her when the doors opened. There is no need. I had found one in the werewolf's storage, I replied. Since we have different objectives, we will part ways from here. I hope you will find what you need, Jordan, she said. You too, I said as I watched her leave. I was about to leave when suddenly a thought popped up in my mind. Danielle, wait, I called her out. She stopped and looked at me in question. Take this, read it before you enter the training room 16, I said and threw the book at her. What is it? She asked. I did not reply and moved toward the stairs. That thing is pretty precious and would create quite a bang if it fell into the hands of the pyramid or Supreme. I am currently only on the 33rd floor, and I have to go to the 31st floor. This floor is currently being occupied only for humans who are trying to break the 2 broken gates. Seeing their progress, I think they will need 1 to 2 hours to break open the gates. I carefully walked down the stair, analyzing the aura I am sensing down below. Even though I have gained the far of elite, I am far from being all the elite match. Though I could survive them, I could not kill them all, not to forget there are leader-class tyrants and who would need a single strike to kill me. So I have to be careful. I do not want to die in my overconfidence. Many people have lost their life due to it. When I reached the 32nd floor, I saw the stark opposite scene compared to above. This floor only has the grim monsters, and they are attacking the 3 broken gates. As I walked up the stairs, all 13 of them looked at me, watching me with different emotions, but almost everyone has hunger in their eyes. Oh look, another snack walked in just when I am feeling hungry, said the Crocman as it walked toward me. This Crocman is one of the 3 most powerful grim monsters here. It is just a step away from becoming an elite. Jahor, you got the last human that came. This one is mine, said Ape Man and took a step toward me while looking at Crocman threateningly. You guys did not ask my opinion whether I wanted to be eaten by you guys or not, I asked, stopping their staring contest. Shut up, you only have one choice here, and that is being eaten by us, both grim monsters said in unison as they turned at me. Really? I asked back and moved the fingers of my right hand, and the next moment, both of the grim monsters were frozen on their spot before being lifted. It is not only them, but also the other 11 grim monsters, including the 3rd grim monster, which is a step away from being an elite. I was not able to do something like it before, but due to strange changes and colossal improvements I have made by harvesting the bloodline of the grim monster, doing something like it has become very easy for me. Ice dome, I said, and covering the whole grim monsters in a dome of ice. The ice dome kept half of the hallway covered for about 11 minutes before the hallway had returned to normal, and this time, there is no grim monster present in the hallway. It is little regretful that I will have to give away all that bloodline essence, I said to myself with a sigh of regret. In the 13, there were 2 grim monsters with bloodline. The one who is stepping away from elite had a pretty powerful bloodline, but I had decided not to consume it. The bloodline of elite gives a much more qualitative boost than any other bloodline. Though I harvested the bloodline, I did not let my runes consume it. It was consumed by the other 3 in my body. After I finished with the grim monsters, I did not waste any time on the 32nd floor and begin to climb down the stairs. Though there are some broken and unbroken gates, I do not want to waste any time on them till I acquire what I want to acquire on the 31st floor. Those things are very important for me. It is one of the things which is improving my core drastically and even make the process a little safer for me. So I have to get those things, no matter the price I have to pay for them. As long as those things are in that room, I will get it, even if it runes on that door are invisible. I reached the 31st floor and saw this floor is being occupied by both grim monsters and humans. Both of them are attacking 6 broken doors. Seeing some of the doors, I couldn't help but shook my head. These people are wasting their efforts on 2 doors. Both of them had near complete formation, which could not be broken by raw strength. Even leaders would be hard-pressed to open those doors. As I stepped into the huge hallway, I attracted the attention of all those who were present, especially that of the grim monsters. With my entrance, the number of humans increased by 1, but it is still nothing to the grim monster, who outnumber us for more than 3 to 1. I gave the grim monsters a look before focused my gaze on the place I had come for. Of the 7 doors, it is only the door that both humans and grim monsters are not touching. This door is not broken, but it is not in fine condition either. Around 20 of the runes are visible, while the rest of the runes are invisible. Many people would consider the door broken, but it is technically not. The runes are hidden in invisibility. They are not destroyed like it broken doors. Seeing that a mirthless smile couldn't help but appear on my face, the things are not going to be hard as I had thought if the runes on the door had been completely invisible, but opening the door would be far from being easy. First, I will have to reveal the whole formation before solving it, and it is not an easy thing to do, but I am confident that I could do it. It might just take a little time. So I appeared in front of the gate and began without wasting any time. The calibrator scanned the visible runes, and I began to calculate the way to shock the runes without breaking them. This way, the other hidden runes would also reveal themselves. While this plan may seem simple, it is not. I will have to be very careful. Damaging the single rune would change the whole formation, and the only way I could break through it would be brute force. I don't have the kind of brute force that requires for breaking such a door. The runes flashed on the screen of the calibrator, and I started to make my calculations, and soon I got lost in it. Trying one combination after another, hashing that when it is not perfect, it is quite a time-consuming process, and I would not have done that, seeing there are others things here, if not for I desperately need the things that are inside this place. 6 hours had passed by, and in these 6 hours, except for 2, the grim monsters and humans were able to break all the other gates. The remaining 2 are beyond them, but they did not seem to understand that some of them are still attacking them, thinking they could break it at any time. Well, it is nothing to do with me. I had finished with the formation. It will shock the visible formation and force the invisible one to reveal, and as long as I solved that formation, I will have a way inside the room. Crackle. I projected the formation from the calibrator, and all runes lit up. They continued for a few seconds when a crackling sound rang out, and the rest of the formation on the door had revealed itself for the second before turning invisible again. That is all the time I needed. The calibrator had captured the whole formation. All I have to do now is solve the formation, and it would not take me more than 45 minutes. With the calibrator dealing with all the clutters and leaving me with essence solving the formation is not that hard. The formation is much easier than the one I had solved in the office of the Vice Tower Master. With formation ready, I did not waste any time and projected the runes on the door. A second later, all the invisible runes became visible and started to shine with the rest of the runes. Zip. 3 seconds later, the door opened with a familiar zip sound, and seeing that a bright smile couldn't help but appeared on my face. I have successfully opened the door. I just hope that I find what I came looking for in this herb hall. I took a step inside it, and I was about to cross the door when I saw people coming toward me. 2 of them are grim monsters, while one is human. Slap. This door is mine, so K off, I said and flipped my head back, which landed on the cheek of a human, creating a sharp slapping sound, sending him flying back like a broken kite. As for the 2 grim monsters, they were cut into 2 by my invisible vines. I collected grim monsters and their things without a beat and entered inside, and just as I did, the door had closed behind me. Though these spatial signatures are much fainter than I like them to be, it is still good news. This means there is a quite good chance I would be able to find a plant with a spatial element. Herb Hall 31A3 is one of the uncommon herb halls in Astral Garden Tower. In this herb hall, a faint amount of spatial energies would be extracted from the astral energy Su-K-D by the tower and processed before releasing into this hall to give the spatial properties of the plants here. The books I had found said that the process is very expensive and only 2 of the plant getting any spatial properties. Now, after thousands of years, the astral absorption array to the tower had lost more than 99.9% of its capabilities. If the tower could absorb even one-off astral energy as it's had at its peak, tyrants would not have been able to stay here, and the quality of herbs would have been much better, and there would be more astral-type herbs than it is. It is good news for me, and others, that this tower had nearly lost all its capability. It is the only reason why I am standing here. Ashlyn, help me find the spatial-type plants. I asked Ashlyn as she came out of me. Choo, choo, she chirped without looking at me before she flew away into the garden while I closed my eyes and concentrated on my runes. This time, my runes are sensing whopping 9 things. It is the most it had ever sensed in any herb garden or in any place. I hope that 2 or 3 things of the 9 have spatial properties. It will make me extremely happy if that happens. Choo choo. I was sensing the directions of the plants through my runes when the voice of Ashlyn's rang out inside me. Hearing it, the smile on my brightened up, and I immediately disappeared from my spot and appeared beside Ashlyn a second later. In front of me is yellow-red colored grass, sending out a very peculiar color fiery energy. Seeing that, disappointment couldn't help but appear on my face, and was about to turn to Ashlyn to say this was not a spatial plant when I sensed faint spatial fluctuation within a fiery aura, which brought back a radiant smile on my face. This plant had a spatial element, though it is only 15 to 20, it is still good. I did not immediately pluck the plant out. The spatial type plants are one of the most SNSTV plants. The slightest mistake on my part could destroy the whole plant. So I took out the books which had whole information on the spatial herbs grown in the tower and methods to pluck them. I flipped the pages, and soon I came across the drawing of the grass, which is known as starfire grass. Technically is a mutated starfire grass since it had the spatial element. There is complete info about it, and including how to harvest it. The harvest process is complicated and requires immense energy control. I have to create a net of runes with neutral energy, fire energy, and envelope the whole grass in it before gently pulling its stalks. I do not need the full grass, just its stalks. Those are the most important parts of this grass. While the process may be complicated for others, it is quite simple for me that I needed less than a minute to create the runic net shown in the book. I created the runic net and spread it over the grass. As I did, the net begins to spread itself on the grass. As it finished enveloping the grass, I began to control it and started to cut its stalks before storing them in special wooden containers mentioned in the book. This grass is one of the 9 things DSRD by my runes. I hope all the other things DSRD by my runes have spatial qualities in them. If that were to happen, I would be able to get all spatial type herbal resources I need for the formation of core and would not have to look anywhere else. Choo choo. I had just finished harvesting the plant when Ashlyn chirped in my mind again, calling me toward another spatial type of plant she had found. I did not waste any time and disappeared from my spot, and appeared beside a small fruit tree. It had violet cherries, which had a strange fragrance, and inside the fragrance is spatial fluctuation. These 12 cherries also contain 15 to 20 of the spatial element, about the same as the starfire grass. I again took out the book and started to read the method to harvest it, and to my surprise, and the cherry did not require any special method. As long as I apply the appropriate amount of force to pluck it, I will be able to harvest it without a problem. It took me few seconds to pluck and store all the cherries, and by the time I finished, Ashley found me another spatial plant, and like the 2 spatial elemental plants before, this one was also DSRD by my runes. After I harvest that plant, Ashlyn took me to another and then another. Within 20 minutes. I was able to harvest 5 spatial type plants, and I am very happy with things are going now, and things got an even better 6th plant, not only better but also little complicated and dangerous. Choo choo. Ashlyn stopped me before I could go any close to the 6th plant. I'm standing 6 meters away from a single silver rose, which is one most beautiful plants I've ever seen, also very dangerous. I know this plant and know how dangerous this beautiful looking rose could be, called silver razor rose. It is a metal elemental plant, but what is in front of me is not pure metal elemental silver razor rose, but one which has the spatial attribute that made this plant even more dangerous. I closed the book as I read this detailed information on silver razor rose, and now I wonder whether I should try for this rose or not. It is more dangerous than I had thought. I will not have hesitated if this rose is 20 or 30 spatial elemental, but this rose is a whopping 50 spatial elemental, which made it extremely dangerous. The book had outlined those dangers very clearly, and they are making me have second thoughts. I had thought for a while before decided to go for it. While it will be a very risky endeavor, it will also be very much worth it. Spatial type resources are extremely rare that anyone is willing to give them up. It is especially for the herbal type resources they are the rarest. I will not be able to get them from any organization or supreme. I will have to scour many dangerous runes for it, and that would be very time consuming, and I would have to be lucky to get it. This rose in front of me will fulfill all the requirements I have about the spatial herbal treasure. With it, I will not have to search for any more of them. It is the reason why I decided to take this risk. Now that I decided it, risk it, I started to make the preparation. Going for this rose without preparations is a suicide. I will have to prepare as much as possible. The first thing I did was activate all my defensive formations in the armor and summon a defensive field around the armor with thick rule bending power. I also summoned my defensive method around my top of that. I am going to need all the defense I have to harvest that rose. After I finished with my defense, 12 vines came out of my back. Each vine is thick as my pinky finger, and all of them glowing with thick rule bending power, especially their ends, where they have pink spherical formation. This is the only thing that will be able to hold those petals. Everything else would be useless in containing them. With all the preparation being made, I took a deep breath and slowly and carefully moved toward the rose. With such a small distance, I could instantly appear beside the rose, but that is not wise. It is very dangerous to do that. The silver razor rose had an invisible domain of 5 meters around it. The moment I entered the domain, the rose would react. If I am faster, the rose will react faster, and seeing its spatial abilities, I do not want to be faster. I moved closer and closer to the rose, and soon I was just a step away from reaching its field. I could feel the invisible field in front of me, and it is giving me a very dangerous feeling, that for a moment I thought of going back. Seeing the thoughts of giving up entering my heart, I immediately took a step inside the invisible field. As I did, I immediately felt the changes. The first and foremost is that I am trapped, which is not surprising. The invisible field is metallic and spatial in nature, and is quite strong. It would take me minutes to break it, and I don't second much fewer minutes as the rose had already reacted. The silver petals of the rose have begun to separate themselves from the rose. A second later, there is only a stem attached to the tree as all the 12 silvery petals coming at me. These petals look like they are riding the gentle wind as they came at me, but their speed is much more than that. It those petals fraction of a second to cover me, and now they are coming at me. These petals seem too gentle and delicate, and they are, but they are also extremely sharp that these petals would not have a problem in cutting through my defenses, and the worst thing is, I could not use my sword. These petals are extremely delicate. They are delicate as petals of the regular rose. Any hard force against them and they would be destroyed. My vines move toward the petals to capture them, but their speed is so great that my vines are unable to capture them, and they came to me. I avoided 7 petals, but even with the power of all my boosters, I was not able to avoid 5 petals that tore through. Tearing would be a wrong word to say, for what it did to me. Tearing means they have felt some resistance from me which they did not. These petals are like 1,000-kilogram blades, and I am soft boo, there is lie any resistance against them. I was able to avoid most petals with minimum injuries, except for one had seeped through my stomach and came out from the other side. It was centimeters away from cutting through my spine. It would have been very bad if something like that would have happened. These petals are the first thing I had faced against which I am not able to offer the slightest resistance. If not for having a way to capture these petals, I would not have taken such a dangerous risk. Slice, slice, slice. The petals came at me again, and this time I am more prepared, but still, 6 of them were able to cut through me. One was able to cut through a big piece of bone in hand. I had to place a couple of formations on the wound to seal it temporarily, as healing them in my current condition is impossible. The cuts by these petals leave behind very powerful metallic and spatial energy, which is very hard to heal from. So I am sealing the wounds with formations, and I will heal them when I am finished harvesting the rose. Slice, slice, slice. Another round of petals have sliced through me. This is the 7th time since they had sliced through me, and the first time since they have not been able to do any real damage. They were only able to cut some of my flesh, though I am not happy about it. Until now, I was not able to capture a single petal. They are too fast for my vines to capture. I have many times came closer to capturing them, but never managed to do it, and I have to. It won't be long before one of the petals came for my fatal spot, and I am not able to avoid it. If that were to happen, it would be disastrous. So I have to capture these petals as soon as possible, and thankfully, I am starting to understand their patterns. It won't be long before I was able to capture them. I had just thought that when a petal directly entered the pink runic sphere attached to the top of my vine, it was so surprising that I forget to dodge the petal coming at my face. If I had not reacted quickly, it would not just be a slice on the cheek, but a petal through my eye, which might have killed me. The petal entering the pink sphere is a complete coincidence that I am extremely happy about. These petals are life-threatening attacks that I could not count against. The more I capture them, the better it would be for me. Slice, slice, slice. 3 more rounds of petals attacked me when I was finally able to capture the petal, and this one is not due to the coincidence but due to my own hard work. This time, I had made the right calculation and was able to move my vine at the right time to capture the petal. Slice, slice, slice. Another round of petals came and sliced through me. I again dodged them, moving and bending at a different angle still. I was not able to avoid them all, and also my vines were also not able to catch the petals, and like before, I did not get disappointed and was able to catch another petal 2 rounds later. With petals getting captured, things have become a little easy for me. There are fewer petals to dodge, and I could spend more of my strength in capturing them. Slice, slice, slice. The petals continued to attack me, and now I would catch them. It continued, and soon came a time that there are only 5 petals floating in front of me, and for the first time since I entered the invisible field, I was able to avoid all the petals that had attacked me. With only 5 petals left, I was quickly able to collect them. I was so quick that even I had got shocked by it. I had captured 2 together in the first second and 3 in the next second, caging all the petals in pink runic sphere attached to the 12 vines. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my bloody face, but my job is far from being done. I still have to harvest the rest of the flower. It is not dangerous to work, but extremely delicate, and most important, if I wasn't able to harvest the rest of the flower, then the petals would become useless. I did not waste any time and started to draw the formation with neutral energies. I would have very much liked to deal with my heavy injuries first, but I have an hour before the flower wilt away, so I have to harvest it before that. Nearly 20 minutes had passed when I finished drawing a sheet of formation, in which I placed below the rose tree before activating the formation. The formation was the most important part, and now I just have to pluck the power carefully, and I did without making the slightest mistake. As I plucked the flower, the invisible field disappeared, and the rest of the tree began to wither away till it had turned to dust. I took out a special wooden storing case. This one is crafted with mana crystal. Inside it, I just have to draw a formation and connect it to power. A flower is needed to place inside the special formation, or it would gradually lose its efficacy. I do not want that. I needed 15 minutes to draw the formation. As I did, I opened the box and placed the stem of the flower before gently placing one petal after another inside it. Like magic, petals started to attach themselves to the flower on their own, and by the time I added the last petal inside, I have a completely mutated silver razor rose in the case. I couldn't help but feel happy seeing it. The deathly risk was definitely worth it. This flower is going to help me a lot when I create my own core. I stare at the flower for a couple of more seconds before I closed the wooden box and activated the formation before storing it inside my storage. Now that I had harnessed the flower, it is time for me to focus on my injuries. I am having a hard time containing them if I did not start healing them soon. They will going to burst out from the seals and make things very dangerous for me. It took me 3.5 hours to get rid of the spatial and metallic energy stuck in my wounds. Especially that spatial energy. It is bitch to remove and extremely dangerous to handle. I have suffered several times when I am healing my injuries. Now that my injuries have healed, I just want to sleep. The intense struggle I had against the silver razor rose and healing injuries made me very tired, but I could not sleep right now. There are still quite many plants I have to collect. There are 3 plants I am still sensing I will have to collect them at least before I could sleep soundly. Choo-choo, I do not have to ask Ashlyn to the next spatial plant, she did it on her own, and this one is within the formation. I instantly took out my calibrator and started to solve the formation, and 25 minutes later, the formation is broken. Fuck. I said, and it is not with anger but with amazement and happiness. This plant in front of me has 50 spatial element just like the silver razor rose, and when I opened the book and read about the process to harvest it, I became even happier. While harvesting it is more complicated than silver razor rose, it is not dangerous. I just have to be very careful while harvesting it, and I would have another precious herb with 50 spatial elemental. About 20 minutes later, I carefully stored it inside my storage and moved to another spatial plant. The next spatial plant had 20 spatial elemental, and I did not even take a minute to harvest it, as it was simple pluck and store without any complications. The last herb sensed by my runes is spatial 1, which is why Ashlyn did not call me and went her way to eat the plants that caught her fancy. The last plant was very precious as a spatial element despite not being one. It was encased and harvesting was a little complicated that I needed half an hour to do that. With it harvested, I had finished harvesting all the plants that had been sensed by my runes and could finally take a much-needed rest. I did not waste any time and take out my abode. The first thing I did was shower, wash away all the dried blood on me. There is quite a lot. Those petals were merciless, cutting flesh and veins, drawing out a lot of blood. 15 minutes later, when I walked out wearing new clothes, I went to the kitchen and heated the already cooked food I have. Ashlyn showed her nose against it, but she ate it with me before flying out of the abode while I went to the room. I did not immediately sleep. Instead, I laid on my bed and went to my inheritance space. There I started documenting everything I had experienced when fighting against the petals of silver razor rose and also many ideas I had during it. I did not spend more than an hour inside my inheritance space, which was only a few minutes outside. After I finished, I closed my eyes and laid on the bed. Within a minute, I was in a deep sleep. I woke up about 7 hours later, freshened up, and showered before I went to the kitchen and started cook the meal. About an hour later, when I finished with an elaborate meal, Ashlyn was already sitting in her place, waiting for food. 40 minutes later, we finished with the meal and we walked out of my abode. I did not waste any time and started to harvest the herbs. There are lots of rare and precious herbs in this huge hall. Yesterday, I had only harvested those that were sensed by my runes, and today I am harvesting everything my eyes fall on. There are quite a lot of them, and seeing many of them I don't know about, it is going to take me a lot of time to harvest. I needed 22 hours to harvest the whole haul, and there is a very bright smile on my face. The plants I had harvested are very precious, more precious than the ones I had harvested in any place in the tower. It is not only due to dense energy, but also due to spatial energy. While most of the plants here did not get spatial attributes, many of them changed by it. They got wondrous mutations that many practitioners and alchemists would pay a very high price to get. Now that I had harvested the whole haul and get the herbs I needed, it is time for me to think about what to do next. I had already got more than what I had hoped when I chose to come here. I had not only reached the absolute limit, but also managed to gather one of the most important and hard-to-find resources needed for the creation of my core. Not to forget a shitload of herbs. Some of these herbs are very important for my breakthrough into the tyrant stage, while some could be exchanged for the things needed for my breakthrough. There are also 3 exits of the tower on the floors, which would be the eventual target of me and everybody else who had entered the tower. The thing is that as I climb higher, the more dangerous it would be. The higher the floor, the denser energy is there, which means powerful powerhouses like elites and leaders would target those places, making things extremely dangerous. Zip, a door opened with zip. As I projected the runes on the door and I stepped out without wasting any second. As I did, I felt a presence on me. Human, you took quite long coming out. It had been a day since I am waiting for you, said the voice. I turned and saw a huge grim monster looking at me with a toothy smile. It is a great honor to be waited by you, I said back without missing a beat as I looked at this huge grim monster. It is one of the tallest grim monster I had seen. Most grim monster is tyrant stage is between 7 meters to 8.5 meters, but this one is 9 meters long. It is an azure horseman or gale horseman, as they called it. This tribe is known for their speed, and when hundreds of them charged in battle, they could decimate much larger numbers than them due to the advantage of their speed and size. Its body is completely azure in color, except for its huge eyes, which are dark black, and those huge murderous teeth that are so white and shiny that I feel a little jealous about them. The aura coming from its body is of the elite, which is not surprising, seeing it is one of 15 elites on the grim monster's sides. It seemed to be a little stronger than the werewolf I had fought earlier. It is regrettable that it does not have bloodline. I would have loved to harvest it. You should be honored, human, it replied, completely missing my sarcasm. You have gone to Spatial Herb Hall. You must have gotten some good things right. The spatial ones give them all to me. It ordered as it extended its huge hand. The spatial type plants are quite rare. What are you going to give them to me? I asked. Hearing that, a look of confusion appeared on its face before that turned into surprise as it understood what I mean. Are you joking, human? It asked me. There is a clear question on its face as it could not believe that I am asking for something in return for the things I have. No, I am not joking, you idiot. If you want something from me, you will have to give something to me in exchange, I said, and hearing that, an expression of dumbfoundedness appeared on its face before it had transformed into the seething rage. Its dumb brain had finally caught that I am messing with it, and now it is really angry. Human, earlier I was only planning to give you a quick chomp of death, but now I will torture you so much that you will beg for the death, and it will not come, it said, and it turned into azure streak as it came at me. Its speed is great that if not for the amazing boost I had got from the werewolf, I would not think about fighting it, much less killing it. That I am thinking about it right now. Die. It appeared in front of me in an instant and screamed die as it swung its silver 6-meter-long scimitar at me. The scimitar is extremely fast that a non-elite would not even see it coming before it sliced one into 2 pieces. I did not hold back either and swung my sword in response using pure physical strength and nothing else. Clang, our weapons and clashed, and they stopped midair. My toothpick-like sword stopped a scimitar that was 4 times bigger than it. A clear shock could be seen in the horseman's face as I stopped its sword without the slightest shake. I smiled at its shocked face, and soon my unraked aura transformed to that of elite, and this time there was no further shock on its face. No wonder you dared to disrespect me. You have some strength, but you will still die under my blade. It roared in the nasal voice, and a powerful azure aura blasted out of its body. Breath of the prairie, it shouted and attacked. Azure energy had covered its scimitar, and each speck of this azure energy is sharp, and there is quite a fear of sharp things in my mind after I experienced those petals, so I became quite careful of its attack. First boost I activated without hesitation and attacked it back. Both of our swords tore through the air with a speed that would reap anyone's life who is not an elite tyrant. Our attacks are powerful and fast, like a grim reaper's scythe which would need only an instant to reap the life. Clang. Our weapons clashed, and azure energy came at me. Most of it was blocked by the shields I have created, but some of them are pierced through it. The energy attack is not a normal one. It has a lot of conscious power, which had transformed its energy into the wild horses, anything and everything that came in their way. They soon crashed into my armor and had not felt the slightest resistance before entering inside. I had let them inside intentionally, and as they did, these wild horses of cutting apart and went to thousands of streams. Snort. The azure horseman let out a snort which sounded like a neigh as it attacked me again, and this time, its attack is much faster and powerful that I had to harness quite a lot of energy from the first boost to respond. Clang. Our weapons clashed, and I stopped its scimitar again, but this was just a beginning as it launched another lightning-fast attack, and then another, wanting to put 1,000 slashes on my body with its huge sword. Death in prairie, it shouted, and a thick and sharp aura came out of its body before it molded itself into the grim runes and began to spread over its body and scimitar. It had been a minute since we started fighting, and it had already used such a powerful attack. It looked like think about horses, and their impatience is true. Second boost. I did not waste any time and activated the second boost before I disappeared from my spot and met the azure horseman in the middle before attacking it. Dream on, human, the azure horseman shouted as it attacked me. The runes are flashing in power, supplying more power to its attack each moment. Means it is getting stronger. Seeing that, I also harnessed more power to make my attack stronger and faster than its. Clang. Our weapons clashed in creating a loud sound and huge shockwave that spread across the hallway before it dispersed. Clang. I did not waste a second before I attacked again with more power. Since this bastard does not have a bloodline and is not crazily stronger than me, I do not want to waste much time on it. I want to kill it as soon as possible and climb up in a search for the powerful bloodline elite and many things this tower had to offer. So I attacked fast and hard, But this Azure Horseman is no slouch either. It is matching attacks by its attacks, with each attack being much more powerful than previous. I am fighting quite freely, which happens very rarely most of the time. The opponents I choose are much more powerful than me that I had to take every step carefully. While this Azure Horseman is stronger than me, the difference is not big. I am fighting with a free spirit, trying moves that I had not tried before. I could not do something like this against my usual opponents, and weak ones are too weak to give me any right type of feedback I need. I once again appeared behind it and went for its next, but this giant moved its hands at an unnatural angle and defended against my attack before it spun back and launched a powerful attack without losing momentum. "Human bastard, you are dreaming if you think you could injure me with your puny attacks." The Azure Horseman shouted and increased the power of its attack immensely, but I am ready for it and attacked back with the same intensity. Fighting Azure Horseman is a great opportunity for me to let it all out, use all the strange moves I had been holding back, and I am doing that. I could feel how irritated it has become due to its inability to defeat me. It is using more and more powerful moves, but they are doing nothing against me as I countering it all with about the same power and higher battle skills. Everwings. I activated and flapped my wings. The single flap of the wing had given me immense speed that I directly appeared in front of its H-scent and attacked. Snort. The Azure Horseman snorted again, which sounded like neigh, and the powerful aura like never before had burst out of it as it took a blurring step back and put its scimitar against its H-scent to defend, CLA and NG. I had already activated Everwing and already using the substantial energy of it won't be long before I begin to use my full power. "Die, you bastard," the Azure Horseman shouted as it attacked me from behind. I swiftly turned back and attacked. Right after I had countered its attack, I appeared beside its hoofs like legs and attacked them. My attack was powerful and fast, but the bastard was still able to avoid it. Despite activating the Everwings, I still could not match its speed. It's really great. If I did not have the skills I have, I would have been no challenge against it. It would have been able to beat every inch of my life. It is very slippery with its speed. If not for that, I would have killed it by now. Though I am not much worried about killing it, I have full confidence in killing it. It just will take more time than I would like, which is also fine by me. I will get more time to practice. Time passed by and I continued to attack it, and with its speed, I was not able to land any of my attacks, but it was not able to do the same to me. If the horseman had been of my size, I would have been fighting against it with hundreds of injuries on my body. The size matters a lot. One of the reasons I was able to dodge and counterattack all its moves was because of its size. It is so huge that I could see everything. It is very hard for it to hide anything from me. Having big size also has its advantages. One could store more power in one's body. If I had its size and would have been at the absolute limit, it would already be turned into the essence rose that is being safely stored inside my storage. Time passed, and when suddenly, a smile appeared on my face, and I again disappeared from my spot and appeared behind it before attacking its heart. There is nothing strange about this attack. I had launched such attacks tens of times and failed, but no more this time. I will succeed without a doubt. Its sword was about to reach behind its H-scent to defend against my attack when suddenly it froze for no reason. Horror appeared on the face of Azure Horseman as it tried to move its sword hand, but it is no use. No matter what it does, its hand won't move. Puchai with its scimitar frozen in its place, my sword moved uninterrupted and passed through its H-scent like a hot knife passed through the boo. As I had done that, I have wasted no time and created multiple sealing formations and sent them inside the body of the Azure Horseman to seal its body completely from both inside and outside. Seeing that, I had finally heaved a sigh of relief. This Azure Horseman is quite special. It had a protection amulet that is still working even after reaching the elite stage. Usually, when one reaches the tyrant stage, most of the protection amulets start working. The tyrant stage is the limit of our world, and one approached the limit you came under the consciousness of the world, and whatever you hold and also come under its eyes. While it does not much affect the artifacts unless they are too powerful, it affects the protection amulets as they are made from the energy of someone who is above the limit of the world. This is why over 95 of protection amulets became useless when one turned tyrant. The more powerful one gets in the tyrant stage, the greater the suppression the artifacts they have bonded with would face. 99 protection amulets became useless to them. There are very few protection amulets that could work under the suppression of the world. They are very powerful and very hard to find. The Azure Horseman had something like it, and it is a good thing I had stopped my sword from piercing through its heart when I noticed it. If this Azure Horseman had been a regular tyrant, I would not even be able to pierce my sword inside its H-scent. The amulet would have been activated. Seeing the speed and power of my sword, it would have been repelled the moment it touched its H-scent. Now that Azure Horseman is elite, the protection amulet would only trigger when an extremely fatal attack had struck, like my sword touching its heart. If there had been others in my place, they would have left after serious injuring grim monster, as once it activated, the Azure Horseman would be able to escape, but I have no wish to do that. I am going to kill it. As for the protection amulet it had, I will just have to fool it a little. I opened the door of Spatial Herb Hall again and went inside with Azure Horseman. I came back here because what I am about to do is going to take lots of time, and I want to do it in undisturbed relative safety, and this place is best for it. With that done, I started to create runes and sent it toward the protection formation which is around its heart and all the fatal parts of its body. I would not have done something as time-consuming as it, even for the essence rose of elite I will get from it. The reason I am doing this is for a challenge. I want to challenge my runic knowledge and see if I could create something that would fool amazing but heavily suppressed protection amulet. It is not easy, and I'm not looking for a challenge that will force me to use every once of runic knowledge I have. Others might consider it a huge mistake to do it here, when I could be killing grim monsters and scouring through various herb halls. I do not think that way. I am doing this because I have a great target in my mind. The library, I want that library. It contains so much knowledge that it will be enough for my lifetime. It will not only help me beyond measure, but also help my world. If I have to waste few hours of this precious opportunity, I will do it. The benefits of the library is far surpass the benefits this astral tower garden could provide me. So I went for it and I did not hold back. I not only started to use my rule-bending power, I also began to use my inheritance energy and bloodline energy to shape the rune, according to the needs. I am designing a grand formation that will make the protection amulet believe that Azure Horseman is fully alive, and there is no immediate harm to its life while I harvest its life essence and turn it into the essence rose. It would have been much easier if I just wanted to kill it. I would only need to block it for a second, and that would more than enough time for me to kill it. I do not want that. I want a great challenge, and also the essence rose. The essence rose of the elite tyrant is quite precious. It is a good thing I have deeply researched the isolation formations, and I just have to think about it as I carve it, while making multiple changes in the parts that I do not like. Time passed by, and before I know it, 8 hours had passed, and I am nearly finished with the formation, but still, I would need few more hours to make the finishing touches and hashing out the mistakes. I want the formation to be perfect, without the slightest mistake. Another 4 hours passed by, and I finally stopped. The formation is ready. It had covered the whole body of Azure Horseman, from inside to outside. Buzz. I waited for a few seconds to calm my mind before I activated the formation. As I did, the runes lit up gently before they started to move. All the runes began to seed inside the body of Azure Horseman, and covered fatal spots densely before these runes transformed into translucent chains, which covered the whole protection formation. Seeing that, I began the harvesting process, watching for any reaction the protection amulet has as my strings begin to suck its life essence, but I did not saw any, and that finally put a smile on my face. Dead, I whispered as my runes have finished harvesting nearly all, leaving only one essence. I left it intentionally, for it maintains its nearly complete dried form. I gently brought out a beautiful azure rose from its stomach and stored it without much admiring. The job is not done yet. This is the stage where things could turn serious and dangerous, so I have to be very careful what I do next. I had already stripped it of everything valuable it had on it, and now that I had also taken the essence rose, it is time for protection amulet to know that the grim monster is dead. There are only two things that will happen. Then things will go sideways, and the amulet might explode, or nothing much will happen. Even though there are 50 chances that nothing much will happen, I do not want to take risks. So I had set the timer I had designed in the formation and flew away from the grim monster till I reached near the end of the hall. There I activated the plant protection formation, which I had broken earlier, and waited. I had set up a timer of 1 minute. Only 10 seconds have passed. In 50 seconds, the formation would collapse, and the amulet will know the grim monster it is supposed to protect is dead. Time passed by, and soon 50 seconds passed, and formation collapsed. Just as it did, a dark red aura shot out of it. It had covered its whole body, and by second became darker and darker. Due to me being in the protection formation, I could not sense what is happening, but seeing the angry red color and how it is going deeper and deeper, it seemed like there is a high chance it might explode. It is a good thing. I had covered myself in the protection formation. I would be relatively safe here if it were to explode. Hun. I was bracing for the explosion when suddenly, all the angry red glow had vanished, and not only that, the huge body of Azure Horseman also began to collapse from the top till only ashes remained of it. Though there is so much remained of the protection amulet, it is currently floating on the place where the Azure Horseman's H-scent had been. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and I took out a calibrator to broke the formation I am in. It took a few seconds for me to get out of the formation, and a second later, I appeared beside the ashes of the Azure Horseman, looking at the red-colored floating protection amulet. It looked like a thick gold coin which is painted red, and it had a thick runic design and symbol of wheat stalk on another side. I had not considered the possibility that I would get a complete protection amulet. Protection amulets of this level are very rare, and seeing the energy it is emitting, it is much more powerful than I had thought. I looked at it for a while before gently taking it into my hands. It did not react, it just stayed there. Seeing that, I did not waste any time, started to bond with it. As I tried it, I had found I could not. My efforts are being repelled, and the one that is repelling is Protection Amulet, which had been tinkered by Lord Al. It is not letting me bond with this amulet. I am not doing it. I feel the Protection Amulet tinkered by Lord Al is much precious than the one I have in my hand. There were 3 protection amulets that Lord Al had tinkered in. Of the 3, only one had remained on me. The 2 were given to others. I gave one to Alina when she went to the Devil's Gate. She tried to give it back when she had returned, but I did not take it back. She's my good friend and the daughter of my teacher, and I know how much a teacher worries about her daughter, so I let her have it. The other one I had given to my little sister, though Mother had procured very high-level protection amulets for my sister. The one I have given her is still better. My mom had herself said that. Even though I could not use this protection amulet, I am still happy getting it. I could give it to the academy, and I am sure the teacher would be very happy getting a protection amulet for this grade. They are always in very high demand. My God, I let out deep gasps after minutes of looking around. This bastard had too much precious stuff, not only herbs but other things too. The things it has are much more than the werewolf, and the things that made me gasp are the books. Usually grim monsters do not care about the books. If they find any, they would destroy it or not pick it up, but this one seemed to have picked a huge lot of them, and when I checked a few of them, my eyes couldn't help but go wide. These books are about runic formation. If I had time on hand, I would have set up my abode and started to read them, but unfortunately, I did not afford to spend time reading them. I will only be able to do it after I get out of this tower. A few seconds later, I finished going through the storage of the Azure Horseman and looked at the door, and projected the runes for the calibrator. I hope there is no elite waiting for me on the other side. I had spent too much time on this floor, and now I just want to leave it. Zip, as I came out of the herb hall, there was no grim monster waiting for me this time. Though I saw some grim monsters and humans fighting, the grim monsters have 3 times more numbers than the humans, seeing that I had helped them a little before climbing the floor up. It did not take me long to reach the 32nd floor, which was devoid of anyone. I looked around and went to the open hall, only to find everything had been harvested. All the plants had been harvested, and those who did it were not merciful, as they took everything they could. They did not leave behind king and emperor grade herbs, which are almost useless. Still, it did have something for me, and they even made my runes ting. They did not take the protected plants, which is good for me. They are always good. I did not waste any time and took out the calibrator before started breaking the formation. 20 minutes later, I am done, and 10 minutes later, I have the plants safely stored in my storage. I did the same with the other 6 protected plants of its hall before I get out and went to another open hall there. Also, I had found protected plants which I had harvested like the other hall before coming out. I scoured through all opened halls and broken halls that could be broken within half an hour. I harvested all the precious plants before I went up to the 33rd floor, where I found the humans and grim monsters have again started fighting. This time I did not interfere, and instead I went to the other open halls and started harvesting protected plants. Some humans and grim monsters saw me doing that, but nobody disturbed me, seeing the aura of elite emitting out of me. In few hours, I finished with the 33rd floor and went to the 34th floor. I continued to climb floors after floors, harvesting and sometimes killing grim monsters, and taking their storages and turning them into essence roses. On the way, I had passed through few training rooms and one office of Vice Tower Master, which was broken. When I entered inside it, I found it completely empty. Lie anything left inside while the teleportation formation was being destroyed. Time passed by, and my storage getting filled with all types of rare and precious plants, and other things I had got from the herb halls and grim monsters. I am very happy with the resources I have got already, but I am getting more and more. The halls above have a high density of energy, which means the plants there are also high grade. Getting them making me smile brighter and brighter. The leap into this tower is going to give me much better results than I had imagined. As I reached there, I found myself the center of attention of many grim monsters, but focused on the 3 gazes. All the 3 gazes belong to the elites of them. 3, one is human, while the other 2 are grim monsters. I was quite surprised seeing the human elite when I saw her last. She was just a step away from becoming an elite, but now she is one. Like me, she also looked quite surprised seeing me, importantly my aura. Unlike her, I was not a step away from becoming the elite when I had entered this tower, so the progress I made in this past few days is phenomenal, could even be said shockingly. Becoming an elite is exceedingly hard, as it is a qualitative change. In it, one's power increased immensely that one became capable of tearing the space and travel through it. Though they need the help of an artifact to do it, still, the ability to do it is all that matters. Her name is Maria Charles, and she is from the Hawthorne Sea and is currently attacking the Training Room 19. As for two elite Grimm monsters, one is attacking Training Room 18, and the other is trying to break into the office of the Vice Tower Master. Both of the Grimm elites did not have the bloodline, which is quite regretful as I am hoping to kill one with bloodline. The boost I will get from the elite bloodline would be immense. It would immediately increase my power that I won't have to fear anyone from the elite stage. I have no interest in training rooms, while they may be useful to these elites. They are not much to me. If I had been a tyrant, I would have entered them without thinking. Now, I am going to target the office of the Vice Tower Master, which is being targeted by Blood Rhinomen. The Blood Rhinomen is one powerful Grimm tribe, and they have a patriarch on the High Council of Grimm Monster. The runes on the door of the Vice Tower Master's office are invisible, but they would become visible now, and then when the Blood Rhinomen would flash certain formations from its calibrator. I quickly copied the runes in my calibrator when they flashed and began to solve the formation. The Blood Rhinomen noticed me doing it, but did not say anything. It just took one look at my calibrator and turned back toward the door and continued flashing the formations at the door, but not a single one is helping to break it. It took me nearly 5.5 hours to break the formation. I would have finished a little sooner if I am not busy with little something. Now that I am ready, it is time to open the door. Zip, I did waste any time projected the formation on the door. Hee human, if you think you could open the door that I could not aft it laughed and mocked me when suddenly it stopped when runes lighted up and the door opened, and I moved swiftly inside. The Blood Rhinomen had remained stumped for a fraction of a second before it entered behind me. Bang, not only that, but it had also attacked back the other elite Grimm monster who was trying to enter behind it. The other Grimm monster cursed at it and tried to enter again, but by the time it could take a step inside, the door had already been closed. I was a little stumped seeing something like it happened. It had been quite a while since I had seen the tribal rivalry among the Grimm monsters. There are huge tribal rivalries that exist among the Grimm monsters. It is especially intense among the low-level warriors, but as they reach higher in power, they cooled it down and worked together, setting aside their differences, but sometimes it comes out like now. I did not think that puny human like you could solve such extremely hard formation. It looks like I had come across the gem. It said as it looked like at me with bloodthirsty eyes. The bloodthirstiness of Blood Rhinomen is quite renowned. Snort, do you think you could beat me? We are of the same level, I replied, going defensive in my speech. We might be of the same level, but there is a vast difference between us. It won't take me more than 5 minutes to chomp you down under my teeth, it said while its lips on its teeth. Oh, I would like you to try, I said while summoning my sword in my hands. As you wish, human. After I am done feasting on you, I would enjoy the gift you have given me, it said while motioning toward the office. This time I did not reply and watched the Blood Rhinomen as bloody aura blasted off it, and it readied itself to swung its blood-colored sword at me when suddenly its expressions changed, and a look of horror appeared on its face. Human, what did you do to me? I asked. Aside from its neck, all of its body had been frozen. It could not move even an inch. When I was solving the formation on the gate, I am also using my vines to trap it, and by the time I was finished breaking the formation, my vines had covered it by 95. Putch. I hope you will enjoy the hell, I said, encased it completely before piercing thousands of sharp ends of my vines inside it. The bastard has quite a tough defense. If not for the recent boost, I would have had to use the power of my totem artifact's enchantment to make my vine ends sharp enough that they would be able to pierce through this Blood Rhinomen's body. As my strings went inside it, they started to grow and spread. They also faced resistance there, but it is nothing compared to what they faced when they went inside the monster with a powerful bloodline. The resistance of bloodline is much more powerful than that of the inheritance. While the Blood Rhinomen's inheritance is powerful, it is still not powerful enough to stop my vines from growing. It took 12 minutes for them to spread inside the Blood Rhinomen before I started the harvest process. I really liked when green and silver runes harvest. They make the process very fast. It took them less than 5 minutes to harness the bloodline in essence, while I need 4 times more than that, especially when it comes to powerful Grimm monster like Blood Rhinomen. Around 15 minutes later, it had turned to the husk, and I took out the essence that rose from its body. Such mighty Grimm monster fell just like that. If I had fought against it fairly, without using my vines, I would have had no chance of winning, but who fight fair, even Grimm monsters use every advantage they have. I admired my new toy for a few seconds before I looked around the small hall I am, and a smile on my face had become even bigger and brighter. This office is full, not only with furniture but also with the bookshelf. There lie anything's taken from it. Even bookshelves are only 10 empty. The former residents of this office only took important things with while leaving everything else. I looked around for a few minutes before I started collecting things. First, I started with the things which are not protected by formations. It took me few minutes to collect them all before I took out my shiny new toy and started breaking the formations. The new calibrator is better than I had imagined. It had increased my speed of breaking formations by 25, which is huge, not to forget various formations it had stored inside it. They are more advanced than those in my previous calibrator. This new calibrator is too good, and I had found its perfect time. The formations in the floors above would not be easy. My new calibrator would help me a lot in solving them. Destroyed, I said. The teleportation formation is destroyed like the previous office I had been to. I do not mind much. There is nowhere I want to go through it, except for out of this tower. This formation could also be used to leave the tower, but need a Vice Tower Master Pass, which I did not find in the office. That was the only disappointment I had received from the office. Otherwise, everything is beyond perfect, especially the book collection, which is swoon-worthy. Those books will occupy quite a lot of my time once I got out of this place. The formation in front of me was clearly broken by the bearer of this office. The toughness of the spatial formation is beyond what tyrants could destroy. Even after thousands of years, the broken pieces of it did not lose much of their strength. I picked all the pieces and placed them into special boxes before putting them into my storage. Those pieces had wild spatial energy. I have to put them in special boxes to seal that wild spatial energy. Otherwise, they could mess my storage, could even create a spatial vortex inside my storage which could swallow everything it had. Zip. With that done, I went back to the office and took out the calibrator and projected the runes on the door. 3 seconds later, the door opened, and I walked out. When I did, I found there is not much change. The only change I had was a spot that the second elite had disappeared. Looking at the door, it was trying to break. It seemed like it was able to break it and entered inside. While Maria is still trying one formation after another to open the training room 13 and seeing her expressions, she seemed quite frustrated about it. Her frustration had turned into shock when she saw me coming out of the door, and there were no blood Rhinomen which had entered with me. Her shock is understandable. That blood Rhinomen is much more powerful than her and the other grim monster. Jordan, would you help me break the door? I really need to enter this training room, Maria asked. Her question surprised me, and I did not answer her for seconds while she looked at me with expectations. Sure, I said with a sigh and took out my calibrator. Seeing the gray calibrator, her eyes had gone wide again, but she did not say anything. I wanted to decline her request as it would waste my precious time, but also would reveal some of my abilities, but seeing the emotions in her eyes, I decided to agree with her. The training room 19 is for training one's moves. There are certain formations here that could help her refine her moves to a greater degree in a very short time. It did not take me long to break the formation, but I waited for another door to reveal it. I could not reveal everything to her. Zip. As the door closed, I walked toward the broken door and opened it with few minutes of calculations. This door was occupied by the grim monsters. As I entered inside, I killed them before I started harvesting the remaining plants on the herb halls. It took about 8 hours to harvest all the precious plants in the herb hall. 90 of my time was taken by the protected plants, but they were worth it. I walked out of the herb hall and went to another one. This one was occupied by the humans. This time I only took the protected plants and left the room as soon as I finished with it. It is an elite means. It had lots of resources in its storage. They would be worth at least 3 to 6 herb halls. It would be amazing if I am able to get them. Not to mention, I will also get the experience of fighting elite and essence rose after harvesting it. It took me 3 hours to break the doors and 1.5 to return from it. When I did, there was a visible smile on my face. Though this grim monster was not as wealthy as the blood Rhinomen, it had still had quite a stuff. It is completely worth it for me to break the door and kill it. Now, I am truly finished with the 40th floor, and things will be a little more dangerous from here. There are chances that I might come across a leader-class tyrant. If that were to happen, it would be quite troublesome. According to the books I had read, the top 9 floors are in the direct control of the Tower Master, and plants there had a much higher level than the plants in the other parts of the herbs. The leaders and top elites would surely target these floors. I took a deep breath and began to climb up. While there will be a huge danger on the upper floors, there is also going to be huge rewards, and I want those rewards. A minute passed by and I took a step inside the empty 41st floor, but I did not focus on the empty floors but the dense astral energy I am feeling. Till now, all the floors I had climbed nearly had the same density of energy. For the first time, I sensed such dense energy outside of the herb halls. If I did not know better, I would have thought this astral energy is leaked from the herb halls, but that is not the case. Seeing such dense energy on the 41st floor, a smile couldn't help but brighten up on my face, and I turned toward the doors. All 7 of them are broken or opened, which is not surprising. The herbs halls on the upper 9 floors are the most DSRD ones. It is natural that people would already scour through them. I just hope that I get something from them. With that thought, I had entered the first open door. Since it is opened, I had felt no restriction. When I entered inside, I found myself feeling dense astral energy around me. It is 4 times denser than what is outside, and that is quite shocking. The density of energy outside is already comparable to energy in the herbs halls of the lower floor, and nowhere I found myself in 4 times denser astral energy. Seeing that excitement couldn't help but bubble on my face. The denser the energy is, the more precious the plants would be. Hun. The excitement had lasted on my face for a moment before confusion and disappointment appeared on it. This herb garden did not evoke the feeling of hunger from my runes. This had never happened before in any herb hall since I had entered the astral garden tower. Even when I had entered the herb hall, which only had 4 plants, one of them was D by my vines, so when I did not feel anything, I couldn't help but get slightly worried. The worry had lasted for a few minutes only, while the herb hall had been picked clean. The protected plants had remained, and their protection is very powerful. Tyrant could forget opening them with the raw power. Only breaking this formation would work. While there are several ways to break it, like using the raw strength and special artifacts, solving them is the easiest way. I scanned the formation with my calibrator and started to solve it, and it took 3 hours to do it. The formation is just slightly weaker than the doors of the Vice Tower Master's office, and one would think 100 times before using any special arithmetic-type artifacts on it. Why should they waste on the artifact for the single plant when they could have the whole herb hall with it? Still, people have tried breaking it and used considerable force. The proof of that is all around the protection formation. Hun. With formation ready, I instantly projected the runes, and formation collapsed as it should, but my focus is not on the plant my calibrator, which had run out of power when it projected the runes on the formation. There is only 0.2 energy had remained. This calibrator had a very powerful energy core, but it had been spent within a single projection. I could not break the formation by simply projecting the right formation. The projecting runes need to contain a similar level of power to the runes they are trying to break. The runes of this formation are taking nearly 12 times the energy than plant protection formations on the floors below. It took me few minutes to collect the plant as it is extremely toxic, so toxic that if it had so much touched me, I would be writhing in pain while dangerous spores will appear on my body. After I collected the plant, I went for another protected plant, which also took me 3 hours to break. I continued breaking the protected formation and continued collecting plants. Nothing strange had happened till I broke through the 5th protection formation. Just as I broke the formation, my runes tinged with DSR. It did not take even a moment for me to understand what is happening. It seemed like the isolation of the formation is strong enough that my runes could sense the plant till I broke the formation. It was one of the reasons I had thought for being my runes not able to sense the DSRD plants, but never expected it would be true. I did not dwell on that fact for more than a few seconds before I collected the plant and moved toward another protection formation. While this is an interesting find, it did not change anything. I have to break the protective formations and collect the plants. Soon, I finished with all the protected plants on the first hall and went to the second one there. I did the same, but unlike the first herb hall. There I found some unranked grim monsters and humans scouring through the hall, trying to find something useful in a place that had already been scourged clean. I killed the grim monsters and continued breaking the formation. As I did it, I became faster in doing that. While the difficulty of the formations has remained the same, I continued to become better at it, that by the time I started scouring the 3rd herb hall, I only needed 2 hours to break the formation. I did not forget my target and how I have better my formation solving ability. My current ability is far from reaching the mark I need to be much faster and a lot smarter if I wanted to solve that layered puzzle of the library. The first 2 layers of that puzzle had already taken all that I had, and there are much more levels in it that are tens or hundreds of times harder than the first 2 I had solved. So I have to be better. The library holds the key to take me to a place that every powerhouse in the world imagined to reach, but very few were able to. Days passed by and I continued to do what I am doing. There were not any major incidents, though I have fought with the 2 elites. One of them took quite an effort of kill, but when I looked at its storage, every effort had worthed it. It was quite regretful that I did not find any elite with the bloodline, but I am still quite happy about the loot I have got from them. I have just finished going through the halls of the 43rd floor, and now climbing the stairs of the 44th floor, middle floors of the top upper floors. It took me few seconds to reach the 44th floor, and the first thing I felt was the dense astral energy. The astral energy in the 41st floor to 43rd floor was nearly the same, but as I climbed on the 44th floor, the energy has become even denser. The denser energy is not the only thing I had felt. I had seen 30-something grim monsters and 10-some humans walking around the hallways. Some were going into the herb halls, others were coming out, some climbing down, some climbing up. Like the floors below, all the 7 doors are broken and opened. There are clear signs of powerful artifacts that could be felt around some doors. It is evident that some people had used powerful artifacts to open them. As I entered the hallway, many grim monsters and humans looked at me, but the gazes of 6 people are most evident. They are elites of the 6 elites. 2 are humans while the 4 are grim monsters. The strange is of the 6 elites. I am only familiar with one, the Bone Snakeman, while the other 5 are new to me, including 2 humans who were unranked when I saw them last time. The training rooms and precious plants here had increased the strength of many people exponentially. Some of the plants could be eaten directly, and they will increase your strength. If I had not at my absolute limit, I would have stuffed those herbs in my mouth long ago, but at my current stage, they are useless to me, though they would become quite useful as soon as I leveled up to the tyrant stage. I looked at each tyrant who was hanging around the hall for some reason before I moved toward the first herb hall. Hun. According to them a few days ago, the tyrants of both sides have decreed that the upper 3 floors are off the limits. Those 2 are complaining about the leader class tyrants hogging all the best benefits. It is the best news for me. I could handle the elite, but the leaders are way beyond me. They would need just a few seconds to turn me into the pulp. I looked at the 5-6 tyrant before I walked into the first herb hall. The things from now on would not be simple, but it did not matter. As long as the whole group of grim tyrants did not attack me, I would be fine. I would have been a little worried if there had not been human elite tyrants here, but there are, and with them as a deterrent, all 4 of them would not dare to attack me. As I entered inside, I saw many unranked grim monsters and humans loitering around. I did not focus on them. Instead, I looked at herb hall, which had picked clean. I walked through the overgrown plants, and soon I found what I was looking for. Protected plant formation. I did not waste any time and took out my calibrator and started solving the formation. In the past few days, with constant practice, I was able to reduce my time a lot, from 3 hours to slightly more than an hour, but to solve this formation. But this time, it might take a little longer than that. The formation is much harder than what I had solved in the 41st to 43rd floors. It is not a surprising fact, seeing the energy in the herb hall is much denser, and that makes it plant inside even more precious. I continue to solve the formation in complete focus while Ashlyn guards me while being invisible. If anyone dared to attack me, I would know about it. It is worth it, though, because the plant inside is extremely precious. It would fetch me hundreds of times of what mana crystal is worth. Time passed by. I continued to break open one protective formation after another, and that started to attract the attention. At first, it was only the unranked humans and grim monsters, but soon, I found even elites are looking at me. The elites did not take any action, but I could feel their greed is growing, and now they are just waiting for me to break all the plant's protective formation before they attack me. These grim bastards had even sealed the entrances of the floor, not letting anyone come in and go out of the floor. I acted like it is nothing to do with me. I continued to break the protective formations and collected the precious plants inside. Soon, I finished the last protective formation on the 7th herb hall and harvested the plant. As I did, I felt an aura of elites covering the whole herb hall. Those unranked tyrants who were still present here had tucked their tails and flew away, till only elites have remained in the hall. You 3 keep these 2 humans busy. I will go and ask this friend of ours to hand over all the resources it had collected for us. The Bone Snakeman said came toward me. The 2 humans tried to intercept them, but their way is immediately blocked by the 3 grim monsters. Soon the Bone Snakeman appeared in front of me. There was a distance of 20 meters between us, which is nothing to the grim monsters who have giant KN bodies. Now, human, give me all the resources you have collected for us, it said as it brought up its hand. I gave a look at its hand before looked at the giant body. This Bone Snakeman is 8 meters tall like all most other grim monsters, but very different from regular members of the Snakeman tribe. The grim monsters from the Snake tribe are all tall and thin, but the members of the Bone Snakeman tribe are built like bullmen. They are heavily built due to their thick bones and have similar raw physical strength as the bullmen. What made this Bone Snakeman difficult to deal with is that they not only have the agility and poison of snakemen have, but also have the raw strength. It is one of the reasons why they are in the top 3 tribe among hundreds of snakemen tribe. The Bone Snakeman in front of me had a completely white, scaly body and blue eyes. On its body is vivid violet bloodline armor and had a black-colored axe on its back. I changed my mind. I am keeping those resources myself, I replied. My answer surprised it and the other 3 grim monsters greatly, and I could see anger appear in the eyes of Snakeman, though it hid it very well. Human, I had given you a chance, but since you are fool enough to throw it away, then you can just die, the Bone Snakeman said and came at me with a powerful bloodline aura blasting off its body. This Bone Snakeman is powerful as Blood Rhinoman I had dealt with before, but unlike the time I had dealt with the Blood Rhinoman, this time I am much more prepared. I had learned a lot about my strength and am in better condition to deal with such a powerful grim monster than a few days ago. It appeared in front of me like a ghost and swung its huge black axe at me. All I could do is activate the first boost and moved my sword in defense. Clang. Our weapons clashed and I shook all over my body as a hammering blow struck me. Good, you have defended, let's see how long you can keep that up. It snarled with its forked tongue out and attacked again, and this time its attack is clearly different. Axe of Hod, it shouted, and the axe immediately got covered in the dark violet energy. This dark violet energy is poisonous without doubt, but that is not all. The energy has heaviness in it, a sort that would lay waste to anything it passed through. Seeing the energy covering its sword, I harnessed the full power of the first boost. The immense power flowed through me for a fraction of the second. It made me feel like the most powerful man in the world before I was able to control my emotion. Clang! Its huge sword came down on my sword, bringing both physical power and powerful energy. Both had shaken me. The physical power had made me take a step back, while the energy had broken through the defenses of my sword with losing 20 of their strength. Human, it looks like I had underestimated, it said with a smile. Let me see what type of hidden card you have, it added, and a powerful aura blasted off its body. This bone snakeman did not seem angry at its inability to kill me. Instead, it seemed excited. It had instantly raised my heckles, and I immediately activated second boost. I would any time prefer a regular raging grim monsters than the ones that became excited by the difficult opponents. Those bastards are not easy to deal with. 12 strikes of Hod, it said, and the phantom of huge bone snakeman appeared behind it for a moment before it merged into snakeman. Just as it did, it attacked me, and seeing its attack, I thanked my instincts for warning me. If I had not activated second boost, I would not have the time to do it under this attack. First strike, it said, and a black sword covered in dense violet energy came at me. Its speed is very fast, but what scared me was the power behind it and the energy that covered it. CLANNG. Its axe came down on my sword with great strength, nearly making me stagger. The physical force was great, but I was able to bear it with the power of the second boost. While I was able to bear the physical attack, I was not successful in blocking the energy attack. The violet energy took a fraction of seconds to cover me and before drilling inside me. Though my armor is handling the energy fine, it still scares me. This bloodline energy had the elements that could do serious damage to me. Even one of it would be troublesome to deal with if it entered inside me. I could afford a physical attack, but not the energy one. I have to be very careful about it. Ninth strike, it said, and its axe came at me bearing the colossal pressure. The pressure of that violet energy is so great that it had constricted my movements greatly. Everwings. I activated the Everwings. If I tried to take the attack without Everwings power, I would regret it badly. There is no way I would be able to the raw physical power of the attack. Not to forget, it's the energy that is most dangerous. It will ravage me. With the power of the Everwings, I moved my sword to defend. I do not want to counter, nor do I have the strength to against such an enemy who is many times stronger than me. CLANNG. Its axe came down on my sword again, bringing raw power that shook every cell of my body and wanted me to take steps back. But I held on against the raw power while my armor dealt with the dark violet energy that came at it. I could see the eyes of the bone snakeman are focused on the energy rather than the axe which is pressing against my sword. Still, I could not take advantage of it and strike against it. It would react to my slightest movements. I had tried it many times and failed each time. I still moved my sword to make it look like I am taking advantage of it. I had to make it believe that I am fighting it with every effort. If it sensed something amiss, I would be in deep trouble. Unlike the other grim monsters I had faced, this one is extremely powerful. I could not afford to have it realized, and even though I consider my plan is perfect and no elite should be able to discover it, many strange abilities exist, and I do not give it a reason to use it if it has them. 10th strike. It looked at me till all the energy had disappeared into my armor, which took a second, and launched another attack which is even more powerful and forced me to harness more power from my runes. CLANNG. Our weapons clashed again with even more power, and this time the bone snakeman did not wait even for a moment before it took back its sword and attacked again. 11th strike, it shouted, and its axe blazed with even denser violet energy as it came at me. I harnessed more power from the runes and swung my own sword. CLANNG. Its axe struck against my sword, sending me to step back while shaking up my internal organs with raw physical energy. If I did not have the powerful defenses and the strong body, those internal organs would have turned into space. You are one of strangest humans I had even fought. You have less than a half strength of me, but you are still able to defend against my attacks without suffering any injuries, it said while pressing me down with its axe. It is very strange, and I like to see how far this strangeness goes, it said in a low voice and brought back its axe. Final strike. It shouted and attacked. Seeing the attack, the expression on my face changed. I immediately harnessed as much as the power the Everwings could give me. I had expected the attack to be powerful, but not this powerful. It is beyond what I had thought. The dark violet energy is now burning like a flame across its black axe, and this dense energy is creating quite a pressure on me. The mental and physical pressure of this energy is immense that weaker, unraked tyrant would fall on its knees. While I was stressed seeing this powerful attack coming at me, one part of my mind was observing it very clearly. For a long while, I have been searching for something like that. I wanted to make my inheritance energy have heaviness in it that could suppress one both physically and mentally, but I had not found someone with such energy. This bone snakeman is very powerful and has the potential to become even more powerful. The resources it had obtained here would help it in a big way, increasing its strength, and that will make it an even bigger thorn against us humans. It should be quickly dealt with before it becomes too big of a threat, and I will try to kill it, but first I have to save myself. There is a chance that I might get killed by it before I can fling my trap. CLANNG. The axe of it came down on my sword, and I felt like the world had stopped for a moment before I found myself in the air flying back like a ragged doll while thick violet energy, which looked like a flame, had covered my whole body and now drilling into my armor with the intention to burn me with its poisonous fire. Pa. I puked the blood while activating all the defensive formations I have in my armor and piloting some of them myself, so I could better deal with the humongous amount of energy coming at me. Usually the formations operated themselves fine, but this time I did not want to take the risk. I am already injured by the raw physical power that hit me, and if I let this powerful energy inside me before it had been completely nullified of danger, my internal organs would take a fatal hit. Bang. I was dealing with the violet energy when I crashed against the wall of the herb hall hard and vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood with tiny pieces of my internal organs in it. You are really a croach human. This attack might have easily killed an elite with your strength, but you have survived, the bone snakeman said as it appeared in front of me. What can I say? I am special, I replied as I stabilized myself. Oh yes, I can see that, and I am very curious about it, it said, lazy confidence. It does not seem to be in a hurry to attack. Clear confidence could be seen in its eyes that tell it is not worried about killing me. It feels that it could kill me whenever it wants. I suppose you would not tell me how you defending against my bloodline energy with such ease, it asked. Isn't it more fun to find that out on your own? I asked back. I suppose you are right, it said, and the blast of violet aura released from its body, making it look at a small violet storm is brewing, and the bone snakeman is its core. Violet charge. It said and swung its huge axe at me. Its movements were comfortable, and the speed of the axe seemed slow, and top of that, only a faint layer of violet seemed to be covering the axe. If an inexperienced person saw it, they would consider the attack dangerous but dodgeable, seeing the fluctuation and speed of the attack. I did not dare to think that way this attack is powerful than the first strike and contained immense energy despite not looking like it, not to mention the speed. I used every speck of the power I had. Everything that was available for me I had used it as I moved my sword at the defensive stance. I could see the faint mocking smile appearing on its face, clearly thinking my puny efforts would bore me no fruits. It is not the only one to think that the two humans and three grim monsters also thinking the same. It is quite visible from their gazes. I did not focus on the other things. I have only one target in my mind, and that is to stay alive till I can kill it, and for it I will use everything I have, everything. CLLANNG, bang. Its axe struck my sword, which sent me crashing into the wall hard. Due to the inches of difference between it and me, I crashed very hard on it that despite the protection of armor, breaking several of my bones, and that is the least of my worries, as a bigger thing than the raw physical force had also hit me. A tiny bit of violet energy had finally been able to breach my armor and entered inside my body. As it did, it immediately spread through my body. I activated the containment means, but by the time they took effect, the energy had spread through my whole body, and all I could seal was it. Still, the poison had spread through me, and now giving me unimaginable pain as it tried to break through the runic seals. So your defense is not impregnable after all, it has its limits, the bone snakeman said as the light violet color spread over my body. Even the whites of my eyes had turned the light violet. The poison is so strong that it had spared no part of my body. Well, my curiosity about your defense had satiated it. Is time to send you off to hell, it said, and again swung its sword in the same relaxed fashion, but this time the attack is 3 times stronger. It seemed like this bastard really did want to send me to heaven. Third boost, I said through the greeted teeth, and a sanguine aura shot out of me like a tsunami. I do not like to use this move. It is burning the very essence that could weaken me from inside and give the cursed building inside me an optimal chance to strike, but the attack of Bone Snakeman had left me no choice but to use this forbidden option. As I burned my blood, a strength like never before began to course through me. It had immediately increased my strength and powered by sensed, but also strengthened my armor's defenses. With the power of the blood burn, my sword moved from the defensive to the offensive and went at the huge axe of the Bone Snakeman. CLLANNG, our weapons clashed, and the first time since the battle began, I was able to stop its axe without the slightest shake. Human, I did not think you have something good to show, but you did. Essence burn is not a method that could be learned by any human tyrant, it said with clear amazement in its voice. Unlike the grim monster, who could burn their core whenever they want, humans could not do the same. Normal tyrants could not execute the essence burn if they tried, they would burn themselves to deal. Even elites are incapable of using it without causing permanent damage to their foundation. I do not have the difficulties as they have due to me as creating my own inheritance, but it is nonetheless a very dangerous move. While it grants me amazing power, it leaves me weakened afterward, not to forget if I go too far, I will end up damaging my foundation permanently. Human, you have shown great courage by burning your essence for it. I will let you die under my most powerful move, it said, and its aura became calmer, and its expressions became serious with a hint of piousness in them. Servants of Hod. It roared, and dark violet aura heavy like a mountain and poisonous like datura shot out of it, making me realize how much I had underestimated its strength. A violet energy phantom was released from the bone snakeman. This phantom is of the bone snakeman, but looked completely different than the bone snakeman I was fighting. It is clad in a violet armored robe and has a helmet of legionary style. The aura it is emitting is strange but powerful. Fighting it won't be any less difficult than the bone snakeman, and the worst thing is, I will have to fight more than one phantom. Another violet energy phantom released from the bone snakeman, and then another. The third one was last. As it came out, the face of bone snakeman had become visibly tired. It is not easy to use the projection method, especially when the projections are this powerful. Human, you die with honor knowing I am using servants of Hod to kill you, it said, and motioned its phantoms toward me. As it did, all three phantoms came at me with the blurring speed. Earlier, I was planning to use my blood energy sparingly, so that I could fight for a long, but now, I have to use it in a large amount, and finish the battle in a short time if I do not want any permanent consequences. The bone snakeman seemed to understand it very well. It is due to that it dared to use to this move. Honoring me with the most powerful move is just bullshit on its part. It just wants to crush the danger before it has even appeared. The essence burn is one of the most powerful methods one could use. It is more powerful than the projection. When it saw me using it, it immediately used the projection, so even if I go crazy and decided to burn all my essence for one last attack to take it with me, it will survive with the help of these projections. The sanguine aura around me became deeper as I started to burn a large amount of essence energy with me doing it. Immense power began to course through me, and I swung my sword against the phantom. CLANNG, my sword clashed against the first phantom's axe before I dodged the attack of the second phantom before attacking the third, whose hand was defended with its axe. These phantoms are as strong as I had thought. Even after using so much essence for the power, I could not shake them. Still, I do not plan to increase my power further. I have no interest in destroying these phantoms. They are just a move. My real target is Bone Snakeman, and always had been even before the battle had begun. If it had been any other grim monster, I would have finished with right now, but the Bone Snakeman is too powerful. I have to be extremely careful, lest it got a hint of what I am doing. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. It is a good thing I am fighting with my back against the wall. If I had been in the middle of this herb hall, I would have had a much harder time dealing with them, seeing they could attack me from any direction they wanted. Wrath of Hod, things were already hard for me, but they became even harder when Bone Snakeman decided to join the battle as it had recovered a little. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. Thousands of axes had materialized around it before it attacked me with them. It did not release them all, no. It is attacking me with one axe at a time. Its timing is also perfect. It would always attack at a critical juncture, and due to its distractions, I am in danger of getting hacked every second. You bastard, attack me up close if you have guts, I shouted at the Bone Snakeman angrily as I deflected another violet axe while dodging the hacking attacks from two phantoms. Hee, I am fine from here, human, the Bone Snakeman said as it attacked me with another axe which I dodged and then countered 3 attacks coming from the phantom. As I am at my wit's end dealing with the continuous attacks, and if my battle experience and all these small abilities I had developed, I would not have been able to deal with so many attacks. Let it have its fun right now soon. It will be my turn to laugh. Until then, I have to survive. Time passed and attacks continued on my way, and I continued to defend against them with the cost of my essence. The changes of burning essence had been apparent on me. My skin is becoming paler, and I am thinner the moment I stopped burning my essence. I am going to be quite weak. It is also the end of the rope as well. It had used its most powerful move to finish me off, but I am still surviving despite it joining the battle. While it is frustrating, there is full confidence in its eyes that it is going to kill me. Unfortunately, it is not going to happen. It has already become too late. It had already fallen into my trap, and vines were now spreading all over it, each second covering more and more of it. I wanted to take action right now, but I decided to wait for a little longer. Though it had fully fallen into my trap, I wanted my trap even stronger, so no matter what card is pulled out, it would not get away from the fate that awaits it. Another minute passed when axes that were supposed to be coming at me at this second did not come when I looked toward it. I found hundreds of axes are still floating around it, but it is not attacking me as it was doing for the past couple of minutes. Human, you have done something to me, what is it? It asked while stopping the attacks of the phantoms, though these phantoms are still blocking me against the wall. Really, I am not doing anything, I replied, completely denying I was doing anything to it. I do not deny it for some reason but just to make fun of it. It had already fallen into my trap, and even though I would have liked a few more minutes more, it is still fine. Don't foo KN. Joke, human, tell me what you have done to me, it shouted, and this time there was a clear hint of panic in its voice. It had really seemed to become sure I had done something to it, and if I did not give it an answer, it might do something. I told you I have done nothing to you, I said back, again denying. You foo KN, bastard, it looked like playing nice won't work on you, I will have to make you reveal by force. It said, and a powerful aura exploded out of it and tried to come at me when it found out. It could not. It had frozen on its spot, unable to move even an inch, not only its body parts but also its mouth and eyes, but one could see the emotions in its eyes to know what it was feeling. The sudden turn of events had shocked those watching. Both human and grim monsters had horrors on their face as they watched the battle. This is something that is out of horror for them. I have done something to the bone snakeman that had made it incapable of movements. It could not twitch its eyes, much less speak. Suddenly, the horror in the eyes of Bone Snakeman had disappeared, and vicious glints took its place. The next moment, I saw the three phantoms moving. Seeing that, smile appeared on my face, and the next second light pink fog appeared on its body out of nowhere, and the phantoms stopped, and they began to break themselves. Huge poisonous energy spread around as the phantoms collapsed, but since they were not targeting anyone, I and other elites could defend against it without any problem. I did a simple thing. I isolated the Bone Swordman, created a small space of the rule-breaking power that isolated it from the world. So even if the phantoms act on their own, they still need an anchor to rely on, which is Bone Snakeman. But when I broke that anchor, making phantoms believe their creator is dead, they will collapse on their own. Ice Dome, I said as I looked at the horror-filled eyes of the Bone Sword as we got covered in the sanguine white dome. I am still burning my essence, though in much moderate amount. If it had been up to me, I would have stopped doing that, but currently my condition is very precarious. It is due to the essence I am currently operating. If I had stopped now, I would be too tired to do anything. The essence is still burning at the manageable level, but I still have to hurry and deal with the Bone Snakeman. Its bloodline essence would help me a lot in recovering. As the ice dome finished covering us, I made my vines visible. They have covered 88 of it, and I now feeding them my essence to grow fast. Putch, putch, putch. With me feeding the vines my essence, they quickly covered 95 of it. Seeing that, thousands of sharp ends split out before piercing through the skin of Bone Snakeman. It seemed to have used some method to make its skin more defensive, and it would help it if I had not been using my essence to power up the vines. My vines pierced through its body and went inside it, and just they tried to grow inside it, they faced immense resistance from its bloodline. I am not surprised feeling such great resistance. I would have been if I had not felt such resistance. The bloodline of the Bone Snakeman is immensely powerful, such resistance from it natural. I started to feed my vines even more of the essence, both to resist the bloodline and grow faster. The sooner they spread inside it, the faster runes would come out and started harnessing the bloodline, and I needed them to come out as soon as possible. Currently there is equilibrium between the two sides, but it could get broken at any time, and currently I am in no condition to fight any battle. If I do, I will end up damaging my formation permanently. I do not want it to happen. It took 7 minutes for me to cover its whole body, both inside and outside, with my runes, and I nearly burned all the essence I could safely. I now could not burn any large amount of my essence without damaging the formation. I waited for the runes to come out, and I did not have to wait for long. 9 seconds later, the silver and green runes came out and began to spread across the vines. It took them around 15 seconds to completely spread over the vines. A moment after runes spread, the floodgates opened, and all I saw were violet crystals glittering in the thick bloodline energy which came into my body. Seeing such an immense amount of bloodline essence crystals, my eyes couldn't help but go wide in shock before my heart started beating in intense excitement. The bloodline essence continued to come at me, each drop containing hundreds of thousands of the shining bloodline essence crystals. I could already see the changes happening on my runes as they begin to consume the crystalline bloodline essence. My runes are not the only thing that is going through the changes. The egg of Nero also going through the changes. The faint crystalline patterns are appearing on it. I couldn't help but feel exasperated when I looked at the egg. It had gone through many changes, and each change of it brought me hope of Nero coming out, but that never happened. He will come out when he is ready. Until then, I will feed him whatever he wants. The thick bloodline essence continued coming inside me, and it's being shared by various parties. I am sure all the parties inside me are quite satisfied with the quality of the meal. It is much better than previous, which was best we ever had. I wonder how many cells would it able to fill. There are around 1,200,000 cells remained in honeycomb, and there is a chance that this thick bloodline essence will be able to fill all of them. No matter how many cells it filled, this bloodline essence going to increase my strength enough that I won't have to fear any elite. I might not be able to defeat them, but they will sure as hell won't be able to kill me. I won't end up in the desperate condition I am in now while fighting an elite. The bloodline essence continued for minutes more before it stopped. The runes have harnessed every bit of the bloodline essence the bone snakeman has. Now it is dead, and its whole body is dried husk that I could crush with a simple touch. Buzz. A second later, the floodgates opened, and very thick energy filled every part of my body, making me feel like overexpanded balloon that if cells of honeycomb had not started to fill themselves, I would have exploded into a bang. The moment after cells started filling and merging with me, I stopped burning my essence, and just as I did, I felt a weakness like never before. It is too powerful, and if not for my body is being supplied with precious strengthening energy, I would not be standing in my place, albeit shaking. I am not the only one shaking. The ice I am also shaking. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Despite feeling immense weakness, I poured my energy into stabilizing the ice dome before I closed my eyes and let the energy and honeycomb do its job. More and more cells continued feeling it, and that helped elevate my tiredness. Within 10 seconds, I felt fine enough to function. Each cell has provided me more than double the strength of the energy of the werewolf, and it couldn't help but make me very happy. Thousands of cells got filled every second, taking my strength to a completely new degree. Due to it, much of the tiredness had already vanished, and the rest that remained could only be relived through the rest or sleep if I had time. Finally, the last cell took the last bit of energy and merged inside me. The strengthening energy was able to fill around 950,000 cells of a honeycomb, nearly 1,000,000 cells. Seeing that, a bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The boost I had received this time was more than I had imagined. I have now become so powerful that if I had fought against the bone snakeman now, I wouldn't need more than 20 minutes to defeat, and it would be without my vines. With this increase, I have now entered the League of Powerful Elites. 80 of elites out there are no match of mine, and the rest 20 won't be able to kill me if I fight them one-on-one. The amazing thing is, this isn't my limit. There are still 300 cells remaining to be filled. If I find a specially powerful elite and filled them with its energy, my strength will increase further, and I will make my name in peak elites. A few months ago, I had not thought I would reach this stage. While I knew I would be able to reach the elite stage, but it lie crossing that stage, not reaching this far, and had a chance to go even a little further. I calmed down after a few seconds before I took out the essence rose from the bone snakeman's body, and also everything precious it had, including its storage. I looked at the beautiful violet. While this rose contains a huge amount of energy. It had the complete essence of bone snakeman. I admired this wonderful thing for a while before I stored it and turned toward the storage of the grim monster. What is that? I said to myself when I going through the storage of the bone snakeman. I had seen something very interesting in the crystalline storage box. Gasp! I took out the crystalline box and opened it. Just as I did, I couldn't help but gasp loudly. It was less of a gasp and more of a shriek of extreme happiness. It is a miracle fruit, not a normal miracle fruit. Regular miracle fruits did not interest me anymore. The miracle fruit inside is curse, elemental miracle fruit, and going by its fluctuation, it is quite powerful. Just like the spatial elemental herb, this curse elemental plant is the requirement for the creation of the core. It could be said even more important, seeing I have to collect powerful resources that represent 7 elements of my constitution. Miracle fruit is the best type of resource I could wish to get. If this bone snakeman only had this miracle fruit and nothing else, I would still be just as happy as I am. The miracle fruit is not pure curse fruit, but a blood curse fruit, which is even better than the normal curse fruit. If the curse masters come to know I have something like it, they will hunt me to the end of this world. Something like this of this grade is heavily D by the curse master, and they would pay any price to get it. Hun. I was just admiring the fruit when I had sensed a new entry into the herb hall, and precarious balance broke away as the next second. The battle began between the 4 grim monsters and 2 humans. All of them are elites. The new entry is a grim monster. Before, there were only 3 grim monsters in the herb hall, and they did not have many edges over the 2 human elite. But with the entry of the new grim elite, their numbers have doubled, not to mention this new grim elite quite powerful. Unlike the 5 of them who have become elite after entering the tower, this one was only 15 old elites of grim monster, quite powerful than newbies. I did not come out as the battle had begun, but I begin to act. I had just received the big boost, and there is no way in hell that I would not test it. The 2 humans are weaker than their counterparts, who had the double numbers, but they have incredible teamwork. From what I heard, Jonas and Richard belong to the same organization and have been friends for years. They fought, but their eyes were always on the door, and they tried to run away from there, but grim monsters blocked their way. With their heavy advantage, the grim monsters would not take long to kill the humans till they do. They just have to be careful and not let them ran away. Unfortunately, they are wrong. I had long finished off the bone snakemen, and it won't be long before I finish them off. Time passed as the fight continued. The two humans continued losing, and now they were injured and are at their last leg. If they do not receive help soon, they will die. You know, it is impolite to ignore the person in the room. I have been in my ice dome, waiting for your invitation to join the battle, but not a single one of you has invited me, I said as I flew out the ice dun while it dissolves behind me. The grim monsters and humans separated immediately and began to look at me with caution, especially those who watched my battle with bone snakemen. There is a huge change in me. Earlier, I had become thin, and my aura feeble as I started to burn my essence, but now there is no sign of them could be seen. Hell, my aura seemed stronger than before. I seemed to be bubbling with energy that seemed to confuse them all. They also looked behind me, looking at any signs of the bone snakemen. When they did not see any, great disappointment couldn't help but appear on their faces. You two handle these humans. HRU and I will deal with this human, said the Iron Ratman. This Ratman is quite powerful, but not as powerful as the bone snakeman I would have been able to deal with, even before my huge advancements. Such a hurry, I said lazily and moved the fingers of my right hand. Just as I did, all four grim monsters frozen in their place. I did not say you could attack, I said, and ice did silently cover the grim monsters and me, and 4 minutes later it had disappeared. The Ratman and other grim monsters had vanished, leaving behind only 2 of them. Unlike before, these 2 are now dead. I don't think you would have required our help, Jordan, even if all of them had attacked you, Richard said, and Jonas, and he quickly stored the bodies of grim monsters into their storages. These are bodies of elites. They are valuable for crystals, not to mention I haven't touched the storage and other things, which are much more precious. I smiled at them before flying out of the herb hall. As I walked into the hallway, I moved toward the 45th floor. I had got everything I could on the 44th floor. It was time for me to go up for the new opportunities. Soon, I reached the 45th floor, which is filled with even more grim monsters and humans. There were more than double numbers were present. I gave them one look and got back to work, which is breaking the protected formation. Within a day, I got noticed, and both grim monsters and humans began to keep an eye on me. I acted as if I did not care, and this time with even more confidence. Last time there was little fear in my heart, but this time there isn't. The ones that could threaten me, the leaders, are on the top floor. The elites and the unranked are waiting below, while the sheer number of grim elites are scary. They will not attack me in numbers, as they are not the only elites that are present here. After scouring and dealing with trouble that came on the 45th floor, I walked into the 46th floor. As I walked in, my eyes couldn't help but pop out in surprise. I had expected the crowd when I heard the leaders have blocked the entrance of the upper 3 floors, but did not expect the crowd would be this huge. There are around 250 people here. Around 70 are humans, while the rest are grim monsters. As I looked at the crowd, I couldn't help but notice the change that had occurred in them. Each and everyone is brimming with power, and there are 30 elites here if going by the aura, 21 on the grim monsters' side, 10 on ours. The others also had an obvious change in their strength. More than 50 people had reached near the elite stage, just a step away from becoming an elite. The plants and training rooms have been too helpful to people. The plants found here are extremely rare, that the process that should take decades, done in the days here. Such chances are very rare usually. One has to head to the extremely dangerous ruins if one wants to come across something like it. While the strength of the people had increased, so is their intensity. Sparks are flying everywhere. One just needs a small fuse to make a bang. As I stepped onto the floor, more than half of the people looked at me. If I had been an unranked tyrant, I would not have attracted much attention, but I am not an unranked tyrant, but an elite. My entry could affect the result of the battle if it occurred. I saw Thea, Old Ed, and Williams. Surprisingly, Thea and Old Ed have become elite. It is not much of a surprise seeing Williams becoming an elite. She would only need a day in the training room or suitable herb, and she would have crossed the boundary. The real surprise is Old Ed. He was slightly stronger than Thea in power, but nowhere close to reaching the elite stage. But he was still able to reach the elite stage. As for Thea, she is just a step away from reaching the elite stage. One good opportunity, and she would step into being an elite. While I had found some familiar faces, I had not seen someone I had expected to see. I had thought I would find Danielle here, but she is not here. She might still be in the training room. That training room is the best thing for someone like her, and with the notes I had provided, she would be able to get more benefits. There is a chance that she might also be dead, but I did not think so. It is not easy to kill her with her art. Jordan, my boy, you are alive for a while. We thought you were dead seeing you had not turned up, Old Ed said as he appeared beside me with Thea. I had appeared on the lowest floor. It took me some time to come this high, I replied. That low, both Thea and I had appeared on 45th floor, right in Herb Hall. The old man said, happy grin. No wonder you have become an elite, I said back. You have not done bad yourself, I said back to the old man who now has become an elite. What can I say? Lady Luck shines on me, old man replied with a shit-eating grin. It feels good to talk to familiar people again for days. I had been alone, which gets kind of stifling, especially in the high-stress environment. So how long is this blockade is going to last? I asked. Nobody knows. It had been 8 days already, and it might take a week more. People are getting impatient, Thea replied. Since there is some time, I am going to check the herb halls. I said, there is not much use. Jordan, everything had been picked clean. Except for the protected plants, there is nothing there, Thea informed. I'm going to try my luck on the protected plants. I had been able to open some of them with this toy of mine. I replied as I showed them the calibrator. You can try your luck with calibrator, but be careful of these grim bastards and some humans, old Ed warned. Okay, I will be careful, I said. With huge numbers of both sides, even idiot grim monsters would think about attacking 10 times before they do, as it would not be a simple fight, but an all-out fight between the two sides. Still, some idiots exist, and they might do idiotic things, so I have to be careful. After saying goodbye to them, I entered the herb hall, which is pretty much empty, not only of the valuable herbs but also of people. I had only seen 1 human and 3 grim monsters in it. I glanced at them before I went to find the protected plant, and soon I had found one. It took me more time than I had expected, and I also got quite surprised. There are only 2 protected plants in the whole herb hall. There had been more originally, but people broke them and harvested the plants inside. They did not use the method I used. They used artifacts and explosives, some of them being so powerful that they had created a creator in the herb hall. Outside, it is nothing special. A simple attack from me could make it happen, but doing it here is extremely hard that even leader class could not do it. So to make something like that happen, the explosions have to be pretty powerful. Fortunately, I have a much safer way, though it takes some time. It is very safe, and likely I am the only person who could use that way, which, by the way, makes me feel very good. All the time I had spent studying the runes is now being useful for other than helping me design my own inheritance. 1.5 days had passed, and I am breaking the last plant in the 7th herb hall. Usually, it takes me more than that, but usually I find 5 to 15 protected plants in each herb hall I enter, not 1 to 2, which I am finding these herb halls. Finding the 3 protected plants in the first herb hall was my luck, as in the other 6 herb halls I did not find more than 2. D-Hub, the formation collapsed few seconds after I projected my runes on it. I looked at the precious herb. This one is very good. Consumption of this herb would be extremely painful, but it would help raise one's innate potential and break the boundaries. A perfect herb for one to break the boundaries of the elite stage. Ice Dome. I activated the Ice Dome, so if someone tried something, I would get the forewarning. Even if I have friends protecting me, I still need a forewarning seeing the number of people watching me. The harvesting process was quite complicated, and I needed about 17 minutes to harvest the herb and store it into the crystal box safely. Here, take it. It will be very helpful to breaking through your current stage, I said as I handed the herb to Thea, who looked at me with shocked eyes. Not only her, but Old Man Ed also had a look of shock in its aged eyes. Old Man Ed and Thea came to me without asking and stood behind me while I broke the formations. They have been doing that since yesterday, despite knowing the huge risks that came with it. I can't take it. It is too precious, Thea said after a second of thought and moved the box toward me. Yes, she is right about the herb being precious, and the teacher would scold me if she came to know about it, and old Marla might beat the shit out of me. There are many people in the academy who were stuck on the edge, just a step away from breaking into the elite stage. The addition of each elite would increase the strength of the academy, and if they knew I gave it to the person who I beat know for a few months, they would surely flip out. But Thea had become a good friend, and seeing how she stood behind me despite the knowing dangers, it is at least I could do. If you consider me your friend, take it, I said and pushed the box toward. Take it, little girl. You could consider it as a favor from little Jordan. Pay him back when he needs it, Old Man Ed urged, seeing she is still having some reservation about taking it. A second later, I dissolved the ice dome, and 3 of us walked toward the herb hall's exit. There are around 50 people looking at us, both humans and grim monsters, but nobody dared to attack us. Attacking would be an all-out war, and nobody wants that when it is explicitly forbidden by the leaders of both groups. Soon we reached the hallway and picked up a place to sit. Since I had secured all the protected plants, there was nothing more for me to do other than wait. Time passed by, and 3 more days passed. In these past 3 days, nothing had happened except for making people more agitated and angry, but not a single one dared to climb up the stairs. Just yesterday, everyone had felt a fearful aura coming out of the upper floors. The leaders were fighting, and the aura from their battle was very frightening. Even those with big courage did not dare to climb the single stairs. While others may be agitated and angry, I am not. I am sitting in defensive formation with my friends while talk and do their things. I work on my inheritance. For 3 days, I have been continuously working on my inheritance, lie doing anything else. It is very fruitful. This tower had given me huge inspiration, and I needed time to write them down and incorporate them all into my inheritance. Oh look, Danielle, and she had also become an elite, Williams shouted out, making me open my eyes by her shout. Earlier, people used to take decades to become an elite, but here they just have to pop a herb, and they will transform to elite, old man Ed muttered while casting a glance at Thea, who had consumed the herb I have given her. I looked at Danielle, who attracted the attention of more than half of the people who were sitting in the hallway with an elite aura emitting from her. She was looking around the hallway, but when her gaze fell on our corner, her eyes twinkled and she came toward us. Danielle, congratulations on becoming elite. Thea congratulated Danielle as she appeared beside us. You too, Thea, Danielle replied. Come inside, little girl. This formation of Jordan is really amazing, old Ed said. Danielle nodded and took a step to come inside when suddenly she stopped. Not only she had stopped, but also us and everybody else in the hallway. The aura of leaders have spread into the room, and a few seconds later, a human and grim monster came down from the two different stairs. They are commanders of Scorsea's Valley of their respective races, and the aura they are emitting is very powerful. Both of them stopped by the stairs and opened their mouth at the same time as if they had done it hundreds of times before. The exit gate on the 48th floor had been activated. Those who wished to leave the tower could leave, both of them informed in unison. Faces of nearly all the people had lit alight with the happiness of hearing their respective commanders. Most of the people have already gotten a lot more than they had expected from this place and now just want to leave. I may also leave if everything had been cleaned by leaders, but if some things had been left behind, I would surely try to get my hands on them. Everything from this place is extremely precious. Getting hands on few more things would surely help me a lot. The elites can stay if you want. We were not able to open the topmost floor. You can try your hands on it if they want. Commanders, hearing that, eyes of the many elites lit up. The top floor means the office of Tower Master, which, unlike the offices of Vice Tower Masters, occupies the whole floor, not just room. The office of Tower Master is always a secret in books. There was not much mention of it, except for the top floor is an office of the Tower Master. You can all go up to leave, Commander Camphor said to humans and stepped away, hearing that she stepped away, giving humans way to go up. The people did not waste any time and started to go up. I also broke the formation and began to move toward the stairs with my friends. I could see they are eager to leave. They have already got more than they have imagined and are very satisfied with it. Most people would leave, even among the elite. They also understood that opening the door to Tower Master's office is not an easy thing. The defense of it would be so strong that the artifacts and explosives they have would also turn useless against it. Soon, we reached the stairs, and I was about to climb up with my group when a familiar voice rang out in my mind. Jordan, wait. I have something to talk to you about, Commander Camphor said in mind, which stopped me on my track, and I walked toward her. My friends looked at me with questions, seeing my strange behavior. You guys go, I have some business with the commander, I said. All of them are smart enough to know to what sort of business I could have with the commander, and some of them even had the look of hesitation appearing on their faces before they calmed their emotions. Best of luck, old man Ed said before he began to climb up again with Thea and Williams, while Danielle came beside me silently. Commander looked at her with an arched brow but did not say anything else. Few minutes passed by, and soon nearly all the people left, and only 20-something people had remained behind. Many more would have stayed if not for both Commander bombarding them with her aura to make them leave. There are only 7 humans aside from the Commander. All of us are elite. The 5 are original elites, and they have grown visibly stronger, with 3 of them reaching the peak of the elite stage. The other 2 are Danielle and me. I don't know why Commander let her stay, and was not intimidated into leaving like she did to the others. It is fine with me, though. I like someone beside me who is familiar with my abilities. We are not the only ones that are remaining on the floor. There are also grim monsters. The leader-class Tyrant Hyenaman had remained, and around it are 15 elite grim monsters. There are few originals are missing, but those that had remained are powerful. Jordan, I heard you are capable of breaking the formations of the tower, Commander Camphor asked without lowering her voice. If she did not want an all-out battle, we would have to share the entrance to the Tower Master's office, where we could try to kill each other off one by one. While it's true I have some abilities, but breaking the Tower Master's office would not be easy, I replied. But you have some confidence you could break it, Commander asked back. I would like to see the formation before I could say anything about it, I replied. Well, then we should not waste any time, Commander said and started to walk up the stairs, and we all followed, the grim monsters on the other side also to the stairs. Soon we reached the 47th floor, and the density of energy increased dramatically. It is not surprising. The density of energy had been increasing dramatically every 3 floors since the 41st floor. I looked at the open herb halls. With lodging there must be some protected plants up there. I would have loved to get my hands on them, but unfortunately I could not. There is nothing in there, everything had been scourged clean, including the protected plants, Commander said, seeing my lodging gaze. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. You don't have to feel disappointed. If you can open the Tower Master's office, you will be able to get things more precious than what you can find in these herb halls, she said. She seemed oddly confident about her words. A minute later, we are on the 48th floor, unlike the 47th floor. This floor is packed with people who are standing in a neat line. Both grim monsters and humans are lined up to get inside the huge teleportation gate that will send them out. Be it human and grim monster is standing in their places in utter discipline. Nobody dares to move an inch out of their place. Such discipline is rare, but not so when the auras of 3 leaders enveloping the whole hallway. We stepped onto the 49th floor, and just as I did, I felt the change. The floor is different from all the other 48 floors I had been in. The first thing that is most noticeable is the astral energy here. It is dense, so dense that I could literally taste it on my tongue. There had never been such dense astral energy in any place in the tower. If any herb hall had this much dense energy, then even the most common plant there would have made the fight to the death. The hallway of the 49th floor is stark white with a huge redwood door that had the design of huge humanoids celebrating some festival. Whoever carved the design must be an exceptional artist. When one looked at the carving, a scene couldn't help but appear in one's mind. If I had a lot of time, I would have really enjoyed it, but there are other, more important things I have to focus on. Seeing the energy fluctuations around the door, these people seem to have tried hard to open it, but all their efforts have failed. They were not able to make even scratch on the surface of the door, though with their efforts they seemed to bring out a complete runic design, and that is good news. As I looked at the runic design, a shock couldn't spread into my eyes. I was about to open my mouth and stopped myself and decided to analyze it in further detail. For the first few minutes, I felt my earlier conjecture was right and about to stop when I started to notice small details that even an expert would discard at first glance. At first glance, the runic diagram seemed very easy, so easy that it might not even take me an hour to break it. But as I looked at details, the formation became complicated. The more details I noticed, the more complicated it would become. My God, I muttered while still studying TH formation. The formation is something I have never come across. It is of completely different designs that I am used to, follows a path that seemed quite radical. The formation does not seem much difficult compared to those protected plants. Our friend Jordan will not have any problems breaking through it, Ray said. From what I had come to find, he is a most trusted deputy of commander and one of the 2 peak elites we have. If it had been so easy to solve the formations, our grim friends and I wouldn't have wasted days on this door, Commander said as she looked at the grim monsters before she turned to me. So Jordan, will you be able to break this formation? Commander asked. Ask me that question a day later, Commander, I said before taking out the calibrator. If I had been looking at the grim monsters right now, I would have seen their eyes shining in a strange glint right now. I'm extremely excited right now, so much that I am literally shaking. The difficulty of this formation is so immense that even I did not know whether I would be able to solve it or not. I even felt that this formation was harder than the third circle equation I had faced in the library. My calibrator scanned the formation, and the next second I started to solve it. More like begin to analyze in greater detail before I begin to solve it. I will have to analyze it completely. Having a comprehender did not make things much easy this time. 3 hours passed by, and I had finally started to solve the formation. The formation had been much harder than I had realized, but it made things even more interesting. I have taken this formation as a personal challenge to myself, and I will solve it using every ounce of knowledge. This formation could say to be the most difficult formation I had ever come across, and I don't know whether I could solve it or not, but I believe I have the ability to solve it, and that is enough for me. Time passed by, and before I knew it, a day had passed, and not a single person dared to disturb me. Though a few hours ago, I had sensed the small disturbance and looked through my soul sense, only to see 3 new leaders have joined in on the top floor. These 4 leaders were the ones that were seeing the exit at the 48th floor. Now, we have the 2 leaders and Grim Monsters 3, which is a good odds. Even after a day, the commander did not disturb me or ask me if I could solve formation, which is good because a day is not enough to solve difficult formations such as this one. Nearly 2 days passed when I made a big breakthrough in my understanding of this formation and was able to solve it 3 hours later, but I did not inform them of it. I spend another half day acting like I am still solving it as I rest my mind and body before I readied myself for the things that will come after the door open. I solved the formation, I said. I got up from the spot. Hearing that, the eyes of both humans and grim monsters lighted up as they got ready to enter inside. Why are you wasting time, human? Project the runes and open the door, the leader Hyenaman said, seeing me not projecting runes after a few seconds. The power core I have is not enough. I need something powerful for runes to break the formation, I replied. As I did, Commander Camphor moved her hands toward the grim monster, We have solved the formation. It's your time to do your bit, she said. The grim monsters did not get angry as I had expected. The three grim monsters discussed the things among themselves. The leopardman even came closer to runes to feel their power. It went back to 2 liters. Finally, after a minute of discussion, Hodgman took out a tiny red pearl with slight, unwilling expressions. Here, this red cascade pearl would be more than enough to provide the energy you will need to break open the door, the Hogman said and threw the pearl at me, which I had caught with shining eyes. I looked at the red cascade pearl with shining eyes and noticed how my vines desiring for it. The pearl is quite precious. Not only it had immense fiery energy, but this fiery energy is quite gentle. Even Ashlyn is demanding it to eat. I put the pearl into the calibrator and projected the runes. A second later, as the runes projected on the door, they lit up with the rest of the runes that were already on the door. D-Hub. Seconds passed by, and the rune continued to light up before everything collapsed suddenly, and all the runes have vanished, leaving the giant door without any protection. As that had happened, 5 people appeared in front of the gates, 2 humans and 3 grim monsters. All 5 of them are leaders. Both parties looked at each other cautiously before all of them placed their hands against each side of the door and pushed. Click. The door smoothly pushed opened without any problem. The only sound I had heard it that of click, which was also very faint. The door pushed wide opened, and the leaders entered inside without hesitation, and we followed behind without wasting a second, and found ourselves in a large hall with a huge desk and chair which looked less like a chair and more like a throne for the giant. Aside from that, there are large bookshelves, a huge praying mat, and 7 small strange paintings which seemed to have filled with full of meaning that I could not understand. But seeing those paintings, eyes of the all 5 leaders have lit up. Human, give the painting to us and everything in the office is yours, said the Hyenaman to the commander. Snort, you think we are idiot grim bastards. These are enlightened sources, not some cheap painting that will give you if you ask. Adam Skarg, the leader class tyrant, said before the commander to utter the word. Enlightened source. Hearing those words, greed couldn't help but appear in my heart for a moment. The enlightened source is one of the most important things that tyrants should have if they want to advance further. Any tyrant would fight to the death to get them. Currently, I don't need them, and even if I needed them, I don't think the leaders would give them to me, even if they won't be able to get them without my help. Humans, accept the offer we are kindly giving you, or else we will kill and loot this place for ourselves, the Hogman threatened. Oh yeah, I liked you try it. Forget beating us. You won't be even able to take the paintings without our help. Adam fired back while casting a glance at me. To that, grim monsters felt silent, but they did not remain silent for a while, and full-blown verbal fight started between them, with their auras flaring to suppress each other. The only people who remained quiet were the commander and our elites. Seeing I won't be able to get my hands on those paintings, I want to try for books, but seeing leaders could burst into fighting any second, it did not seem wise to change my position, which is behind the leaders. Gentlemen, there is no use in fighting. Since all of us want the paintings, let's negotiate calmly about them, Commander said, and everyone calmed down for a moment. They started negotiations a few seconds later, and their words became even more intense. The commander, who usually stayed silent till now, started shouting and her aura began to clash with the Hyenaman. The clash of their aura was so powerful that us elite had to take few steps back to remain safe. It took half an hour for their negotiation to come to fruition, but it did. Of the 7 enlightened sources, the human leaders would take 4, and Grim Monster would take 3. The reason humans got the upper hands despite having fewer numbers is, the paintings are protected, and I am the only one who could take it. Jordan, will you please open the formations on the paintings? Commander asked. I want all the books on the bookshelf, the original copies, and that air pen on the desk, I said back. You little shit, you dare, the Hodgman shouted while pressing me with its powerful fiery aura. Little human, you should be satisfied by the fact that we are not killing you, the leopardman added with a threatening smile. Original books and air pen, or you can break us those paintings yourself with artifacts and explosives. You have, I said with the leveled tone, without backing down for a second, even when those 2 pressed down with their leader-class aura. Books we can copy, and there is no use of air pen to us, Commander said to the grim monsters before she turned to me. We accept your request, Jordan. Now please open the restrictions on the painting for us. Commander said. I nodded and took the calibrator out. The formation of the painting is hard, but its difficulty was nothing compared to that of the door. It was extremely hard and complicated. These ones are straight, but still, it took me 5 hours to solve the first formation, and I made it 5. When I opened the first painting, it went to the commander. The second painting, which I took 4.5 hours to open, went to the grim monster. A little more than a day had passed, and I finally opened the last painting, which went to commander. I could see the sparks flying between the 2 groups as I handed the last painting. At any moment, these 2 groups could fly, and if they did, we were dead. They looked at each other for a few seconds before their emotions finally calmed down, and they looked at their second target. Here is the air pen you had asked for, Commander said as she gave me the wonderful artifact. This crystalline red pen had many names: runic pen, carver's pen, and others. The basic function of it is drawing runes. It can draw runes on air or on the ground. The most amazing thing about it, that this pen could be bounded, and once I would be able to make it draw the runes from my mind. It would be able to draw the huge formation, which took hours, could be drawn in a minute. The level of this air pen is very high. It would work much better than the air pens I had read about it before. I wanted to look at all its features, but there are other things for me to do. So I carefully stored the air pen in my storage and looked at my next target, the bookshelves. There are 4 big bookshelves, all of them protected them. Half of the bookshelves are empty, but that is not unexpected, as the offices of vice masters. The Tower Master has also taken the important books and left the ones which it considered unimportant. While at its level, these books may seem unimportant, but they are simply precious to me. Whatever knowledge the books behind the fogged class contains going to be important, and I can't wait for them to have it in my collection. I scanned the runes and began to solve the formation. The formation on the bookshelves is just as hard as the one on the painting and took me 2.5 hours to solve, but as always, I added an hour extra before opening the bookshelf. As the bookshelf opened, the commander ordered the elites to open, took out the books, and brought out copying an artifact that was a little more advanced than the one that Danielle had, and started to make the copies as I started to solve the formation on the second bookshelves. It took me few minutes to focus on solving the formation on second bookshelves. I have read the titles on some of the books, and they have excited me so much that I was unable to focus completely for few minutes. In 3.5 hours, the second bookshelves have opened, and then the third before the final one. There we all had to wait for an hour before the artifact created more than 10 copies of each book, as everyone wanted a copy. The modern printer would be much faster than these artifacts, but they could not deal with these books, which high magic signature and runic knowledge they would short-circuit within seconds if we used it on these books. After the books were copied, the leaders again started their looting while we elites watched. It took them few minutes to take all the unprotected stuff that by the time they were finished, everything had been picked clean, and now only 5 doors have remained. In the offices of the Vice Tower Master, there is only 1 door aside from one that the one used to come inside, but here there are 5, aside from the one that leads to teleportation. The other 4 offers the different avenues, and I had already chosen the one I wanted, and I hope the leaders do not choose that one. My brethren, I hope you will be finished off each and every human by the time we come back, the Hyanam said suddenly. Shocking all the humans, except for leaders, you all should be enough to wipe out every sign to these bastards. I would be very angry if you do not wipe off half of them. Commander said, and she walked with grim monster tower the middle door, Hall of Enlightenment. This is the door that all the elites are very interested in and walking toward it. I had not thought all the elites would have the same target. I quite feared for my safety, thinking even if a single leader remained behind, all of us humans would be finished. All the doors are unprotected, and it opened the moment Commander and Hyanam pressed it. The Commander and Hyanam were first to walk inside before it was Leopardman, the Hogman, and Adam were last. There was no problem. I had expected some grim monsters might play a trick and remain behind before nothing of that sort had happened. The leaders seemed too excited to walk into that door to care about us elites. We watched the closed door. Some of us even thought of following the leaders. There must be something good inside to make the leaders excited when suddenly a runic formation appeared on the door, and this formation is strong as the one door to the tower's master's office. It took everyone by surprise, but not for long, as both sides soon turned toward each other, with attacks ready to launch at a moment's notice. Humans, your leaders are left. What are you going to do now? A Rhinoman asked in a threatening voice. It is one of the most powerful grim monsters here, a peak elite. So you want to fight? We will give you a fight. You only have double the numbers than us. It would not be that of a challenge for us to finish you all off, Ray replied as he took out his thin black sword, which seemed quite sharp. Human, you dare. An ape-man shouted with an aura of peak elite blasting off its body. It is not that we do not dare attack us, and we will attack you back with the double fury, Martha said, blasting off her powerful aura, which is no less weak than that of the ape-man. The silence descended as we pushed back auras against the grim monsters. Though they had double the number of us, we were doing just fine against them. Ray is right. They have double numbers than us, but fighting them would not be a problem. We are used to such disparity in numbers against the grim monsters. How about we stop this aura blasting and choose the door we want to, I said, getting tired of this charade. Everybody wants to enter the door before they start a fight. Fighting here would be detrimental to both sides. I was quite surprised when I found Danielle coming with me. I had thought she would choose the other door. Though I am surprised by her actions, I am very happy about her. With her, I would be safer, even if large numbers of grim monsters came behind us. Click. Soon I approached the door and opened it without hesitation before walking inside with Danielle. I closed the door behind me, but I know that grim monsters will come and they have only 3 seconds. From what I observed earlier, the runes on the leader's door opened 3 seconds after it had closed. Wow, it is something else. Danielle gasped as she flew into the air, and when I appeared beside her, I couldn't help but gasp too. The place I had appeared seemed close to the herb hall, but it is way bigger than the herb hall and has much fewer herbs than it. The huge hall only had 12 herbs, but all of the 12 herbs were packed in the protected sphere. From what I could tell, each sphere emulated different types of environment to condition these plants. These plants are extremely precious. To begin with, if they hadn't, they would not be in the personal garden of the Tower Master. And top of that, these plants are being grown into a special environment, and that makes them even rarer. There used to be at least double plants here, but all formations were able to survive the test of time, and except for empty places, nothing had remained of them. Click, I was observing those plants when the door clicked opened, and grim monsters walked in. A total of 4 of them, and seeing them, my eyes could help but pop open. I had expected the powerful grim monsters to follow us here, but did not expect the grim monsters would be this powerful. There are 4 grim monsters here, and of the 4, 2 are peak elites, while the other 2 are considered mid-elites. I hope that trip to the training room had really helped you, otherwise it would be quite a hard battle, I said to Danielle telepathically. Yes, it helped enough that we will not die in the hands of these bastards, Danielle replied, hearing that I had finally heaved a sigh of relief, and a twinkle appeared in my eyes. If it had been only 1 peak elites and 2 regular elites, I would have handled them myself, but 2 peak elites changes everything against them. I would be in a purely defensive state, not getting even a single chance to attack. We were staring at each other when the door closed on its own with a click, approximately 3 seconds after the grim monster came in. There are 4 grim monsters here, 2 peak elites while the other 2 mid-elites. The peak elites are Scarlet Horn Ape-Man and Lawlite Frogman, while the mid-elites are Snow Werewolf and Bullman. They made quite a powerful force. Did you guys never get bored with this bullshit? To be honest, I am quite tired of hearing the same words over and over that it felt jarring to me, Danielle said before I could utter the word. Though she is kind of right, hearing those same words from them over and over again makes me quite angry. Kill this bitch but keep that human alive, we will going to need him to open all these domes, Scarlet Horn Ape-Man said as it pointed its staff at us. And the next moment, they all came at us with a wolfish smile on their faces, thinking we would be an easy catch. I could tell how we looked at them. Danielle's aura is that of the early elite, and I also made my aura that of the early elites not to draw too much attention. Compared to both of us, these 4 seemed extremely powerful, who could finish us off in a few seconds. All of them came at us, but as they reached halfway, thousands of multicolored bubbles appeared in front of them and exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Loud exploding sounds rang out the next second. Frogman and Ape-Man burst out of bubbles, while Snow Werewolf and Bullman were still struggling against the bubble that surrounded them and spreading all over their bodies. Danielle's strength is not dependent on her inheritance and attributional strength, but on the comprehension of her art. She may seem like a regular elite, but she could have a strength of a leader or above-class powerhouses. These people with the grand art are really scary. Just her single attack told me she had the strength of the peak elite. Normal attacks could not stop the mid-elites with a single attack. The 2 peak elites seemed to understand that as expressions on their faces became serious and powerful aura blasted off their bodies. Scarlet Strike, Hailstorm of Blades. Both of them launched the powerful attack, and seeing the attack, I knew they were peak elites. The energy of their attacks filled the large hall. If there had been any regular emperor present in any part of this hall, they shredded to pieces and vaporized under the stray energies released by the attack. I did not dare to underestimate it and immediately activated the first boost. As I did, great power filled my body, giving me the feeling that I could do anything. Die humans, the Ape-Man and Frogman shouted as they attacked. The Ape-Man had a huge warhammer while the Frogman had its saber, but the most dangerous weapon, it held its tongue. Their attacks are extremely powerful. If they hit my body directly, I would be in a load of trouble, but that is not going to happen. While they may be powerful than me, but I am used to facing such enemies, and I am not alone. Bang, bang. The attacks came at us, but as they reached halfway, a wall of tiny rainbow bubbles materialized in front of their attacks, and as the attacks crashed into it, it exploded, taking a huge chunk of power and momentum from the coming attacks. Despite the power of their attacks being reduced by the bubble wall, the grim monster continued with their attacks as they poured more power into them. I could see them very angry at Danielle. First, her bubbles incapacitated their 2 friends, who were still struggling against the bubble, by the way, and now she had reduced the power of their attacks. How can they not be angry? Clang, clang. The hammer of the Ape-Man struck against my toothpick sword, bringing down huge physical force and bloodline energy. As both of the forces have struck against me, several formations on my armor lit up. They the force and crushed it before being absorbed by my runes. After the last big meal, my runes have received a huge boost, and with this boost, my armor was finally able to activate some of the formations that couldn't be activated before. These formations are very strong, able to crush much stronger energies and physical forces. Fuck. They had just finished with the attack when suddenly, they found rainbow bubbles forming on their bodies at a rapid speed. By the time they had finished with their curses, they were completely covered with the rainbow-colored bubbles. They did not remain in the bubbles for long. A second later, powerful aura blasted off them and burned the bubbles off their bodies. We are quite lucky not only we are killing a Grandmaster runesmith, but also the one comprehended the grand art. The council member would personally reward us for this feat, the Red Horn Ape Man said. Yes, we just have to be a little careful about this bitch's body, should not let the art's origin dissipate before the Supreme Lords inspect it, the Lolite Frogman. You people haven't even been able to touch us and still dreaming about killing, aren't you thinking too further? I asked, genuinely concerned about the mental state of the two grim monsters. Hee human, we are peak elites. What we have shown you now is the speck of our power, the ape man said laughingly, seeing that laugh couldn't escape from my mouth, which made them even angry. It looks like you did not believe us. Human, looks like we will have to show them the real power of the peak elites, said the frogman in its eerie croaky voice, before a shattering aura blasted across its body that started to make the air around it crackled heavily, as if the particles of air are breaking apart under its pressure. The ape man had also blasted off a powerful aura which transformed into a huge phantom of hideous-looking red-horned ape man before the phantom turned into the energy and merged back into its body, bringing the changes into its armor. Herald's Mercy, Cyclone of Death, both shouted and came at us with their attacks bearing the explosive power. I did not waste any time and activated the second boost. The first boost could not deal with such attacks, only the second boost could provide me with the power to defend against them. Die, you wretched bastards, both of them shouted and attacked. This time too, the rainbow bubbles have appeared, but those bubbles have not appeared on the bodies of the grim monsters or between them. No, they appeared their weapons, Su-KN. The energy off the attack, but that did not stop the giant bastards as they poured more energy on their attacks and came at us. My sword clashed against the huge red warhammer of the ape man, and I shook. The physical power of the attack had been great enough that it shook me, but that is all it was able to do against me. The formation inside my armor had crushed the rest of my physical energy and bloodline energy before feeding it to my runes. I would not be able to dodge the attack this easily if not for Danielle's bubbles, which had reduced the power of the attack by 30 despite them pouring more energy into the attack. CLANNG. This time the grim monsters did not waste time talking. Instead, they launched another powerful attack and then another. They seem to want to tire us, or tire Danielle out. While the grand arts are powerful, they need immense mental energies. Mental energy method present in each art. Not only one have to comprehend the art, but also have to practice the method to increase their mental energy. In one of our conversations, my father let it slip that my mother is still practicing her mental energy method, and even though the curse had somehow restricted the use of her grand art, it could not stop her from comprehending it. Her mental energy and comprehension of her grand art have become powerful enough that she could use her art. So even if the tyrant had attacked her, she would not be as powerless against it as people thought she would be. Danielle's comprehension of her art is much lower, as she had much lesser time to practice the mental method, but she said she would be still able to handle them for 45 minutes to an hour, which is more than enough time for me to deal with one of them, which will make easier for Danielle to deal with the other one. Everwings. I activated without a thought as hundreds of huge red warhammer phantoms came toward me, each one bearing the power to crush me if it hit my body. Rainbow bubbles are forming on each hammer, Su-KN, the phantom hammer's powers in destroying them, but there are still too many of them. The rainbow bubbles would not be able to deal with them. I activated the Everwings and harnessed its power before flapping my wings as I moved toward the huge phantom hammers. I wish I could dodge them, but unfortunately I could not. I will have to destroy them or they will keep following me. Rip. I appeared the phantom hammer closest to me and swung my sword at it. With sharpness enchantment working with its full power, it had ripped through it, and that was just the beginning. There are still hundreds some hammers for me to destroy, and not to mention the ape man, which is currently busy dealing with bubbles that had just formed on its body, but it won't be long before it came at me. I will try to destroy all these hammers before it does that. Rip, rip, rip. Sharp ripping sounds began to ring out across the hall as I ripped through one phantom hammer after another. Few seconds passed by as such when suddenly, I harnessed more power from the Everwings, much more than I had against any opponent since my latest strength increased and swung back my sword. CLANNG. A loud clang rang out, and my whole body shook as I took a step back from the grim monster. The ape man had attacked me suddenly. It was good to think I had kept my eyes on it. If not, its hammer would have crashed against my body, and that would have been bad. Still, I am not out of danger, yet I am not only getting attacked by the ape man, but also phantom hammers, there are still 20-something that had remained to be destroyed. It is a good thing I have some cards off my sleeve I could play. While I swung my sword at the ape-man to deal with its coming attack, two icy hands with blades came out of my back and moved toward the coming phantoms. The speed of these icy hands was too fast. They appeared beside hammers before my sword could strike against the gigantic hammer that was coming toward my way. CLANNNG. My sword clashed against the huge KN hammer, making me take 2 steps back, while at the same time, the two icy hands have become a whirlpool and begin to cut through the phantom hammers. Operating these two hands is quite hard, seeing I'm also dealing with the direct attacks of the ape-man, not to mention the invisible strings I have been handling, all of which is putting huge pressure on me, but I have no choice but to bear it all. I could not even ask for help from Danielle. She is even much stressful condition than me. She's not only handling the attacks of the frogmen, but she's also dealing with the mid-elites who are still busy dealing with her bubbles. While I am being dominated by this ape-man, not for long. It had been falling into my trap slowly, and it won't be long before I have it completely in the trap, and then nobody would be able to save it. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Few more minutes have passed, and I continued to get pushed back by the ape-man, but still, it was not able to injure me too seriously. Though I had been injured, not a single one of these injuries is serious. While I am doing fine, the frogman that Danielle is fighting is in quite wretched condition. Hundreds of injuries could be seen in its crystalline bodies. Those special exploding bubbles are quite dangerous, that even I am a little scared of them. Fucking bitch. The ape-man cursed as it saw a large chunk of frogman blasted off by hundreds of tiny exploding bubbles, and that made ape-man very worried. If frogman is slain, then it won't be long before it would be slain under the combined attacks of Danielle and me. This is why when it saw the condition of frogman is getting worse and worse, it tried to run toward it. But how can I let it run toward it when Danielle had reached so close to killing it? The sooner frogman is killed, the better it would be for me. Your enemy is me, ape-man, I said as I flashed in front of it. Human, it is a chance for you to run. You would lose that chance if you continued to block my path. It warned. I like to see what you can do, ape-man, I said, and harnessed every bit of power I had. Since you chose the death, human, I will give you a death. It said, an aura like never before blasted off its body, and that aura formed a huge phantom of hideous red horned ape-man this time. The phantom is also holding a hammer. 100 death quenching. It shouted, and the phantom behind it left the hammer, and the movement of it mimicked by the ape-man as it brought down its hammer at me. Seeing both real and phantom hammers, and the aura they are emitting made me wonder whether I had bitten more than I can chew, but there is use in crying over the things I had already done. All I could do now was prepare myself to deal with the coming attack, which is giving me a very bad feeling. I harnessed every bit of the power I had. Though I had done it a few seconds ago this time, I had dug even deeper, wanting to reach for every bit of the power that was hiding. Die human, the ape-man said as it brought down its hammer at me. I would have very much liked to dodge the attack, but I could not. The speed of the attack is too great for me to dodge it, and not to mention, it would not let me do something like it. So all I could do was defend against the attack, and seeing its power, I knew even my defensive method would turn useless in front of it. So I did not even summon it to waste the energy. Instead, I swung my sword forward to defend. CLNNG. Its huge warhammer came down on my sword. Not only the real one touched my sword, but also the phantom one, attacking me with a power I had never experienced before. Step, step, step. I remained on my spot for a moment before I started to take steps back rapidly while my armor dealt with the huge amount of energies that attacked me. These energies are extremely dangerous, so dangerous that even 10 of them attacked my body, I would die without any hope of coming back. Finally, I had stopped after taking back 10-some steps and looked at the ape-man, who was smiling at me as it lifted the hammer slowly and bringing it down at me. Its movements being mimicked by the huge phantom behind it, which increased the power of the ape-man's attack. CLLANNG, CLLANNG. Another attack had hit me, and this time I was able to stop myself from flying back, but still, when I stabilized myself, I saw another attack is coming at me with more, and all I could do move my sword in a defensive stance to take the attack. This time I was not able to maintain my feet in the air and shot back in the air and used the counterforce with my wings to stabilize myself. I thought 3 death quenching would have been enough to kill you, but it seemed like I was wrong, the ape-man said as it lifted its warhammer, and this time there was no lazy movements when done that, and power it is emitting also very powerful, that my heart started beating in the apprehension. The warhammer coming at me followed by the titanic hammer of the phantom. The last attack had sent me flying, and this one would do much more than that. CLLANNG. Its giant hammer fell on my sword, and all the formation inside my armor lit up to deal with immense bloodline and physical energy which had shot me back from my spot. And no matter how much I tried to move my wings to counter the force, it is not helping me much in the reducing my speed. Bam! I crashed against the wall of the hall hard, which is the least of my worries as Ape Man is coming at me with an even stronger attack. This time I had been able to save myself from its powerful bloodline energies, but next time I won't be this lucky. The ape man came at me, but as it was halfway, the bubbles began to appear on its body. Danielle had helped me even when she is a critical moment of her battle, but still, this little interference was nothing in front of the raging ape man as a powerful aura blasted off it and all the rainbow bubble vaporized from its body. It appeared in front of me and brought down its warhammer. Its attack did not seem to lose any momentum and came at me like a meteorite. CLLNNG. A deafening sound rang out as our weapons clashed, and I got pushed back against the wall very hard, and this time I vomited blood. In that blood, one could spot the pieces of internal organs and bones. Just a single attack of it had fatally injured me. Survived. Let me see how you survive this, it said and swung its hammer again with more power, while I used every bit of mental power I had to seal the injuries and begin to dig deeper inside me to get even more power. As I was moving the sword to defend, I suddenly noticed some details that made me quite surprised. These attacks are taking a toll on it. I was not able to see it first as it did a very good job hiding it, but this attack had brought those hidden signs out. This did not change things much. If it continued to attack me with this intensity, then it would be me who would first break, not it. CLLANNG. Its hammer struck against my sword, pushing me against the wall of the hall even harder. If it had been a regular wall, it would have been turned to dust, but nothing had happened to it, not even a scratch, while nearly every bone of my body broke and sent me puking. So you have finally collapsed, the ape man said, seeing my condition, all the bones of my body broken away and my aura in disarray. I looked like I could collapse any moment. You were a worthy enemy human, but it is time for you to die, it said and swung its hammer with great power. As it did, the phantom behind it also mimicked its moment and attacked me with its titanic hammer. The hammer came closer and closer to me, and when it was just about to hit me, it stopped, and with it, the phantom hammer also stopped. If it had not wasted any time in talking, it would have been able to score another attack, but unfortunately, it did not use that opportunity, and now it will have to pay the price for it. You were very hard to deal with, you know. If I had taken one more of your attacks, even I did not know whether I would be able to survive it or not, I said as I straightened myself. I am in really bad shape. Nearly all the bones in my body had been broken with its bloodline energy in me, which fortunately I had sealed temporarily, but it would not remain sealed for long. It is already struggling hard, and I will have to deal with it as soon as possible before broke those seals and rampage in my body. Before I deal with bloodline energy, I first have to deal with the source of it. It is a danger that I have to deal with as soon as possible. Ice Dome, I said and activated the Ice Dome just as I covered myself, and in the Ice Dome, my strings have appeared. They had covered 90 of its body, and I began to pour more energy into them to cover it up 95. I could not take any risk even with strings covering nearly every part of it. I'm struggling hard, using one more after another to break through it, though the strings are strong and have sealed all its energy points, so it could not release its energy outside. I still do not want to take the risk. Putch, putch, putch. Half a minute later, my vines have covered it by 95. As that, thousands of sharp ends came out of the vines and pierced through the body of Ape Man. Its defense is very strong that I had covered, each of sharp end with an aura of sharpness that Totem Artifacts enchantment has. As the vines entered inside, they immediately met with resistance of its bloodline. The resistance is so powerful that I had to up my energy transmission to the vines. To maximum, it would take hours if my vines grow inside it using its own energy. I begin to pour huge energy into my vines, making them grow. As my vines spread, I got a clear look at its body and was a little surprised when I noticed the signs of essence extractions, though the signs are minute. Still, I, who is an expert in essences extraction, were easily able to see them. I was right earlier. Its attacks were powerful because it was burning its essence for them. If it had not done that, I wouldn't have ended up in such a condition. While the peak elites are powerful, they are still within a range I could handle. If I had chosen to fight the frogmen, I wouldn't have been in a state as I am currently in, but frogmen would not have given me what I needed the most. This one could give me what I wanted. Though it is a very precious moment for me, and as this day, I would be able to fill the remaining honeycombs and reach the limit of power an emperor could. Dealing with the bloodline energy is also important as it could kill me. I was dealing with the bloodline energy when green and silver runes came out of my body and began to spread on my vines. It took them little more than 10 seconds to spread over all the vines, and the harvesting process started after that. Thick crystalline bloodline energy came at me. It is dense and big bloodline crystals. If bloodline essence crystals in Bone Snakeman's bloodline were like millions of shiny little points, then the bloodline essence crystals in the Red Horn Ape Man bloodline were like sand specks. The difference is clearly visible, and I am very happy to see it. I have only 300 cells of honeycomb left, and I hope it will be enough to take me to the peak elite stage. Suddenly, my runes stopped taking the bloodline essence, and the bloodline essence that was supposed to come at me divided into the other parties. I am not surprised to see it happen. My runes have reached the limit. They could not absorb any more of the bloodline energy. If I want to absorb more of the bloodline energy, I will have to level up to Tyrant, and this time, there is no loophole like Expander I could exploit. There is one way that can take my limit even higher, but I have no interest in choosing that way. A second after my runes stopped feeding on the bloodline essence, my runes shone and strengthening energy flooded inside me. It took them a mere second to reach every corner of me, and just that happened, the cells of honeycomb began to open themselves and take the energy in them. Thousands of cells began to get filled every second, and with it, my strength started rising. Not only my strength started rising, but the serious injuries I had suffered also began to heal rapidly, and that within few seconds, all the injuries I had suffered healed completely. Seconds passed by, and cells kept getting filled and merged with me when finally, the last cells got filled by the last bit of energy and merged inside me. The whole honeycomb got filled when I had first designed the honeycomb. I had never thought I would be able to make the cells of it 4 times bigger or even able to fill them in such a short time. I had thought it would take me years, but I had done it within one. I couldn't help but feel a little proud about it. Shake. I was about to analyze the increment I had just got when suddenly, my body shook heavily for no reason, and I blacked out for a moment, and when I came to myself and saw what was happening, I got completely blown away. I looked inside me and saw all types of energies flowing. I saw ice and fire, elemental cosmic energies, divine energies, and even diamond energies, and where all this had come from since I had already digested them all. It is a very good question and needs more than a minute find an answer. The short answer is the honeycomb broke and melted away, and now all the energies that used in making it, and all it absorbed to strengthen it has separated. I had designed the expander in mind that it would create a small pack that would absorb the energies and then merged with it to strengthen my body and soul. It did just that, but now all the cells filled, the honeycomb had melted away like the cast. I had not programmed this. It is the work of my runes. They have done something which had melted the honeycomb and released its energy, and to my surprise, my body and soul did not collapse as I had expected if something like this to happen. Instead, the packets of strengthening energy that had been stored in it began to spread inside me more equally. As it happened, I felt my body and soul became even more uniform. The little friction that used to exist before had disappeared. While the packets of energy had merged with my body, these energies of honeycomb are still inside me. They could not be merged inside me as I had reached the limit, and I hope they will not circulate around continuously while they are not doing any damage to me. That fact could change at any moment. Buzz. I had just thought about what would happen to these energies when suddenly, my runes lit up with a buzz, and all the energy moved toward it. My runes started to take the energies. It had quite surprised me, as the amount of energies my runes could take depended on my body and soul, which had reached the limit, which means the runes had also reached the limit, and they should not be able to do what it is doing right now. I had remained confused for a few seconds and frantically searched for the answers, which I had found a few seconds later. So that is where the energies are going, I said to myself. In one way, my runes are taking the energy. Though they are not consuming in a whole sense, they are just feeding it to the part of them, which is capable of bending the rules. The runes are feeding the energies to my pseudo-bloodline. This part of runes incorporated the rule-bending power the most and could bend some rules in a small way. It feeding on these energies and getting stronger rapidly, which is not surprising. The energies it is consuming are extremely precious and powerful. If my body had space to merge with these energies, I would have received a huge boost. It took nearly 11 minutes for it to absorb all the energies, and from the colorless crystalline color, it had gained light pink color. It had become powerful, and I would have loved to test its power, but I will do that later. First, I have to check my own strength. It took me few seconds, but I was able to analyze my own strength, and I was shocked. I am still an elite, but at the very top of it, at the absolute edge that now even the smallest step would take me out of the elite stage, but this smallest stage is not easy to take. While for me, it is impossible to take without reaching the tyrant stage, for others too, it is extremely hard, as taking a step means becoming a leader-class tyrant. This strength is more than I could imagine, and not to mention my bloodline had also gotten stronger, which I am sure would be very helpful in capturing the enemies. I don't think I would need to do that with elites unless they attack me with large numbers. With a huge increase in strength I just had, there is any elite that could match me. After being satisfied with myself, I had turned to the ape-man, which had turned to husk already. I took out the essence roses from it before stripping it off of all the treasures it has, including its storage. When I looked inside its storage, I couldn't help but blow away. There is really a huge amount of good stuff here. Its storage did not disappoint me at all. Aside from the herbs, there are many different types of treasure, some of which I wasn't able to identify, but they seemed quite important. With everything done, I removed the ice dome and saw Danielle sitting in the corner, with the body of one mid-elite not far from her. As for the bodies of the other two grim monsters, I did not have to ask where they went. She was already very close to finishing her battle when I had summoned the ice dome and killed the frogman not long after that. I was looking at everything with few strands of the soul senses I had spread around the hall. I had expected to see you all bloodied and broken, but you seemed fine, more than fine, Danielle said with clear surprise in her voice as she looked at me. I did not answer, just smiled. It is not something cloak with the lie, so remaining quiet is the best option. Here, take this one. I had taken the two, Danielle said as he motioned toward the body of grim monster. I did not do anything, it was all your efforts, I said and rejected her kind offer. It is she who helped me throughout the battle. If not for her, the battle for me would be a little harder. Take it, in exchange, give me 1 or 2 plants in these domes, Danielle said. I wanted to reject her, but after thinking for few moments, I decided to take the body. How is it? Is it difficult? Danielle asked when I opened my eyes after analyzing the formation. Very much. It is as difficult to open as the door of Tower Master's Hall, I replied, hearing that a look of disappointment appeared on the face of Danielle before it had disappeared. You should start reading about the plants, I said. The dome made it hard to see what was inside clearly, though I could see the environment inside and the rough shape of the plant. I could not tell exactly what type of plants the dome has. I hope using the information we have, Danielle will be able to shortlist some plants when I finish breaking the formation. She has the information ready, so we will not spend too much time searching for the information about the plant and its harvesting process. There are 12 domes in total, and it will take a lot of time to solve them. While Danielle may be disappointed by that, I am not. I am very happy. These formations would help me in furnishing my formation solving skills even further. After analyzing them deeply, I took out my calibrator and began solving the formation with a focused mind. This formation dome is on the same level as the door of the Tower Master's office door, which means it might take the same time. I could not give it the same time. It would take nearly a month to solve the formation and harvest all the plants. I have to be faster in solving them, and I had already given myself a timeline, and that is of the 2 weeks. Currently it might seem hard, but it is possible. I improve as I solve the formation, and I would improve while solving these formations too. With calibrator in hand, I begin solving the formation in earnest. Within minutes, I got completely lost in it, forgetting everything. The only thing I have in my mind are the runes floating in front of me. Seconds turned to minutes, and minutes turned to hours before I knew it. A day had passed, and I still solving the formation. There is only silence in the hall. The only sound they would hear is the flipping of books pages that Danielle is reading. Finally, the runes in front of me moved and formed a perfect gate as it happened. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I had solved the formation, and I did it in 29 hours. I was an hour faster than I had given myself time for. With me solving the formation, I did not waste any time and put a very precious high-energy crystal in my calibrator and projected the runes. A second after I projected the formation, the runes on the dome lit up, and they formed a transparent door, through which I could see the plant inside clearly. I did not break the whole formation. That would have wasted whole efforts. These plants are a special environment, and this dome is part of me. With me breaking the dome, the environment would change suddenly, and the plant inside may come into harm, and that will defeat the whole purpose of what I am trying to do. So I created the formation that formed a small door, through which not only could I see the plant inside clear, but also walked inside without triggering any intruder formation on the door. It is a Salterian grass. Here it's a harvesting method, Danielle said and showed me the method of harvesting, which is quite complicated. I read it carefully before I stepped toward the gate. Wait, are you not going to practice it before you try? It is the quite complicated method, you know, Danielle said when I saw about to pass through the gate. While the process is little, I do not need to practice it before I put it into use, I said and walked inside. It is just creating a very complicated runic graph for others. It would be quite a hard thing to do, but not much for me. I am more worried about the ice-cold environment inside the dome, which looked like it could freeze me. I had to use my bloodline energy as a last resort. I don't whether it would work or not, but it had worked. It had been able to protect me from the extreme cold inside it, and I was able to harvest the extremely precious plant successfully. I did not immediately start for the second plant. Instead, I ate with Danielle and slept for 6 hours before I started again. I had been awake for quite a long time and fought a very tiring battle before going through a huge change and solving a very hard formation. All of it made me bone tired that resting was the only option before I could start again. I started on the second formation, and it took me 25 hours to solve it. The third one had taken 22 hours. The fourth one took 20 hours. As I continued to solve the formations, I became more proficient in them, and they took less and less time for me to solve. By the time I reached the 12th dome, I only needed 5 hours to solve it and 50 minutes to harvest the plant inside. The winds inside were very sharp. I had to dodge them, while create a runic net over the plant to harvest it. Still, I was able to finish much lesser time I had given myself. It had taken me 9 days, much lesser than 15 days I had expected. Even I got surprised by it. I'm very happy right now, not only because I had gotten very, extremely precious plants, but also because I had learned something while solving the formation I could use in my inheritance. I had solved a big problem I am having in my inheritance with what I had learned while solving the formation. Here, you take any 3 of the plants you want, I said as I placed 5 transparent runic boxes in front of her. I have recovered a total of 12 plants, of which 5 are being D by my runes, and the other 2 would be very important to 2 people close to me. I was joking earlier, Jordan, Danielle said, rejecting the plants. That book you have given me is millions of times better than any plant you could give me. It had finally shown me the path, clear path in my art in which I was fumblingly walking before, she said as she pushed the boxes at me. At least take one, I said, and this time giving her a look. These plants are extremely precious, so precious that all the plants I had found below are nothing compared to them. These are part of the Tower Master's personal garden, and all of them needed a special environment for their growth. Every single of these plants is precious enough to make the leaders fight to the death. That's how precious these plants are, and seeing what Danielle had done for me, I wouldn't feel good if she didn't take at least one plant from here. I will take this wave froth vine then, she said, finally took the 3rd box. From what I had read about the wavefroth vine, this plant is used in strengthening one existing constitution and could be beneficial to anyone and transforming to those who are below the tyrant stage. The lower one's level is, the more beneficial it would be for them. It is best for those who just started practicing. Those would get astonishing practice talent, and there is a slight chance it may help them awaken the hidden constitution or bloodline they have in them. It made it the most expensive plant here. Many powerful people would pay an arm and a leg for something like it. Now that we have finished with the ardent grove, it's time to leave. I hope we would not come across any grim leaders, I said jokingly, which brought a smile on Danielle's face. While I may have said those words as a joke, I really hope we don't come across any leader-class tyrant. Even with our great advancements, we are no match for a grim leader. Click. I reached the door and pulled it gently, and it opened without any problem as I had expected. These doors are reinforced with runes from outside. There is no problem in opening them from inside. We did not immediately step out. I looked outside with my soul sense, and when I did not found anything, I took a step outside, and Danielle followed me. As we stepped out, the door was closed behind us with the dense formation of the runes appearing on it. The formation is strong as the domes in the ardent grove, but I would still not be able to open it. While solving the formation would not be a problem for me, I did not have something that had enough power to break the runic formation. The Tower Master had done something to those doors. These doors have their own power supply, and if I want to break the formation on it, I will have to match my breaking formation with the same power, and I do not have something that could match the power source in the door, even for a second. We go into the other rooms, Danielle asked. To that, I shook my head. It is near impossible unless you have something that could give me 400 times more energy than the Pearl Grim monster has given me, I said. To that, she shook her head. All the doors have been occupied. I had expected at least one to be free, but no, all of them are occupied, and breaking them is hard. The door which is not covered in the formation is the door that leads to the personal teleportation of the Tower Master. Well, it is a little disappointing, but I had gotten far more than I had imagined getting when I entered this tower, Danielle said and turned. Yes, this tower had given us more than we had imagined, I said and walked toward the corner door where the personal teleportation formation of the Tower Master. It should have an exit route. I just hope it should not be damaged otherwise. We would have had to walk the floor below and use the teleportation gate there. Click. The door opened with ease, and I found a perfect teleportation formation, and it was already set at the exit, which could not be changed to other places. Now I just have to supply it with power and activate the formation, and soon we both would be out. Buzz. I added the several powerful mana crystals in the power core of the formation and activated it while hoping everything went perfect this time. Last time I had been stuck in a strange astral space, which would have killed me if not for Grim Monster coming and sending out by crashing into me. A second later, after formation activated, I found a scenery in front of me disappear, and complete dark appeared before I appeared under the harsh glare of the sun with Danielle beside me. I found myself under several powerful glares, and when I looked around, I saw myself being stared down by the tens of elites. When I looked around, I saw 36 elites on Grim Monster's side, including the 5 peak elites earlier. There were 4 peak elites Grim Monsters, 2 of which had been killed by us. The original 2 are present here, and the other 3 are new. These new ones are also the Grim Monsters who entered the Tower Master's cabin with us. It is not only Grim Monsters that have found a good fortune. I could see there are 14 elites standing on the human side. There are 4 tyrants who are peak elites, all 4 of them familiar to me, as they were in Tower Master's office with us. Aside from Ray and Martha, Johansson and Verk have also become peak elites, and now both sides staring at us in shock, some of them even looking around, likely searching for the 4 grim monsters who have followed us in the Arden Grove. The 3 grim bastards are dead, by the way, we have killed them, Danielle said, shocking both grim monsters and humans. Hearing that, I couldn't help but shook my head lightly. While I had become powerful, I am still not powerful enough to defeat all the grim elites here, not to forget the leaders, who might take revenge on us. The grim monsters did not say anything except for glaring at us. This is commendable restraint they are having, but that is understandable, seeing for the first time, we have more peak elites than them. Such thing very rarely happens. If both sides were to fight right now, we would be able to slaughter them with minimal casualties, but of course we would not do that. The leaders are in charge here, and unless the grim monsters started it or the leaders' orders, we would not have any large-scale battles. We glared back at the grim monsters before we appeared beside Ray. Have you guys really killed the 4 grim monsters that followed you inside? He asked, still not believing we were able to do that. He even focused his soul sense on us, which is quite rude, and he understood as well, as he scanned us for a fraction of seconds before taking it back. Yes, we did, but with the help of the formations that were inside the grove. I said this was the predefined answer. Both of us didn't want our real strength to be revealed, and this one was more believable. Ray and others looked like they believed this answer than their earlier conjecture of us killing them with our own strength, which is the truth, by the way. Have the leaders had not come. When did you guys come? I asked. Martha's group was first to come out. They had come out 3 days ago while I came out yesterday. As for the leaders, there is no sign of them, but I am sure they will come out few days till then. We will have to keep the watch on these bastards, Ray replied, and we couldn't help but nod at that. You seem to have gained quite a lot. Your aura is a lot stronger than before, I said. Not only his aura is stronger, but others too. All of them have heavily benefited from the door they had chosen, but I gained the highest and have full confidence in them beating. I am sure you must have gotten some rare plants in the grove too. I would love to trade with you if you have anything I like, Martha said as she looked at both of us. I am sure we will get a chance when we go back to the fortress, I said. There will be a small trade fair between the tyrants, and we all have to give a few % of our harvest to Pyramid. It is one of the rules that all tyrants have to follow. Hun, I don't know whether these people know about it or not, but I am happy there are leaders, especially on our side. The grim bastards are very sneaky. They always keep people hidden. I was fearing that they had at least one leader hidden somewhere, and that would be a disaster for us if it had dared to attack us. But now I can remain without any worry. Even if the leader attacked, we would remain safe with our leader-class tyrant protecting us. Time passed by, and a day had passed since we had come out, and then another on the 3rd day. A formation changed, and our people came, 2 a very angry-looking grim monster and 2 serious-looking humans. I was shocked seeing both sides. There is Hogman missing among the grim monster, and Adam's scarred condition did not seem fine, but he is unstable that it is fluctuating. Any elite could sense the constant changes in his aura. While Commander and Skarg seem to have killed the Hogman, but the victory is not without a cost. Skarg had suffered serious injuries, which should be treated as soon as possible, otherwise it would affect its power. The injuries of such level could have lasting consequences. My own mother is an example of that. The grim monsters are angrier than they were a second ago when they looked at elites of both sides. They were seething and looked like they could start battle any time. Seeing that, I and many of my fellow elites started to prepare ourselves. Enjoy the victory, humans. It is the last one you will ever get, the Hyenaman said, looking at our leaders and us before flying away with its elites. All right, let's leave. The grim monsters would not take this loss lightly and attack us with greater fury. We will be using the time to prepare an apt counter to them so they would keep losing, Commander Camphor said, and flew toward the fortress with us behind her. A few minutes later, we were in the fortress, and as my holowatch got connected, I immediately sent the message to the teacher, which I had prepared before coming here. Still, there would be a lot less ruin exploring than I had initially. This tower had provided me with lots of precious plants, nearly 25 of all the resources I needed, and I am confident I could get another 5 by exchanging some things I got here, which is a lot, as I had not expected I would find even 5 of resources when I first came here. This should be enough, I said as I closed the storage box and handed it to the drone. This is a tax, tribute, whatever should one call it. It will be going to the pyramid. I had added lots of rare and precious plants, some rare material, copies of books I had found, and even rare artifacts such as high-end calibrators and weapons. This will be my first tribute to the pyramid. Even though I am not doing it with my real identity, it matters a lot to me. It is thousands of years old tradition and responsibility to each tyrant. Each of our contributions helps Pyramid manage its expenses and operations, which keeps the world safe. It had been a day I had returned to the fortress, and the first thing I had done after returning was sent mail to the teacher. Unlike other places, I was posted in an important place, and it would be hard to call me back in a day to two, especially now when the situation of Scorse's Valley developed to this, and I had revealed my talents. Teacher would have to pull some strings and call on some favors to call me back to the academy, and it will take time. I just hope it will not take too much time. I had accomplished what I had come to accomplish here and also got 25 of all resources I needed, which I had not thought I would get, and now I want to start collecting other resources that I need. There are some places I have to go to collect them. They are not ruins. Though I will be going into the ruins, how many ruins I will have to go will totally depend on after I have done with the two sources I have. Both of them offered hope of huge amount of resources for me, and I hope to get at least 30 from them. This would make this lot easier and less time-consuming. Resource hunting isn't the only thing I have to do. There is still a most important thing, and that is completing my inheritance. I am still not finished with it, but with the material I have got, I am confident that I would be finished within few months. It would not take another year as I had expected. After I finished my dinner with Ashlyn, I walked out of my room. The small trade fair is today. It will be tyrants, and select few emperors would be invited to open their eyes to the big picture. I plan to exchange a lot of things at this trade fair. I may have gotten a lot, but there are many people who had gotten great things too. There were more than 1,000 herb halls in the Astral Garden Tower, and I had explored around 50. It is without question there would be lots of great stuff at the trade fair. I was on my way to the arena where the fair is held when I saw spotted Thea and Williams. Jordan, are you going to the trade fair? Thea asked as she stopped for me. Yes, I replied, and I found her looking strangely at me. There's a little warning I have to give you, Jordan, Thea said with a twinkling in her eyes. She is not the only one. Williams also looking at me in the same way. What is it? I asked, not having a great feeling seeing their expressions. It is spread that aside from the leaders, you are the biggest beneficiary in the tower. With your formation-breaking ability, you have collected lots of plants, some of which could help some people in great length, Thea said very slowly. I had expected something like that might happen, and seeing it happened, I couldn't help the headache coming from the trouble I was going to have in the next few minutes. People are not idiots. Many have seen me breaking formation after rare and precious plants. Most people know about it already, and those who do not know got to know after few hours of returning, and now I will be hounded for it. It is not all bad. I could even use this as an opportunity for what I want. These will have many things I need, and I have to be careful not to exchange too many precious plants for the things I need otherwise. Teacher, or that old woman would let me sleep in peace. The news of the tower had already spread and windfall we have gotten from it. All the organizations would be eyeing this, as this tower had resources that made tens of elites tyrants, and those things that could help tyrants are always in heavy demand. I have to give these precious herbs to the academy, not only due to the obligations, but also due to necessity. We have much fewer tyrants than we should. For the coming war we need more tyrants, and they also need to be powerful. Many mighty organizations with thousands of years of history had fallen in the wars, and I don't want the academy to add to that list too. To survive the coming war, every part of the academy needs to be stronger, so we not only survive the war but could also make a huge contribution to it. I had already made the list of plants and resources I could trade, and those are off limits, and I am going to be following that list strictly unless I get something very interesting. Soon we reached the arena and entered inside. Just as I passed the restriction and entered the arena, my runes became active like never before, desiring hundreds of things present in the small bustling fair in front of me. I want based flowers. What do you want in exchange? I asked a bald tyrant named Roger Smith. In front of him, hundreds of plants are placed in transparent boxes. Like others, he had set up a stall to exchange and sell the resources he had got from the tower. A water elemental plant that could help me with my constitution, he replied, before looking at me with shining hopeful eyes. If you're willing to provide me plant that could take me to the elite stage, I will give you all these plants and few others resources in exchange. He gave a second offer. I had heard these offers tens of times since I had come to the fair 4 hours ago, and despite rejecting them every time, they keep asking. It is not just unranked elites or those who are step away from becoming the elite, but also from elites. Even Martha asked me for it, and I gave the same answer that I gave to every person who asked me. Like I had told everyone, I have only 3 of them. If I dare to sell them, the headmistress of my academy will have my hide, I said before taking out 3 transparent boxes. You can choose any one of these plants in exchange for it. There would be no negotiations. He wanted to say something but did not see the look on my face and focused on the 3 plants I was offering. I will take the deep lake root, he said after a minute of looking around at the plants. Nice doing business with you, Roger, I said as we exchanged the herb. After the exchange, I went to the other stall, following the direction my runes were giving me. I'm only buying the resources that my runes are desiring, and I'm not buying all of them. I have a complete list of things I need, and even though my runes are desiring them, I have plenty of them in storage or that type, then I would not buy it. I'm still buying 85 of things my runes are desiring, and 90 of negotiations turned successful as I have lots of stuff. Another hour had passed, and I finished most of the things my runes were desiring. Though there are some things that my runes are sensing, they appear and disappeared as people trade them, and fluctuation is also low, so it does not matter whether I should buy them or not. I am not dome buying, but now I am going to use a different strategy. I am going to set up my own shop, but unlike the other shop, I will be making the deal in private while showing my wares out to attract customers. I took out an abode and transformed into the shop I wanted before taking out 500 plants. All of the rare and precious, and are all types to attract all types of customers, though there is not a thing that is super precious plants, such as those who could help one cross the boundary of unraked into the elite. It did not take long for my first customer to walk inside. It was someone I knew. Williams, how can I help you? I asked the raven-haired woman. There are some things you are showing interest me. What do you want in return? She asked as she showed the list of things she wanted from my collection. I do know what I want, to be honest, I replied with an apologizing smile. If you show me what you have, and if some things interest me, then we can have a deal, I said, and she gave me a look. I would not divulge anything about your collection to anyone, I added after second. She nodded, and a moment later, hundreds of things flew out of storage, and it turned out she had some things that I needed. After a few minutes of negotiations, Williams left with a pleased smile, and I waited for the next customer, who did not take long to come. Time passed as one customer, and after another came to my shop. I also left my shop, now and then, and when I felt sharp fluctuation of DSR from my runes. The deals went well, but not all people came to my shop left with a happy smile. Some of them left with a huff of anger. Some people did not take well of my business methods, and left without showing a single thing from their storage. Soon, it was time to close the fair. I did not immediately go back to my quarters. Instead, I went to Old Man Ed's quarters with a few friends and acquaintances for the dinner party he was throwing on the occasion of him finally accomplishing his dream of becoming the elite. The old man is quite a good host, from entertaining guests to serving the dinner. He did it at his best, without letting anyone feel alone or neglected. I had a good time and was slightly tipsy drinking that powerful liquor the old man had brought out of somewhere. It was quite late, and I slept directly without doing a minute of training. 8 days passed since we came out of the tower, and I had not received any response from the teacher. Even though I spent most of my time reading the books I got from the tower and working on my inheritance since the commander had not let any tyrant out, I still want to be back in the academy. Ting, it was the 9th day, and I was reading an interesting tome from the Tower Master's collection when my holowatch buzzed with mail, and when I opened it, I saw it summoned from the commander. She was calling me to her office. Knock, knock, come in, the commander said from inside. As I knocked on the door, I opened the door and walked inside the office. Commander, you have summoned me, I asked. Yes, she said with a heavy sigh. A trip to the astral tower had changed her. Her aura had become even more concentrated, and the feeling of strength she gave off became quite heavy. If she projects her aura on normal tyrants, they will faint without much resistance. I was planning to take a small team inside the tower to see if I could take some things out of the tower, like things from some training rooms. Do you think it is plausible? She asked. To that, I shook my head. I think it would be a very bad idea, Commander, I replied. She arched her brow in question. The reason we were able to harvest the resources, not because of the tower's malfunction, but because tower let us do that. From what I have got from books we have collected and my own conjecture, I believe that there is AI in a tower and it is very much active, I said. Do you think if we left the tower alone for a decade or two, we would again have the hall full of herbs? She asked. Yes, I think so, I said, while AI is not in full control of tower as it used to. It still does a certain task like sowing seeds. As for taking care of them, it won't have the ability to do that fully, nor does it need to. Some of the plants survive without care. They just need dense energy, and they will be able to survive on their own. While we might not be able to get a hall full of precious herbs, as I had said, we would still get thousands of precious plants. The only thing we have to do is wait. Your headmistress is calling you back, and she is pulling quite a few strings for it, Commander said and looked at me. Her face looked blank, and no emotions could be seen on the surface of her eyes. I could see some hidden irritation and slight anger inside. I wanted to remain quiet, but seeing the look in my eyes, I thought it would be best to speak few words lest my silence brings out hidden irritation and anger. Headmistress must have a reason to call me so suddenly, I said. Yes, she mentioned that. Her precious little student had stuck, and he needs your help, Commander said, and when she said it, all the irritation and anger she had kept hidden came out. Nowadays, everybody is worried about their precious students than the coming war. In our days, the teachers and mentors used to throw their students in dangerous situations for them to learn, not coddled them with fulfilling their every DSR. If her precious student is facing some problems, he should try to solve them on his own, not ask his teacher to bring someone to explain. She muttered. I remained quiet and kept tight control over my emotions, which were threatening to spill. Your headmistress had pulled quite a lot of strings that even I had to let you go, she said, and removed the book. You will be leaving in a week. Before then, I hope you will be able to solve the formations in this book. It will be a great help to me if you do that, she said, and handed me the book. Wow, talk about no pressure, I said to myself as I took the book from her hands. I will try my best, Commander, I said. I hope you do, Jordan, she said. A minute later, I was out of the office. I directly went to my quarters, and when I reached them, I opened the book and started to study the formation inside. Seeing their style, they are from the tower and quite hard. If I had not solved the formation on the grove, I wouldn't have any confidence in solving these formations on time. I will give my all in solving these formations if I want to leave on time. Otherwise, Commander might find some excuses. Hours passed and turned into days, and 4 days passed, and when finally the commander released the tyrants out. Only 9 tyrants were sent outside, and Old Man Ed was one of them. When he returned 1.5 days later, there were curses in his mouth. He had said the grim monsters have went batshit crazy in a span of 1.5 days. He got attacked by 3 times, even when he went his usual hiding, instead of searching and fighting grim monsters. He said grim monsters went mad. They were more aggressive than usual and just wanted to kill humans, and doing that, even if they lost their lives, they did not care. It looks like they look losing quite heavily and now just want to return the favor. Well, it would be hard for them to do that unless they bring lots of outside reinforcements. I wish I could stay more. I would have loved to fight these crazy grim monsters and turn them in essence rose, but unfortunately, I could not. I have to prepare for my tyrant level up. I have to become tyrant before the war begins. I was able to finish solving all the formations by the 6th day and spent most of my 7 days with friends and acquaintances I had made here. I am going to miss them and this place dearly. Welcome back, teacher greeted me as I appeared in teleportation formation. It feels good to be back, I said as I stepped out of formation, and we both walked into her office. This time I had to pull a lot of favors. Rhea Camphor wast willing to let you got, teacher said as she took her seat. It will be hard for me to do something like that in the coming times, the teacher said. I had accomplished what I had gone there to. It was the last official mission I would do before I had leveled up to tyrant stage, I said. So, you are really able to gain the power of the elite? Teacher asked slowly, as if still having a hard time believing Emperor could gain the strength of elite tyrant. It might look like it is easy to become elite, but people spent decades and even centuries and still did not become one. Only when opportunities like Astral Garden Tower came did regular tyrants could get a chance to become an elite. Otherwise, they continued to try to reach until they were dead. The people assigned to Scorsea's Valley are praising their luck to come across such an amazing opportunity. Yes, I have got the strength of the elite, I said, and slowly released the aura of an elite. I had begun from the aura of the initial elite that slowly got stronger, that in few seconds, it reached mid-elite, and a few seconds after that peak elite, and still continued rising, till it had reached the absolute peak of the elite stage. Gasp, is this? Teacher gasped and stammered. Yes, my aura had reached equal to hers. The only difference was that I had an iron ceiling above me that could not be broken, while the ceiling above is made of paper in which she had already made several cracks, and just needed a slight push and she would become a leader-class tyrant. Is this not your fake aura, right? She asked, and I found myself covered under her powerful soul energy. It is like a flood. Seeing it, my eyes couldn't help but widen. Teacher's soul energy had already touched upon the leader class. It looks like she is much closer to the leader class than I had thought, and when she became a leader, she would be a powerful leader. Teacher's inheritance is no apex inheritance. It is one that is left behind by Her Excellency Roosevelt. It is her legacy, and it is a little different compared to other inheritances. It is slow to progress due to high comprehension, but when one reaches a new level in it, they would not be at the initial stage of that level. The moment teacher became leader-class tyrant, she would be a powerful leader-class tyrant. It is really hard to believe this impossibility. I could count the people with my fingers who had achieved this feat before, the teacher said with a sigh. Now that became elite tyrant, you should learn the spatial travel, the teacher said, and I nodded. That is what I wanted to talk to you about. I want to learn it as soon as possible. It is because of it I am stuck in a big part of my inheritance, I said. I need to learn spatial travel, not only because it is a super quick way to travel to a destination, but also because I need to collect a large amount of data, so I could better formulate the formation related to spatial travel. Though I have the data from the books, it is not enough. I need to collect the data from practical experience. I am sure Councilwoman Marla would be happy to teach you, she said. Hearing that, I couldn't help but froze for a moment. Kausiwamin Marla isn't professor or other council members that are free, I asked the teacher weakly. To be honest, that old woman scare the hell out of me. The less I come to contact with her, the better. She is the best spatial traveler the Academy has, and she had specifically said that she would like to teach you the spatial travel when you got strong enough to do it. Teacher said. Hearing that, I couldn't help but massage my head. With her saying those words herself, no other council members would dare to teach me. All of them are pretty scared of her. I heard you got quite good loot in Astral Garden Tower. The council had been insistently asking me about. The teacher asked. She looked a little sheepish when she asked about it. Yes, I was going to give that to you, I said, and brought out 2 wooden boxes with glass cover. One is small while the other one is big. The small box only has 19 plants of all types, but they are the most important ones. Even Supremes might send people after me if they know I have these many of these plants. These plants here will aid one in becoming elite. The closer the one to elite, the greater the results they would get, I said, and found the teacher shell shocked and excited at the same time that her whole body is quivering in it. This box had 262 plants that would greatly help the chances of one advancing into the tyrant stage, I said, and shocked her even more that she needed a whole minute to calm her emotions. Won't you need some of the plants in these ones for your advancements? Teacher asked when she had become calm enough. No, these plants are useless to me. I had kept those which are useful to my advancements, I said with a smile. It is the least I could do, teacher, I said. The Academy had done so much for me that these bits of herbs are nothing to repay all those favors, not to mention, I am successor, and it is my duty to make the Academy as prosperous as I could. Teacher, I have a favor to ask, I said. What is it? If it is within my powers, I will do it, she said. Hearing that, I sent a storage bag to her. I hope you will help me get these things I need, I said, and sent her the list to one of the screens beside her. Gasp. Teacher nodded and looked inside the storage, just as another concealed gasp of shock came out of her mouth. It looked like your adventure in the Astral Garden Tower had been far more fruitful than I had imagined, the teacher said as she put down the storage. These things should be enough to get the things you need, she said. An hour later, formation in my lake house had lighted up as I had appeared on it. I hoped that flower would be useful to the teacher. It might be able to give her the push she needed to break open that filmy layer of leader class. She was quite shocked when I left. She could not believe the number of the grim monsters I had killed when I had handed her the essence roses. Anyone in her place will be shocked, even Commander, if she comes to know the number of grim monster I had killed, and might faint if she plus that up with the numbers of tyrants that Ashlyn had killed. It had been nearly 4 months since I had left, but there was no change that had come to my house. It is exactly as I had left it to be. After I freshened up and cooked something for Ashlyn and me, I laid on the sofa and closed my eyes. Soon, I was in my inheritance space, and with huge pieces of runic formations around me, I had come very far in designing the inheritance, finished about 60 to 80. I am currently not sure at what % I had finished my inheritance. I had broken it into several parts and designed it as such. I might not use everything I am designing and even make changes to them, which is why I am having a hard time stating my progress. 6 days passed by. I had spent these days studying and working on my inheritance. Except for sleeping and eating, I had spent nearly all my time working on my inheritance or relating to it, and did not even a step outside of my house. Fierce battles have begun there, and it won't be long before a full-blown war launched out. Usually the war spread to the lower continents before it began in the central continents. The war on lower continents became a trial to what real war occurred in the central continent. I had talked to some of the acquaintances back in the home continents, and they say the condition is getting worse. They are fighting by millions, and thousands are dying when the war begins. Hundreds of millions will begin to fights on each continent, and casualties will not remain in thousands. I have to become a tyrant as soon as possible before the war begins in the lower continents, and I have only a few months for it. The pyramid had predicted it would start within 6 months at maximum, which means it could start this month or next month. I can't believe war is so close. A few years ago, it used to be a distant possibility, but now it will happen. It could not be averted, nor any party wants to avert it. The water had reached above the neck for both parties. They want to conquer us, and we want to slaughter them all. Both sides have been preparing for years and have lots of hidden forces and cards they haven't yet revealed. This imminent war is making me work harder than before to survive. I will need the strength. Without it, I would not be able to survive the coming war. Well, I would be hoping the successor would be busy working hard for the coming times, but here I am seeing you taking a nap, a familiar voice. Hearing it, my eyes wide opened, and I got up from the sofa. I was working Councilwoman Marla, I said as I looked at the old woman. She looked to be in a good mood as she was wearing a black pantsuit. She only wears black when she is in a good mood. It does not look like you were working, it looked like you were taking a nap, she said back. Hearing that, I couldn't help but sigh inside my mind. There is no use in arguing with this old woman. It is the least I could do for you, successor, she said, and this time there was no snark in her voice, which surprised me, but I kept my emotions under control, lest it angered her. "Let's not waste any time then," she said, and we walked toward the teleportation formation. The space inside the academy is locked. The one way of spatial travel here is teleportation formations. To do other kinds of spatial travel, one has to be powerful enough to crush the restrictions that the academy had placed. Soon we were in teleportation formation, and Councilwoman Marla added the coordinated that were unfamiliar to me, and a few seconds later, I found myself in a shadow of verdant trees. "We are in Aroma Forest. It is one of the hidden formations that Academy had placed here," Councilwoman Marla explained as we stepped out of formation. Aroma Forest is a small forest in the territory of the Academy. There is nothing special about it, except it is felt with small aromatic flower trees, which release a wonderful fragrance that make one feel good. Spatial travel has two main components. One is tearing, and another is navigation, Councilwoman Marla said. Tearing requires immense strength and precision, and for it, we use much space-tearing artifact. If one wanted to do the action by raw force, they need to be a peak leader at the least, she explained and moved her hand up before gently bringing it down. As she did, she smoothly tore open the space. "Always remember, make the space tear big enough that you could pass through comfortably, otherwise, it will tear you open," she said and flew inside the tear in a smooth motion. A moment before passed through, she had covered herself with the energy. I did not wait and stepped into the tear, but unlike herself, I had summoned my armor. There is a huge difference of strength between her and me. While she is peak leader, I just peak elite. Summoning energy layer around me is not enough to save me from the space seal unless I use some protection artifact. Though I have the artifact, there is no need to use it. The protection of my armor is enough to save me from most of the dangers of the space sea. As I stepped beside her, she gave me a look, seeing me only using my armor and no protection later. "Now it is a most important part, navigation," she said and removed the silver color compass from her storage. I did the same by taking out the red colored one, and its grade is similar to that of her compass. I had gotten many space compasses from the elite grim monsters I had killed in the tower, and this red compass is the highest grade one. Spatial travel is extremely fast, but it is also extremely dangerous. The space sea is least of its danger. The biggest danger is the wrong direction. The slightest change in your direction could take you into the territory of grim monsters. Once you do, their sensors detect you, and they hunt you down. Many people had lost their lives due to it, she explained, and I couldn't help but nod. Spatial travel needs extensive practice. An unbelievable number of people have lost their lives by ending up in the wrong place. Is Councilman Harrison seeing the space beast in his younger days is true? I asked before I could stop myself, and the old woman looked directly into my eyes. "Where did you hear that?" she asked. I wanted to protect my source, but seeing the look in her eyes, I lost that notion. "Elena," I said, hearing that old woman messaged her head. "That little girl should learn to keep her mouth shut, or one she will spill Academy secrets and gossip," she muttered before looking ahead. Yes, Harrison claimed that he had seen the space beast. She said, "You do not believe it?" I asked. Space beasts are exceedingly rare that many people consider them a myth. When Harrison saw the space beast, he was extremely injured, and what he thought he saw might be a hallucination. She said, "Space beast is extremely powerful. That tyrant seemed to know match of them," she added without stating her opinion. "Enough about gossip, let's focus on the job," she said and activated the compass. Seeing her, I did the same. Even with an artifact like Space Compass, the spatial travel is extremely tricky. One has to be careful at every moment, she said and expanded the screen of a compass. "Look here, there are two coordinates. One is space we are in, and the other is the space we have reached. We have followed its direction precisely, and as you know, each spatial tides affect the coordinates, and we come across a few hundred easily, in even a few seconds of travel," she said and pointed toward the few spatial tides around us. "We have to be careful of them. Sweeping inside them has dire consequences. These space waves are as dangerous as they were when I saw them the first time. The protection layer amulet had nearly been crushed by space tide, and if not for the professor's timely help, I would have been turned to particles by the space tide. Now, let's begin," she said, and we slowly followed our compasses toward our destination. Councilwoman Marla is a much better teacher than I had expected. To be honest, I had expected our lessons to be filled with snarky and condescending remarks, and was kind of dreading it. Though the councilwoman, Marla, is not a friendly type, but is an immensely attentive teacher. She explained everything in so great detail that I had any questions at the end. No wonder teacher said I would enjoy her lessons. There is more to this snarky, powerful woman than I had initially thought. "We have reached our destination, and now we have to make a tier again to get out," she said and smoothly made the tier and got out, and I walked out behind her. "This time we are in a forest, but it is not an aroma forest. We have reached the Scald Forest," Councilwoman said. "We have not come much far. The Scald Forest and Aroma Forest are the neighboring forests and have only a few hundred kilometers distance between them. Let's try one more time," she said and again formed the tier. This time we went to the small city called Floor City, which is also part of the Academy's territory, but the distance between it and Scald Forest is double, between the Scald Forest and Aurora Forest. Councilwomen tore the space again and went to different spaces, while we moved one space to another. Councilwomen continued to explain every aspect of space travel. I noted it all down and compared it with the theoretical knowledge I have, which helped me get an even better idea about spatial travel. By the time evening came, we had traveled from one corner of the Academy's territory to another, and the lessons were far from over. It had been 12 days since my lesson had to begin, and we had literally traveled around the world, not only in our Academy's territory, but the territory of the whole central continent, and we even went to 3 minor continents which were wholly in control of humans. It had been 4 days since I had been practicing the spatial travel with Councilwoman Marla, and except for getting it wrong a couple of times on the first day, I was able to get it right. Since then, I had not made a single mistake the earlier mistakes I had made due to the excitement, and when I calmed my mind and began again, I had not made a single mistake, and my accuracy also began to increase despite the increasing distance. Back to the central continent, this is the 6th intercontinental trip that I did without any mistake. I don't want to inflate your ego by admitting it, but your progress is quite shocking. You were able to do perfectly intercontinental travel in less than a week while people took months to get it right, she praised. Your words mean a lot to me, Councilwoman Marla, I said respectfully. Well, don't get used to it, she said. I have a request, Councilwoman. I hope you will be able to help me with it, I said. I will try if it is within my power, she said, instead of directly rejecting it. I want to take me to my native continent, Mariana Hills to be exact. I said, hearing that, her eyes couldn't help but become sharp. You should understand what times it is the pyramid had forbidden tyrants from traveling to contested continents without its permission. She said, it is very SNSTV. Times where both parties are preparing for wars on the lower continents, spatial travel would surely get discovered by censors of both sides, and both humans and grim monsters would come at us. I know, but there is one place I really have to go, and I tell you, going there would be extremely helpful to you too, I said, and her sharp, expressionless face loosened a little. Even if I want to help you, I can't. The moment we tear through the space of the Silver Continent, we will be discovered by both sides. That will not only bring us trouble, but it would also be troublesome for the Academy, she said with a sigh of regret. You don't have to worry about it, this will help us evade it, I said and took out 2 pearls, on which a very dense formation is carved. These pearls are a great treasure, they could enhance the power of any formation, the 2 formations I have carved on them. You don't have to worry about it as long as we are quick to reach the place we want. Nobody will be able to discover us, I said. Snort. You should not understand the power of those artifacts' successor if they were so easy to fool. They would not have been widely used for the thousands of years, Councilwoman Marla said with the snort. I am not underestimating the danger, Councilwoman. I am just expressing the confidence in my methods to evade them, I said. While her concerns are valid, I have something that no other has which could bend any rule of the world. Okay then. I will consider this a test of your abilities. Successor, I hope you will not disappoint me, she said before entering the rift and entering inside. I followed behind her and we started to pass through the space C and a half and stopped half an hour later. Activate both of these pearls before tearing the space open, Councilwoman, I said and handed her both of the pearls. Councilwoman took both of the pearls from my hands and activated them. The first pearl activated, and pink-red runes came out of it and covered us both in the formation, while pink-violet runes came out and flew out of pearl and tear open rift on their own. I could see the shock appear on the face of the Councilwoman as she saw the working of the 2 pearls. These formations you have carved on Artro's pearls is amazing, but strange material you have used in the formation ink even more amazing, she said and looked at me in question. I did not say anything and just looked at her with an expressionless face, seeing that she shook her head and stepped into the spatial rift opened by the runic formation, and I followed behind her. As we stepped inside, the rift closed behind her and formation flew back into the pearl. The formation had absorbed as the spatial fluctuations, even the most minute one. I looked around and saw the hills around me. As I looked, memories couldn't help but flood in my mind. I had spent quite a lot of time in these hills and made many advancements while adventuring here. If not for the fortune I had found in these hills, I would not be standing here with my current accomplishments. We don't have much time, Michiel. The quicker we leave this place, the better it would be for us, she said. I nodded as I calmed my emotion and flew toward the direction of the familiar forest. We activated our skills, and the top of the formation covering us, so we would not be discovered. Even hidden experts here did not have the power to discover us. It took less than a minute to reach the familiar hill, and I saw the hidden entrance covered in vines and other things. Looking at the signs around, it did not look like there had been anyone here over the years still. I remained careful. You have not brought me here to this unassuming tunnel to kill me, right? Let me tell you, successor, the bones of this old woman still have some strength to defend, said Councilwoman Marla as we entered the tunnel. Councilwoman, please don't joke. With your strength, you could crush me like an insect, I said exasperatedly. It's better you remember that, lest you have those thoughts in the future, she said while staring at me intently. I opened my mouth to say something, but decided not to utter the word lest she bends them too. Where are we going anyway? Is some dangerous place? I am a little rusty, hadn't seen much action in the past decade, she asked. There is no danger where we are going, just don't be greedy about the things, I warned. She wanted to say something, but she saw the faint light ahead and appeared beside it before I could even blink. When I reached her, I saw her staring at the garden with wide eyes, and she had a weird reaction as her whole body was shaking. Mystique Garden, it is Fu KN. Mystique Garden, she said suddenly and stepped inside it. She is not only. Ashlyn came out of me and flew out. You seem to know what it is, I asked. I have read a lot of secrete intelligence with my current access, but I never had about Mystic Garden, she had just shouted out loud. The question is, successor, why did not you inform the Academy about this mind-blowing treasure? This could affect the future of our Academy, even of the world, she asked as she looked at me scarily. I did not think it was that important. Only when I saw Astral Garden, I realized its value, I said defensively while lying through the teeth. The real answer is I wanted to keep to myself, till I became strong enough that nobody would be able to snatch it from me. The question is, why didn't I had not to know about it? As successor, I should be informed of these things, I asked back. This is a high-level secret that only council members and head of academy have right to know, she said and stepped inside. You could choose the trees of one row. I informed her of the rules. I know the rules, successor. The Mystique Garden had been around for thousands of years, and only those blessed with a great fortune were able to find it. Her Excellencies Roosevelt and Hawthorne were one of the people who had found it, she said as she stepped into the trees. The trees, in the beginning, are too low level for her to touch. Still, she admired each of them carefully, like they were some sort of wonder. The trees of kiwis and other fruits have also evoked floods of memories for me. I remembered how much effort I had to put in to reach each tree. I had to train for hours to days before I could gain enough strength to reach there. Currently, the energy and gravity here have not affected me even a bit still. It is getting stronger, and when I reach further, it will affect me. We should have told you about the Mystic Garden. If we had, the Academy would have been able to benefit from it more greatly than it would not, Councilwoman Marla said. I hope then I will get to read some confidential information that is restricted to your level, I said, finishing for opportunities. Information is power, and it is right. The more information I have, the clarity it will give me about things. I will make the proposal when the council convenes next time, she said, greatly surprising me as I thought she would just give me a look. Suddenly she whipped her head as if she noticed something. Mitchell, stop that bird of yours. She's eating those Carbas fruits as she is candies. Do you know how precious they are to the newly leveled up tyrants? She asked suddenly. She did not listen to me when it comes to eating things, I said while helplessly shaking my head. It would be no lie if I asked Ashlyn to stop. She would not stop. What kind of master are you? You cannot even control your pet monster. She asked back in shock. Unfortunately, no, I said back with the same regret. A shock and anger appeared in her eyes, and she took a step in her direction, but suddenly stopped as she remembered something and cursed under her breath. She likely remembers the rule of row. You can only the fruits on your row and not others. You cannot even move there. At least tell her about the dangerousness of those fruits. If she continued eating them as she is doing now, she would explode, Councilwoman advised. There is nothing to worry about. Even if she ate the whole garden, nothing would happen to her, I said, shocking the old women even more. Josephine had told me about you, this little bird of yours being strange, but I had thought she was just making a joke, Councilwoman muttered, and I shook my head. Ashlyn is strange, and I have known this fact since the moment she burst out of her eggshell. The fruits of this level have become exceedingly rare. Than each of them is useful to me. My runes begin to tingle as I reach closer to them. The pressure here is great, but it is still something I could bear, not to mention there is the great motivation here for me. The first tree in Tyrant fruits are Marag peaches. The first fruit I had harvested in the garden was also a peach. These Marag peaches help in strengthening both body and soul. If a regular Tyrant eats them, not only they will have a great transformation in their strength, but also their talent will also increase slightly. Unlike most fruits here, which are best consumed when processed, these fruits are best eaten when they are raw, in their natural state. Any type of processing would reduce the special qualities this fruit contains. It did not take long for me to pick up all the 11 fruits the tree had and move toward the Morsa apple tree in front. As I took steps toward it, the suppression of energy and gravity continued to increase till I stopped by the Morsa apple tree. Here the pressure is so great that normal unraked tyrant would not even be able to stand. Only powerful unranked tyrants, those who are just a step away from reaching the elite class, would be able to stand such suppression. I am fine under such pressure, and even started to pluck the Morsa apple. It is best to process these apples before consuming them. One could extract their essence, or consume them through the alchemical recipe, the greatest benefit they will get through a fermentation process. Turn it into cider to alcohol, it will thoroughly cleanse one's soul, and help one comprehend the things more thoroughly. Just as I took a step, suppression of energy and gravity increased suddenly. It increased so much that only the elite would be able to bear it. I took a couple of more steps before stopping by the tree, which is one of the smallest trees in the whole garden. It is a tree of the Heim tomatoes. These tomatoes are said to be so tangy that no normal person could eat them raw. They are quite expensive alchemy products, but many powerful people would like them in their meal. I am also planning to use them in one of a recipe I have in my mind. I gently pluck all the 10 tomatoes and store them in crystal boxes. The fruits in the garden did not require any special methods to pluck them. As long as one is careful and use sufficient force, they will be able to pluck any fruit they want without damaging them. As I finished plucking the tomatoes, I took a step forward, and just as I did, I felt pressure increase on me that even I started to struggle. I took another step and then another before slowing down as I felt like a mountain was pressing down on me. Rita lime tree is just a few steps away, but it will take everything I have to reach it. I had slowed down my steps but did not stop as I continued to take one step after another, which had increased the pressure on me tremendously, but I bear the pressure and moved with balanced steps, just like I used to do before. It took me few minutes, but I finally reached the Rita lime tree. The pressure I am feeling here is tremendous even with the strength of peak elite. I had slouched down a little against this pressure. If I dared to take any more steps, I would be crushed. I had thought headmistress was joking when she had said you just step away from breaking into the master stage, but it seemed like it is true, Councilwoman Marla said, not far from me. She is a little ahead of me, standing by the tree with a layer of respiration on her brow. She might be a peak elite, but she is still not powerful enough to defend against the complete suppression here. Even old monsters would have a hard time reaching the single tallest tree, which is on the other side. Every fruit tree had certain elements D by runes, which made me believe these fruits are something special. They have not been randomly selected here. Each of them has been placed here of certain quality, and all the trees shared those certain qualities. I started at those limes before I began to harvest them. I am very slow and gentle doing that, not only because I have to be careful and not damage the trees, but also because I could not move much faster. The gravity and suppression of the energy are powerful here for me to be able to make any quick moment. One by one, I plucked each lime till I finished plucking all the 16 Rita limes and stored them carefully in my storage. There are now two options in front of me, going back and moving ahead at my current strength. I would be crushed and might be seriously injured, even die if I take the step forward. The safest choice would be to back down, but I want to move forward. It is not because of the greed for higher level fruit, which is going to help me a lot, but because I have some confidence that I could reach the tree of malachite apple. There is still one thing I have in my arsenal. This thing may not be much powerful, but it is extremely resilient and might help me reach the tree. Still, the risk is immense, that if that breaks under pressure, I would also break, and there are very high chances that I might die. So I have to think about 100 times before I do it. If you're thinking about taking that step, don't even think about it. The voice of Councilwoman Marla rang out in my ears. One more step, and you will face the pressure that only leader-class tyrants could bear. You will be crushed within seconds, she advised. I understand that, but I still want to go at it. I at least want to take a single step ahead. I am sure it will help me bear the pressure of one step at the least. With that in mind, I did not waste any time and released bloodline energy into my armor, me and my armor, letting my bloodline energy into every cell and fiber of my armor. As I did it, I immediately felt the change in me. The effect of suppression of energy and gravity had lessened a lot instantly. My slightly hunched body straightened, and I was finally able to breathe a little easier. Seeing the bloodline is working better than I had imagined, my heart filled with confidence, and I took the step forward. Fuck, I cursed out loud the moment my feet touched the ground. The pressure on me was so much that I had to kneel on the ground the moment I took the step forward. The gravity and pressure of the energy are much more than I had imagined. The energy and gravity are affecting the cell and fiber of me and my armor, wanting to pull it down and crush it, and I felt like it might be even able to do it. This is really something only leader-class tyrants could bear, and if I did not have the protection of the bloodline, my bones would have been crushed, and my skin would have been spattered. The energy and gravity are very different. If it had been regular weird energy and gravity, it would not be able to affect me at all. Anything that wanted to affect me at first had to go through my armor, but here, it is completely avoiding it as if it did not exist at all. I started to take a long, deep breath, and with it, I began to move myself up slowly. It took more than a minute, but I had slowly able to get up and even brought my back leg front. I don't know why I did that when I clearly wanted to retreat under this colossal pressure. I'll be damned. I heard, and when I looked, I saw Councilwoman Marla looking at me with shock. This pressure is really for the leaders, but you are somehow able to resist it despite only having a strength of elite tyrant. Even if the teacher had been here, she would not have been able to bear such pressure, the old woman added. To manage the pressure, I started to circulate the supreme combat exercise, but I found it is very hard seeing that. I used my bloodline energy with it, and as I hoped, the circulation has become little earlier with its help. I had just begun circulating when suddenly I noticed something which has greatly shocked me. I saw my bloodline energy KN, the suppressive energy of the garden. The shock of it had soon transformed into joy. I know how useful this energy is. I had used it many times to increase my body and soul. I had not used it this time because I had reached the absolute limit, and my body would not absorb it when I entered the garden earlier. I had kept the eye of energy and saw not a speck of it getting absorbed in my body and soul. Now I looked even more carefully, and even now and my body and soul are not taking this energy, but there is someone else who is taking it. Nero is taking it, and he is taking it in a large amount. I should not be surprised. It is because of this place he had started getting intelligence, and I know he liked this energy very much. Seeing my bloodline is taking the energy, I crushed the plans of retreat and started to circulate the supreme combat energy at an even faster rate, and as I had expected. Seeing that, I spared no efforts and began to circulate at my greatest. The seals did not do much. All their power had been absorbed by the bloodline. I could stop the seals from merging, but I did not unless it is a diamond seal. I will not stop it, and I am still quite a distance away from the fourth diamond seal. 40 minutes passed by when suddenly, my bloodline stopped taking the garden's energy, which is not surprising. The garden has a strange rule, be it its fruits or its energy. I could take it in a certain amount. If I want more, I will have to take a step forward, and I am planning to do that, but before that, I have to do something. Councilwomen, if you have any method to absorb special energies, use it. The energy of the garden is very useful, I said. I don't know whether she is aware of this information or not, but I felt I should tell her, seeing she is finished taking the fruits and now is just stating at me, which feels kind eerie, and I wish she would not do that, but I did not have the courage to tell her that to her. We could absorb this energy, she asked back, clearly surprised. It seemed like she really did not know about it. Yes, it is extremely helpful to energy, soul, and body. I said. She nodded and found comfortable space in a less pressurized space before sitting down cross-legged and closing her eyes. I took one more step, and as I did, I felt like the world was crushing me as I nearly fell to the floor. I did not let that happen and resisted with my all as I kneeled to stabilize myself. Once I fell on the floor, it would be impossible for me to get up, and I would have to look up for old women to drag me out. It would be a little humiliating, as she had warned me about it. So as I got the breathing time, I started to circulate the bloodline energy again, as fast as I could. My bloodline energy began to take this energy, and very slowly, like trickling water from the tank, I felt the pressure on me is lessening little by little. The circulation under this pressure is not easy, but I am doing it as I have no choice but to do it. Without it, I would not be able to bear the pressure. As pressure lessened with my circulations, I slowly began to get up before I was able to stand tall and bring my back leg in front. While I stood up, I still did not take a step ahead. The pressure was still too much for me. I will only take a step ahead only when my bloodline finished absorbing all the energy it could, and that would take little time. 20 minutes passed by, and pressure on me decreased considerably. Though I am still facing the immense pressure, it is still as not much as before. You are right, this energy is really helpful, but why suddenly it stopped working? Councilwoman Marla asked behind me. Like the fruits, the energy also is limited. You have to take a step forward before you can start absorbing it again, and this energy will be of higher quality than you are absorbing, I said, and her eyes lit up. She flew one step forward without changing her sitting position and closed her eyes again. You are right, my method had started working again, she said without opening her eyes. A few seconds later, her face had become completely focused as she lost completely in practice. I also tried to circulate faster and faster, and 15 minutes later, my runes had finished absorbing all the energy of this step. As I took the step, the crushing pressure increased on me tremendously, and I had not been prepared. I would not have been, I would have fallen down on the floor, but still, it had made me kneel with my whole body shaking. It looked like I could fall down any moment. I started circulating, which itself had become a struggle, not to mention the difficulty of itself. The energy and gravity also make it harder to circulate. That I am circulating at the pace of a snail, with each second trying to get faster and faster. The more energy my bloodline take, the more it will help me relieve the pressure, and for it, I have to circulate faster. Time passed by, and 20 minutes later, a ruby seal began formation inside me. It took a minute to form, and when it released its energies, which got absorbed by my bloodline. The energies ruby seal offer is too little. It is not enough to make any changing progress. This one was the 8th ruby seal. I will have to make another 2 before I can have the 4th diamond seal. That is something very amazing and extremely helpful to me. Creating a diamond seal is not easy even when it is only 2 ruby seals away, though I am going to circulate with all my strength. I don't think I will be able to create the diamond seal here. Another 40 minutes passed, and my runes stopped taking the energy. I only needed to take the 2 steps now, and in 2 steps, I will reach the tree of malachite apple tree and pluck those crystalline juicy apples off it. I took a deep breath, and again the crushing pressure hit me, forcing me to kneel on the ground, shaking my body all over. It took me more than 10 minutes of circulation before I stopped shaking, and another half an hour before I was able to stand straight. Thud, I did not waste any time and took that step, and just as I did, immense pressure hit me and I fell to the ground before I could stop myself, and my hand also touched the ground, and just as the pressure on me increased even. Crag, crag, crag. I screamed out loud as my bones began to crack and my skin began to splinter, and the worst thing was, I could not even scream properly under this pressure. I had taken 2 steps instead of 1 when my hands touched the ground. Pressure on me increased even more, and I had reached this precarious state where my bones were breaking, and skin was splintering, and all I could spread was healing energy and rule power all over my body as I circulate the supreme combat exercise, which a great task itself. I looked at the old woman from the corner of my lie working bloody eyes and saw her busy meditating. I don't know whether she heard me falling and my scream or not. I really hope she had, and now just acting because I really need help, and now lie hanging onto my life. The healing energy and rule power of lie holding on, and as time passes on, the damage on my body is becoming greater. Soon the time would come where my injuries would exceed what I could handle, and I would die. A minute passed by, and there was no sign of the old woman getting up from her place. There was not even a single change in expression that might help me think she was messing me. I realized, to my greatest horror, the old woman is really too focused on her practice to hear anything. Seeing that, I wanted to scream at her, but I couldn't do that either. The pressure was so much that I could even open my mouth. All I could do was let out weird, painful noises. Seeing no help will come from the old woman, I begin to assess my options. I have only 2 options of surviving: one, healing energy and rule power I am employing to slow down my injuries, and the other is my bloodline energy, which is I am circulating at a pace slower than the snail. I wish I could access my storage. There are many wonderful options there which could help me, but unfortunately, this powerful energy had suppressed my energies into my body. Even there, I had to put up great efforts to move them. There were not many options in front of me in order to survive. I focused most of my energy on preserving the most important organs, which would keep me alive longer while providing less healing energy to the other organ. The result was immediate. The pain increased, but the deterioration of the body slowed down. This is not a permanent solution. It will just let me live longer but still kill me if I stay under this pressure long enough, so I have to find a permanent solution. The only thing that could get me out of this predicament is my bloodline. I circulate it faster, so it could consume even more energy, and I could get used to it faster and take a step back, which would save me from dying. The plan might seem simple enough, but it is extremely difficult. I am already circulating bloodline energy with all my efforts, and the speed of it is lie any faster than the snail. It is still consuming energy at this pace, but I would have loved it if it were faster. The healing energy is lie helping me slowing down my death, but I am doing everything I can with it. I am using it with surgical precision, never providing any place more healing energy than it needs. I had never used the healing energy in such a way before, even though many times I had less energy for a big task. I had never used my healing energy and rule power this way. I never had to. If I had insufficient energy, I would always use the potions. I have a big stock of them in my storage. Such precise uses of energy have given huge ideas and filled me with inspiration. If I survive, I will surely add them to my inheritance. I am sure it will be extremely helpful. Currently, I am trying to cut even more corners with my healing energy and rule power to make their usage even more efficient, and I have the world's greatest thing on the line in my life. There is nothing that motivates you greater than the impending death. Half an hour passed by, and my condition worsened, but less than I had imagined it would be. I have become even more efficient in using healing energy, making small changes in healing formation I could do with my inheritance. Sometimes I wish I could make the bigger changes in my inheritance anytime I want. I did not have to wait for my next breakthrough, but it is not simple as it looked. There are many limitations. I hope creating a core would help me pass those limitations. Another hour passed by, and my condition worsened even more. Even with the sophisticated use of my healing energy rule power, I wouldn't be able to live much longer if my calculations were right, which they are. I won't be able to live more than an hour. Despite making the noises, the old woman has her eyes closed, making me seriously suspect she is acting, and if I could talk, I would have cursed the old woman to death. I needed more time, an hour or two, but I did not seem to have that much time. There are high chances that I might die within an hour. Still, there is nothing I could do about it other than keep trying. I had never bowed before the death, and I will now bow against it. I will try to survive with everything I have got. Few minutes passed by when a sudden change had occurred in me. The healing rule power blazed into power. It was like a small spark had turned to a full-blown fire. It did not take even a moment for me to realize what was happening. My healing rule was advancing, and it is not a normal advancement, but huge advancement. From the master's grade, it had advanced to the grandmaster's grade. It is quite unbelievable, as I had thought. The killing rule would be the first to reach the grandmaster stage still. I am extremely happy. With the power of the grandmaster level healing rule, I could survive for few more hours easily, which would be more than enough for me to take a step back. Not only that, with this advancement, another hurdle to become a tyrant had disappeared. One of the conditions to become a tyrant is to have grandmaster level comprehension in rule power, and I had reached grandmaster level in my healing rule, a very powerful rule which will affect my power when I break into the tyrant stage. I concentrated all my energy into my hands and concentrated as I pushed myself back, and I was able to do it. Though the distance has been only a few centimeters, it is enough to motivate me. After success, I increased my efforts further and was able to push myself even back slowly. I began to push back, covering a tiny distance each time till I felt the soul-crushing pressure of me vanished. There is still a very heavy pressure on me, but it would not kill me as that pressure would have. That pressure I had just experienced would have been enough to crush most of the people of the initial leader class, but I bore it and survived. I took a couple of deep breaths and started healing my injuries. Even with the Grandmaster level healing rule, I was only able to stop my injuries from getting worse, not able to heal them. I am heavily injured from every part of my body. Healing would take time, but I have all the time in the world. This pressure is not going to kill me. So without wasting any time, I begin to heal them as I lay on the ground. I told you to not go over your head. Now look, you have fallen down without any energy to get up. The voice of an old woman rang out in my ear, just a minute after I had started healing myself. I craned my neck gently and looked at her, though I had kept my face blank. Still, I have her the look. I needed help earlier, and this old woman was not ready to open her eyes, and now, when I am out of danger, she opened her eyes and even scolding me. If there was not a fear of this old woman beating the shit out of me, if I stepped my bounds, I would have definitely answered her back. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you need help? If you need help, just ask me. I would be more than happy to drag you back to the safety, she asked. There is no need. Councilwomen, I would ask for help if I need it, I said slowly in lie hearable words. The pressure here is of the leader level. I was even able to talk like this, already shocking. If I had not experienced that colossal pressure, I would not have been able to do something like this. Fine if you say so, but you need help. Just shout. This old woman would drag you back to safety, she said as she changed her position and started meditating again, and I resumed my healing. It took me a little more than an hour to heal my injuries. They were much deeper than I had thought, but I was able to heal them all, and now, it is time to get up and pluck those fruits for which I had taken these deathly steps. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and I turned at 3 of those juicy malachite apples for them. I had risked so much. I had wasted no time and started to collect them. It took me less than a minute to pluck all 17 malachite apples and stored them in my storage carefully. With that done, I began to take a step back. There was no need to stay under such high pressure, seeing I had collected the fruits and also all the energy it could from the steps. Are you planning to take energies under every step? I asked a few minutes later when the old woman opened her eyes. Yes, I want to absorb these energies till the last step, she replied before changing her place and closing her eyes. Hearing that, I couldn't help but sigh, as it would take a while. Seeing that, I found a good spot and laid down before closing my eyes. Since I have time, I might as well use it toward my inheritance. I had got huge inspiration here. It will definitely help me improve my healing arts. Time passed by. In the inheritance space, I had first noted down all the inspirations I had before I started working on the healing section of my inheritance, improving it by the minute. I had been inside for days, while 2 days passed outside. You are finished, I said as I opened my eyes. The old woman was walking toward me. She looked a little tired, but there was great vibrancy in her eyes. This energy had been extremely helpful to me. It had helped me loosen the boundary. I am sure those fruits I have got here help me even more, she said, and she seemed very hopeful. Well, she is right. The energy is extremely helpful, and fruits are even more so. They will help her more than she imagined to be. I could tell with confidence, as I have the first-hand experience of how miraculous these fruits are. Let's go. Your teacher and others might have started to worry. I had messaged them we would be returning in a day, but it had been nearly 3, she said, and we walked out of the garden. The councilwomen had activated the first pearl, which runes have covered it, while grim monsters and others might not be able to discover it inside the garden. There is a huge chance they would discover it after we have got out, so we have to be careful. Where were you? Do you know how worried you people have made me? These are the first words we heard from the teacher as we came back to the academy. She had met us at the teleportation formation and brought us to her office silently before exploding in anger now. Mitchell, I could understand he is young and bound to make mistakes, but you councilwomen, I had not expected this type of behavior from you, especially in times like this, teacher said as she massaged her temple in worry. Calm down, little girl, you should ask where we went first, old women said, hearing that she looked at the councilwomen directly in the eyes that even old women seemed a little scared by it. And where you went, councilwomen, the place you were so busy that you could not even send a simple message to tell me about it, the teacher asked. Mystic Garden, the old woman said, and an expression of shock appeared on the face of the teacher. She got so shocked that she was not able to think straight for a couple of seconds. And Mystic Garden, you are not joking, are you? She asked back, and her expression looked like she could not believe it. No, it's no joke, the old woman said before she turned toward me with a twinkle in her eyes, seeing that I did not get a good feeling. Your student had found it years ago, but only decided to reveal now, she said, and the teacher turned into me. I had found it years ago in that time. I did consider it special, but did not think it was that special. If you guys have told me about the Mystic Garden, I would have connected the dots and told you all about it, I said, though it is a lie. I wanted to get a go at it one more time before I revealed it to others first. I planned to go at it after the championship was over, but many things came, and that did not happen. It did not happen even when I reached the Emperor stage as things came. If not for me being in great need of those fruits, I would not have gone to the garden before I reached the tyrant stage. We are not blaming you, Mitchell, and as you implied, it is partially our fault. If we had told you about it, you would have told us about it sooner, teacher said, seeing the guilty expressions that flashed on my face. Mystic Garden is a big thing, and by law we would have to report it to the pyramid within a year, and I assume the Mystic Garden is in your native Silver Continent, the teacher said, and I nodded. It would have been no problem year ago, even half a year ago, but now it is quite tricky, teacher said with a sigh. You guys were quite lucky for not getting discovered, but we won't be if we want to go to the lower continent again. Pyramid and grim monsters are filling the continents with huge sensors, she added with regret. You don't have to worry about that, little girl. You, the little student, have something that could help us fool those sensors. Even I am surprised by those artifacts he had made, the old woman said. Both of them looked at me. Really? Mitchell, do you really have a way? The teacher asked with her eyes shining in. There is a way, but I need Artro's pearls or something similar resource to carve the formations, I said with a sigh. The 2 pearls we had nearly spent, they could not be used further. If someone uses them, there is a huge chance they will get detected as soon as they breach the spatial layer of the lower continent. You don't have to worry about Artro's pearls, we have them. Councilman Rufus had found some of them in the ruin he went a decade ago, teacher said excitedly. Yes, I remember. Wasn't it the time when he had poisoned himself with a strange thing there which had turned his pink? He really looked an old pig. I can't believe I had forgotten about that, said the old woman suddenly and started laughing. Being poisoned is not a thing to laugh at, Councilwoman Marla, teacher said admonishingly. Oh, come on, Marina, as if you did not think he looked like an old pig when you saw him all pink, old women said while laughing hard. I could tell the teacher was trying not to laugh, but her expressions were slipping. We could only let extremely trusty people know about it. That left the only council and few other people, the teacher muttered to herself before she turned to old women again, who had stopped laughing. Councilwoman Marla, I will give that responsibility to you, teacher said. The old women nodded. Such criteria could only fit around 20 people at most, including the members of council and you headmistress, old women said and projected a list from her holowatch, which she did not let me see. We have to send the people there as soon as possible before the war begins, and we should not send more than 2 people at once for the safety purpose, old women said, and the teacher nodded. We will need at least 24 of your little gadgets, and 2 by the end of the day. Will you be able to make them successor? Old women asked. Yes, it would not be a problem, but I do not have on 30 orbs. The main material would be finished after that, I said. The main material I am talking about is rule-bending power, and I don't want to reveal I have something like that, even to the teacher. 30 is more than enough for the Mystic Garden, but it would be amazing if you could make more of those orbs. Those orbs of yours are amazing things, especially in these times, old woman while she typed something on her holowatch. It had been 9 days since I had returned from the Mystic Garden, and I had been working on my inheritance since then, though I spent few hours a day working on the Arstros and training like I am doing right now. In the garden, those fruits had filled 20 of my need of resources, and combine that with 30 I had got from the Astral Tower Garden, I had got around the 50 of the resources I need, and now I need another 50 of the resources. There is another place where I want to check for resources before I plan for the runes. That place is for me. Her Excellency Roosevelt had left some resources for her successor, and from what I heard, these resources are pretty great, and I might not even have to make the trip to the dangerous ruins if I got all the resources I need from there. Still, I don't think getting those resources will be easy, it might be extremely hard. From what I had read about it in the secrete tomes, Her Excellency Roosevelt was a very powerful woman that even Ramona Hawthorne could not beat. The reason Ramona Hawthorne was more famous before she had great offensive powers and became the face of the war while Her Excellency chose to remain in the shadows even in her time, people had underestimated her until that incident where she showed the world that she was no weaker than the Ramona Hawthorne. I am planning to go there a week later at that time. I will be ready to face whatever challenges that come to me and get those resources. I practiced with my sword for an hour before I went to shower to wash off all the sweat. I had just walked out of the bedroom with a new set of clothes when I found a councilwoman, Marla, sitting on a sofa and reading a book like she owned the place. Interesting book. The author had quite a take on magical veins. I'll borrow it from you when you are done with it, old woman said as she put the book down. I had made copies of all the books I had got from Astral Garden Tower. You will find them in a central library, I said, and took out a crystal box from my storage and gave it to her. Who is going this time? I asked. Lula and Jenkins, old woman replied as she took the box and opened it. Inside it were 2 red pearls with dense formation carved on them. Has Councilman Harrison and Professor Chadwin returned? I asked. Yes, they had returned an hour ago, she replied. We have begun sending people to Mystic Garden since the day we have returned that day. Old women had forced me to create the pearls as soon as possible, did not even let me take a shower or eat, saying the war could start at any moment and she wants to finish sending people by then. To be safe, we have been sending only 2 people at a time, 1 council member and 1 trusted professor. Teacher had already taken her turn. She was the first person to go there after us. Until now, 8 people had gone there, including us. It would be Councilman Lula and Professor Jenkins. I hadn't seen her in quite a time. She handles outside affairs of the academy, mostly being stationed in Orcas City. Have you heard from the professor yet? I asked. To that, she shook her head. Josephine is on a very secret mission. She could not be contacted at least for a few more weeks, old woman said. Ever since the professor became leader class tyrant and went to Pyramid, she had been only able to return to the academy only once. It turned out, the Pyramid is very much needed for the special sort of skills she had obtained after advancing her bloodline. Soon I finished my discussion with an old woman, and she left when suddenly she stopped by the door. Oh, successor, your little girlfriend and few members of her organization will come tomorrow to honey you. Be prepared to welcome them, the old woman said and left the door. Still, I am very happy she is visiting me with her organization. It is always a P, sir, to listen to the offers from these lofty supremes as they try to woo you. Till now, 6 supremes have contacted me, and Wingod Temple would be 7th. The other 2 that hadn't contacted me are Sky Saber and Wisdom Tower. I am very sure that Sky Saber would not contact me seeing our relationship, while I am quite hopeful for the offer of Wisdom Tower. They were able to get Her Excellency, and that had changed the fate of their organization. I am sure when they came, their offer would be extraordinary. Soon I calmed my mind of the other thoughts and went into my inheritance space and started working on my inheritance. There is a huge amount of work that remains to be done, but I am not stressed about it. I even enjoy it, and if not for war is looming, I would have taken more time in designing my inheritance. Though that does not mean I am compromising on the quality of my inheritance, there would be no compromise on that. I had promised myself that till I was satisfied with my inheritance, I would not use it, and that promise still stands. When it finished, my inheritance would be amazing. Its grade would be no lesser than that of Her Excellency. There is even a slight chance that I might be able to surpass her designs. The morning came and I woke up early, as usual, freshened up, showered before cooking myself and Ashlyn a sumptuous breakfast. My vines make it quite easy for me to cook a large amount of food in a short time, and my control over the energy has increased enough that now every food I eat is soul food, which has a very high requirement for energy control. I again had started to give a little more focus to my energy control, as I would need it to operate my new inheritance when I level up, which would be exceedingly complex and even have a core that would change things a lot, and I need to be prepared for it. Otherwise, it would be like giving control of complex formation to the novice who had just learned to operate the formations. Soon, I finished the breakfast while Ashlyn flew outside. I took a top book from the pile of books. For a few days I had been studying magical veins, not only of the humans but also of the other races, some of which I had never heard about. I am doing it because my magical veins had widened and strengthened by 10 in the garden. It is the work of my bloodline energy. It is one of the things it did after absorbing the energy of the garden, and I want to maximize the use of it since it is a big thing. It should not have been able to bring such a huge change in my body, seeing it had already reached the absolute limit, but a big part of my bloodline is made of rule-bending power, and as long as it gets high energy, it could do anything. My bloodline had benefited immensely from the energies in the garden. It had not only strengthened my veins, but also strengthened itself considerably. My bloodline is quite stronger than before and would be extremely helpful to me in ruins. Looks like someone is quite excited to see their little girlfriend, a voice said as I landed by the teleportation formation. Councilwoman Marla, Grandmaster Rufus, I greeted the two council members. Good, you have gotten your aura under control. I thought you would show off a little in front of your little girlfriend, Councilwoman Marla, as she looked at my aura, which is at the middle of an unranked level, which is still shocking when seeing I am an emperor. Congratulations, Grandmaster, you have finally attained leader class, I said to the other council member. This old man could be said to be one of the most talented people in the academy, and if he had regular apex inheritance, he would have reached above the leader class long ago. His inheritance is a little different, a very special tracker class inheritance which is very hard to improve, but it is extremely important that before me, Pyramid had listed him as the most important person. If Academy was in danger, they would focus on rescuing him before headmistress or other council members. His calm days are numbered, the war will begin soon, and Pyramid will order his deployment where his expertise will be necessary. We were just talking when the runic formation lit up, and 3 people appeared, 2 women and 1 man. Lady Serena, I did not think you would grace us with your presence, Councilwoman Marla said to the old woman with blonde hair. This old woman had aged, but her hair had remained like she is 20 years old. She looked to be in her late 60s, just like Councilwoman Marla, but is much more powerful than her. She's a master class tyrant. Some people refer to it as monster class, as very few people are able to reach this level, and most of them are old. I have heard so much about the young pupil of your academy that I couldn't resist coming, Lady Serena said in a soothing voice and looked at me. Feeling her gaze on me, I felt every hair on my body stood up and my screamed danger from all the corners. She is the most powerful person I have ever come across. Her power is above that of the leader class tyrants. She could kill all 3 of us with a single swipe of her hand. I am sure Mitchell is delighted to be in your presence, aren't you, Michael? Councilwoman Marla asked. She rarely referred me by my name most of the time. She called me successor. She is referring to me by name in front of her, which means to convey I could be persuaded with enough persuasion, which is not the case, of course, but you have to show it in front of these people. The old woman is an expert in such subtle conversation tricks. It is an honor, Lady Serena, I said as I bowed a little. My, how polite. And your aura is also strong, just like that of our Mimi, she said as she patted on shoulders of Myra besides her. Ever since they arrived, I wanted to look at Myra, but it was not polite, especially when you are in the presence of someone like Lady Serena, but now she herself referred to Myra, I can look at her. Myra, I hadn't seen her for more than a year, and she had changed. No, the change would be the wrong word. She had grown, more beautiful and more powerful. She looked even more beautiful than before. Her hair had become luscious, and her eyes more vibrant. Her aura, on the other hand, is equal to mine, which is quite surprising as such strength is not easy to get. I was able to get due to honeycomb and various extremely precious energies. Well, she had a bloodline. I hope this time you will stay in the academy for more than a day, Lady Serena, Councilwoman Marla asked. Regretfully, we will leave in the night after we have our meeting with this little friend, Lady Serena said as looked at me. It would be my honor to join you, Lady Serena. I said, there is no rush, little one. Matthew and I have some business in the academy. I am sure you and Mimi have something to talk to, she said and flew away with the councilmen leaving and Myra and I alone. An awkward silence spread between us. It had been quite long since we had met, and once the intense emotions that had boned us had long since calmed down. It's been a while, I said finally. Yeah, a while, she replied with a small smile. Let's go to my house, there we can talk with little more privacy, I said, and she nodded. We flew across the sky, and with our speed, it did not take us more than a minute to reach my home. Thud thud. We landed on the porch and went inside and took places on a sofa against each other again with awkward silence. There is a lot more awkwardness than I had initially imagined. There is some sort of immeasurable distance grown between us that should not be between the lovers. I've met someone, Myra said suddenly, and instead of feeling shocked and anger over it, I felt myself coming over the emotions of relief. It is a completely different reaction. Even Myra seemed surprised by seeing there is no shock or anger in my face. Hell, even I am shocked by it. Before parting, we have said that we would pursue other relationships if we have found someone we come to love, and I would have not thought I might find someone who dare to love another person when they have you, which not only my parents are approved of but also most higher-ups from my organization, she said with a mirthless laugh. I am very sorry, Mitchell, she said as she came close to me and looked at me with misty eyes. You don't have to apologize, I said with a sigh. We have known the break will be long, and there might be a chance that we might fall in love with other people and thus be given permission to pursue them, I said with a small smile. I wanted to be angry at her, but I could not muster even a shred of anger at her, which is enough to tell me that our relationship had ended long ago, and I just did not realize it. Who is he? Do I know him? I asked, hearing that a weird smile appeared on her face. It is not he but she, Myra replied with a smile. Hearing that, I could help but get surprised before a mirthless smile appeared on my face. It wasn't the first time since women had taken women I am romantically interested or involved in. Hell, no man had taken women I was interested in. It was always a woman. First, it was Ellen, and now whoever Myra had fallen in love with. I did not know you were into women, I asked. As far as I know, Myra is straight. Sorry, was straight. I did not either, but it all changed when I met Selena, she said dreamily. Hearing the name, recognition clicked in my mind. Are you referring to Selena Shaw? I asked back, and she nodded with a smile. I know this name, but this woman is the youngest to become leader-class tyrant in Wingod Temple in this century. If I am right then, Selena Shaw is 35 years old, so the age difference between is not that big, and in few years the power difference between them would not be much bigger, seeing Myra's bloodline. She's quite a catch. I said. Not only Selena Shaw is powerful, but she is also a very beautiful woman, one of the most eligible women in the world. Myra looked strangely quiet about the praise. What is it? Do you guys having a problem? I asked. No, I am fine. It's just that your opinion isn't shared by everyone, she said, and vaguely understood what was happening. Myra remained quiet for a few seconds before she looked at me, my family and others pressuring me to end the relationship with her. Before you come to know about our relationship, they think you are a much bigger catch than Selena, she said with a sad sigh. It did not matter what they think, it is your life, and the thing that should matter is what you think, I said as I took her hands into mine. And it's not like they could do anything to you. You are a host of prime bloodline. All they could do is force you with their words and nothing else, I said. I know that, but these people are my parents and people I've come to respect. They will accept my decision when they want or not, but they would always say that I could have had a better partner than Selena if I had wanted. I would be fine with, but Selena, she will always feel down because of it, and you are not making things better with your progress, she said while looking at me with her tear-stained face. I don't know what to say to that. It is like whatever I say would not be enough, and what she said is the truth she and Selene have to face if they want to continue with her relationship, and seeing the way she is talking, she seemed to be quite deeply in love. If you want, I could break up with you, I said after a few seconds of thinking. I can't ask you to do that. The consequences of it would be heavy for you and your academy, and besides, it is my problem. I will deal with it on my own, she said as she wiped the tears off her face. It is not just two people anymore. Any decision we make affects our organization, and our breakup would be a kind of big thing. You don't have to do this alone. If you need any help, just ask me, I said. Even if we are not in a relationship, you are still an important person to me. Always remember that, I said as I kissed her temple gently. By the way, how powerful are you? She asked suddenly as she got her emotions under control. What do you mean? Can't you sense I have a strength of mid-level unranked tyrant? I have worked very hard to gain such strength. It is not easy as you people with bloodline, I said back while amplifying my aura. Snort, she snorted, hearing that. Don't fool me, Mitchell. I know you too well to believe this your real strength, she said while looking directly into my eyes. You always hide your strength, even when you show it off to others, so what is your real strength? She asked again. Hearing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. There are very few people who understood my true nature, and Myra is one of them. She had been my lover and got to know me quite deeply and could feel when I was hiding something. Do you really want to know? You might get shocked, I asked, so that she just gave me her annoyed look, seeing that I knew I had to show her something. Get ready to be shocked then, I said and started increasing my aura slowly. It was the middle of the unranked stage at first before it had climbed to the peak. From looking at Myra's eyes, I know this, she considered my true strength. So when my aura kept rising, and I reached a step away from the elite stage and continued climbing, her expression became watchable and transformed to that of the cartoons when it broke through the elite stage. Even then, my aura continued climbing and stopped when it was just a step away from reaching mid of elite class. To be honest, I had expected you to be at the peak of the unranked class and at the most step away from the elite class, but never an elite, she said softly. What is an elite class? Regular tyrants spend decades, some even spend centuries to reach this stage, and you have reached it while you are still an emperor, she added with a tone that is soft as the flapping of mosquito wings. With you gaining the power of elite class while still being emperor, when you leveled up to tyrant, you will undoubtedly become a leader-class tyrant, she said, and I couldn't help but nod at that as she was right. The moment I became tyrant, I will be a leader-class tyrant, a power which most tyrant could dream of having. It looks like the target of two crazies are not as impossible as I had thought them to be, and now I had also decided that I would only level up to tyrant when I became an elite. If you could do it, so am I, and I have freaking prime bloodline. I should be able to do it, she said loudly that had left my ears buzzing. You do not have to shout this loudly. I could understand if you spoke like a normal person, I said, to which she glared at me. You know how difficult you have made things for me already. Now I have to do anything to elite stage before I became tyrant, otherwise I would hear taunts rest of my life about big of a mistake I had made by choosing someone else over you, she said with joke with no sadness in her eyes. I am confident you will be to do it. It is much easier for people with a bloodline to accomplish it than a common people like me, I said. You, a common person, don't joke, Mitchell. If you consider you're common, then rest of all just drink poison and die, she said as she hit me on the shoulder hard. Seeing her behaving normally as she used to before, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. When she had come, her mood was heavy, filled with burned, and now it had lightened up. Though her problems had not been solved, she had found the courage and way to solve them. Do you have any tips, Mitchell? I really need some good tips if I want to get the power of elite tyrant while still being an emperor, she asked. Regretfully, I do not have any tips for you. The way I had used it was quite unconventional and could only be used by someone like me. You will have to find your own way, Myra, I said with regret. It is going to be hard, but if you can do it, then I am sure I will be able to do it too, she said. I have full confidence in you, I said as I pressed her hand tighter. Though I do not have any tips for you, I have something else that might help you, I said and gave her a small box. I also have something for you. I don't know whether it would be any help to you or not, but it should be, seeing it belonged to one of the rules you have comprehended, she said and handed me the wooden box. I opened the box and could not believe what I saw inside it. It is really a thing I very much needed. So are you ready? Teacher asked. It did not matter I was ready or not. I had reached the limit. It is time for me to use the opportunity my predecessor had left me, I said. Teacher nodded, and we both walked into the teleportation formation connected to her office. As we entered, the teacher added the coordinates, and the formation began to shine. A second later, both of us disappeared from our spot. It had been a week since Myra left. Her visit had helped me a lot. Not only she had helped me with the burden I had in my heart, but she also helped me with giving one of the most important resources I needed for my level up. As for the offer from her organization, it is nearly the same as the other Supremes. The only thing it had different from her others is that old woman Serena said that her organization would not have any problem with my relationship with Myra and would not mind if I marry her tomorrow. The last part was a little surprising, but I was able to ask for the time as I did with others. I also kept my breakup with Myra secret as she wanted me to. She wanted to deal with this her own way, and I am with her in that. Speaking of relationships, this is the second serious relationship that ended in a matter of few years. It is normal among powerhouse, especially tyrants who sometimes go through the tens of relationships in their long lives, and I am still young. Not all relationships break. Some last forever while others last centuries and decades. It's all depend on the people, their interests, and their priorities. Take teacher for example. From what I had heard, she's having problems in her marriage, and she had been taking counseling with Alina's father to save their marriage. They want to take counseling and not want to end things outright, which means there is a chance their marriage will survive. I don't know whether I would find true love like my parents, but I hope I do. I really want to have something that my parents have. Their marriage is rock solid despite the huge difference between their upbringing, background, and I stopped my thoughts as we teleported to our destination. In front of me was a very small but beautiful building with huge gates that looked like they were made of iron. There is no rust on them. The simple ironwork on it held a charm of its own. You were the first person in over 3,000 years to be eligible to open the gate of legacy thatch, teacher said. The words left behind by Her Excellency said that only those with celestial inheritance are eligible to open the door, and they have to be at the Emperor stage, as the resources kept inside are for tyrant stage preparations. Has other people tried to open the door? I asked, hearing her words. Yes, the Academy had gone through the ups and downs throughout the years, and some previous heads of Academy had tried to open the door forcefully for its resources to revitalize the Academy, though all their efforts have failed, she mentioned with a slight hint of shame. I would also feel shame if I had been in her place. Breaking the most revered ancestors' words is like breaking tenets of the Academy itself, and it is a shameful act. Go, I hope you succeed, the teacher said. I nodded and walked toward the huge iron door. Soon I appeared next to an iron door, and seeing there was no handle or bell I could ring, I placed my hands on both panels of the door and pushed. At first, nothing happened before the ironwork lit up with violet light, and that violet light covered me, focusing especially on my heart where my inheritance core is. It felt slightly hot there. I just hope this door does not do anything to my inheritance core, or I would be in trouble. Click. The violet light covered me for a few seconds before it seemed back into the door, and just as it did, I heard the clicking sound, and the door opened completely. Despite the door opening completely, I could not see what was on the other side as a white energy layer was covering the door, and I had to pass through it to reach the other side. Seeing that, I did not waste any time. Passed through the door. When I reached the other side, I found myself in a completely different space. I had expected to find myself in some room or hall, but I had found myself floating in the air and surrounded by the blue sphere made of the runes. It took me barely a minute to understand this runic sphere. It is a puzzle, and if I am right, then I will have to solve it. While I know it is a puzzle and understands I have to solve it, it would not be easy, especially given the 12-hour limit, which had started the moment I entered inside. I looked at the puzzle carefully, and the more I looked, the worse my expression would become. This is not a simple puzzle. It is divided into 12 layers, and I have to solve all 12 layers to completely solve the puzzle. It bears quite similarities with that damn puzzle in the library. I will have to try my all to solving the puzzle, and it is a good thing I have some advantages studying the puzzle. I had observed that it is related to Her Excellency's her inheritance. I will be able to solve the puzzle quickly leveraging that knowledge. Still, it would not be easy to solve it in time, but I will try my hardest. There are resources there that will help me a lot and save me the time I would waste scouring the runes in search of those resources. So I have to solve it. It would have been quite helpful if I could use the calibrator to solve this puzzle, but I could not. My storage is locked. Not only that, the artifact I have on the person also became restricted, so even if I had come inside holding a calibrator, I would still not be able to use it. Her Excellency's intentions are clear. Those who entered inside had to solve her puzzle with their own efforts, without the use of any artifacts. I began to solve the puzzle, moving the runes around for a moment. I feared that I would not be able to move the runes around, but I did without any problem, and the motion of runes is also fluid and fast, wasting no time when they move. Within a minute, I became completely lost in solving the puzzle as it happened. My focus sharpened, and my runes moved faster. Within 45 minutes, I had solved the first layer of the puzzle, and an hour later, I was able to solve the second layer. It took me only half an hour to solve the third layer, and a little more than an hour to solve the fourth layer. Time passed by, and I solved layer after layer of a puzzle. I have an inheritance of Her Excellency memorized to the runes. Not only that, I also read all the notes she had left behind and researched them heavily. Due to it, solving the formation have become little easy. If I had no knowledge of Her Excellency's inheritance, I would have still been able to solve the puzzle, but it would have taken me more than a day to do, and I had not had that much time. Finally, I reached the last part of the formation and started breaking it. My movements were fast. If a regular tyrant were to see me now, they would see me moving everywhere in all direction, arranging runes from one place to another. Ding, time passed, and finally I placed the last rune in its place, and ding, rang out, and the runic sphere began to shine. It had taken me 9 hours and 40 minutes to solve the puzzle. I had done it in a lot less time than I had initially expected. I had thought it would take me around 12 hours to solve it. I might even struggle against the time, but no such thing had happened. A few seconds later, the shining runic sphere transformed into that of the runic gate, and there is no surprise in me seeing that, while solving the formation, I had seen the elements of teleportation formation in it and expected it to appear. I looked at the teleportation gate for a moment before I took a step inside it, and the next moment I found myself in a huge space. An arena, to be exact, and in front of me is a black humanoid. A humanoid would be a wrong word. A right word for it would be a golem. It is 3 meters tall and has a complete armored body with a huge blue long sword at its back. It looked quite threatening with its getup. I was looking at it when suddenly, its eyes opened, and it removed its sword in one swift motion and attacked me. The attack was very fast, and I had not been vigilant on its movements. I would not have been able to see it, much less defend against it. First boost plus second boost plus Everwings. I had activated 3 of my boosted, and huge power spread into every part of my body from my runes. The golem is emitting the power of the initial leader class tyrant. If I did not use all my power fighting against it, I am going to be dead meat under its blade. CLANNNG. Just as it finished the first attack, it launched another, and I am not afraid. If it had been a grim monster or human with similar power in its place, I would have been afraid, but with this is a golem who could only launch a physical attack. There were powerful energy attacks in the background. It means while it is dangerous, I could handle it, and the thing that gives me the confidence to handle this leader-class golem is my defense. My armor's defenses are divided into parts, energy defense and physical defense, in 60-40 fashion. Now, seeing there is no underlying energy attack which usually my defenses focused on, I instantly made a modification to my defenses, turning them to counter physical attacks only. With my defenses turning 100 toward the physical attacks, I have full confidence that they will be able to bear the attacks of initial level leader class tyrant, and I should focus on defeating it, as I only have 1 hour to do it. A clock had appeared over Golem's head the moment it attacked, and I have only 1 hour to defeat. While to others at my level, this might be an impossible feat to achieve, I think I could do it seeing the limitations the golem possesses and my methods that I have complete confidence in. CLANNNG. Another attack came, and this one was more powerful than the previous, but I bored it without a problem. While my offense may pale compared to it, my defense will not fail me. CLANNNG. It began to attack me like a machine, without stopping even for a moment, while I continued to defend against it, whole laying the trap for it to fall into it. The increase in my bloodline power had been very helpful. It had made my traps even more obtuse, difficult to detect. CLN and NG, I defended against another attack. As I took a step back, the power of the leader class is great that even with such great defenses, in 40 minutes, I begin taking steps back again. Ever since we had started fighting, its power has been continuously rising, and it is using it very efficiently. It is not as dumb as I thought it would be. It is learning from me and using it to counter me, and if not for my vast fighting experience, I would not have been able to fight against it without sustaining any injuries. It had been 40 minutes since our fight began, and the trap was finally ready. It would have been quicker, but I want to be careful, seeing the golem is more advanced than I had initially thought. It came at me again, but this time I did not lift my weapon to respond. Instead, I waited till it appeared in front of me before making my move. "Stop," I said inside me, and the golem, which had been prepared, swung its long sword at me, stopped on its place. I wanted to say stop loudly, but I feared it to be taken as accepting a defeat, and I didn't want to take that risk just to satiate my ego. "It's no use, you can't get out," I said, seeing the golem struggling against my vines, which have covered every part of its body. It could not get out. Even if it had the power of peak leader class tyrant, it would still not have any chance to get out. Even master class tyrants would be hard pressed against my strings when it was powered by bloodline as these vines right now. I was about to pierce my vines inside it to find its core when suddenly I saw it changing. It is changing its stage from solid to going to semi-solid to escape from my strings. "Do you think I am idiot enough to keep obvious flaw in my trap?" I said, and next second, thousands of micro runes released from my vines and covered the golem and runic cage around its body, that even with the change of stage, it could not get rid of my vines. There are many strange abilities that exist, and I wanted my vines to contend against them, so I created hundreds of types of formations, so something like that would not happen. Until now, anyone who got caught into my vines not got out of it unless I willed it. Tang 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 pitch. With golem contained, sharp ends begin to come out of vines and started to pierce inside it, but to my surprise, nearly all of them failed to pierce through its semi-solid shell. Thousands of sharp vines failed. They had never failed such a way before. If not for seeing a small success, I would have really been very disappointed of more thousand sharp ends, only 8 of them able to pierce its shell, and that is through its eyes. Those 8 vines are not completely able to pierce through it, only a few centimeters, which is why I now am concentrating all the power of thousands of sharp ends into these 8, so they could pierce inside it. Pitch, pitch, pitch. With all the power concentrated on the 8 vines, they were able to pierce inside the golem through the eyes. This is just half of the part. Now I have to find its core and take it out or destroy it, and it is not making things easy. Not only it is struggling from the outside, but it also put many layers of defense inside. I will have to breach through them all. They did not matter though. I will have its core, no matter what I have to do. The core of a golem usually lies in its center of its chest or its head. I do not think its core in its head, otherwise I would not be able to pierce my vines through its head still. I checked the head before I started to move my vines toward the golem's chest. My vines broke through one layer of defense after another before finally reaching the chest. There I sent 8 vines into all the direction. I do not have much time remaining. I have to find the core of the golem before that. "Finally, found you," I said. As I had expected, the core of it is in the center of its chest, protected under a very powerful cover of energy that would not be easy to breach. Seeing that, I started to merge all the vines into one, and when all the 8 vines merged into one, I concentrated every bit of strength I have and moved my vine into that energy later. I have only one shot at it, and I am staking it all on it. Pitch. A piercing voice rang out as my vines started to pierce the energy later. It is not easy to pierce it. I am making slow progress, but it is still progress, and in a few seconds my vine will breach this energy layer and have that core. Finally, after 30 seconds and emptying a quarter of energy storage, my vine was able to pierce through the energy layer and went for the sky blue color core. Ding. The pointed end of my vine touched the core and was about to destroy it when suddenly, I heard the familiar ding voice and the golem disappeared. One moment it was in front of me, and next it had disappeared. It had quite shocked me. I am not shocked because of the disappearance. I am shocked by how it had disappeared despite being covered by my vines, which should have prevented it from disappearing. There are many anti-teleportation formations attached to my vines. As the golem disappeared in its place, a familiar teleportation formation appeared, and I walked inside it without any hesitation. I had expected the challenges I had placed would make any emperor of our world crack their brains and break their muscle, but you have breezed through them like they are nothing, said a bell-like feminine voice as I entered a room through the teleportation gate. When I looked, I was shocked to see an extremely beautiful woman standing in the center of the room. She's not a piece of soul or golem, but a real woman, and she is not anyone else but Her Excellency Catherine Roosevelt. There is no aura coming from her body, but she became a center. She seemed to contain some invisible, mysterious charm that made one she is otherworldly despite her standing like a normal person. I shouldn't have listened to that dead brain and made the challenge harder, especially that puzzle. It took you just over 9 hours to solve it, and I had made it such a way that it would stump people for days, Her Excellency said to herself, while I remained stumped with thousands of thoughts running through my mind. Your Excellency, are you for real? I asked before I could stop myself, and the woman finally stopped muttering to herself and looked at me with a smile that made me feel as if thousands of suns lighted up around me. Of course I am real, just not in the same way as you might think, she replied with a smile, clearly confusing the hell out of me. I wanted to ask her about it further, but seeing she was not explaining despite confusion on my face, I let it go. I had left behind 2 challenges for my successors and left the rewards according to their performance. You are the first person to try the challenge and aced it completely, which made you eligible to choose any reward you want, she said and moved her hand gently, and she did. Tens of things floated out in existence. Remember, you could only choose one. I did not listen to her, all my eyes focused on the. There are 12 things floated out in a transparent runic bubble, and seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but pop out. Just a few things I noticed had shocked the hell of me. Forget the others that I've noticed yet. The first thing in the line was a divine crystal, and it was a big chunk, so big that I had not thought anyone in our world had such a big chunk of the divine crystal. Normally divine crystals are the size of thumbnails, but the one in front of me is the size of the fist. Just a quarter of it is more than enough to fulfill my need, and I could use the other 3/4 to exchange for the things I have. And I am sure, with these 3/4 of divine crystal, I will get all the resources I need. There would be no need for me to scour the ruins. The divine crystal is too valuable, and people could sacrifice any resources for them, and I wanted to immediately get it, but I had controlled myself seeing the other resources. The next resource is a palm-sized piece of wood that looked likely wet. It did not look special at first glance, and normal people considered it a withered piece of wood that had been water for too long and could not be used in anything other than burning when dried. I did not believe it was a normal piece of wood and started to look at it very carefully and soon noticed abnormalities. I saw faint brown and blue marks on it, and seeing them my eyes couldn't help but widen up. Are they law imprints? I asked in a shocked voice. Yes, they are water and wood elemental. Though they are faded, they are still extremely valuable to any person of this world. She and I couldn't help nod in affirmation. Things with law marks are extremely precious, especially those who practice those elements or possess a constitution or bloodline related to those elements. For those people, this thing is even more valuable than that chunk of the divine crystal. The next is a small bottle that has a silver and red color solution. There is no tag on the bottle, and twin-colored solution inside it is not enough for me to identify what kind of potion it is, so I turned to Her Excellency. What are this twin-colored solution? I asked. This solution is called Meldon solution. It is an alchemical solution that will help in enhancing the body and soul during your tyrant breakthrough, she said, and disappointed expressions couldn't help but appear on my face. There is nothing special about it. There are many other solutions that could do such a thing. I could easily buy them, sparing some expense. The Madon solution is not common as you think it is. It is quite special, Her Excellency said suddenly, drawing my interest. If you use this solution during your breakthrough, it will take your soul and body to limit of the stage you're breaking into, while the unused solution will be stored inside you. At every breakthrough, it will continue to take your body and soul to limit, till it completely expanded, and let me tell you, even the most talented could only use 50 during tyrant stage, means it would even be useful if you break above the tyrant stage, she said, shocking the hell out of me. I want it, I want it. My mind started to scream at me. It is a perfect resource for me. If I took this resource and kept the progress of my refinement tower uniform, then I would not have to worry about anything other than my inheritance, as this potion would do a 70 of my work for me. It took me a while before I moved to the other item, and this item is, I know, and something people like me, celestial inheritance, need it. Even Her Excellency herself had used it during her breakthrough into tyrant stage. She had stated it herself in the records she had left behind. It is an alchemical core, or fox core as they call it. With it, one will not need any resources other defining resources that define the core what it is. This means the white color core can fulfill the need for 80 of resources. Using it, I would not need to worry about general resources or extremely rare resources like divine crystals. The only resources I would need to worry about are defining resources like the resources related to my constitution, half of which I had already collected. It is also extremely desiring as the other 2 resources, but I stopped myself from selecting it and looked at the 5th resource, which is a kindle of white fire and a lantern. I know this candle and fire academy had one. This is a purification flame, an extremely dangerous but also useful resource any powerhouse would want it, especially alchemist, as it would be able to purify any resource, but this flame also could be used in attacks, and it is extremely dangerous. It is said Her Excellency had obtained this fire from extremely dangerous ruin and crafted it into the artifact. She had used this artifact in one of the most defining battles of her life, and it had also become the defining treasure of headmasters of the academy. Teacher has it she had shown it to me once, and seeing the similar Kindle lantern here, it has looked like Her Excellency had found not one Kindle but two. This is a very powerful flame and is above the level of divine crystal, but I do not need it. Though I will need it in the future, I am sure the teacher will let me borrow it for a day or two, and it will become mine when I take the reins of the academy in my hands. I looked at Kindle for a second before I moved my gaze at the sixth bubble there. I saw a palm-sized bottle holding a peculiar tricolor liquid. Seeing it, my eyes again couldn't help but widened in shock. The liquid in a bottle called water of origin scale, and since it's tricolored, it is roughly as valuable as a chunk of that divine crystal. With it, I will not need divine crystal. Its functions are roughly similar to that of divine crystal. I again wanted to choose it, but I steeled myself and moved to 7 bubbles that held the circular badge that looked like a protection amulet. Is it a protection amulet? I asked, sort of. Her Excellency replied. This is a special protection badge. It is useful during breakthrough. It will not only save you from the life-threatening harm during the breakthrough, but also help you in avoiding deeper damage that could harm your foundation, she explained. Hearing that, I had half opened my mouth before closing it forcefully. This is a thing I really need. I could find other resources in dangerous runes, but finding something like it will be difficult. My level up into the tyrant stage is going to be dangerous without a doubt, and there is a chance I might die, and even if I survive, if something bad had happened, my foundation is going to get damaged heavily. Having something like it would prevent the tragedy. I had already decided if I did not find something extremely compelling, I would select it, as it is more important than divine crystal or the water of origin scale. Soon I looked ahead and saw that 8th to 11th resources are kind of similar. These 4 bubbles contained a collection of very rare herbs, which are extremely important general resources. Around 40 to 50 of resources I need are these. As you have guessed, these 4 bubbles contain the general resources. If you select any one of 4 bubbles, I will help you exchange the resources from the other 3 bubbles according to your need, she offered. Hun. I looked at the last bubble, which contained the smallest resource of all the bubbles. The thing inside the bubble was the size of a speck of sand, and it was very strange. It does not have a state, shape, and color. It is continuously changing its shape, its state, and color. I had never seen such a strange thing in my life. What is this thing? I couldn't help but ask. This thing turned to be a most useful thing for you, or most useful, Her Excellency said with a smile. This thing had many names, but mostly used name is creation material. It is a speck of level 3 creation material, she said, and I felt as if someone struck my mind with thunder. In the Hermes library, I had read about the creation materials. These things are the ones that make the world. They are building blocks of the world. Without them, no world could be created, whether it is small or big. I was shocked in seeing it here because, at the creation of the world, it appeared for a few seconds before it completely used up in world formation. There is very rarely anything is left around. I wonder where as hell did Her Excellency found it. Well, it did not matter where she found it. What matters is I want it. I needed it as a thing I had been searching for. I will take creation material, I said, and there is not much change in Her Excellency's face hearing my choice. There are 5 of us who were able to find 7 specks of creation material. All 5 of us used it, but only I was able to make use of it correctly, while for others, it turned completely useless. They have used it in their artifacts and their inheritance core. One even used in a potion before drinking it, but it did not bring them any benefits. The creation material is filled with unlimited possibilities, but one needs to correctly use it, otherwise, it would turn the most useless thing in the world, so think about it carefully before you choose it, Her Excellency cautioned. I understand the risks, but I still want a speck of level 3 creation material, I said with surety. While other things will help me greatly, this speck will do beyond that. It is the thing that could change everything. It is better than any material I had thought of before. I had been searching for something like it ever since I had understood the full method of core creation and knew what type of core I needed. This is the most important material of my core creation, and I have finally found it. Since it is your wish, I will give it to you, she said, and a tiny thumb-size wooden case appeared in her hand, and a small speck of creation material fell into it before she closed the box and handed it to me. It is a very important resource. I hope you will not let it fall uselessly, Her Excellency said. I will not, Your Excellency, I replied and placed the box in my storage. Your Excellency, if you don't mind me asking, how can you be here? I asked. To that, she smiled. I am not here technically. I was able to project my consciousness here into part of my soul, which I had left behind when I left the world, she said, blowing my mind. What she said seems like a simple thing, but it is not. She is at a place that is an unaccountable distance away, but she is somehow able to project her consciousness from such distance. I wonder just how powerful she is to do something like it. You are quite lucky I was in the meditation when you entered here and was able to connect with a piece of the soul otherwise. It would not be real me you would have been dealing with, she said. It is my greatest honor, Your Excellency, I said. You don't have to call me Your Excellency, you are my successor. Call Miss Catherine. She said, Lady Catherine, I said. I would not dare to call her Catherine. It is too disrespectful to the person who had done so much for this world and academy. I could maintain this connection for little more than an hour. You could ask me for any problems you are having with your problem with my experience. I will be able to answer most of your question, she said with tone of jest, but I am sure she will have no problem in answering any of my questions. She's the only person before me who had practiced celestial inheritance in our world, and it had been more than 3,000 years since she had left our world. The strength she could wield right now is beyond my imagination. I did not waste any time and started asking her one question after another, and she seemed to have the answer to all of them. No question seemed to faze her, no formation seemed to stop her, as she seemed to break them all in few simple steps. Her answers directly went to the essence of my problems. She had not answered all my questions sometimes. She would force me to find the answers myself. While helping me, she also asked questions about the academy and world. She did not give any of her input, just nodded after hearing my words, and continued to answer the questions I had asked her. You are very intelligent, Mitchell. Even without my help, you would have been able to find the answers to these questions. It would have just taken a little more time, she said, and she began to fade. Soon war will begin, Mitchell. You should ready yourself to face the challenges you have never thought you would face, and don't underestimate the grim monsters. Ever they always have a card to play, she warned, and faded out of existence. As she disappeared, a runic gate appeared in front of me. I looked around the hall before walking into the gate. Second later, I found myself outside of the legacy thatch. The moon and stars could be seen shining in the beautiful night sky. When I had gone inside earlier, I had thought it might take me more than a day to finish the challenges that laid ahead, but it turned out I had finished in less than 12 hours. I had obtained a lot. The answers and advice from Lady Catherine are as valuable as the level 3 creation material in my storage. With it, I now could plan my trips to the ruins. It would not be easy to get the resources I want, especially the divine crystals. They are notoriously hard to get, and the ruins they are present in are extremely dangerous. That forget elite, even leaders and masters did not dare to go. I do not plan to go there immediately for a month. I would work on my inheritance and research the ruins from the documents we have before going into starting rune hunting. Before I do that, I have to go back. I am still in academy, but the location of the legacy thatch is quite remote and secret that only traveling through the formation is advisable. But the thing is, this is a one-way formation that could only be operated through teacher's end. I had sent the message to the teacher she would be activating the formation from her end soon. I had just thought that when I found a formation under my feet lighted up, and a second later, I disappeared from my spot. You appeared earlier than I had expected. Is everything went okay in a legacy thatch? Teacher asked as I appeared in the teleportation formation. Everything went fine. I was just able to finish the challenges early, I said, and walked into my office. There, to my surprise, I found two people sitting. I should not be surprised. I knew she would be here, and she did not seem to be in a good mood. Alina, why so glum? The trip to the Mystic Garden should have gone without any hitch, right? I asked and looked at the Councilman Harrison beside her, who seemed to have a smile on his face. Seeing that, I felt relieved nothing bad had happened. Councilman Harrison went with Alina to Mystic Garden after she returned from the grim battlefield 3 days ago. She had not stayed in the academy for even an hour before she went there. I did not even get a chance to meet her. The trip went fine. I have made huge advancements, she said, bringing a small smile on her face. With it, she now thinks she had reached the limit and now wants to level up to Tyrant. Teacher quipped she did not seem to be happy with her daughter's decision. You have reached the limit, I asked Alina. Yes, I have. The energy of the Mystique Garden took me to my limit, she said, and released her aura, which is near the mid-level of unranked class. With this progress, I am sure when I level up, I would definitely be a peak elite, said Alina. She seemed quite proud of her progress. You must really have the wish to be mediocre despite having a bloodline of Death Phoenix. I asked. This is one of the harshest words I have spoken to Alina, but she needs to hear it. She did not seem like my words or mocking on my tone as anger blazed across her eyes. Mitchell, don't be too smug. While I might still not be a match of you with this strength, I am sure as confident that I could defend against you without losing, she said with a challenge in her voice as she blasted her powerful aura at me. Really? I asked back with the same mocking tone before the aura of peak elite shot through my body, instantly crushing her aura of unranked tyrant that spread into the office. An expression of shock had appeared on her face. She was extremely shocked. I had never seen such emotions on her face ever before. While she is shocked, There was no change of expressions in teacher and Councilman Harrison's face. They have already been aware of my strength. This, Alina said after a few seconds of being shocked. She seemed like she wanted to say something further, but no words seemed to come out of her mouth. If this had been normal times, there would be no problem with you breaking into tyrant stage with your level of power, but great war is coming, and the elites class not be enough to survive the war, much less bring an impact. I said, there was no mocking in my voice this time. These words are from my heart. Myra, Ellen, Jillian, and others are trying their all to reach elite class while still being an emperor, so when they finally break through the tyrant stage, they will be leader class tyrant with great prospect charge into master class in a short time. You have a bloodline of the Death Phoenix reaching elite stage. Might be a little difficult but not impossible as long as you work hard, I said with a sigh. Silence descended into the teacher's office, and for a whole minute, nobody moved or spoke till Alina stood up from her chair. Mom, I am tired, I will be taking my leave, Alina said softly before she walked out of the office with heavy steps. I am sorry, it looks like I was a little too harsh, I said, though I did not regret my words. I still wish I would have been a little gentler. You don't have to feel sorry, Mitchell. Alina needed to hear those words, teacher said as she asked me to take a step. Mitchell, I had always been quite curious about the legacy. Thatch care to tell me what's inside. Councilman Harrison, the teacher said admonishingly. It's fine, teacher, I said and began to explain the two challenges. I only told them about the challenges and not anything else. It is better that they did not know about the rewards. Those things should only be known to those who had passed the challenge. Teacher and Councilman Harrison only listened and did not ask any further questions about it. Tomorrow, I will make a detailed report of 2 challenges to be stored in Academy's records. Teacher, I will need records of ruins, including those of XX category. I said, young man, the XX category runes are dangerous, even for you, said Councilman Harrison. I know, Councilman, but I have no choice. I will have to look through all the ruins which contain the resources I need. Don't worry though, I will first go for the safe ruins, I said, which is likely to happen. The resources in safe ruins have already been extracted, and there are very few safe ruins where precious resources like divine crystals haven't been extracted by humans and grim monsters' powerhouses. I will send the dossier to you by tomorrow, she said. I remained in the office of the teacher for half an hour more before I flew back to my home. In a month I would start the ruin scouring. Till then, I will have to work on my inheritance and research on the ruins. I am plan on going to fewer ruins to save time, and for it, even if I have to go to the dangerous ruins, I will go there. I need to collect the resources quickest way possible, so I can focus more on my inheritance. The war is coming, and I have to be prepared for it. 2 weeks have passed since I had returned from the legacy thatch with heavy rewards. Since then, I had been working on my inheritance while researching the ruins. Her excellence had helped me a lot, and due to that, I had made huge progress in few short days. If I continue with this speed, it won't be long before I finish my tyrant upgrade. I wish I did not have to scour the ruins. It was going to be a hugely time-consuming and dangerous process. If I had finished accumulating all the resources I needed, I would have been working on my inheritance, not worry about the time to when I would go to scour the ruins. In the 5 days since the teacher has sent the new material, I had already finished scouring through more than half of the material and selected the 3 runes where I could find the divine crystals and other powerful resources I needed. All these 3 runes are of the XX category. I wanted to find the runes as I did not wish to throw my life away when I had reached so close to my goal, but these are only ruins where I could hope to find the resources I need. The other less powerful runes would have already been scoured by monster and above-class tyrants. Everyone liked the resources like divine crystals, and they scoured any runes for it as long as they came to know about it. The 3 ruins I had selected are quite special. They are not only dangerous runes, but they are also filled with runic restrictions or strange energy that suppressed even the strength of the powerful. Such runes are advantageous to me abilities like rule-breaking power and partner like Ashlyn, who barely gets affected by any suppressions. There are hundreds of XX category runes, nearly all of them are public. The coordinates of them are provided by the pyramid to all the organization. There are a few hundred ruins that have remained to be researched, but I will be finished with them in few days, and the list will be drawn. Knock, knock. I was working on my inheritance when I saw an informed of the guest through the security system of my home. I opened my eyes and looked at the camera projection before got out of my room into the hall when I saw Alina standing on the porch with slight nervousness. Come in, Alina, I said as I opened the door for her, and she walked inside the hall with me. Sorry for those words, I understand how harsh they were. I apologized with a sigh as I took a seat opposite to her. Yes, your words were harsh, she said back while glaring at me, but I needed to hear them, she added, and her glaring eyes have softened. The power I had gained was a lot, not only for the emperor but also for the tyrant. Half of the tyrant never able to reach the middle of the unranked stage in their life. I gained that power. and battles became easy. I was even able to defeat those who were middle of the unraked stage, and survived the assault of a couple of tyrants who were at the peak of the unraked stage. All this made me feel powerful, and the progress at this stage became harder, which made me believe I had reached the limit, she said as she looked at the afternoon sun outside. I understand what you are feeling, and I know, at one point, it feels like you can't make any more progress, I said as I took my hands in her. Before designing the honeycomb, I was feeling the same. Those with bloodline have a higher limit with unlimited potential to expand that even I don't know how much they could expand an emperor's limit, but I know one thing. These bloodlines have amazing power, and they are capable of far more than what I had achieved with my little expander. The host just has to work hard to achieve it. I still remember my limit before I created Honeycomb. It did not even give me the power to fight the tyrant. Only when I made the Honeycomb and Lord All strengthen and stabilized it did I barely able to fight against the tyrant and gain the strength to fight after I consumed its bloodline essence. The thing I want to say is that those with bloodlines have an immense advantage over those with someone like me or those with regular inheritances. For people like me, we have to innovate. I did not want to accept my limits, so I had expanded them. If there had been any way that could help me increase my power further, I would have taken that way, but I had reached my limit, and the only way I could advance now is advancing into the tyrant stage, which itself going to be a life and death struggle for me. Your words, harsh as they may be, helped me a lot, helped me understood the time we are in, and mediocrity is unacceptable. So even if the target seems impossible, I have to reach it. That is the only way I would able to survive the coming days and have the strength to protect those who are close to me, she said and looked at me. This time there is a fire burning in her eyes, and this fire is nothing to do with her bloodline, it is all herself. Seeing such blazing intent in my friend's eyes, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I was hoping that when you went to the ruins, you would take me with you, not all of them, but some that you think will have something to help me progress. She asked. Her request stunned me. I had not expected it from her. Even if Alina did not know about the ruins I was going to, I am sure she understood that the ruins I would be going to would not be normal. Tring tring. I was about to answer her when suddenly my holowatch lit up with a call from the teacher, and it is not just I who have received the call. Alina too have received the call. Michiel, Alina, come to the council chambers immediately, teacher said. Before cutting the call, we both looked at each other, and without talking, moved toward the teleportation formation in my house. Soon, we reached the teleportation formation, and I adjusted its coordinates to the council chambers. A second later, it had lit up, and we have disappeared from my house and appeared in the teleportation circle of the council building. We walked out of teleportation formation. I saw a couple of important tyrants of the academy are moving toward the main conference room. Michiel and Alina, do you know what the headmistress summoned us urgently? Asked a middle-aged man with green hair. I don't know, Prof. Kravig, but I am sure you have guessed the reason already, I said, and he nodded grimly. Soon we reached the conference rooms, which filled with an aura of tyrants. 20-somethings tyrants had already gathered here, including all 7 council members and headmistress, the only person who seemed missing, Prof. Josephine. In the center of conference rooms, there is a head table which has 18 seats, other than council members and headmistress. Other important people also sitting there with 2 spaces empty, with my and Professor Josephine's names on it. Successor, take your seat. Councilwoman Marla said. I nodded and took a teacher besides teacher with my name on it. Headmistress, you can begin, old woman Marla said. Teacher nodded and stood up from her spot. Most of you have already guessed. The dreadful news we have been dreading for the months have arrived, the teacher said in clear, loud voice. The human race has declared war on the grim invaders, and by evening, all the contested minor continent will be engulfed in war, teacher said. There was no surprise on anyone's face. They all had guessed it already when the council had summoned them in a hurry. The Pyramid Council and all its members have affirmed and voted for the war, and granted the title of Lord Commander to Lady Hera. She had been given access to use any forces possessed by every human organization, as well as the forces of Pyramid itself, teacher said. Grand Commander title is a big thing even during the wars. It is rarely given the title. Most of the time lower title were given. The Pyramid Council and its members giving Lady Hera the second biggest military title with sweeping powers means things are very serious. As everyone silently thinking, Councilwoman Marla had stood up. As Academy Constitution, we, the Council, have enacted the warring powers handed to us and bestowed the headmistress access to deploy all the personnel of the Academy, including secret forces, at her pleasure. She informed and looked at all tyrants for objection, and nobody objected. With the powers granted to me by the Council, I am issued the summon order calling the hidden and unhidden forces, as well as all the members of Academy venturing outside, teacher declared, and multiple screens popped out in front of her, and she placed her palm on them. The Grand Commander will issue her first address in 14 minutes. If any one of you have any questions, you can ask, Councilwoman Marla said to all the tyrants. These 30-some tyrants are not the only tyrants we have, but they are the most important ones they could say to be most core forces of the Academy, leaving some hidden tyrants and experts who are outside, like Prof. Jenkins, who had returned to Orcaz City after she finished with the business of Mystique Garden. How bad is that war is going to be? They have given Lady Hera power of Grand Commander. In the last war century ago, they have only given the head of Pyramid, the Lord Commander title, and they had not upgraded it, even when the war had become intense, ask a thin man in early 40s. I don't know how bad the war is going to be, Harkins, but one this is sure, it is going to be far more intense than the one we had fought centuries ago. It might even eclipse the grand war we had fought 400 years ago, Teacher replied. Hearing the atmosphere of the conference room had become heavy, some tyrants even shook visibly. Even I am using all my willpower to stop myself from shaking. People are scared. Hell, I am scared. War is destructive, and a huge amount of people die in it. In the last big war century ago, nearly 400 million people had died. In the last Grand War 400 years ago, 900 million died, and in the last year war 3,000 years ago, the number had reached over 4 billion. Forget armies, whole continents full of people get slaughtered. These people understood reality, and some like Councilman Thuron here had fought in it their younger days. People do not wish it to happen, but they understand it is a reality and a necessity. The deployment orders will begin soon, right? Another tyrant asked. Yes, within few hours, some members of the Academy will start getting their deployment orders, Teacher said with a grim tone. Most people who will get deployment orders will not be sent to the minor continents. The war on minor continents is handled by Pyramid's forces. The deployment would be for the central continents. All the outposts, forts, military bases will be filled with people within days. The moment the war on the minor continent reached midway, the war on the central continent would begin. It would be far more intense and destructive than one could imagine. The war on minor continents was fought by knights, while the hidden battles between dukes and kings occurred regularly. The tyrants also fight, but on a much rarer scale, while in central continents, tyrants are the main force. Here, lower-level warriors only as much good as tyrants that are supporting them from behind. Once the tyrant died or ran away, the opposing tyrant will slaughter the whole army, and with their power, it is not a hard thing to do. To all the members of the human race, it is with great pain I have to tell you that war with the grim monster has been declared, Lady Hera said in a solemn voice. The war, as always is, will be brutal, and lots of lives will be lost, but we will slaughter 10 times more of them with the intention of slaughtering their whole race and ending the war once for all, she said with her voice reaching higher octane. We all watched her messages on the giant projection where we could see a bit of her expression, and I could see she was ready for war and meant every word she said. The address continued with each word giving grim reality to humans, but also making their blood boil. Whoever read her speech, great writer, and she is giving great justice to them by delivering them such rousingly. All of us listened to her each word carefully and prepared ourselves for the coming war. Till now, the war was just a possibility, but now it has become a reality. As Grand Commander is saying, it will be brutal, and we have to be ready to experience the brutality this war brings. I have read a lot about the war and saw how it even breaks the strongest. No one can hide from it and is safe from. Even old monsters die. The only thing one could do is face the enemy without backing down and give our all for our motherland. I hope you all give your all for this war, so we could heal with the wound of our motherland with the blood grim race, Grand Commander Hera said and finished her address. The teacher turned off the projector and turned toward the tyrants. I do not have the rousing speech as the Grand Commander Hera had just given. The only thing I will say is to prepare and on battlefield use. Every card you have against the enemy, don't worry about being honorable. Is he the battlefield? It is killing the enemy that matters the most, teachers said to tyrants. A few minutes later, all the tyrants left, and the teacher prepared for her broadcast. It will be broadcasted over the academy and its territory. A few minutes later, all the preparations were being done. The teacher stood in front of 9 floating cameras with me and Councilwoman Marla behind her. The broadcast started, and after a minute of silence, the teacher began speaking. If there had been any doubt remained in the heart of people of Riverfield territory, it had vanished with the broadcast of the teacher. The war is happening. It has become a reality for everyone, and seeing the scale of the war, nobody is safe from it, no matter where they hide. The address of the teacher had lasted for nearly an hour. She was concise and detailed in her address. She did not relieve the fear of the people, instead presented a grim reality with a ray of hope, invoking the past legend her speed. This war is anything we have fought in the thousands of years, Councilman Harrison said from his head. My contacts in Pyramid are telling me the scale of it could reach the Era War, Councilman Finn said, making everyone shudder with his words. There had been only 2 Era Wars in over 10,000 years, but each one of them took billions of people. The era wars are beyond destructive, so many people die in it that even sea turn red like blood, and even survival of Supremes isn't guaranteed. I've received deployment order. I will have a report to the Orcas city by tomorrow morning, said Councilman Rufus suddenly, and nobody is surprised by it. He possesses a special set of skills, and now that he became a leader-class tyrant, his deployment is nothing surprising. Be careful, Rufus. The war isn't anything you have encountered before, Councilman Marla said. Don't worry, Marla. I am not a fighter like you people, but even if I come across a group of powerful opponents, chances of me surviving would be much better, he said. Yes, your strange methods do give you a greater chance of surviving than us, Councilwoman Marla said with a smile. I have never experienced the methods of the Councilman Rufus, but I have heard about them from the teacher, and they are strange and effective. Many times, Councilman Rufus was able to survive from the group of leader-class tyrants. The strange abilities of his inheritance let him do that. While we old people are relatively powerful, our strength is nothing in the grand scene of things, Councilman Finn said as he looked at Alina and me. I do not want to say it give you children unnecessary pressure before you are, but circumstances do not give me the luxury to wait, he said. The future of Academy is up to you two ones, and whether we survive the war or not will depend on you, he said. These are not simple words, there seemed to be a deep hidden meaning behind them. In every war since the last epic war, the Academy had been especially targeted. The twin jewels produced by the Academy were the biggest reason the Grimm race had lost the last epic war and lost badly, and due to that, they hit our Academy especially hard. Till now, we have only been able to survive the wars due to Protection Hawthorne Seal and Wisdom Tower, but in their war, even they would not able to protect when their survival would not be guaranteed, he explained slowly. I was quite surprised hearing that, but when I think about it, it is not as far-fetched at all. Her Excellency Catherine and Ramona Hawthorne destroyed the Grimm monsters in the last epic war, and if they had that impregnable hidey hole, they would have destroyed the whole Grimm race. Don't worry, Councilman, with us here, we will not let anything happen to the Academy, I said as I took Alina's hand into mine. It was late evening when I was able to return. The scenes I had seen earlier were weighing on my mind from the afternoon to midnight. 5 million humans had already died. This number is even greater than the records of the past epic war, where 4 million people had died. Even Pyramid seemed to surprised by the number of casualties in a single day, though the experts are saying numbers would decrease a lot in few days when the weaklings got weeds out, but still, what kind of number is 5 million? The number of deaths in the Grimm monsters' side is even higher, but it does not matter, they have a huge number, and there are many more that are hiding. That once those forces are revealed, we would have to try our all to hold them back. I've seen the battles, and it is exceptionally bloody, where both sides are hellbent on hacking each other on every battlefield on the 11 contested continents. There are a total of 16 minor continents of 16, 3 are totally occupied by the Grimm monsters, while the 2 are in the hands of humans within a month or two. These dynamics will change. The war will also reach the continents which have been completely occupied by the other side. As I had said, nobody will be spared in this war. It will be spread everywhere, and everybody will become involved in it, including us. Currently, Alina and I have been excluded from the war deployment. We have been added into Project New Elites. We will not be deployed till we have become elite, but we do not have unlimited time at max. We have 6 months before Pyramid will be a force to deploy us. From Academy only, Alina and I had been included in this project, but I am sure there will be more people from other organizations, including those from Supremes. To be honest, I did not like this exclusion from the war. Seeing the scenes of battle, I wanted to join my brethren, help them against the Grimm monsters, but the Pyramid is right. We need to focus on our progress. We are the ones with the greatest potential that could change the directions, but before we do that, we have to grow into our full potential, and the first step of that is becoming a tyrant. The Pyramid had already said they expected each and every one of us to be a peak elite at the least when we broke up into the tyrant stage. This is too low of the target for Alina and me right now. I already have a strength of the peak elite. If Pyramid comes to know about it, I am sure even Grand Commander would be shocked by it. Our target is leader class, and if everything went all right, then I would easily be leader class tyrant when I broke into the tyrant stage, and not an initial leader class but a mid-level class tyrant. And if my luck is extremely good, I would be a peak leader class tyrant with high potential to reach the master class. Alina had also set her target on gaining the strength of the elite once she got and broke through into the tyrant stage. Her Death Phoenix bloodline will surely make her a leader class tyrant. The war had started earlier than I had expected. I had thought I still had months or two, but I did not. Now, I have to work twice as hard to level up to the tyrant stage before the time limit of the project, New Elite, is over. I do not much care about the project, New Elite, but I do appreciate the time it has given me without any stress. Not only that, but it had also opened access to new resources like secrete ruins and other things. I had put up a special request about XX category ruins. These ruins are not involved in my newly gained access from the pyramid, but it could be fulfilled seeing the times we are in. In such times, pyramid let the people take the higher risk instead of restricting them. While there is a huge chance of death, but persons survive, they go through big growth, and that is what pyramid want. With the war beginning, I plan to scour the ruins soon. I have decided to go into the ruins scouring from next week. The sooner I have all the resources in my hand, the more I will be able to focus on my inheritance. As for taking Alina with me as she had asked, I planned on taking Alina with me. I will not take her to all the ruins, just those I think will be useful to her, and I think one of the ruins I had selected would be very useful to her. While I want to scour the ruins as soon as possible, I will not enter them without any preparations. Those ruins are extremely dangerous that only leader class and above dared to take a step inside them. If I go there unprepared, my death is guaranteed. Every step has to be cautious, otherwise I will die before I know it, and I don't want to die in the ruin. If I were to die, I would prefer to be on the battlefield, fighting and killing the grim monsters till my last breath like many brave souls did, and doing it on the battles being fought on the minor continents. I massaged my head and went to the bed. I am feeling hungry right now, but in no mood to eat anything. I just want to sleep. From tomorrow, I will have too much to do. The teacher had even asked me to teach a group of talented healers for at least 1 hour. Aside from the Supremes, our academy has the best healers, and their value is far greater than the fighters. A little more than a week had passed since the war began, and already more than 20 million people had died in them. This was as brutal would be an understatement if this continued on then. It would cross the number of fatalities last war has before it even reached the central continent, and we are powerless to stop it. We have to match their aggression with aggression, a force with force. I just wish that old monsters would just attack their high council and destroy their pillars. Doing that, everything would be easy, but it is not easy as one thinks. Their high council stayed in secret locations. Most people say it is inside their hidey hole, but many people disagree. Only the powerful have an idea about their real locations, while us regular people could only guess about it. Even we are able to find the high council and fight then, there is no guarantee our old monsters will be able to beat them. Are you ready? The lead technician asked. Yes, I replied without a hint of hesitation. There is no need for hesitation. I had already made my decision and done deep research above it. As long as I have a little luck, I will get what I want from this ruin. With my affirmation, the technical activated the teleportation gates, and the connection had formed with the ruin. Everyone is extremely busy. Even Alina had gone to ruin 2 days ago this time. I am alone from the beginning. Well, at least I have Ashlyn and Nero with me. I won't feel that lonely. I had stepped inside the water screen of the teleportation gate, and the next moment I was in a spatial tunnel. I stopped making any movements and sealed any energy that was leaking out of me. I did not want to do anything that would hamper my travel to ruin. Thud. Few seconds passed by when the spatial tunnel ended, and I was thrown into the ruin hard. The gravity, which is 7.3 times greater than our world, makes the hit even stronger. The gravity of this ruin is nothing in front of an environment which could kill a tyrant in few seconds. Even elites would not survive this place without proper protection. This ruin is called Axe 8865 or Curselan 65. This ruin is cursed, not literally cursed, but filled with dense curse energy. The energy is so dense that it will kill an unprotected elite within an hour. A leader would die within half a day if they remained unprotected too. This curse energy is scary because it eats away the protection. If someone is protecting themselves with energy later, it will eat that up. An elite could only survive for half a day before they are completely drained, and a leader would survive for 4 to 5 days at most here. The council had objected to me coming here fearing my safety, till I had shown them a little bit of my abilities which are perfect against this environment. There are 2 reasons I chose this ruin. It will give me supplement materials of curse element and divine crystals. Each and every ruin I had selected had the last element common. They had to have divine crystals or resources similar to them in the runes. Currently, I have finished collecting all the general materials and 8 of 9 constitutional materials. The constitutional materials I am referring to are body, soul, and 7 elements of my constitution. Of the 9 constitutional materials, I had finished collecting the supplementary material of the body, sunfire, and fire. Collecting the main material and supplementary materials of the latter 2 are quite easy. Fire is the most common element, and there are a lot of materials related to it are available. I had also collected other types of supplementary materials as well, but I need more. So, aside from divine crystal and curse type materials, I will also focus on collecting as much as treasures. I want those things will help me get the things I need. With the war starting, many organizations were operating their treasuries, and even Pyramid had opened many exchanging platforms for smother trading. Some of them could only be accessed by the leaders of the organizations. I plan to stay in this ruin for 10 days at most. I hope I will be able to reach that place in time, I thought and took out the map. I have a specific place in my mind. It is called Glow Palace, that the place where I have a chance to find the divine crystals. One person had obtained it, and 3 people saw it, while tens of other people who went there did not find it and even lost their life. It worth a try as it a very credible lead, not to mention Glow Palace have a lot of curse-related material, and as curse energy, there is one of densest in ruins. Choo-choo. I did not waste any time and called the Ashlyn out, who came out of chirping and flew up in the air. With Ashlyn's help, I would not have any problem finding where I am. I hope I am not too far away from Glow Palace. It would waste time, and I do not have much of it already. If I am furthest from the Glow Palace with my speed, it will not take me more than 5 days to reach it, as long as I do not encounter any danger. The environment here is not the only danger in this place. There are other dangers as well, the monsters of this place, and of course the grim monsters, curse masters to be exact. While one would expect curse masters to be in heavy numbers, their numbers are not great here. The monsters of this ruin seem to hate them to their bones and actively hunt them, so their numbers are lesser than one would expect. Still, I have to be careful, seeing most of the grim monsters here are leader class, and there might be master class hiding here, though the chances of that happening is quite low. Seeing the war had begun, I have to be careful. A master class tyrant could kill me in a single attack. Jojo. Ashlyn chirped in my mind, and the next second, a scene of a huge lake appeared in front of my eyes. Seeing the lake, I immediately understood where I was. I am near Wild Lake, and with my speed, it should not take me more than 2 to 3 days to get there. With me knowing where I was, I moved to the left and started running. Flying is reckless. It is like painting target on your back. While it is a fast method of travel, it came with danger, and this ruin is dangerous, and I do not want to take more risks than I am already taking. As I started to make my way toward the Glow Palace, I remained to steer clear of the Wild Lake while going near. It will get me lots of herbs-related material, but it is not worth seeing how dangerous it is. The lake is dangerous, with vapors coming out of it could kill an elite within seconds. A leader would be killed immediately if they touched even a drop of its water, but that's not the most dangerous thing about the lake. The most dangerous thing is monsters residing under it. There are lots of leader-class monsters inside, and it is said there is one master-class monster also reside deep inside the lake. Thankfully, these monsters kept to themselves, and as long as you do not disturb them actively or a grim monster which they could sense, they will leave you alone, which is what I want. To get to Glow Palace as soon as possible without getting any hindrance on the way. Fuck, Ashlyn, I suddenly cursed. While I am extremely opposed to going even near to the lake, Ashlyn did not seem to have any reservation about it, as she clad herself in her invisible fire and dived toward the lake, especially toward those ink-black lotuses on the surface of the lake. They are beautiful, daring anyone to take them. They are the biggest resources of the lake, and if I had not found the unmatched blood curse miracle fruit to represent the curse element of my constitutions, I would have definitely vied for those lotuses. They would be perfect. Still, they could not match the blood curse fruit. It is an epitome. I felt extremely lucky that I was able to get something this good for the curse element of my constitution. Ashlyn is going for these lotuses. They are baits below each lotus. There is a powerful monster is hiding. The moment she touches it, the monster would leap at her and swallow her chubby little body. I am shouting at Ashlyn to don't go there while getting away from the lake at my fastest speed. While I know Ashlyn never does things she isn't sure of, I couldn't help but become worried about her. There are damn master-class monsters inside that freaking lake. Even with strange abilities, she is not a match for it. It will bit her off like some tasty snack. I continued to urge her, but she did not listen and finally swooped at the roses, and I stopped on my place and hide while activating all the hiding formations I had in full power. At least a leader-class monster going to react, and I don't be moving when it does. I would be easily noticeable. Ashlyn swooped down and swiped one of thousands of black ink lotuses floating on the surface of the lake. As she did, a 10-meter-long snake monster flew out of the lake with its mouth open, ready to chomp on the thing that had taken the bait. SHAR, the snake monster screamed loudly with leader-class aura blazing. Ashlyn had taken the lotus and disappeared, and that was just the beginning. This chubby bird was not satisfied by one lotus and went for another. Roar, roar, roars. A crocodile monster roared as it came out and did not find an Ashlyn who took its, but like snake monster, it also was not able to find Ashlyn, despite having a power of leader-class tyrant. In every few minutes, roars one monster after another begins to ring out across the surface of a huge lake. Ashlyn, enough. Come back, I shouted in my mind. The more lotuses she took, the greater the disturbance she would create, and it might bring the master-class tyrant out, and once it did, there is no way we could survive. Our filmy abilities might be able to work against the leader-class tyrants, but they would not work against the leader-class tyrants. It would see right through it. Finally, Ashlyn listened to my pleas as she flew out of the lake with her cloak of invisibility, while the monsters were searching for her crazily in the lake. Some of them had even started fighting, suspecting each other of the theft, while the real thief left the lake with 9 black ink lotuses. Each black ink lotuses had an astronomical value. While they grew on the cursed water, they are one of the best resources to cleanse the curse. If my mother had black ink lotus with her when she was cursed and immediately ate it, the curse would have been cleansed. It would not have gotten a chance to take root inside her, and threw her into me, the one I have even gained the sentient and is waiting for the right moment to strike. In the current time, such resources are in extremely high demand, especially among the leaders class tyrants and above. There are not many healers that are capable of healing them. A resource like black ink lotus would be invaluable to them, and I am asking Ashlyn to spare me a few. With these lotuses, I would be able to get many things I need from Supreme. Ashlyn is not responding to me, whether it is intentional or she is just too busy chomping on the lotuses. I don't know, but I hope she would spare me at least 1 black ink lotus for my own use. I had to wait for nearly 1.5 hours before I could be sure that no monster was still looking around before I started to run again. What Ashlyn did was dangerous, and I did not want her to do it again, but I am feeling happy because of it. Even though I should not feel this emotion, it will encourage Ashlyn further to take such risks. Half an hour ago, Ashlyn had said that she would spare me some black ink lotuses. I don't know how much she will spare, but it would be 2 more, and for it, I couldn't help but feel happy. These roses are powerful and important resources, and I need them. I will keep one for myself and give the rest to the teacher to exchange things for me, though such resources should not be exchanged. I need pretty rare resources, and nobody would give them for free. And for crystals, I will need to exchange them with the things of similar value. I move through the ruin with blurring speed. My speed is so great that aside from peak elites, nobody would be able to see me moving. As for following me, very few peak elites would have the ability to do it from the ground. Few hours passed by, and in these few hours, I continued moving while Ashlyn now and then would go for the resources she liked. I did not collect any resources as I will find them in Glow Palace, so I should focus on getting there as soon as possible. Half a day passed by since I came into this ruin, and I have to say this ruin is very dangerous. Now and I would come across a gust of cursed winds, which will have many times dense curse energy than the normal. They are strong enough to erode the shields of leader-class tyrant within few minutes. The monsters are another danger. These monsters are everywhere, and if not for Ashlyn is detecting every one of them, and I was able to evade their senses with the formation I had created from the rule-breaking power. If a regular elite had been in my place, they would have died within a minute. Even the leader would have activated the beacon had left. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped in my mind again, and this time instead of showing the scene of the monster, Ashlyn had shown me the scene of grim monster. It is a little blurry and grainy, meaning the grim monster is quite far away, but it is without a doubt a grim monster, and it is a leader-class grim monster and not an elite one. It is fighting against a couple of monsters, trying to get away, but these monsters seem to block its ways to escape. Every creature of this ruin seemed to hate grim monster to the bone for some reason and would attack them immediately, and the monsters here are no weaklings. It is due to them there are so few grim monsters here. Another half a day had passed, and I had nearly covered half a distance to the Glow Palace. Currently, I am passing through the hilly region, which is filled with huge cursed snakes. I would have not dared to travel through this area if these hills were not the safest way. Both sides of the hills have a swamp, and it is extremely dangerous, and there are a couple of masterclass monsters hiding there. There is one in these hills too. On the northern side it does not leave its place, and as long as I don't go there to disturb it, it will not bother me. Over the months, I had refined this stealth formation with limited changes I could make, and it had become quite efficient. If I had the power to do all the changes I wanted in it, I would have been able to make it 4 times more efficient than it already is. If I had that formation, then I had the confidence to hide from Masterclass Tyrant's soul sense, but unfortunately, I could not fix the flaw, but I am planned on doing that in the next upgrade. The core I am designing would let me do it. 9 more hours passed by, and I had stopped again. Ashlyn had just shown me a huge fight. There were 4 grim monsters fighting against a group of monsters. After watching the battle for a few seconds, I knew these 4 leader-class grim monsters would survive. They have come prepared. There are only pure course masters there, while the other 3 are the curse-type spell blades, using curse energy with their weapons. They also have impeccable teamwork. It is clear that they had fought hundreds of battles together, and their powers complement each other. While the numbers of monsters are double their numbers, they are fighting them with slight disadvantages. It won't be long before they get away from these monsters, and seeing that, I started to make my way even faster. I do not want to be anywhere close when these bastards run up, and monsters start chasing them. It would be bad if a monster or grim monsters had discovered me. These leader-class grim monsters are powerful. They are no golem that I had fought in the legacy thatch. Soon, I got far enough that I could no longer hear the sounds of fighting or aura it releasing, and still continued to run at my full speed. Another half a day had passed when finally a view appeared in front of me from Ashland, a glowing dot from the far seeing it. A smile couldn't help but come across my face. The Glow Palace is barely an hour away. I had it would take me 2.5 days at least, but I had reached it in just 2 days. I moved toward the Glow Palace, and within few minutes I could see the orange dot myself, which was getting bigger and bigger till I saw the building the size of the small town appear in front of me. No one knows the origin of the Glow Palace. There are contradictory opinions. Some said it was a small organization, while others said it is a magi science facility to research curses. Some even said someone had a powerful, unstable curse treasure born here and exploded. I don't know which opinion to believe. There is too little data about it to say anything. I could only say when I see things with my own eyes. The Glow Palace is 40 stories tall town-size building, and it is glowing in faint orange color from which it had got its name. It is thousands of years old building, and many parts of it have collapsed already even then. It is a huge building and would take months if I want to check every corner of it. I do not have months of time. I barely have a week, and in the week, I have to check several spots for the divine crystal and collect the treasures I had found on the way. There are very few monsters in the Glow Palace. The reason behind it is simple. When humans and grim monsters have discovered divine crystals in this place, they thronged this place in doves and killed the huge numbers of monsters living there. While the monsters are powerful, they could not compete with greedy humans and grim monsters who are willing to pay any price for the treasures like divine crystals. It continued happening for centuries, with master-class tyrants coming here and slaughtering the monsters. Still, the monsters are not the greatest danger here. The greatest danger here is the environment. The curse energies inside are 5 to 8 times stronger than outside. They would need few seconds to eat away the defenses of the elites, and even leader class won't be able to stay inside for more than an hour without a special means. I don't know whether even the means I had developed will be able to protect me from such dense curse power, and there is only one way to find out. Buzz. I reached near the boundary of the Glow Palace and removed the Artrose Pearl and activated it, and at the same moment I activated a formation inside me. As I did, red formation came out of Artrose Pearl, and pink formation came from me to entwine themselves. Soon the entwined formation began to cover me, and the Artrose Pearl floated above my head. A minute later, a red and pink formation had covered every part of me while Artrose Pearl floated above me. The pearl and the formation stopped giving out any shine. They would even merge into light around them to help me hide better. I do not want glowing pearl and formation, which would attract the eye of any monster or grim monsters from a mile, doing that will defeat the whole purpose of coming here. With all my preparation ready, I took a step into the boundary of the Glow Palace, and as I did, I immediately felt the change. The curse energy immediately doubled. The curse energy came at me, not targeting me specifically, acting like air does, but just as it touched my armor, its nature would change. It would try to eat away my protection and try to seep inside me. The method I used earlier and using now did not stop the curse energy at all. Using the rule bending power, I am making this curse energy believe I am also curse energy, and there is nothing to harm while taking the energy inside my armor. Earlier, I used to filter this energy through my armor before releasing it outside, but this time, I am doing something like that. This time, there is no filter and release of energy this time. I just take the energy into my armor before store it into the Artrose Pearl floating above my head. I had created a sophisticated storing formation. With dense rule bending power, it does not have a problem storing this powerful curse energy, which could burn through anything. It is a very complex method that I needed days to craft. One of the biggest challenges was powering the Artrose Pearl with my power, but I was able to find the solution, which enables me to power it half, which is enough for my purpose. This method could only be used by me due to the special curse elemental constitution I have. If I did not have that, I would not be able to work something like that. Even with rule bending power, I would not reach this far in the ruin. I stayed on my spot for a couple of seconds and checking everything, and when I found everything was working fine, I moved toward the Glow Palace while I changed my aura to that of peak leader class tyrant. There is no way I will fight against the grim monster I find here. If I come across it, I would just have to talk it out, and here there is a chance I will be able to do that. Unlike other places, the curse energy here is so dense that even curse masters have to use the special means to protect themselves against it, and not to forget attracting the monsters which would target them first, instead of targeting me. These factors would force any leader-class grim monster to avoid a fight, but not all of them are unavoidable. If I come across a master-class grim monster, it would attack me without doubt, and I would not be able to defend against it to survive it. I would have liked to disguise myself as a masterclass tyrant, but it would not work. My disguise is not perfect due to the power gap. Even Councilwoman Marla was able to tell something was wrong when I put masterclass disguise in front of her, and she is only a leader-class tyrant. So, I have to take a risk with this disguise and hope that I do not come across any grim monster, be it leader class or master class. At every step, the density of the curse energy would increase. Even before I reached Glow Palace, the density of the curse energy had already reached 4 times outside. I feared that curse energy inside the building was going to be even denser, but I could not do anything about it. Since I decided to come here, I had already prepared to face such scenarios. I hoped that my preparations would be sufficient to deal with the difficulties I would face here. The Glow Palace is too huge that it would take me months to sort through it whole, and I barely have a week. Before coming here, I had already decided on the places in Glow Palace I would target, and I am going to stick to those targets. There are 3 places I have to go. 1 is on the northern side, and 2 are on the eastern side. I am going toward the eastern side first. I was moving toward the eastern side when suddenly, I stopped with a smile on my face. I had noticed a couple of flowers, trees, lilies to be exact, and they are of a peculiar shade of the violet and have thick smoke coming out of them. These are Robridge lilies. While they are not as rare as the black ink lotuses, they are still pretty rare, and they are just lying here. As I had said, one just needs a method to enter Glow Palace, and they will find as many resources they need. The dense curse energy produces powerful resources. Even a simple blade of grass here is an envy-worthy resource for powerhouses. Resource availability is one of the reasons I chose this ruin. Even I did not find a divine crystal or extremely rare treasures, I would still leave with all the supplementary resources of curse element. I collected all the flowers, leaving not a single one behind. It took me few seconds to harvest the hundreds of flowers. My vines make doing things like that extremely easy, even if the process of doing it is a little complicated. An hour passed by, and I had reached the Glow Palace and could touch its glowing orange walls. These walls are giving off dense curse energy 6 times outside, and it will become even denser when I enter inside this huge Glow Palace. I collected a few precious herbs that were by the wall of the Glow Palace and entered inside. Just as I did, I felt the energy became denser, reaching that of 7 times of the outside. I am at the northern side of the building. It will take me 2 to 3 hours to reach where I need to be. I am okay with it. There are a lot of resources lying around. By the time I reached that place, I would have collected more than half of the supplementary materials I needed. Choo-choo. Few more minutes had passed when suddenly, Ashlyn chirped in my mind, and a scene appeared in front of my eyes for a few seconds before disappearing. There is a leader-class grim monster not far away from me. It is hastily collecting resources, and I could understand why the curse energy is eating away its shields, and if it did not quickly get away, its protection would go down, and without it, it would not be able to survive. If I had been a leader-class tyrant, even the weakest one, I would have surely gone for it, even it had been peak leader-class tyrant, as I would have only needed to engage against it for a couple of moves before the curse energy here would have done the job. Regretfully, I am not a leader-class tyrant, but an elite class, and even if it is in precarious conditions, I will not attack it. It will be like a hare is challenging a wounded lion. A lion is always a lion, no matter how wounded it is. I shook my head and changed the directions, but I had just taken a step when I suddenly stopped. Fuck Ashlyn. I cursed loudly in my mind, seeing it going for the grim monster. I had opened my mouth to curse, but stopped it before it was too late. The slightest sound may alert it, seeing the distance between it and I is just a few hundred meters. I screamed at Ashlyn to stop in my mind, but she did not listen. She went for the grim monster as I watched with sheer horror as she reached closer and closer to the grim monster. I had also prepared myself. Even if I am no match for the grim monster, I will fight it to save Ashlyn. Ashlyn went closer and closer to it, but grim monster did not seem to discover her. The lionman seemed too focused on harvesting those opal thistles. Its eyes seemed full of fervor. While the opal thistles are quite precious, they are still not precious enough for leader-class tyrant to such big risks. It must have needed them for something important, otherwise it would not be taking the huge risks as it is taking right now. Its shields are in a dangerous state, the way curse energy eating them. They would not be able to last more than 5 minutes, and this lionman is still not caring about it and very delicately harvesting those thistles. Ashlyn reached close to it and went for its neck. It did not discover Ashlyn at all, and it was quite hard. That invisible fire of her not only makes her invisible visually, but also makes invisible to soul senses, and it also burns the sound, which makes her very hard to detect. Shick, it suddenly seemed to notice something as it abruptly stopped harvesting opal thistles, but it had already become too late. Ashlyn's wings have broken through its protection and drawn long, thin lines across its neck, through which blood begins to splutter out.